This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Rob Etreed Richard Hallstein Rex. This name is the pride of the Royal Magic Academy of Teest, the Lionheart Empire, and even the entire human world. At the age of less than 20, he overcame all obstacles and broke through bottlenecks, and finally became a 6th-level quasi-magician. Looking at the ancient and modern times, only 3 people have ever achieved such a terrifying advancement speed. Except for Earl Edward, who died in the War of the Roses at the age of 28, the remaining 2 people all became 9th-level super magicians without exception. They were said to be able to threaten the gods, and left a strong mark in the history of magic, human race, and continent. Their legends were written into long poems and sung by countless bards. From the human armor Rock City to the elves' Green Port and the dwarfs' Hearth Castle, their names are known to everyone. In other words, the young Rob is already qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with those historical sages, and reserve his next place in the legendary history books in advance. Although he has not yet crossed the threshold that represents the power limit of the Dawn continent, everyone knows that day will surely come. The entire Dalaran is quietly waiting for his arrival. Yes, Rob is such a cool existence. On the day when he became a 6th-level quasi-magician, the 3 major forces in the human world, the Lionheart Empire, the Free City, and the Holy Alliance, all sent special envoys to congratulate him. The king of the Lionheart Empire, Rayhart VII, even came in person. Even the elves and dwarves, and even the descendants of the gods, who have always been low-key, sent expensive gifts from afar. If other races simply want to build a good relationship with the future super magician, then the 3 major forces in the human world are even more eager. Of course, no one would think that there are too many strategic nuclear weapons such as super magicians. If they can dig one, they will wake up with a smile even in their dreams. Especially considering that every magician will choose to build a magic tower after entering the threshold of the 6th level, and according to the customary rules of the human world, the 6th-level magician can build his magic tower on any piece of land they like. This is also a means for the major forces to attract talents, and it also expresses everyone's respect for magicians. In order to get Rob to build the magic tower on the territory of his kingdom, the envoys of the 3 major forces really showed their abilities, and offered more and more exaggerated conditions for recruitment. In addition to various rare magic items, and countless gold coins, there are also countless princesses, single female countess to choose from, not to mention the honor of titles. However, Rob finally declined these enthusiastic invitations, and built his magic tower on the easternmost side of the academy, facing the magic towers of the former principals on the westernmost side. This result was not unexpected. It was rumored that Rob was a person obsessed with magic, that is, the so-called purist magician. He built his magic tower in the academy, which clearly showed that he did not want to participate too much in worldly affairs and power struggles, and only hoped to concentrate on studying magic for a lifetime. According to the tradition of the Royal Magic Academy of Tis, the more powerful the magician, the closer the magic tower he lived in would be to the periphery of the academy. This may sound a bit strange in today's peaceful times, but in the past few thousand years, countless wars have broken out in the Dawn continent. The most recent large-scale war was the famous Rose War. This war swept across the entire Dawn continent, with more than 96 races participating in the war. It lasted for 15 years, and the death toll of the human race exceeded 3 million, and tens of millions of people were displaced. Not to mention the super genius like Earl Edward, even 2 9th-level super magicians died in the war. Of course, other races did not get any good results. The elves, who had the worst luck, even lost their elven king. In comparison, the death of several princes of the dwarves was nothing. After all, it was recognized on the continent that dwarves could reproduce. In addition, there were occasional frictions between the 3 major forces of the human race. When there were foreign enemies, everyone united to resist them. When there were no foreign enemies, they fought each other intermittently. Even the Magic Academy, that nurtured the hope and future of the human race, could not escape the impact of war. Since the founding of the Royal Magic Academy of Teest by its first principal, the most powerful magician of the academy would build his magic tower at the outermost edge of the academy, in order to protect the teachers and students of the school in the event of war. Strictly speaking, Rob's current strength is far from being the strongest in the academy. In addition to the principal, who is a 9th-level super magician, the vice principal, and the dean of academic affairs, who are 8th-level great magicians, the academy also has many 6th and 7th-level professors, but Rob built his magic tower on the easternmost side, without anyone questioning it. Everyone thinks this is natural. Although Rob's current strength may be a little insufficient, with his terrifying growth rate, It is almost certain that he will catch up with the principal and become a 9th level super magician, so there is no need to toss him around and make him move around. Rob finally chose to build the magic tower in the academy and dedicate his life to the great cause of magic. Although some people felt sorry, such as the envoys of the Free Cities and the Holy Alliance, others were relieved. For example, King Lionheart VII of the Lionheart Empire was in a good mood. Although Rob rejected his request to build the magic tower in the capital, the Royal Magic Academy of Teast was in the Lionheart Empire anyway. If there is a war in the future, Rob and the Royal Magic Academy of Teast will definitely not be able to stay out of it when the situation is unfavorable. After figuring this out, King Lionheart VII was naturally refreshed. With a wave of his hand, he allocated another 100,000 gold coins to the academy. As for other people, their thoughts were simpler, such as the students of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. They simply admired Rob. When the name of Sir Rob was mentioned, the boys would give a thumbs up without exception, and the girls would scream with excitement. Brother Rob is so handsome. No, it should be said that Brother Rob is simply the most perfect existence in the world. I really want to give birth to a baby for Senior Brother Rob. The girls rushed to express their admiration for Senior Brother Rob, but few of them had ever seen Rob in person, or had only seen him from a distance. Rob rarely showed up on campus before, especially after his magic tower was built. He almost never left the tower again. However, this could not stop the girls from falling in love with him. In their eyes, Senior Brother Rob was taciturn, majestic, and full of grace in every move. He was like a dazzling star, extremely reliable and trustworthy, and the perfect partner for all women. However, Rob, who was so awesome, suddenly disappeared. The Royal Magic Academy of Teast was in an uproar that morning, without any sign. The super genius rarely seen in human history for 100 years, the idol of all junior students, the dream lover of junior students, the future 9th level super magician, disappeared from the academy as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. No trace of him could be found in his magic tower, the library of the academy, or the girls' dormitory. In the end, after 3 days and 3 nights of tossing and turning, everyone searched every piece of land, and even the private money hidden by the vice principal when he was young was dug out. All the teachers and students of the Magic Academy finally had to admit a cruel reality. The legendary Rob Edleed Richard Hallstein Rex, who was brilliant and respected, was really gone. Chapter 2. The atmosphere at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast has been very strange these days. Students are whispering to each other everywhere in the academy. Even the professors, who usually have serious faces, can't help but join in. Mages are mostly arrogant people, especially at a famous school with a long history like the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. Both teachers and students are calm. Being calm is a required course for every magician. This sentence is always on the lips of the vice president to educate the freshmen who are just starting out. Even if the throne is inherited, the new king ascends the throne, which is a big deal in the eyes of ordinary people. Not every magician will care about it. After all, among the magicians, the probability of nerds or academic geeks is not ordinary, and many people are actually completely ignorant of politics. But today, almost all the magicians looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and even a few old monsters who usually stayed in the magic tower were alarmed, and in the afternoon, they showed up in the academy together for the first time. Most people can't remember the last time these high-ranking magicians were so nervous. In the Teast Academy, the girls' eyes were full of worry, while the boys secretly clenched their fists. I know that there must be an enemy who is afraid of and jealous of Brother Rob's talent and doesn't want to watch him grow up, so they sent people to sneak into our academy and kidnap Brother Rob. Someone swore. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard this. To be able to quietly rob the hope of the human race's future under the noses of the principal, vice principal, and the dean of academic affairs, what level of master must the other party be? Shadow stalkers? Underground elves? Or descendants of the gods? Anyway, no matter who it is, it must be a 9th level master, and maybe the other party will send more than one 9th level this time. Because only such a luxurious lineup can deceive Principal Steins, who is also a 9th level, and the legendary Magic Circle under the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. It is said that the Magic Circle was built by 12 super magicians 700 years ago, with the purpose of protecting young magicians in the war years, and judging from the effect of the next few hundred years, it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Since its construction, this magic circle has never been broken from the outside, and every subsequent principal has further repaired it, filled in the loopholes, and occasionally added some new functions. In short, today this magic circle can be called an iron wall. Moreover, Steins, a 9th level super magician, is in charge, so the so-called there is more than one 9th level enemy is not a deliberately sensational nonsense. However, Steins himself obviously does not agree with this statement. The principal looked at the little turtle playing in the fish tank, his face livid. Opposite him, the vice principal and the dean of academic affairs also had serious expressions, but the dean of academic affairs had a hint of amusement in his eyes. They were all gathered in Rob's magic tower, but the three people in the room had not spoken for a long time, especially the principal Steins. Even if he just sat there quietly, the pressure of the 9th level super magician made the two 8th level great magicians feel a little depressed. The dean of academic affairs began to miss the super comfortable big bed in his magic tower, and the barrel of wine brewed by the elves under the bed. Fortunately, the principal finally broke the long silence. What do you think? Nonsense, it's just nonsense. Vice Principal Demand was really angry this time, and the old man's beard was almost crooked with anger. Does he know what he is doing? Does he really think he can run around with the title of future super magician? Does he know how many people on this continent dream of killing him? Once the news of his secret departure from the Royal Magic Academy of Teas spreads, it will be like shouting to the masters of other races. Come and kill me! Come and kill me! That kid is just a 6th level quasi-magician, and compared with those powerful masters, who have been famous for many years, he is nothing. He is simply looking for death by doing this. No, we have to find him and bring him back before others do. The Dean of Academic Affairs scratched his head and praised him, but he expressed his opinion on the little turtle on the table. Awesome, awesome. This is the first time I've seen someone break your tracking spell without you noticing. You are indeed a rare super magic genius in human history. Wow, this idea is simply amazing. But then again, this is probably the most useless 6th level magic I have ever seen in my life. Apart from being able to transfer the tracking spell you cast on him to this turtle, it seems to have no other effect. Excuse me, this newly invented 6th level spell is a complete disgrace to the magic world. The Dean of Academic Affairs was not exaggerating. Most magicians can only passively accept knowledge and learn various spells left by their predecessors. They may not be able to create a magic of their own in their entire lives. There is a reason why Rob is hailed as the hope of the human race. In addition to his unparalleled advancement speed, his understanding of magic also makes many old magicians, who are only old and have nothing to do, feel ashamed. But even for a super genius like Rob, it is not an easy task to create a spell. It takes a lot of his energy and time, especially since the 6th level spell is already a high-level spell. It is estimated that this guy has been busy with this matter since he advanced to a quasi-magician. The Dean of Academic Affairs had decided that this guy would do anything to escape. Considering that the great tracking spell was a 7th level magic, and it was the principal himself who cast this spell on him, it was really difficult to crack it with a mere 6th level spell. Others didn't even have to think about it, and even for Rob, this problem was not easy to solve, so this guy couldn't help but take shortcuts in the end. This is why the Dean of Academic Affairs said that this 6th level spell invented by someone was the weakest spell he had ever seen in his life. If the spells currently popular in the magic world are compared to universal solutions, then Rob's transfer spell is a pure and unique solution. For example, the great tracking spell cast by the principal can be cast on Rob, the vice principal, or anyone else he wants to cast it on, and its applicability is almost unlimited. However, Rob's transfer spell is completely unconventional. The casting must meet two necessary conditions. First, the great tracking spell it targets must be cast by the principal. Second, the object of the transfer must be the little turtle in the fish tank. It cannot be other creatures. No, strictly speaking, even other little turtles are not allowed, even if they look exactly the same. Yes, the spell created by Rob is so useless. It can only help him escape from the clutches of the principal, and there is only one chance. Once the angry principal decides to kill the little turtle he left behind, his 6th level spell will be useless. However, it is precisely because of these two extremely harsh prerequisites that Rob's problem-solving time was greatly shortened. He only spent more than half a year to construct a 6th level spell, and solve the magic tracking mark set by the principal on him. This is simply incredible in the history of human magic. The Dean of Academic Affairs sighed. I told you before that you were too harsh on that kid. He was either undergoing intensive training in your magic tower, or meditating in his own magic tower. He didn't even have time to masturbate, let alone fall in love. He has only stepped out of the magic tower a few times in all these years. No wonder he always wanted to escape in the past few years. If you want to be the greatest magician, you must be able to endure loneliness. The vice principal disagreed, but I really admire this kid. 3 years ago, he failed to escape for the 19th time, and I caught him, and threw him into the simulated element field for a summer. After he came out, he never showed any sign of wanting to escape again. He kept it in until he advanced to the quasi-magician, and took the time to come up with this mess of spells to deal with the principal. Yes, his escape this time was indeed well planned, and he actually successfully deceived all of us. Principal Stein sneered. What's the point of being more careful? The 6th level levitation can only fly 100 miles a day. I have sent a message to Richard, the leader of the Second Knights, asking him to lead people to chase him. Calculating the time, he should be caught by now. Haha, I was worried that the training content some time ago was a bit too much. Seeing that he is so energetic, I feel relieved. Demand, when that kid comes back, we will start the devil trial we carefully prepared. The Dean of Academic Affairs shuddered when he heard this, and silently expressed sympathy for the genius boy named Rob in his heart. Sure enough, it is never a wise choice to anger a 9th level super magician at any time. Chapter 3. After receiving the news sent by Captain Richard overnight, the expressions on the faces of Principal Steins and Vice Principal Demand were so wonderful. They didn't catch anyone. How is this possible? Indeed, the other party is a 6th level quasi-magician. Although such strength has always been mocked by the principal and vice principal as a weak chicken, he has actually entered the ranks of strong people in the Dawn continent, especially considering Rob's talent that can be called a demon, and he has been trained inhumanely by 2 old monsters whose ages combined are more than 200 years old for so many years. His strength can no longer be simply measured by level. But even so, facing the wolf-like high-level knights of the Second Knights, the future super magician had no power to resist at all. Completely. Not at all. This was not just a matter of power difference or number of people. You have to know that his opponents were a group of veterans who had experienced the baptism of war, and the leader Richard was an 8th level knight. No matter how powerful Rob was, he was just a young magician imprisoned in a high tower. He was talented and gifted. He could construct a 6th level spell in less than half a year, but he was a complete rookie in other aspects. No, maybe calling him a rookie is a bit too much of a compliment. Ever since his amazing talent was discovered by Principal Steins, the poor boy has lived a miserable life isolated from the world. Over the years, the farthest place he has been to is Miklas City, 40 miles away from the academy. That was the last time he successfully escaped in his long career. As a result, he was caught by the vice principal who personally came to the rescue, and was tortured in the simulated element field for 3 months. He was able to advance from a 5th level great magician to a 6th level quasi-magician in just 3 years, which was inseparable from that extremely harsh special training. However, that experience was really too terrifying. Rob couldn't help but tremble every time he recalled it. Many nights, the boy woke up from his sleep, shed tears facing the crescent moon outside the window, and sighed for his misfortune. He was about to turn 20, but the future super magician had never touched the hands of the opposite sex, and was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Rob, the ideal partner and dream lover of countless junior and senior students, was actually a novice in love. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock countless people. And it's not just love. Rob's common sense in other things besides magic is also very lacking. Once when he was running away, perhaps because the sun was too scorching, the future super magician suddenly lost his sense of direction while running, and after a big circle, he turned back to the Magic Academy, which made Vice Principal Demand very angry. In short, with such a level, no matter how you look at it, there is no possibility for him to escape from the hands of the elite knights of the Empire, unless someone secretly helped him to run away this time. Although he was full of sympathy for the genius boy's experience in his heart, the Dean of Academic Affairs still stood firmly on the side of the principal and vice principal in order to keep his job, and stated his own inference very straightforwardly. Find this person right now. I want to see who has such courage. The principal's tone was calm, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Super Mage Steins was completely furious. With Rob's pitiful social circle, such a thing was obviously impossible to be concealed. In fact, it took less than a moment for the name of the accomplice to be placed in front of the principal. Third Prince, Humph, the royal family's hands are really long enough. In order to establish a good relationship with the future super mage, they can even think of such a method. It's really childish. Don't they know that doing so will not benefit the future of the human race at all, and will only put Rob in danger? Without the protection of the magic circle and the principal, how far can he, a 6th level quasi-mage, go on a continent surrounded by powerful enemies? The vice president said angrily. Write to King Leihart 7. I need an explanation for this matter. Also, give them 3 days to send Rob back to the academy. Otherwise, I don't mind trying the newly researched forbidden spell on his palace, Principal Stein said calmly. However, no one expected that before this domineering letter of accusation was sent out, King Lehart VI's explanation had arrived one step ahead. The young man in front of him, who was tied up by the 6th Knights and brought to the academy to apologize, was none other than His Royal Highness Williams, the third prince. The vice president was so angry that he didn't know where to vent it. Humph, you were the one who helped that kid escape? Yes. The third prince seemed to know how unwise it was to act tough in front of a high-level magician, so he was very obedient and cooperative from beginning to end, and confessed his crime. You are really brave. When did you meet? More than half a year ago, Rob was promoted to the 6th level quasi-magician. My father and I came to your school to congratulate him. Principal Steins was in a good mood that day and invited envoys from various countries to have a meal together, and Rob also attended the meal. The vice president was puzzled. If I remember correctly, Rob didn't say anything at the banquet from beginning to end. The third prince nodded, yes, but he secretly slipped me a small note when he went to the toilet. The Dean of Academic Affairs covered his face. What on earth was this magical development that was like entering a pyramid scheme by mistake? People who didn't know would think that this child was trafficked here. The face of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast was completely lost this time. From the note, I learned about Lord Rob's difficult situation and expressed my deep sympathy for it. As a knight, I can't turn a blind eye to such a thing. Lord Rob asked for my help. The Knight's Code always reminds me that I should lend a helping hand to everyone in distress. The third prince said seriously. So you helped him plan this escape? As a noble magician, the vice president did not buy into the chivalric code. No, strictly speaking, he was the one who planned the escape. I just helped him, and did some supporting work. The third prince was indeed born in the royal family. He was very good at changing his political stance. He was a righteous partner 1 second, and then he quickly pushed all the responsibilities onto Rob when he saw that the situation was not right. The principal was too lazy to argue with him. I don't care about that. You young people have made enough trouble. Now it's time to hand over the person. The third prince gritted his teeth. Sorry, Lord Steins, I really can't hand him over. Seeing that the principal's face was about to change again, the Dean of Academic Affairs hurried out to smooth things over. Oh, we didn't mean to torture him like this and restrict his personal freedom. In fact, no one wants him to live a happy life more than us. Unfortunately, his talent is too amazing. Although it is a peaceful era now, I believe that you, the third prince, also know that the situation on the continent is not stable. Many races do not want to see another genius super magician appear in the human race. We do this to protect his safety. The third prince had a sad face. I understand the reason, but no, it was Rob who had already calculated this, so he only took a squire knight from me. To be honest, I don't know where they're going. Principal Stein's patience was finally exhausted, and he said with a gloomy face, So, you are actually useless, haha. I heard that your highness has many brothers and sisters, so if you are missing, your father probably won't be too sad. The third prince was shocked. Wait, I seem to have suddenly remembered something. Although Rob didn't say it, I am smart enough to guess his intention from the previous clues. He seems to want to go by sea, and the nearest port is Bradoport. If you go now, you may have a chance to catch him. Chapter 4. Port Brado is 600 miles away from the academy. The sun is shining, and the weather is clear. Seagulls are circling above cargo ships and fishing boats. The breeze blowing in the face is mixed with a faint smell of fish, which is the breath of the ocean. Although it is only early morning, the dock has already become lively. Porters are moving boxes and baskets. Sailors are repairing the hull and wiping the deck while humming exotic tunes, and the tax officer with a mustache is counting the goods with a serious face. There are children from fishermen's families running and playing barefoot, squeezing in the crowd. Be careful when they pass by you. Don't be fooled by their innocent faces. There may be some thieves with outstanding skills. Not long ago, Rob saw a merchant from the Free City being secretly robbed of his purse by a boy of 8 or 9 years old. After the boy succeeded, he blinked at Rob, who was stunned, and raised his mouth with a smug smile. The Thieves Guild has been developing well in Bradoport. They select talented children from poor families, give them professional training first, and then sign contracts with them. According to the provisions of the contract, half of the income of these kids in the first 5 or 10 years needs to be handed over to the guild. As one of the 7 major ports of the Lionheart Empire, Brado has a prosperous trade, with countless merchant ships coming and going every day. There is never a shortage of fat sheep from foreign countries, especially those dwarves, who always get themselves drunk. Not to mention their money bags. They don't even feel anything when their underwear is taken away. The next day, they open their eyes and find themselves lying naked in a shabby alley. Rob and his friends are fine. Because of the majestic armor on the Squire Knight, few people would bother them along the way. Rob had already taken off the armor given to him by the Siren Queen, which is said to have the strongest defense below the artifact. He wore a mage robe and a coarse cloth shirt that can be seen everywhere on the street, and claimed to be the Squire of the Night. I have to admit that His Royal Highness the Third Prince was very thoughtful. With the Squire Knight Xiaomi accompanying him, Rob did not need to use magic to escape, and the people sent by the Academy to catch him naturally could not detect the magic fluctuations. In addition, Xiaomi was a royal knight, so the experienced search guys of the Second Knights were successfully deceived by them. The first thing Rob did after escaping from the Academy was to take off all his extremely luxurious magic devices, and pack them up, and hand them over to a trusted magician under the Third Prince. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad. With Rob's status and position, his top-grade equipment could already buy 4 or 5 medium-sized towns. However, compared with the long-awaited freedom, it was nothing. The old wizard who was in charge of the connection was really shocked to suddenly get so many dreamy equipment that broke the sky. He couldn't help but have the evil idea of packing up and running away. However, considering the consequences of doing so, he would be wanted by the royal family and the Magician Association. By then, no matter how big the Dawn continent was, there would be no place for him to stay. The old wizard still suppressed his greed. But even though he couldn't take it away, he could always try it on. The old wizard armed himself to the teeth with this top-grade equipment, disguised himself as Rob, and led the elite of the Second Knights to eat dirt everywhere in the wilderness, looking very impressive. It was not until the 7th day that he was captured alive by the leader Richard because of his exhaustion of mana, but these are all later stories. Let's turn our attention back to the future super magician. Rob was in a really good mood these days. He finally escaped from the terrifying magic prison, and everything he saw along the way was particularly pleasing to the eye. In addition, the accompanying knights were well trained by the Third Prince, and were well versed in the art of chatting. They knew what the Lord wanted to hear the most, and helped the young man to outline a beautiful future. The accompanying knights said that Lord Rob, your departure is like a tiger descending from the mountain, and a dragon entering the abyss. In the future, you will definitely write a legend of yours. I am so lucky to be able to accompany you. Maybe I can show my face in the history books in the future. My life is worth it. Rob was still a little shy and waved his hand quickly, saying, I don't actually want to be a legend. I just hope to marry, and have children like an ordinary person, and live happily through this life. Does your excellency have a favorite woman? The squire came over and asked. Not yet. Rob blushed. He didn't dare to tell Xiaomi that he was almost 20 years old, but had never been in love. This was really embarrassing for a man. The squire became interested. Hey, choosing a wife is a big deal. Women in different places are very different. Women in the south are gentle, and their skin is so soft that it feels like silk. Women in the north are tough and aggressive, and they are the wildest in bed. Elf women are the most beautiful, with an innate noble temperament, but unfortunately most of them look down on humans. The women of the orc tribe have different styles. Among them, cat and fox girls are the most popular in the human world. It is said that there are people with unique tastes, who like those female dwarves, who don't take a bath for 10 days or half a month. TSK, the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. In addition, Lord Rob must remember not to look for women in the capital, because they are the most snobbish. Even Rob, who is a novice in love, can hear the sour taste in the last half of the Squire Knight's sentence. Looking at Xiaomi's drooping face, his emotional experience is probably not very smooth. Rob patted the Squire Knight's shoulder with sympathy. Xiaomi adjusted himself quite quickly, and soon, he was smiling again. He booked a boat ticket, and the boat would depart in 1 magic hour. Rob hadn't decided where to go yet, and happened to meet the owner of a boat who was planning to travel around the world, so they decided to get on the boat first. Seeing that there was still some time before the boat left, the Squire Knight took the future super magician to the city to enjoy a feast. The most famous delicacy in Brado Port is the blueback thornfish feast. Because the number of blueback thornfish is rare, a table of fish feast requires a full 20 gold coins. Such a sky-high price makes most ordinary people only sigh at the fish. Rob is certainly not an ordinary person. Although he fled in a hurry, and didn't take a single penny with him, his entourage knights had a lot of money on them. His Royal Highness the Third Prince had instructed before leaving that all the expenses along the way would be covered by him. His Royal Highness had only one request, which was to make Lord Rob happy. The more money spent, the greater the reward Xiaomi would receive when he returned. Unfortunately, the two came at the wrong time. This thing can only be eaten in December every year. The Entourage Knights felt very sorry that it was a rare opportunity to eat and drink at public expense, but they couldn't seize it. Since they couldn't have the blue-back thornfish feast, the two could only settle for the next best thing. They found the largest hotel in the town and ordered a table of the most expensive food, intending to treat themselves before going out to sea. Just as they picked up their knives and forks and wanted to eat heartily, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The Squire Knight stuck his head out of the window, and his pupils shrank suddenly. White horses, silver armor, swords forged with refined steel, and a lion carved on the upper left of the chest. The 62 uninvited guests who rushed into the city gate were dressed very similarly to him. The only difference was the color of the cloak. Behind him was the red cloak of an orthodox royal knight, while Xiaomi's cloak was the cyan cloak of a squire knight. Shit, that's bad. It's the adults of the 6 knights, the squire knight exclaimed. However, the royal knights who seemed so majestic in the eyes of ordinary people were not the most dazzling existence among the group. Compared with the tall old man with white hair and beard surrounding them, these mighty and handsome knights seemed like wild monkeys that jumped out of some mountain valley. The old man wore a pointed wizard hat and a black wizard robe. Every move he made was filled with the flow of elements. In his left hand, he held a staff with a scorched top, which was the famous Eye of Stars in the Second Magic War. In his right hand, he held a young man with a painful face, which was the third prince of the empire. So this time it was the future super magician's turn to exclaim, "Shit, Vice Principal." Chapter 5. It seems that the Royal Magic Academy of Teast is determined to capture their ace this time. The arrest team is unprecedentedly luxurious. The 62 knights of the 6 knights of the empire escorting the third prince to apologize are all above the 5th level. They are temporarily requisitioned by Super Mage Steins. Rob's old rival, the 8th level Grand Mage Demand, is personally on duty. Played the role of accomplice and traitor in this incident. The third prince, who was playing a role, was watching the fun from the sidelines, smiling and waving at everyone. "I wish you all a successful start, and the vice president a successful start. It's just Rob, and you, old man, can easily catch him?" Then the prince felt a chill on the back of his neck, and was lifted into the air by a huge elemental hand. "Since the information was provided by your highness, then please come with us. If you can't find Rob in Brado Port, The vice principal's eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. The great magician ignored his Highness Williams's pleas, threw the third prince behind the horse, and led a group of royal knights to rush to Port Brado. Don't think that magicians are all saints with broad minds, and no conflicts with the world. At least Vice Principal Demand is definitely not one of them. The prince, who was tied to the horse's back, obviously understood this. It was unknown whether the old man did it on purpose. He chose the rugged path, and rode the horse wherever it was not flat. Anyway, the vice principal cast a light body spell on himself. This first-level spell is usually not very noticeable, but it is very useful in some cases. For example, just now, the vice president rode his horse over a small bush. When he landed, the prince's chest was almost shattered, but the old man didn't even tremble. Prince Williams wanted to cry, but had no tears. He desperately winked at the knights. However, as the saying goes, what kind of leader you have, what kind of subordinates you have. I don't know if the knights of the 6th knights have been hanging out with the prince for a long time, and they have also been infected with his shameless style of changing their attitude according to the situation. In front of the 8th level Grand Mage, the brave knights galloped without looking around. Seemingly no one noticed the miserable situation of His Royal Highness, the prince, not far away. The next day, Prince Williams, whose bones were about to fall apart, finally threw away all the royal dignity, cried bitterly and begged, and the two sides finally reached an agreement. His Royal Highness, the prince, was willing to be held in the hands of the Grand Mage in an extremely humiliating posture. The above is the reason why the residents of Brado Port witnessed the wonders that morning. Before he was discovered, Xiaomi quickly retracted his head and said with emotion, "It has been said in the capital that the third prince can climb trees with the help of a sow. This is indeed true. He promised to help us for half a month, but he surrendered to the enemy on the 6th day. Alas, he can't even give us half of his salary." It can be seen that the Squire Knight's resentment towards his master is not ordinary. "Now, what should we do now?" Rob asked stutteringly. There was no way. This was his old problem. When he saw the ferocious vice principal, the painful memories of being trained by Musin would automatically emerge in the mind of the future super magician. Especially when he thought of the torture he might face if he was caught this time. It was already remarkable that the boy didn't faint on the spot. Moreover, compared with the previous escapes, his situation this time was undoubtedly worse. Although he was a 6th-level quasi-magician, he did not have any magic tools. In other words, Rob was no different from an ordinary person at this moment. He had a vast amount of magic power, but only had the life skill of staring blankly. On the contrary, the Squire Knights on the side were relatively calm. Xiaomi calmly drew out the sword at his waist. At this point, there is no way out. I will rush out and try to delay them. Lord Rob, you hurry to the dock to board the ship. The golden sunlight shone on the armor of the Squire Knight. His expression was so resolute and solemn. At that moment, Xiaomi looked taller and more majestic than ever in Rob's eyes. Because of his own supporting role, Rob had a good chat with the Squire Knight along the way, but in his heart, he only regarded him as a jester, and even often, he would subconsciously ignore his knight's identity. However, in the Lionheart Empire, even the lowest Squire Knights have received formal and arduous training, and can recite the 13 Knight Codes, helping the weak, not fearing the powerful, and upholding justice as their own responsibility, and at the same time have the valuable quality of being ready to sacrifice for their companions at any time. This is what the world sees as a knight. This is the so-called chivalry. At that moment, the future super magician was really shocked by the courage shown by the young Squire Knight. His eyes were moistened involuntarily. Thinking back to the two of them getting along day and night, and laughing together along the way, how could Rob bear to watch the young Squire Knight die for him? No, let's go together, Rob said emotionally. Zammy shook his head and said softly, there is no chance. We can't outrun the royal knights and a great magician. Isn't it written like this in the novel? At this time, one person must sacrifice. I think this is why fate chose me to travel with you. The Squire Knight grinned, revealing a somewhat ugly smile. Lord Rob, there must be a reason why you tried so hard to escape. You would be very unwilling to give up halfway. Freedom is right in front of you, and you can reach it as long as you reach out. The more you can't give up easily at this time. Xiaomi paused, and then continued, my father always told me that each of us comes to this world with our own mission. Some people figure out what their mission is very early, and some people are still confused until they are 50 or 60 years old. But when that day comes, no matter what you are doing, you will definitely feel it in your heart. And my day has finally come. The Squire Knight finished the last sentence word by word, and a different look appeared on his young face. He did not wait for Rob's answer, waving the long sword in his hand, and jumped from the window on the 2nd floor of the hotel. After landing, Xiaomi adjusted his body slightly, and rushed towards the capture group not far away with the most indomitable attitude, rushed towards those knights, who were countless times stronger than him, and rushed towards the 8th-level great magician Demand. His heroic posture of charging was so chic, just like the legendary heroic spirits wandering on the ancient battlefield. Rob had to use all his strength to stop the tears from rolling out of his eyes. Finally, he looked at the resolute back, as if he wanted to engrave him forever in his mind. The future super magician turned his head, and ran towards the pier. Chapter 6. It must be said that the appearance of the Squire Knight, this time was quite stunning. His extremely cool appearance successfully attracted the attention of everyone on the street, and coupled with his handsome knight outfit, many adolescent girls fell in love with him at first sight. The knights of the 6 Knights, and the Grand Mage Demand naturally noticed the abnormality here, but they were still a little confused about what this young royal Squire Knight wanted to do. However, the 3rd prince in the hands of the vice principal quickly recognized his younger brother. As a result, His Royal Highness sold out his loyal lackey without hesitation, pointing at Xiaomi and shouting, "It's him! It's him! It's him! The Squire Knight I sent to help Rob escape. If we catch him, we know where Rob is." His Royal Highness William said this while glancing at the great magician beside him with a look of seeking credit. The Vice President said, "Oh," and then asked His Royal Highness, "What does he want to do?" This. The 3rd prince was also a little puzzled, and couldn't figure out what Xiaomi's passionate and tragic charge was about. Looking at him like this, could it be that he wanted to kill the entire arrest team by himself? Prince William sighed. He had never seen this kid so brave and loyal. Could it be that he was so close to the red that he became redder, and so close to the black that he became blacker? After spending so much time with the future super magician, his entire soul was purified. The vice principal had a blank expression on his face, but careful people would find that his hand holding the staff had been slightly clenched, which was a sign that the great magician Demand was on the verge of a rage. Rob's escape had already made the vice principal very unhappy. The accomplice, who was finally caught, was the 3rd prince. The so-called helping the royal family with family planning was of course just angry words. Although the Magician Association was powerful, it was not to the point of slaughtering princes at will. The two sides had always had a mutually beneficial relationship. The royal family needed magicians to help them win the war, and the Magician Association also needed the royal family to provide material and other support. Grand Mage Demand did intentionally make His Royal Highness the Third Prince suffer a little along the way, but he never really hurt him. However, this does not mean that anyone can come to him to show off. A mere Squire Knight is too small and humble in the eyes of Grand Mage Demand. In order to maintain the dignity of a magician, he does not mind using Xiaomi to make an example of him. So looking at the little Squire Knight rushing towards him with a sword, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Vice President. He was not in a hurry to act. Although many people said that distance is the lifeline of a magician in battle, the Grand Mage could let the opponent rush to him when dealing with such a small character. In fact, he did so. Nothing is more deterrent than death in front of his eyes. His Highness Williams finally had some conscience, and could not bear to see his lackeys bleed on the spot. He winked at a captain of the 6 knights, meaning that the latter should capture Xiaomi before Grand Mage Demand took action. At that time, the Vice President would be embarrassed to kill a young man who had no power to resist for the sake of the honor of the magician. The Third Prince's actions fell into the eyes of Grand Mage Demand, but the Vice Principal remained calm. If a magician really wants to kill someone, then no one in this world can save him unless your target suddenly throws away the sword in his hand while running, then raises his hands high, kneels on the ground without any sense of honor, and shouts with snot and tears, I surrender, Lord Demand, spare my life. I have already realized my mistake and decided to turn from darkness to light. The contrast between the before and after of this scene was so great that it not only broke the hearts of countless young girls on the street, but also shocked the great magician, who was over 100 years old and claimed to have seen all kinds of life. There are such shameless people in the world. The shameless style of the Squire Knight is even worse than that of his master. In fact, even the Third Prince himself was stunned, staring at his lackey and being so angry that he couldn't say a word. After so many years of companionship, His Highness William seemed to be recognizing this inconspicuous little follower for the first time. Xiaomi looked aggrieved, thinking, Your Highness, you have already taken the lead in surrendering to the enemy. Are you still counting on me, a runner, to be so chaste and virtuous that I would rather die than surrender? This sudden situation at the scene made everyone very upset. Without exception, everyone fell into intermittent aphasia. The Vice President even forgot to ask Rob's whereabouts at the first time. In the end, it was Xiaomi who spoke up, tentatively, that Rob wants to go out to sea, and is now running to the dock. My lords, should we catch him? The Vice Principal's face was livid. Get out of the way, don't block the road. After saying that, he didn't even look at the little escort knight, and rushed to the dock. At this time, Rob was also racing against time. He didn't know that the escort knight had betrayed him, and was still immersed in the previous touching feelings. However, although he was touched, the future super magician did not lose his mind. He didn't think that Xiaomi could really hold back the entire arrest team by himself. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and it had long exceeded the scope that courage could make up for. In fact, if Principal Demand just raised his hand, the little knight would be wiped out. So Rob didn't dare to relax at all, and ran wildly on the street. But unfortunately, the physique of a magician is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Especially Rob was imprisoned in a high tower by the principal for many years, and he was a person who seriously lacked exercise. The boy's heartbeat accelerated, and he panted after running 200 meters. After running another 200 meters, his vision was blurred and his legs were weak. The boy remembered what the Squire Knight had said before he left. If he gave up now, everything would be over, so the future super magician gritted his teeth and rushed forward another 50 meters. Now even his ears began to buzz, and his head was spinning. Rob really missed the staff that he had been with day and night. If he could use a 6th level levitation spell at this time, he could fly all the way to the dock. At worst, he could use a 1st level light body spell, and he wouldn't have to run so hard. Listening to the sound of horse hooves getting closer and closer behind him, the boy couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in his heart. And at this moment, he heard a whistle coming from a nearby alley. Hey, idiot, this way. The one who whistled was none other than the kid, who had stolen someone else's purse before, and winked at him triumphantly after succeeding. Although I don't know what kind of trouble you have caused, since you didn't say anything before, I will help you this time. I know a shortcut to the dock. Come over here and follow me. After the kid finished speaking, he dodged into the alley. Rob, who had escaped from a desperate situation, was overjoyed to hear this, and did not bother to complain about the kid's arrogant tone, and hurriedly followed him. The two of them took many detours along the way, passing through countless nameless alleys, and sometimes they would go straight through other people's houses. But the people living in this slum seemed to know the kid, and they were not surprised by the two people passing by them, and some people would even greet them with a smile. Most of the time, Rob did not bother to return the greeting, and ran past the other person like a gust of wind. It was not until the pier appeared in front of him that he woke up from his dream. The little ghost waved at him. "Let's go, I can only help you up to this point." After saying that, he ran away without waiting for the future super magician to express his gratitude. Rob held his knees and panted heavily. Since he became a magician, he has never run so hard. He felt that his lungs were about to explode, but it was all worth it. He actually arrived at the pier before the arrest team. Chapter 7. The boat tickets that Rob and Shamey had bought before were from a merchant ship called the Lady of Luck. The captain was a handsome young dwarf with a braided beard. Like his tribesmen, this handsome dwarf named Maildana spent every copper coin in his pocket on getting drunk and asking beautiful girls to dance. He claimed to be a prince from a dwarf tribe, with a large piece of land and a mountain of jewels and agates at home, but in fact no one in Porto Brado believed his lies. The dwarf's current ruling method is still tribal. The 7 most powerful tribes jointly elect a dwarf king to manage the dwarf kingdom. In addition, there are hundreds of small tribes. In other words, there are at least thousands of dwarves who are qualified to be called princes. Among them, only a few princes of the dwarf king's lineage are widely recognized by other races on the Dawn continent. At most, there are 7 tribes, and the rest are unregistered wild goods. However, there are also some rich and powerful people among these people, but even the most outstanding bard cannot memorize all the names of so many people. Therefore, almost every dwarf who travels in the human world will claim that he is the prince of a tribe. Anyway, there is no way to verify this kind of thing, and they are happy to use the identity of a prince to hook up with some inexperienced human girls. However, after a long time, the human girls are not fools, and gradually no one believes this anymore. When Rob rushed onto the Goddess of Fortune, Maildana was drinking wine and playing his beloved harp. I have to say that the dwarf prince has many hobbies, but it seems that most of them are used to pick up girls. As soon as Rob got on the boat, he shouted to Maildana, "Sail, quickly! Sail quickly!" Maildana glanced at the future super magician, plucked the strings, and sang slowly, "Oh my young friend." His face was full of panic, like a sheep falling into a pack of wolves. "Tell your story to Maildana, he will definitely be able to help you." For a moment, Rob wanted to complain about the dwarf's terrible singing, but this was obviously not the best time to do such a thing. Although he was extremely anxious, Rob still tried his best to be patient and said, "I have several powerful enemies chasing me. Please quickly sail and take me out to sea." "Come on, let me guess." Maildana plucked the strings twice more, hiccuping and continuing to sing, "The runaway boy. Is he eloping? Why don't I see the heroine of the story? That poor beauty." Rob really admires the dwarf's ability to think divergently, and thinks it's a waste of talent for him not to write novels. To show his respect, if he is caught later, he must let the knights pin him to the ground and beat him up. Speak of the devil, the future super magician just thought of the arresting team, and saw the dazzling silver armor of the knights from a distance. Rob suddenly shuddered. It was over. Unless the dwarf started the boat right now, he would probably be killed by Vice Principal Deman again. He had been on the run for so long this time. He didn't know how cruelly the old man would torture him when he returned. But why should the dwarf help him? If he had hoped that the dwarf would have some sympathy and make some concessions for him and start the boat a quarter of an hour earlier, it would be easy for Maildana to do so. But now that the 6 knights have appeared, the nature of the whole thing has completely changed. The dwarves can no longer openly go against the entire Lionheart Empire for a stranger they have only met once. However, what Rob never expected was that after the Knights of the Knights appeared, the first person to jump up from his seat was Maildana. The dwarf was not drunk at all at this time. He threw away the wine glass in his hand and shouted loudly, "Sail, sail, cheer up, we are going to sea, now, right now, immediately." The dwarf used 3 modifiers in a row to highlight the urgency of the situation. So the sailors also took action quickly. Some raised the anchor, some untied the mooring ropes, some paddled, and some hoisted the sails. Everyone took their positions in a very short time. It can be seen that most of the crew members on the Goddess of Fortune are well-trained and experienced veterans. Not long after the dwarf captain gave the order, the merchant ship slowly left the dock with the efforts of everyone. By the time the vice president and the knights arrived, the Lady Luck had already sailed a considerable distance. Dwarves are known for showing off, and Maildana is no exception. He was very excited at the moment, singing and dancing at the stern, taking off his pants, taking out his little brother, and urinating at the capture team on the shore. Ha ha ha, you idiots, come and catch us, aren't you very powerful? I, Maradona, rule the world on the sea. However, the dwarf was obviously too happy too early, and his provocation was quickly responded to. The vice president snorted coldly, raised his staff, and began to chant the spell slowly. This spell took him half a quarter of an hour. During this time, the expression of the great magician Demand was very solemn. The whole chanting process was very careful, and the knights of the 6th Knights stood by him motionlessly to protect him. The dwarf was still wondering what the old man on the shore was doing, but Rob had already determined the name of the spell from the abnormal movement of the surrounding elements. Fuck, do you have to be so cruel that you even use the Great Storm spell? Is this guy Demand here to take me back to school or to kill me to silence me? The future super magician was terrified. In just a short while, the color of the entire sky changed. The originally clear sky above Bradoport suddenly became dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and then the sea surface began to be windy, and the sea water was surging wildly, one wave bigger than the other. The ocean became extremely violent in an instant, as if it wanted to tear the goddess of luck in its arms to pieces. This is the power of the 8th level spell. The great storm that Grand Mage Demand had just released forcibly distorted the composition of a large number of magic elements nearby. The final result was that the climate conditions of the surrounding small sea area were changed in a very short period of time in a way that violated the principles of nature, creating a magnificent scene comparable to Hollywood special effects. Ouch, what kind of magic is this? The dwarf was almost blown away by a huge wave just now. He was holding the mast and shouting in shock. His previous arrogant look had long disappeared. Didn't you say that the sea is your world? Next time, before you brag, please study the opponent's strength first, okay? Rob said unhappily. He was no better than Maradona after losing his magic device. He was clinging to someone's thigh. Demand's large-scale spell was non-directional, and would not be polite to him. Everyone was equal in front of the storm. Mother Nature treated everyone equally. In such bad weather, if the future super magician was accidentally thrown into the sea, the vice president and the knights of the knights on the shore might not be able to rescue him in time. In fact, after using the big move, the great magician Demand regretted it a little. He was really a little angry with the two bitches, Xiaomi and Maradona, and he casually threw such a small forbidden spell. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, if the hope of mankind died inexplicably under his spell, the old man would never sleep peacefully for the rest of his life. In Bradoport, everyone's eyes were focused on the goddess of luck not far away. She was like a rag doll, falling into the hands of an angry kid, and could be torn into pieces at any time. Chapter 8. When disaster struck, the dwarf finally showed what a captain should be like. He climbed to the rudder step by step against the strong wind and huge waves. While working together with the first mate to control the direction, he commanded the sailors, who could still move, to cut the ropes and lower the sails. The sails in such a terrible storm were simply a death warrant. After paying the price of 2 sailors, Maradona finally pulled the goddess of fortune back from the edge of disintegration. But the crisis did not end. The wind on the sea was too strong. If they could not leave the storm area quickly, the tragedy of shipwreck and death would still await them. Grand Mage Demand was indeed the legendary virgin. He devoted all his energy to magic research. His understanding of magic was not ordinary. The power of this 8th level small forbidden spell had long surpassed the standard version. The old mage seemed to know that he had played a big game this time. He was standing on the shore with a serious face thinking about countermeasures, but unfortunately, once the magic was completed, it was no longer under the control of the magician. The vice principal was so cool and handsome when he cast the forbidden spell, but he couldn't take back his magic power. Maradona wiped the seawater off his face, trying to make his vision clearer, but it was useless. The next big wave hit him, and his eyes were blurred again. Fuck you. The dwarf screamed in anger. Rob on the other side was even worse than him. Not long ago, the future super magician ran out of strength, and could no longer hold on to that thigh. He screamed and was thrown out, hitting his head on the mast not far away. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. If it weren't for an old sailor next to him, who was quick to pull him, the boy would have rolled into the sea to feed the fish. The old sailor used a rope to tie Rob to the mast, and everyone could only leave the rest to fate. The old sailor looked calm, and people who have been making a living on the sea for many years are more or less mentally prepared for this situation. At this time, the only one who was still struggling was the dwarf prince, who was at the helm. The bearded first mate beside him shook his head, with a hint of despair in his eyes. We have no chance. By lowering the sails, the goddess of fortune avoided the risk of being directly torn apart by the storm, but it also lost most of its power. In such extreme weather, it is impossible to sail out of the storm by oars alone. Now even returning to the port has become a luxury. The dwarf was silent, and finally let go of the rudder after a while. The first mate showed a sad smile on his face, ready to face the fate that could not be changed, but the next moment he heard Melodona say, "You are at the helm. Isn't it just a matter of power? It's a trivial matter. As for life and death, leave it to me to handle it." After saying that, the dwarf shook his beard and went into his captain's room. The first mate was stunned at first, and then began to desperately wonder if this was another boast that Melodona had made before his death. But it turns out that the dwarf is really a guy full of miracles. Everyone on the boat only felt a shock under their feet, and then a scene that stunned everyone happened. The goddess of luck actually rose slowly from the sea in a way that defied gravity. Yes, you read that right. Such a large cargo ship is actually rising on the sea. What a weird thing. Both the capture team on the shore and the crew on the ship opened their mouths wide at this moment, staring at the miracle that was happening in front of them. The luck goddess seemed to have been given a pair of invisible wings, and flew completely, until the surging waves completely crawled at her feet, no longer posing a threat to her. Grand Mage Demand lost his voice? Alchemical airship? No one would have thought that this ordinary-looking merchant ship would actually be an alchemical airship representing the pinnacle of dwarven technology. It was the only large vehicle that could fly in the air on the Dawn continent, except for the magician's floating turret. In terms of the number of people and design, the alchemical airship far exceeded the floating turret. The latter was more like a war machine, and its outstanding feature was its powerful destructive power. Alchemical airships are not common goods. The manufacturing process is extremely complicated. They rely on alchemical arrays for power. Hundreds of alchemical arrays need to be carved and covered on the entire hull of the ship. Only the best alchemists and craftsmen can work together to complete it. There are only less than 40 alchemical airships recorded in the dwarf tribe, most of which have appeared in the War of the Roses. Principal Demand is sure that the goddess of luck is definitely not among them. Damn it, who is this dwarf named Melodona? How many times have I told you that you don't believe me? I'm a prince. The dwarf was proud and shouted at the top of his voice, "Catch them all." As his voice fell, two dazzling blue lights suddenly burst out from the stern of the goddess of fortune. The alchemical airship completed a forward acceleration, and the showy dwarf deliberately controlled her to perform two beautiful drifts in the storm, drawing an extremely coquettish Z-shaped trajectory. Originally, Melodona wanted to drive the goddess of fortune back to the port for another round to discuss the royal knights, but thinking of the terrifying fighting power of the great magician Demand, the dwarf's remaining rationality finally made him give up this suicidal idea. Giving the vice president a middle finger, Melodona drove his alchemical airship out of the storm area and completely disappeared from the sight of the capture team. When Rob woke up, the Lady Luck had already flown out of the storm area and landed back in the sea. The sailors on the ship had already started to work, repairing the hull, raising the sails again, and counting the losses. When they passed by Captain Melodona, everyone's face couldn't help but show respect. However, the dwarf prince himself sat there with a lonely face after a brief moment of showing off, staring into the distance with a dull look. The future super magician walked over and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "It's okay, you can buy another harp if you lose it." "Who cares about the harp? Do you know how much gold coins I spent on that flight just now?" Melodona beat his chest and stamped his feet. His distressed expression did not seem fake. The dwarf did not brag. No alchemy could violate the basic principle of equivalent exchange. Alchemy airships rely on alchemy arrays to provide power. If you want to make a large merchant ship fly, you must pay enough. Alchemy has its own value calculation rules. Generally speaking, the less the stock of something in the world, the more valuable it is, such as various rare metals, magic items, and souls. Especially the latter. The soul is an illusory thing in the eyes of many people, but in the dwarf alchemy, the value of the soul can be quantified, but the value fluctuations of different souls are often very different. Some souls are only worth a copper coin, while some souls are more precious than the most precious jewelry. After the value of the soul was discovered, the dwarf country was once in chaos, and even derived a special soul transaction. Fortunately, the dwarf king at that time quickly realized that something was wrong and summoned the elders of the 7 tribes to execute a large number of dark alchemists in the shortest time through thunder and lightning. This curbed this unhealthy trend, and at the same time issued laws to prohibit all transactions related to the soul. After that, the part related to the soul in alchemy became a taboo. Chapter 9. Melodona is definitely not a dark alchemist. He uses the most common gold coins for exchange, so he is so distressed. He spent a full 4,000 gold coins in just a quarter of an hour. You should know that a dwarf can only earn less than 200 gold coins after working hard on the sea for a year. With other gray income, it is only 3,000 gold coins at most. In other words, he has worked for nothing for more than a year. Hey, wait, what gray income can be so exaggerated? Rob was surprised. 3,000 gold coins a year is equivalent to the tax revenue of some small and medium-sized towns. The dwarf scratched his head. Well, it's just some import and export trade, all very common things. The dwarf felt guilty about the second half of his sentence. For example, the mithril on our side, the magic device on the human side, the moonlight on the elf side, etc. Well, in fact, the Catwoman on the orc side is also profitable, but who can blame me for being a man who cherishes women? I will not do human trafficking even if the profit is high. Rob took a deep breath. It turned out that this guy's business was just a cover to cover up his private smuggling activities. Although Rob lacked common sense, he knew that the things he said were strategic materials that were strictly prohibited from being exported by various races. Maledonna was also a little puzzled. Although I am dealing with these things, the amount each time is not too large. I can understand alarming the local vigilance, but why did even the Royal Knights go out this time? And why did the old man with a pointed hat behind him act so cruelly? Look at the scene just now. He threw a small forbidden spell. Damn, an 8th level magician, which is rarer than a unicorn, has appeared. Why am I so unlucky that I lost such a large sum of money in vain, and also exposed the secret that the goddess of fortune can fly? The dwarf prince was so depressed that he kept sighing while sitting there, and therefore ignored the wonderful expression on Rob's face. The boy who escaped from the jaws of death couldn't figure out one thing, that is, at the last moment, why did the dwarf suddenly come to his aid regardless of everything, and would rather risk offending the entire Lionheart Empire to help him, a stranger? It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized. So, was all this just a misunderstanding? Rob didn't know that he had accidentally stepped on a smuggling ship, and Maledonna didn't expect that one of the 2 casual passengers he picked up on the roadside would be the future of the human race, the future super magician. It can only be said that the dwarves have had bad luck recently, and this disaster is destined to happen. Seeing a group of royal knights rushing towards this side, with great momentum, Maledonna was guilty as a thief, and his first reaction was of course that his secret activities were finally exposed. He didn't dare to have any fluke mentality, and jumped up and drove away at the fastest speed, for fear that he would be caught red-handed if he was a second late. In short, the cause and effect of the matter have been basically sorted out. At the same time, the future super magician also made a wise decision. He decided to bury the truth in his heart forever and never tell it. In our line of work, it is inevitable to encounter such a situation. This time I have implicated you. The innocent dwarf prince did not know that the culprit who caused his heavy losses was standing beside him with an innocent face at this moment, and he felt a little guilty towards Rob Shang. Alas, they all saw you on my ship, and probably regarded you as mine. There may be some trouble in the future. You can't go back to Port Brado. It's best not to go to some larger human cities in the near future. How about this? To express my apology, I can send you to a place you want to go. Maledonna paused, then enthusiastically invited the boy. From your looks, you must have gotten into some trouble recently. Why don't you come with me to the elves' hometown of Uridil? There are many long-legged elf girls there. Although you look a little different from me, you are not bad compared to ordinary people. When the time comes, you can form a pickup group with me. Together, we can definitely sweep Uridil. But I don't have any money, Rob said honestly. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the dwarf's proposal. He finally got the freedom he had dreamed of for a long time. So of course, he wanted to go around, see the outside world, and appreciate the customs and habits of different places. However, he did not bring a penny with him when he escaped from the magic tower. It was not because he forgot. The future great magician still had some common sense. He was just worried that he would fall into the conspiracy of Demand's family again. In Nicholas City, he hid in the wine cellar of a manor, and prepared a lot of dry food and water to fight a protracted battle. The boy felt that he did all this secretly, and at that time, Steins had not yet released the great tracking technique on him, so he was fully confident that he could escape the search of the great magician Demand. However, reality is always extremely cruel. He only lasted less than half a day before he saw the vice principal's treacherous old face again at the door of the wine cellar. At that moment, the future great magician felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. He was completely confused. He couldn't figure out how Demand found him in such a short time. The truth was not revealed until half a year later. The vice principal accidentally let it slip when he was drunk. The boy then realized that the old bastard had secretly thrown a positioning spell on a pair of his socks after his first failed escape attempt. After that, Rob couldn't stand the cramming education, so he planned to escape 18 times. He kept trying after repeated failures. Every time he was caught, he would reflect on the mistakes he made during the period, and concentrate on studying what he did not do well enough, and what he could improve. He always felt that the reason for his failure was his lack of experience, so he was always at a disadvantage in the battle of wits and courage with Vice Principal Demand, who was already over 100 years old, who knew that the great magician with a handsome appearance and a righteous manner did not compete with him at all. The old man was cheating from beginning to end. Cheating would be fine, but what was even more shameful was that the old man could show off his acting skills. Sometimes he knew where he was hiding, but he still had to waste some time, creating a kind of "I just found you." "Damn it, Demand, are you a psychopath?" the boy roared in his heart. From then on, Rob understood a truth. When escaping again, he could not take anything with him. Whether it was magic devices, money, or clothes, he would either leave them in the magic tower or pack them up and leave them with the third prince. So now the boy was basically leaving home with nothing. Even the servant clothes on his body were provided by the third prince as a favor. After leaving the small treasury of Xiaomi, the future super magician finally tasted the feeling of being penniless again after many years. What's even worse is that Rob has no conditions to sell himself now. As a 6th level quasi-mage, it's not easy for him to make money if he really wants to. However, the only thing to blame is that the boy is too famous. There is no second 6th level quasi-mage as young as him in the entire Dawn continent. And now that he is running away, it will definitely make the headlines. Not only Steins and Demand are desperately looking for him, but the human world headed by the royal family is also looking for him everywhere, and the killers of other races must have been on the way long ago. Once his whereabouts are exposed, being caught by Demand and taken back to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast may be the best outcome. Chapter 10. People always miss home when they have no money, and Rob is no exception. When he was 8 years old, he left home and went to study at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. He showed amazing talent soon after entering the school. He missed many classes in the first year, but relied on crazy cramming in the 3 days before the final exam. In the end, his theoretical and practical scores exceeded 90% of his classmates, and he was praised in the school. Since then, whenever someone in the school didn't want to study hard, they would always use Rob's example to comfort themselves, and their endings were often tragic. In fact, Rob was not a typical problem teenager, at least not at that time. He had his own reasons for skipping classes. When he first came, the money he brought with him was only enough for half a semester's tuition after deducting the cost of food and accommodation, so the teenager had to work several jobs and work hard to earn tuition. This matter reached the ears of the vice principal, and the great magician thought, well, he can learn what others can learn in a year in just 3 days. If he is allowed to calm down and study hard for a year, I wonder what miracles he can create. With such curiosity, the vice president waved his hand and exempted Rob from paying tuition for the next year. So in this year, Rob was promoted 2 levels at an incredible speed, directly breaking the record of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, which scared a bunch of old professors in the academy and finally alarmed Principal Stein. Afterwards, everyone found out that all this happened when the boy had a part-time job. How is this possible? How can human talent be so strong? This kind of thing doesn't make sense at all. Even if they saw it with their own eyes and twisted their thighs countless times, some people still couldn't believe it. It is rumored that the super mage stood by Rob's bed and watched him quietly all night when he was sleeping. As the principal of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, Steins has seen too many so-called geniuses in his life. Among them, he was most optimistic about the Dean of Academic Affairs. At that time, the Dean of Academic Affairs was only a sophomore in the academy. Steins' evaluation of him was that this kid is very good, better than Demand. As long as he works harder, maybe I can retire a few years earlier. You have to know that at that time, the vice president was already an 8th level great mage, one of the 9 directors of the Magicians Association, and the Dean of Academic Affairs had just entered the 4th level. Steins dared to assert that the Dean of Academic Affairs would surpass Demand in the future, and even intended to let him take over his position as the next president of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, which shocked many people. And the facts prove that the president's vision was indeed not ordinary. The Dean of Academic Affairs became an 8th level great mage in his early 40s, 30 years faster than the vice president. At this rate, he really has the hope of crossing that threshold, so that Steins can go home and play with his grandchildren earlier. In short, with the Dean of Academic Affairs as an example, everyone was curious about how the super mage would evaluate Rob. The result disappointed many people. That night, Steins did not say a word from beginning to end. However, despite this, the expression of surprise, admiration, joy, and infatuation on the super mage's face actually said it all. The next morning, Steins walked out of the boys' dormitory and said 8 words to the vice president and dean of academic affairs, who were waiting outside the door. He said, "I seem to have seen Roland." After a pause, Steins repeated in a more affirmative tone, "I saw Roland." "Who is Roland? If we use the current common level classification on the continent, he should be between level 3 and level 4. Anyway, he didn't reach level 5 until he died. There are a lot of people with such strength in the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. But in the entire history of magic, this name is more powerful than all the 9th level super magicians put together. Because magic was invented by him. Roland is the first magician in human history. He established the current magic system. Although it was only in its infancy at the time, and there were even some ridiculous mistakes in it, it can be said that without Roland, there would be no magicians. In Roland's era, humans were not as strong as they are today in the Dawn continent. The dwarves had alchemists, the elves had priests, and the orcs had shamans. In comparison, the human race only had warriors. Priests were barely considered half a magic profession, but they were always criticized for their lack of frontal attack capabilities, and could only play a supporting role on the battlefield. In the previous battles that broke out in the Dawn continent, the human race could only rely on the flesh and blood of the knights to forcibly clear the way, so almost every battle suffered heavy casualties. Parents lost their sons, brides lost their husbands, children lost their fathers. Similar tragedies were repeated almost all the time. At that time, humans relied on amazing tenacity and courage to walk alone in the darkness, leaving behind a tragic and solemn journey of blood and tears with every step. The bards gently told the hero's elegy in the lowest tone, and even the air became frozen. Until Roland appeared, the human race gave birth to the most powerful magic profession in the entire Dawn continent, the magician. Roland did not keep his research on magic to himself. He compiled his research into a book and made it public. This is the famous initial exploration of the origin of magic in later generations. Even today, this book is still full of reading value. Every time you read it, you can gain something from it. It is a must-have book for every magician. After Roland, the human race began to spare no effort to cultivate magicians. These nerds who still have the aura of scholars and look fragile graduated from the academy, put down their books, and went to the battlefield. With the mocking and ridiculing eyes of other races, he completely changed the fate of mankind with his unparalleled destructive and offensive capabilities. The entire Dawn continent was deeply shocked by the power of the magician. In the early days of the war, many other races even insisted that these humans, who were calling the wind and rain on the battlefield, were actually the incarnation of gods. Later, because they were too afraid of the power of magicians, other races even united to launch a war against humans, which was the first magic war. That war established the dominant position of humans in the Dawn continent, and fully demonstrated the power of magicians in front of the world. In short, throughout the history of mankind, Roland's name is an extremely special existence. And Principal Steiners actually compared the boy with this existence, which made many people gasp. Rob is indeed a genius, but Roland is an ancient god who created the magic system, and his contribution to mankind is difficult for later generations to achieve. But no matter what, everyone believes that Steiners has found a treasure this time. It is hard to say whether Rob can reach Roland's level, but with the boy's talent, it is a foregone conclusion that he will become a 9th level super magician. The next evening, Steins took Rob back to his mage tower, and together with Grand Mage Demand, he began to implement the so-called supernova development plan on him. Rob's miserable life began from then on. After countless resistances and bloody suppressions, the boy finally succeeded in escaping and gained the long-awaited freedom. Breathing the fresh sea breeze, Rob felt a burst of joy in his chest. But then, the future super mage had to face some very realistic problems. For example, he had no money, how to conceal his identity, and how to make a living in the future. Chapter 11. Although he had been away from home for 10 years, Rob still had a clear impression of his hometown. In the Royal School of Magic of Teast, his hometown column in the Free City State was filled in with Sword Bend Port, which was one of the largest coastal cities in the Free City State, and was twice as prosperous as Bradoport. But in fact, Rob's hometown was a world away from Sword Bend Port, and there was no relationship at all. The boy actually came from a small town called Ryan, in the northeast of the Principality of Ondera, which was a medium-sized country affiliated to the Holy Alliance. It was founded less than 100 years ago, and the current ruler was Tommen III, known as the Duke of Bohemia. Rob lied about this matter not out of vanity, but because he felt that a small town like Ryan was not as prestigious as a big city like Jianwenport. Anyway, he was just a poor student who couldn't even afford the tuition at that time, and no matter which city he came from, it couldn't change this ironclad fact. If he had to say it, the boy just subconsciously didn't want to involve Ryan. In his memory, Ryan was a beautiful and peaceful town. Because it was adjacent to the endless sea of trees and far away from the war, the residents of the town were honest and simple, and the only specialty was sugar. Although the economy was backward and the location was isolated, everyone always had a smile on their faces, greeted each other when they met, and said something like, "Ha ha, the weather is good today," or "You look good," and other small talk, and in the harvest season, they would share the things from their fields with everyone. Over the years, the most powerful person in the town was probably the mayor's second son, a first-level trainee knight. He was the dream lover of all the girls in Ryan at that time, and the idol of the boys. It was said that he was recruited into the reserve knights, went to the capital, met the Duke of Bohemia, and even talked to the Duke. During a military parade, the Duke wanted to relieve himself but couldn't find a place. He was very anxious and asked the young man standing guard, "Kid, where is the toilet?" There were so many people present at the time, but the Duke chose my son. This shows that in a critical moment, the Duke knew who he should trust the most. The mayor explained this matter in this way. Sometimes when he was excited, he would ask the apprentice knight to stretch out his hand and shout, "Come on, let everyone see that this hand is pointing the way for the Duke." At this time, the apprentice knight would often blush and beg in a low voice, "Dad, don't say it." Yes, Ryan is such an ordinary little place, where people live ordinary lives, and magic seems to be far away from them. Most people have never seen a magician or other high-level professionals in their entire lives. Well, if I go back to Ryan, as long as I keep a low profile, I should be able to hide my identity and live like an ordinary person. Maybe the boy had foreseen his miserable future, and in order to leave himself a way out, he concealed his hometown. The reason why he chose Sword Bend Port was that Rob was traveling with a small merchant from the Free City on the way to the Royal Magic Academy of Theist. The merchant told him about the prosperity of Sword Bend Port, and then described many customs and practices of Sword Bend Port to him one after another. The smart boy not only remembered all of them, but also imitated the small merchant's accent. Therefore, when he said that he was an orphan from Sword Bend Port, no one had ever doubted it. In the entire continent, except Rob himself, no one knew that he actually came from a small town called Ryan in the northeast of the Principality of Andila, and that his relatives lived there. The boy had always had mixed feelings for the man he called his father. Rob's father was not a native of the town. He was a brave warrior. Well, this profession is sometimes called differently in different places. Some people call them adventurers or mercenaries. In short, they are a group of people who travel around the world, help others solve problems, and occasionally create some trouble themselves. As for their strength, they vary. There are some very powerful guys among them, but most of them are not much stronger than ordinary people. But their lives are quite carefree. The standard life of a hero is probably like this. Sleep until you wake up naturally every day, go to the guild with a groggy head from last night's drinking to accept the commission, and drink before leaving. Complete the mission or die, use the money earned to go back to the tavern to continue drinking. If you survive to come back, sleep until you wake up naturally the next day. Basically, it is a cycle that repeats the above. Anyway, it has nothing to do with health or wellness. Rob's father used to live a similar life of drunkenness and dreams, until he got separated from his companions while executing a commission, and accidentally ran to Ryan, where he met a beautiful and kind girl. Old Rick suddenly found that he couldn't run anymore, and the malt liquor in his hand didn't taste as good as before. So he returned to the small town called Ryan, and together, with the beautiful girl, they divided the small attic they lived in into two parts. He turned the first floor facing the street into a small storefront, and opened a grocery store called We Two. A year later, they gave birth to a little boy named Rob. So the grocery store changed its name again. Rob often thought how good it would be if the original story continued like this. The three of them lived happily in this quiet and beautiful town forever. For this, he would rather give up everything he had now, such as the future super magician, the hope of mankind, and the most talented magician in history. He never really cared about these things. The boy clenched his fists. It was all because of that man. When Rob was 6 years old, old Rix got addicted to gambling. At first, it was just a small fight, but later his gambling addiction became more and more serious. Not only did he lose all the money he saved from running a grocery store over the years, but he also owed a lot of debts. Every day, his mother quarreled with him about this. One night, it was raining heavily. His angry mother slammed the door and ran to the outskirts of the town. When she was a child, her grandfather told her that if she couldn't tell others about unhappy things, she should tell them to the tree hole. After she told them, she would feel better. She never came back. When she passed a dangerous bridge, the bridge deck suddenly collapsed. The next day, people found her downstream, but she was no longer breathing. When his mother was buried, Rob cried all night. He had never hated a person so much. The boy felt that this happened because of that man. It was because of his willful bad habits that his mother left this world. Since then, the boy has never spoken to the man again. And the man seemed to have given up on himself after his wife passed away. He gambled even more fiercely. When he had no money, he picked up his old business again and took on some dangerous tasks. Every time he went out, the boy hoped that he could just die. But unfortunately, his wish was not heard by the gods in the sky. No matter how dangerous the commission was, old Rex could come back alive. No matter how serious the injury was, there were several times when he looked like he might die at any time, but he would be alive and kicking again after lying in bed for 4 or 5 days. Is this the legendary good people don't live long, while evil people will leave their mark for thousands of years? The boy felt unprecedented despair. On Rob's 8th birthday, old Rex called him to his side, took out a purse from his chest, and handed it to him. I know you always want to escape from this home, so go to the Royal School of Magic of Tizot. When you were just born, I asked a friend to come and see you. He said you have the potential to become a magician. From that day on, I started saving money for you, 1 gold coin a year, which is just enough for your tuition this year, but you need to figure out the travel expenses and food expenses yourself. Rob opened his purse, and inside were exactly 8 glittering gold coins. The boy knew that his grocery store could earn 6 silver coins if business was good in a year. In other words, these 8 gold coins were undoubtedly a huge sum of money for his family. But how did he make so much money quietly? The boy thought of the dangerous missions that this man had taken on over the years, how many times he had crawled back home covered in blood, crawled desperately onto the bed like a dead dog, and made a difficult breathing sound in the middle of the night. Rob finally understood what supported him, and never closed his eyes. Silently feeling the remaining warmth of the 8 gold coins, Rob fell into silence. Old Rex was addicted to gambling. When he was desperate, he would even bet his underwear on the gambling. He would beg for money everywhere. The boy never thought that he had such a huge sum of money in his arms. Even when his gambling addiction was the most severe, old Rex never thought of using the money. No, it should be said that he never even had such an idea. Take care of yourself. Before leaving, the boy finally spoke to the man again. After walking a few steps, he turned back and hesitated and added in a somewhat stiff tone, "Wait for me to come back, Dad." Chapter 12. Hey, are you sure you want to get off here? The dwarf had been very happy with Rob for the past month and a half. Life on the sea has always been very lonely. After losing the harp, he became more talkative. The others on the ship usually had things to do, so Melodona had to chat with the future super magician. As they were about to reach their destination, the dwarf prince felt a little reluctant. Well, thank you for your hospitality these days. The young man thanked Melodona solemnly. He was penniless when he boarded the ship. The sea was vast, and there was no place to work, so the food these days was provided free of charge by the dwarves. That's not the case. Your knight friend was very generous. These things were originally included in the fare. Melodona shook his head, and then threw a gold coin to the boy. Oh, I almost forgot. Since he didn't get on the ship, the money should be returned to you. Rob was a little moved. He knew that the dwarf did this because he saw his current embarrassment, and found an excuse to support him. He couldn't help but say, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. I live in. Don't tell me. The dwarf waved his hands, and said with lingering fear, I don't want to get into trouble again. I was miserable enough in Bradford last time. If it happens a few more times, I can hang myself. Ah, you already knew it. Rob was surprised, but how did you figure it out? Come on, whose servants can be as ignorant as you, and can't even tell the difference between a standing collar and a rough collar? I bet you can't tell the correct order of serving dishes for a dinner party. The dwarf rolled his eyes. The old thief with a pointed hat should be the leader of the royal cavalry. He was staring at you from beginning to end, and only glanced at me when I pissed him off. They were really coming for you, and your knight friend. He looked at you as if he was looking at his own father-in-law. Why didn't I notice it earlier? Melodona slapped his thighs, and wailed in pain. For 1,000 gold coins, a full 4,000. Rob was embarrassed. This matter had nothing to do with the dwarf prince, but in the end, he was the one who suffered the most losses. The boy thought for a while, and asked Maradona, "You said you were smuggling magic devices. Do you have magic knives and blank array plates in it?" "Huh? I have been observing the alchemy array on your ship when I have free time these days. I feel that the conversion efficiency is not very ideal." The dwarf nodded. "After all, I had someone modify this ship privately. It's still a long way from a real alchemy airship, whether in terms of consumption or controllability." Wait, how did you figure that out? Are you an alchemist?" The dwarf's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. "Fuck, when did humans learn alchemy?" No, you misunderstood. I'm not an alchemist. I just read a few books about alchemy before, and can see that these alchemy arrays have flaws," Rob explained. The dwarf breathed a sigh of relief, and his face turned a little disappointed. It was great to be able to see the flaws of the alchemy array just by looking at some books, but it was useless if he didn't know alchemy and couldn't repair and perfect the alchemy array. The young man said leisurely, "Although I only have a vague understanding of the alchemy array, I am very familiar with the magic array. I wonder if you have heard of the floating turret." The dwarf couldn't help but take a breath. The mortal enemy of the alchemy airship, the floating turret known as the ultimate weapon of mankind, there is no way anyone doesn't know about this thing. In the Second Magic War, the human magicians devoted themselves to developing a large-scale aerial vehicle specifically for dealing with alchemical airships. It was a steel-forged fortress, with hundreds of magic gun barrels protruding from the inside, covering all directions. The ferocious appearance perfectly demonstrated the beauty of killing and destruction. As soon as it appeared, it caused great losses to the dwarves. The most exaggerated time was that 3 floating turrets knocked over 24 alchemical airships, making the former overlord of the sky lose face. However, it is a peaceful era now, trade and commerce dominate. The major races in the Dawn continent are busy developing the economy and making money. Wars are a thing of the past. Maladona has no intention of digging up the past. "Can you build a floating turret?" The dwarf was shocked. "This is too glittering." "No." The boy's answer was very straightforward. "And even if I can build it, it's useless. You don't have the materials." Rob hit the nail on the head. The core materials of the floating turret are extremely precious. Unless a country uses its strength, it is impossible to produce it. So far, there are only 10 floating turrets in the human world, of which the Lionheart Empire has 5, the Free City State has 3, and the Holy Alliance has only 2. The dwarf was discouraged. "Then why did you bring this up?" "The floating turret has many functions. The original magic array is very complicated and requires high materials. Only an 8th level great magician can build it. However, if you only take the basic function of floating, I can try to make a simplified version. Load it on your ship, and the next time you activate the alchemy array, it should reduce consumption by 60% to 65%. "Oh my god, is this possible?" Maladona was so scared that he sat on the ground. Even the best alchemy airship in the dwarf world only consumes less than 40% less than the Goddess of Fortune. In other words, after Rob's modification, the Goddess of Fortune directly became the alchemy airship with the best performance in the entire Dawn continent. And it's the only airship that is a hybrid of alchemy and magic. This prefix sounds so cool. However, the dwarf has never heard of alchemy arrays being mixed with magic arrays in his life. This is not cereal. You can put as many flavors as you want. Alchemy and magic are 2 completely different systems. It's already amazing that they can be put together without conflict. How can you expect them to work together? Well, I have thought about the main issues along the way. Now I can try it. The young man nodded. "My god, who are you?" The dwarf was really shocked this time. He rubbed his face hard. To be honest, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. Even the 9th level super magician has never heard of playing like this. I have a bad feeling now. It seems that we have caused an unusually big trouble this time. "So you don't want this magic circle?" "Yes, of course I want it." "What a joke. I'm counting on it to pick up girls for the rest of my life." The dwarf was no longer reserved, and hugged Rob's thigh with a look of desire. Quick, I can't wait, give it to me now." So the boy stayed on the Goddess of Fortune for another half a month. During this time, he not only completed the floating magic circle he promised to Maladona, but also made an additional small magic circle as a gift to the dwarf, as a thank you and compensation for his help in Port Brado. Regarding the second magic circle, the future super magician actually felt that it was quite embarrassing to make such a thing, but he couldn't resist the dwarf's pleading, and finally spent an afternoon to complete it. The only function of this magic circle was to emit some mysterious golden light when the goddess of fortune was launched, but it was actually useless. The dwarf took it upon himself to give it a strange name, atmosphere generator. This time I owe you a big favor. Maladonna scratched his head and said, compared with your 2 magic circles, these things on my ship can only be called garbage. Let's put it this way. The dwarf took out a small wooden whistle from his pocket. If you need my help in the future, just blow this, and I will rush over to you no matter where I am. Rob did not refuse and accepted the dwarf's gift. No matter how big your lung capacity is, it is impossible to blow a whistle so that the whole Dawn continent can hear it, so this little thing is actually a micro-magic guide. Once it is blown, Maladonna will be able to sense it and get the coordinates of the whistle, so that the dwarf can come to support. Chapter 13. Andila is a completely landlocked country. It is not near the sea, so there is no seaport. Therefore, Rob had to say goodbye to the dwarves in advance. He disembarked at the port of Setvia of the Holy Alliance, then took a carriage to Maple Leaf City, and then changed to a boat going down the Agate River, and then he could reach Andila's capital, Eden. It also takes some effort to get from Eden to Ryan. There is a section of the road in the middle that is not easy for carriages to travel, and travelers passing by can generally only choose to ride horses or walk. Rob left home when he was 8 years old and went to study at the Royal Magic Academy of Tizit alone. It took the boy a month to get to Eden, and nearly 2 months from Eden to the port of Setvia, plus 4 months of drifting on the sea, because the 8-year-old Rob bought the cheapest ticket, the cargo ship he took would stop at almost every port, so the voyage was relatively long. After many twists and turns, he finally arrived at the academy. Rob has always been impressed by this long journey. 10 years later, Rob set foot on this land again, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Initially, he left his hometown and went to the Lionheart Empire to study, just thinking about becoming a first-level magic apprentice, relying on the identity of an orthodox magician to get close to a small lord, get a noble title, and maybe one day have his own fiefdom, which can be considered a success for a young man who came out of a small place like Ryan. He never thought that one day he would be valued by the principal, become the trump card of the academy, become the hope of the human race, become the Prince Charming in the minds of countless girls, and the object of admiration of all junior brothers. Of course, he also didn't expect that he would be locked up in the magic tower for so many years. Now his name has spread throughout the entire Dawn continent, and everyone in the human world knows him. Even foreign races such as elves and dwarves will come from afar to send gifts to express their respect on the day of his advancement. The boy suddenly found that he was not as happy as he thought. He missed the town called Ryan, the kind residents there, the simple life, his childhood friends, and the man with white hair on his temples. In fact, before that incident, the boy always thought his father was the most handsome. He has been to so many places, seen so many interesting things, participated in so many battles, defeated monsters that were several times taller than himself, and could tell funny jokes that made his mother and him laugh. If he hadn't fallen in love with gambling, he would have been a model husband and father. After so many years, Rob no longer hated him. Sometimes he even began to try to understand him. This man used to be as cool as the wind until he met his beloved girl, so he decided to settle down and become an ordinary uncle in the grocery store, who would bargain with customers and carry rice bags for miles to save a little shipping fee. But the blood of an adventurer still flows in his bones. He will miss the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife, miss every exciting adventure, and miss the excitement of wandering between hunters and prey. That's why he became addicted to gambling, wanting to find the madness of the past from that small card table and make his long silent heart beat again. Really, if that's the case, why did you stay here so desperately in the first place? The boy murmured. That being said, every summer Rob would secretly send money home without telling others. Not more, not less, just 1 gold coin. This money can allow the man to live comfortably, but there won't be too much left for him to spend lavishly in the casino. And just half a year ago, when the escape plan was almost done, the boy sent the guy 10 gold coins at once for the first time. At that time, he didn't know when he could go back to that town, and he didn't know if he would have time to pay the guy a pension regularly during his escape. Now Rob couldn't help but admire his foresight. With this money, he could buy the small building opposite the grocery store, renovate it, and open a bakery. Rob doesn't know how to make bread, and he doesn't know much about anything except magic, but now he has plenty of time to learn how to make dough, how to knead bread, and how to bake them to make them fragrant. When my mother was still alive, she always wanted to open a bakery. So this can be regarded as fulfilling one of her last wishes. Well, maybe he should also find a girl with a gentle smile. It is undeniable that the man's vision in choosing a wife is still very good. Maybe I should learn from him. After all, a bakery with only one person always feels a bit deserted. Rob thought about it in the carriage. If he had a grandson, would the man be able to calm down and try to stay away from those bad habits? The journey home was much smoother than he imagined. He didn't know how Steins and DeMann handled his escape. At least so far, the human world has not launched a large-scale manhunt for him. Most ordinary people don't even know that Rob has left the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, so he didn't encounter a very strict interrogation in the port of Sevilla. The difficult road between Eton and Ryan was repaired by some kind lord. Sure enough, many things are different from when I left. Rob stared at the unfamiliar scenery outside the car window. In his memory, this was originally a large wheat field, and he stayed at the farmer's house for a night. Now the wheat field has become an orchard, and there is a newly repaired fish pond. It can be seen that the other party should have lived well in the past few years. Of course, there are some scenes that still look familiar, such as a small hill covered with green grass. When the boy passed by, he saw a girl who had just broken up with her boyfriend sitting there and crying. In addition, there were other bits and pieces. As he got closer to Ryan, the memories of the past also emerged from his mind bit by bit. Fortunately, Rob was relieved for no reason. No matter how the outside world changed, Ryan was still Ryan. He could already see the familiar river on the outskirts of the town. Although his mother had been gone for many years, he still felt a little sad when he saw the river. The boy sighed and rubbed his temple with his fingers. He unexpectedly saw a group of mercenaries fetching water by the river. The leader-like man was still cursing, "Damn it, you have to pay for water. Those guys in the town are too hateful. When I break through the dungeon, I will let those bumpkins see what rich people are." Why do I see mercenaries here? Rob was a little surprised. Aren't these people just running around the world smelling money? They usually don't take a small town like Ryan, which doesn't have much money, seriously. Just like old Rick's, he ran here just because he got lost. The boy frowned. In addition, they seem to have mentioned the dungeon just now. Chapter 14. There have been many theories about the underground city. Some say it is a labyrinth left by the gods in the human world, some say it is the entrance to the netherworld, and some say it is the remains of the previous civilization. In short, there are all kinds of speculations. Today, as more and more underground cities are discovered, more evidence points to the third hypothesis. Long, long ago, before the birth of various races, there were other civilizations on the Dawn continent, and this civilization was once very well developed. They had a considerable level of culture and technology, even surpassing the various races on the Dawn continent today. However, a sudden and terrible disaster destroyed almost all life on the Earth, and even the traces of their existence were buried cleanly. Only a few cities built underground escaped, which are the underground cities that are now being discovered in various places. What is in the dungeon? This is a good question. Generally speaking, there are treasures buried in dungeons. The quantity and preciousness are usually linked to the size of the dungeon. However, opportunities are often accompanied by dangers. After such a long time, there will definitely be no living people in the dungeon, but there are many monsters that appear from nowhere. The strength varies. Usually, the closer to the bottom, the more ferocious the monsters will be. So whenever a dungeon is discovered, the brave are always the most active group of people. They rush to the front, clean up the part close to the ground, and loot all the treasures they can find along the way. At this time, the masters are not in a hurry. They will start to work one after another, after the early adventurers have almost cleared the monsters above. It takes a long time to break through a dungeon, and the truly valuable things are often at the bottom. At present, there are 13 known dungeons in the entire Dawn continent. Only 2 small dungeons have been completely conquered, which took hundreds of years, and were finally conquered by a group of 9th-level professionals. In addition, almost all dungeons have a large number of mechanisms and traps. Many people die in dungeons every year, but there will still be more people joining the dungeon strategy for the countless wealth and treasures. The most recently discovered underground city is located in the Endless Forest east of Ryan. Due to the special natural environment of the Endless Forest, no race chooses to settle here. In other words, there is only one supply point in the area of 100 miles around this newly built underground city, which is Ryan. Whether it is human race, or explorers from elves, dwarves or other races, they will stop in Ryan before going to explore the underground city. So this little-known human town became completely popular half a year ago, and it was out of control. When the future super mage got off the carriage, he could no longer recognize the town where he had lived for 8 years. The newly renovated city wall looked tall and majestic, comparable to the capital of Eton. The streets in the town had changed from 2 to 9, and the road was twice as wide, enough for 2 carriages to drive side by side. There were brand new shops along the street, including taverns, hotels, weapon shops, tailor shops, appraisal offices, bathhouses, all kinds of entertainment and functional places. The headquarters of the mercenaries and merchant guilds were built in a magnificent style, and the Thieves' Guild also moved in quietly in an inconspicuous street corner. Hell, the boy even saw the office building of the Magicians' Association under renovation. Mercenaries, holding swords, and shouting can be seen everywhere on the street, as well as many foreign faces. What is going on? Rob was dumbfounded. He found that he couldn't find the simple grocery store at home. The boy never thought that one day he would get lost at the door of his home. Looking up, everything around him seemed extremely strange. The Ryan in his memory had long disappeared. Fortunately, he soon saw a familiar face. Kenneth, the mayor's second son, a first-class apprentice knight. Oh no, maybe he should be called a second-class knight now. Kenneth was the dream lover of all the girls in the town. The year Rob left his hometown, he married the pastor's daughter, a pretty girl with a shy smile. Now she is probably the father of several children. His behavior is obviously much more stable than when he was young, and he has grown a thick beard at the corners of his mouth. He is dealing with a fight at the door of the tavern. The Bauhinia engraved on his breastplate shows his identity. The handsome guy back then has become the captain of Ryan's guard. Hi, Brother Kenneth, long time no see. Rob walked up and greeted him. You are? Mr. Knight was a little confused. After all, they had not seen each other for 10 years. Rob was only 8 years old when he left his hometown, but he was already a handsome young man when he came back. Kenneth only felt that the man in front of him had a vague sense of familiarity between his eyebrows. After thinking for a long time, he could not recognize who he was. It's me, Rob. The boy smiled and generously gave his name. Few people know that Rob Ethelred Richard Hallstein Rex, a name that is well known in the Dawn continent, is not actually the boy's real name. Long before he was accepted by the super mage, the boy's name was actually very simple, Rob Rex. This is really a very common name. There are at least 800 children with this name in the Dawn continent. Perhaps because they felt that this unremarkable name was not worthy of Rob's title as the first genius of the human race, and it would be embarrassing in the future when promoting it. Steins and others finally decided to add a middle name to the boy on their own initiative. Edlied Richard Hallstein. This name actually consists of 3 parts. The first Edlied comes from an ancient surname of the royal family. Richard is the name of the first 9th-level magician of the human race, and the first president of the Magicians' Association, the actual founder of the association. The last Hallstein comes from an ancient god in mythology. Yes, I guess you have already discovered that Rob's somewhat difficult middle name was actually jointly agreed upon by the royal family, the Magicians' Association, and the Church. You can't find a cooler name than this in the entire history of mankind. So in the end, Rob Ethelred Richard Hallstein Rex became famous throughout the continent as he wished, and Rob Rex was gradually forgotten. But here, people only know the little boy named Rob Rex. Hey, it's you, kid. Kenneth finally matched the immature face in his memory with the familiar young man in front of him, and showed a look of surprise on his face. You are finally back. How long have you been gone? Where have you been? Why haven't you heard from me? When I asked your father, he just said that you went out to study. Chapter 15. I went out to study for a while. I just finished my homework and came back to take a look. Oh, what did you study? Kenneth was very interested. A general history of the continent. The boy said calmly, but magicians are the group that believes that knowledge is power. Most magicians study hard throughout their lives. Under the training of orthodox academic magicians such as Steins and Deman, Rob's knowledge is also very wide, so it is not easy for him to be exposed. Awesome. The knight exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The drunkard next to them couldn't stand the endless small talk between the two and rushed over to interrupt them. Fuck. What are you talking about? Can't you see I'm going to beat someone up? Get out of here. Wait a moment. Kenneth smiled apologetically at the boy. It's okay, you go ahead, Rob said, stepping aside, but not walking too far. He also wanted to see how the knight usually worked. Soon, I'm almost done with this. Let's go have a drink then. Kenneth extended an invitation. Okay. Rob readily agreed, and then saw Mr. Knight quickly get into work mode, put on a serious expression, turned to the drunkard and said, according to Article 15 of the new version of Ryan Town's Public Security Regulations, drunken troublemakers fighting in the street will be punished with 3 days of hard labor. Please come with us. The drunkard laughed. Ha ha ha, are you trying to scare me? Don't you know that I was raised by being scared? When I was paying for Golden Steward, you didn't even know where you were feeding. Do you really think you are a warrior when you put on armor? Since you've been to so many places, you should obey the local laws. Kenneth sighed, and then rushed to the target at lightning speed. The drunk was still chattering about his glorious achievements in the past. He didn't react at all, and his right arm was already grabbed by the other party. Take a good rest, and we talk when you sober up. The knight threw the drunk's head cleanly, and made a vigorous and intimate contact with the ground. The drunk screamed half a scream, then closed his eyes and fainted. Someone whistled, and the mercenaries watching the excitement couldn't help but applaud the captain of the guard for his good skills. Carry him back, and throw him in the dungeon to wake him up, Kenneth said to the two young guards behind him. Yes, Captain. Kenneth took off the black armor on his body. It was a gift from his father when he became a first-level apprentice knight. At that time, the mayor invited the best blacksmith in the town to forge it for 2 months to make this set of equipment. Kenneth has always cherished it, and never forgets to wipe and maintain it every day. He asked the 2 guards to take the drunk and his armor back to the guardhouse, and then patted Rob on the shoulder. Let's go. Want to drink something? You came back just in time. Ryan has a lot of new things recently. This place has changed so much that I can hardly recognize it. Rob sighed. Who said it wasn't? It's only been half a year since the underground city was discovered. Ryan is almost different every day. Let alone you. Sometimes I get confused when I walk on the street. Kenneth pushed open the door of the tavern and almost bumped into a half-elf. The other party was about to curse, but when he saw that it was the captain of the guard, he swallowed his words and walked away in shame. There are so many unfamiliar faces all of a sudden, which is really worrying. Kenneth's eyes were full of worry. It's okay now. After all, the dungeon has only been open for half a year. Those who come to Ryan are just ordinary adventurers. The most powerful ones are only first and second level professionals. The guards can still manage it. After a few years, when the upper floors are almost developed, masters will appear one after another. By then, I'm afraid Ryan will become more and more uneasy. I have written to the Duke and asked him to send more people. Sorry, I wanted to ask about your experience over the years, but I didn't realize I said so much. The captain of the guard was a little embarrassed. No matter what, everyone's life is much better now than before, and Ryan is getting better and better. For this reason, we actually have no reason to complain. Yeah, that's right. The tavern was very lively. It was originally the favorite place of the heroes. Even late at night, it was crowded. In addition, the boss had a good business sense and hired a few cat girls in cool clothes to serve as wine. Every day, many lustful mercenaries would drink themselves to death without paying attention. But those girls are very smart and know who to attack. They will definitely not mess with local tyrants like Kenneth. The captain of the guard held a long wine list, as if he wanted to see a flower from it, but he stared at it for a long time and didn't know what to order. Although he has been managing the public security of this area, he is ashamed to say that he has never been to this tavern. First, because he has been busy with official duties recently, he needs to stay awake at all times. Second, Kenneth's partner is a devout Christian. He is very strict with him on weekdays, and forbids him to set foot in similar places. For this reason, the captain of the guard is often secretly laughed at by his subordinates. However, this time, Kenneth had met Rob, whom he had not seen for many years, and he was determined to treat the young man to a drink. He also boasted before that he would let Rob try something new, but he did not expect that there were so many new things. He had never heard of most of the names on the wine list, and he did not know how to order them, fearing that he would make a fool of himself. Rob seemed to see Kenneth's embarrassment, so he pointed to an elven wine called Holy Night Poem and said, "You are lucky. I have always wanted to try this." Kenneth closed the wine list and turned to the waiter, as if he had been pardoned. He said, "Did you hear that? We drink this tonight." "Okay." The waitress took the wine list, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The owner of this tavern called Adventurer's Heart is not an ordinary person. His biggest hobby is collecting fine wines. Therefore, the wine list of Adventurer's Heart is at least 3 times longer than that of some other ordinary taverns, and there is no price tag behind each wine. This is naturally done to make it easier for these beautiful cat women in the store to fool the fools. But in addition to that, it may also be a test of the wine drinker's vision. Compared with other unscrupulous taverns, the owner of Adventurer's Heart is a principled man. He does not overprice the wine. He only makes a profit of 1/3 of the purchase price for each wine. The elf wine called Holy Night Poem that the boy just ordered can be ranked in the top 5 in this wine list in terms of rarity, but the price is only a little more expensive than ordinary wine, and the taste is also very good. It is the most cost-effective wine in Adventurer's Heart. But unfortunately, Everyone is probably scared by this high and arrogant name, and the 4 words Elven product. No one dared to order it for more than 3 months after opening. Until today, Rob took the lead. Chapter 16. The waitress couldn't help but look at Rob a few more times. She was a little unsure whether the boy really knew this kind of wine, or was just lucky. Rob smiled at her. When it comes to wine tasting, if the Dean of Academic Affairs of the Royal Magic Academy of Tizit is ranked first, then Rob dares to be ranked second. Since his amazing talent was discovered, the boy has lived a life like a prisoner. Demand always said that the outside world is too dangerous, so he kept him in the magic tower all year round. In recent years, the boy's entertainment activities are not generally scarce. Sometimes Rob is so bored that he can play rock paper scissors with his left and right hands. Perhaps even Steins could not stand his miserable life. The super magician would allow the boy to go to the Dean of Academic Affairs every once in a while. In fact, the original intention of the principal was to let Rob and the Dean of Academic Affairs learn about ancient magic. In this regard, even Steins admired the Dean of Academic Affairs' talent. But the results were always unsatisfactory. Perhaps because he and the boy had suffered the same torture in their early years, the Dean of Academic Affairs and Rob hit it off at first sight. The former generously opened his secret wine cellar to the boy. The two drank the famous wines that the Dean of Academic Affairs had collected from all over the world, while exposing each other's dark history of the principal and vice principal, and felt that they had met too late. It is hard to say how much ancient magic knowledge Rob learned from the Dean of Academic Affairs, but the boy's wine-tasting skills and wine appreciation are increasing day by day. Never underestimate the collection of a great magician. The Dean of Academic Affairs' inconspicuous wine cellar contains many treasures that even the royal family has never heard of. Rob had actually drunk the Holy Night poem a long time ago. According to the Dean of Academic Affairs, this thing was obtained from a certain elf village. Not long ago, the village priest accidentally made some byproducts in the process of refining herbs. Because it tasted good, everyone started brewing it, mainly for the villagers to drink themselves, and the excess part would be sold. The raw materials used are actually very ordinary, and the cost is almost negligible. The only problem is that the location of the village is relatively hidden, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find that place, so this kind of wine is not well known, and can hardly be seen in taverns. The captain of the guard was a very talkative person. After a few drinks, the strangeness between the two of them faded a lot. Kenneth and Rob chatted about some interesting things in their childhood, and then talked about everyone's recent situation. Now the mayor has retired gloriously. Since the underground city in the endless sea of trees was discovered, the Principality of Andila and the Holy Alliance quickly realized the huge interests hidden behind it. After some negotiations, a baron named Oliver was finally airdropped from above to manage Ryan. Speaking of the baron, Kenneth couldn't help but frown. Oliver is not a bad person, but I always feel that he is too eager for quick success in some things. Ryan has been able to develop to this level in just half a year, and he has indeed made an indelible contribution. But it is also a fact that the public security is declining now. This has a lot to do with him allowing the Thieves Guild to settle in, and turning a blind eye to the underground trade of contraband. The captain of the guard took a sip of wine and sighed. Of course we also know his difficulties. This position looks glorious on the surface, but it is not so easy to do. Lord Oliver is not a native of Ryan, and there are not many people who support him in Ryan. The Duke and the church must have put a lot of pressure on him. I saw him several times, and he looked haggard. Poor man, he hasn't slept well since the first day he took office. Rob listened quietly. To be honest, he was not prepared for Ryan's current situation. This place was no longer the paradise-like town in his memory. Just as Kenneth said, Ryan's current situation was very complicated. Due to the appearance of the underground city, it attracted a lot of attention, including some big shots. The population of the town was also very mobile, and the streets and alleys were full of unfamiliar faces. As time went by, more and more masters would definitely rush here. Well, from the perspective of opening a bakery, business was easier to do, but it was not good for Rob, who wanted to hide his identity and live a quiet life. The half-built office building of the Magicians Association was the best proof. When he thought that Demand and Steins might teleport out in front of him at any time, the boy felt that there was really no sense of security here. No, I can't stay here for too long. I leave after I see that man, and then look for a small town with nice scenery and sparse population, suitable for seclusion, the boy decided. But is the money left in my pocket enough to support me on another long journey? Rob had to think about this question seriously. The money the dwarf gave him before leaving was spent along the way. Now the boy has less than 3 silver coins in total. But as long as we can find that man and get back the 10 gold coins we deposited with him, we can solve the current difficulties. When the two of them had almost finished drinking, Rob asked, "Brother Kenneth, do you know where my father is now?" Old Rex. The captain of the guard rubbed his chin. "Speaking of which, it seems that the last time I saw him was more than half a month ago. He seemed to be in a hurry at that time, and he was carrying a big box, as if he was going on a long journey." Rob's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He thought, no way, could that guy have gone to gamble again? From Kenneth's description, he was most likely to have lost all his money, and had no choice but to run away. Based on the boy's understanding of the man, the probability of this happening is really high. Rob began to regret why he had to send all the money to him. If he had known this, he might as well send part of it to Kenneth, and let Mr. Knight keep it for him first. Although he had a bad premonition, Rob still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, and he decided to go to the grocery store first to take a look. "I have nothing to do right now, so I go with you." Kenneth stood up to pay the bill, but the waitress didn't take the silver coin he handed over. Instead, she smiled and said, "The boss is very interested in you too. He said that from now on, the wine bill for you two will be waived. I hope you can come here more often." The captain of the guard didn't buy it. He snorted coldly and stuffed the money into the waitress's hand. "Don't give me the change. I know what your boss is thinking. It's not that easy to bribe me. If my brother and I want to drink, we will pay for it. If your boss does something illegal in private, don't expect me to be accommodating." Brother Kenneth said it well. Rob praised him. The natives of Ryan might not be very smart, but they were all very cute, and had their own code of conduct. The waitress looked a little angry and couldn't help but said, "Bribe? Sir Knight, you seem to have misunderstood something. Do you know who our boss is?" I'm just an ordinary businessman." A fat man with a big belly walked down from the second floor with a smile. He glanced at the waitress, who turned pale and even trembled. She didn't dare to say a word anymore. She bowed deeply to Rob and the others and left in a hurry. "Sorry, I made you laugh." The little girl didn't think before she spoke. "I will teach her a lesson later," the fat man said with a smile. Kenneth frowned. "I hope your so-called education is not what I understand. Do you need me to remind you? This is Ryan. No matter who you are, where you come from, how powerful and influential you are, you must abide by the laws here." "I couldn't agree more with you." The tavern owner looked like he agreed with it, smiling. "Any game has its rules. Those who don't play by the rules are the most annoying. But I think I should also add that as far as I know, Ryan belongs to the Principality of Andila, and the Principality of Andila, like other countries on this continent, recognizes the Slave Act. In other words, slaves are my private property, and I can do whatever I want with them. I hope you, Mr. Knight, can fully understand this." Chapter 17. Kenneth fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, whether it was Ryan or other places, the laws enacted were only for free people. For slaves, they were only restricted by the law but not protected by the law. From this point of view, no matter what the fat businessman wanted to do to the waitress, the captain of the guard had no reason to stop him. "You can't be gentle to girls. Don't forget who are the people in your tavern. There might be some unnecessary troubles at that time," Rob said lightly. The fat merchant's face changed when he heard this. He knew what Rob meant. Most of the drinkers and adventurers' heart were mercenaries. They were a group of hot-blooded and nosy guys, and they were also a group of desperate people. They would not care about the slave law like knights. If they saw a cute girl being bullied, they would do anything in a fit of anger. Just those guys? The panic on the fat merchant's face only flashed by, and soon returned to normal, with a hint of disdain in his little eyes. "Well, you look very confident. Let me see what you rely on," the boy said as he scanned the tavern. His eyes finally fell on a drunken old adventurer next to the bar. Rob curled his lips. Just relying on a second-level magician? His magic power is not enough to kill everyone in this room. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the old magician he named sat up suddenly. The drunkenness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a look of horror. How did you find out?" The fat businessman was really scared this time. Rob ignored him, but turned to the old wizard with a serious face and said, "Who is your teacher, and how did he teach you? You can't even control the magic elements around you. But you are only at the second level, and you are on the verge of losing control of the elements. If you continue like this, your magic power will soon go out of control." At that moment, the aura emanating from the boy made the old wizard think that his teacher was alive again. No, it should be said that even the teacher didn't have such a strong aura back then. The old wizard said with a panicked look, "My teacher died early, leaving me only a magic book, and I figured out everything else by myself." As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes flashed with countless brilliance, and he even unconsciously used honorifics. "Wait, do you mean you can solve my problem?" Rob's vision is so strong that even Steins is amazed. A mere glance at the boy pointed out the old wizard's current predicament. The latter is now looking up at him with eyes, like looking at God. Kenneth and the fat boss beside him are also dumbfounded, with uncontrollable expressions of awe on their faces. "Oops, it seems that I have said too much accidentally." Rob could not help but point it out to the old wizard, because he saw that the problem was too serious. If he continued, it would be too suspicious. The boy waved his hands hurriedly. "Don't ask me, I'm not a magician." After a pause, he saw the disappointment on the old wizard's face, and he felt a little sorry for him. So he added, "I heard that the teachers in the Magic Academy are very experienced in dealing with the problem of elemental out of control. You should go and ask them." The old wizard smiled bitterly. "Of course I know this way, but those high-level magicians usually live in their own magic towers. If you want to see them, you must enroll in school. No matter which academy, the tuition is linked to qualifications. With my qualifications, it takes a lot of money." The fat businessman suddenly realized, "No wonder you are willing to come and work for me. I wonder when magicians become so easy to talk to, and can be bribed with money." He waved his hand. "Owen, don't say anything, just tell me directly how much money you still need." "Zach." The old wizard's eyes were moist. "Besides money, I can't help you with anything else. Anyway, in the eyes of most people, I am just a greedy upstart." Zach said self-deprecatingly, "Just think of it as my investment in the future. To me, a living second-level magician is always more valuable than a dead second-level magician." "Don't say that, Zach. Others don't know what kind of person you are, but don't I know? You always pretend to be cold on the surface, but you do this to cover up the kindness in your heart. Everyone only sees you buying these girls, but they don't know that if it weren't for you, they would have been sold to brothels long ago, and a more tragic fate would be waiting for them. Humph, those damn girls need to be disciplined the most. I will definitely teach them a lesson later." Zach blushed and muttered. The old wizard's eyes became gentler. "Really, you said such words again. Since you bought them back, you always said so. But when did you really hit them?" Sorry, interrupt. Is it really okay for you to show your affection so unscrupulously in public? My friend and I have something else to do, so I leave first." After Rob finished speaking, he pulled the stunned captain of the guards next to him and walked out the door. "Hey, wait a minute. The fat businessman hurriedly said, "The previous incident was a misunderstanding. I wanted to see who could recognize the Holy Night poem." He took out 2 silver cards from his pocket. "Let's make friends. Since you don't like the free stuff, how about giving me a 20% discount? Anyway, I still have money to make. Just consider it as taking care of my business." Kenneth shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't usually drink much, and I don't know any Holy Night poems." It seems that it is just as he said. The fat businessman just wants to make a drinking buddy. Seeing that the captain of the guard is not interested, he does not force it, and looks at the boy eagerly. Rob is afraid that this guy will continue to pester him. In fact, the scene that Zach and the old wizard just made has attracted a lot of attention. The boy is in a delicate situation now. He wants to keep a low profile as much as possible, so he snatched the card from the fat businessman and said impatiently, "Now that you are satisfied, can we go?" Of course. I look forward to seeing you next time," Zach said with a smile. "You better not expect too much. Maybe there won't be a next time." The boy said this before leaving. Perhaps because the amount of information he received in such a short time was too much, it took Kenneth a long time to come back to his senses after leaving the Adventurer's Hard Tavern. The first question the captain of the guard asked Rob was, "You were so amazing just now, but how did you know about things like elemental out of control and mana rampage?" The boy had already prepared an explanation for this, and smiled slightly. "I read it from a book. The history of magic is also part of the history of the continent, Brother Kenneth." Chapter 18. Is that so? Even though he said that, the knight was still a little confused. Then how did you judge that the old wizard was on the verge of losing control of the elements? Also, the Holy Night poem we drank tonight, is it very famous? Why did the boss come down to see us in person, when he heard you ordered this kind of wine? Well, who knows? Maybe it's because that guy has been bored recently. Rob didn't know how to explain these 2 questions, so he could only evade them. "Brother Kenneth, let's go find a grocery store first." "Yeah." The knight nodded. The 2 came to a slightly remote street, and the boy saw his own small grocery store at a glance. There was nothing he could do. There were magnificent new houses all around, and only an old building in the middle, a little to the east. Compared to when he left, it looked even more dilapidated, as if its owner didn't want to spend time to take care of it. Mixed in a bunch of luxurious and exquisite buildings, it looked quite an eyesore. The captain of the guard said, "Many merchants came to your father and proposed to buy your house. It is said that someone offered a price that was irresistible, but your father refused to agree, saying that this was the best memory of your family, and that he would leave this house to you after he died." Rob's heart moved, and his resentment towards the man for his old ways and gambling everywhere was slightly reduced, but he said, "Haha, I think the guy just saw the appreciation potential of this piece of land, and wants to sell it when it is more valuable in a few years." Kenneth laughed. "Ha, you two are really alike. You both look like you don't like each other in front of others, but deep down you are still worried about each other. Are all men in the Ricks family like this?" TSK, who would worry about him? He is a man who has no sense of responsibility, and only relies on his smooth talk. "I wonder what my mother liked about him," the boy said as he stepped forward and pushed the door open. "Too careless." The captain of the guard shook his head. Did old Ricks leave in such a hurry that he even forgot to lock the door? Or in fact, there is no need to lock it at all, Rob said coldly. Sensing the change in the boy's tone, Kenneth also looked inside, but what he saw was a vast expanse of white, which was really clean. "Shit, has your house been robbed?" The captain of the guard was shocked. As far as he could see, there was not even a rag left. Even the worthless old counter had been dismantled and carried away. The room was now bare and empty like the Sahara Desert. This is too much. "It doesn't matter, little Rob, you stay at my house first. I will find the thief for you within a week." "I'm afraid there is no thief at all." The boy's face turned pale, and he walked up to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was not much better. The silver frame on the mother's portrait was stripped off and taken away, and the remaining drawing paper was thrown on the ground, and there were several black footprints. Rob had a gloomy face and said nothing. He bent down to pick up the portrait and carefully put it in his arms. Kenneth was frightened by his appearance. "Hey, are you okay?" "Absolutely, kill that bastard." The boy clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and spoke word by word. The captain of the guard was sweating profusely. Hey, old Rex has gone too far this time. He has angered his son to such an extent. In a sense, this is also a great talent." At this moment, the two of them suddenly heard a noise coming from the next room. The sound was very light. If you don't listen carefully, it will be easily ignored. But the two people present are not ordinary people. Whether they are knights or magicians, their combat senses are very sharp. "Is there anyone?" The captain of the guard subconsciously reached out to draw his sword, but he touched nothing. He then remembered that because he was drinking with Rob tonight, he had asked someone to bring all his equipment back to the guard post. However, he was not panicked. Kenneth became a second-level knight not because of how sharp his sword was, or how strong his armor was, but because of his hard training for many years. Even without weapons, it would not be a problem to deal with a few small thieves. He gestured to Rob, and the boy nodded to show that he understood, and deliberately raised his voice and said, "There is nothing here, let's go." Kenneth also responded loudly, "Okay, stay at my house tonight, and come back tomorrow." As they talked, they walked towards the stairs, deliberately making their footsteps very heavy, but halfway down they sneaked back. The captain of the guard used the standard stealth technique in the army, which he learned from several old scouts after giving them roasted chicken for half a month. The sound he made when walking was lighter than that of a cat, comparable to that of a low-level thief, which once made him very proud, but today his pride was destined to disappear. Kenneth found that Rob, the young man who claimed to be a mainland historian, who was following behind him, had not received any training, but his actions were completely silent. How is this possible? Kenneth's heart was hurt 100 times. Although he knew that now was not the time to dwell on this issue, the captain of the guards could not help but turn back and look at the boy with a sad look. Rob pointed at his feet innocently. Kenneth found that the boy had taken off his coat at some point, tore it into 2 pieces, and tied them around his shoes, which made him walk without making any footsteps. "So that's it," Kenneth suddenly realized and gave Rob a thumbs up. The two sneaked all the way to the room where the sound came from. The young man winked at the captain of the guard, and the captain of the guard said he had received it. Then, in Rob's horrified eyes, Kenneth jumped up and slammed his body against the door. There was a loud bang, and the fairly solid wooden door could not withstand the terrifying impact of the second-level knight. It made a mournful cry, and was actually knocked out. But Kenneth was not much better. He stood there with his teeth bared. He was not wearing armor, and the previous blow was equivalent to using his flesh and blood to clear the way. "Ah, didn't we agree to charge together? Why didn't you move?" Kenneth was almost in tears, rubbing his right shoulder. I think there might be a little misunderstanding in our communication just now." The boy blinked. "I mean, you hold here first. I find something that can break the door. Then we switch positions. I break the door outside. You wait downstairs. Once I alarm him, he'd definitely think of escaping from the window, and then you can easily take him downstairs." "But brother, have you ever considered that a glance can't convey so much information?" The captain of the guard burst into tears. Chapter 19. Anyway, the door is open, but why is there no one inside? The captain of the guard was quite dedicated despite the pain. He glanced around while talking to the boy. He only found a suspicious little quilt on the ground, and a half-eaten black bread and water next to it, but no trace of the owner. I don't know if you have considered other possibilities. For example, he is being stepped on by you." Rob pointed at the door panel under the knight's feet. Half of his hand was exposed in the gap with the ground, twitching unconsciously. "Don't worry, if you don't tell me, and I don't tell anyone, no one will know that you enforce the law in a barbaric way." The boy comforted him. Kenneth was startled and quickly jumped down from above. He opened the door panel, and saw a little boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old lying on the ground. He was dressed like a standard brave man, with a slightly thin figure, a handsome face, short black hair, and his closed eyes showed that he was in a coma. This kid should have been lying on the door, listening to our movements, but you knocked him out in one go. Rob put his finger under the little boy's nose, and found that he was still breathing, which made both of them feel relieved. "Who is he? Why is he living in your house?" After confirming that the other party's life was not in danger, the captain of the guard raised his own questions. "For now, I am more inclined to believe that he is a poor guy who can't afford the hotel accommodation fee. In order to save money, he just found an empty house and lived here," the future super magician analyzed. Rob's guess was not without reason. As the underground city in the endless forest was discovered, more and more adventurers were rushing to Ryan. Although 4 new hotels were built in the town recently, compared with the huge number of adventurers, there was still a shortage of supply, and the room prices were ridiculously expensive, which was no different from robbery. Many adventurers who were short of money chose to stay at the homes of local residents, which could save a lot of money. The boy in front of him was obviously in a worse situation. He couldn't even afford the money for the room, so he could only sleep secretly at Rob's house. "Let's ask him when he wakes up," Kenneth said. "Or, we can search him while he is unconscious to see if there is anything suspicious on him," Rob said, as he reached out to the boy's chest. The next moment, the future super magician jumped up from the ground with a yelp, as if he was bitten by something. This was probably the highest jump Rob had ever made in his life. With the magician's otaku-like physical fitness, he almost hit the roof. The captain of the guard was shocked. "How are you? Are you okay? Were you bitten by some poisonous creature?" Kenneth was not speaking nonsense. He saw with his own eyes that a strange blush appeared on the boy's face, spreading from his cheeks to his ears at an incredible speed. The spread of the poison was incredible, especially the horrified expression on Rob's face, which was the best proof. I. The future super magician was incoherent. It can be seen that this unknown poison is really powerful. In just a short moment, it has destroyed the part of the boy's nerve center that controls language. The knight was very anxious. In many stories, if someone was bitten by a poisonous snake in the wild, they could choose to cut off their hands and legs to save their lives, but no one said what to do when the poison has spread to the head. You can't just go up and cut off the head with a sword. Moreover, he didn't have a suitable weapon at the moment. Kenneth turned his eyes to the little boy who was still in a coma on the ground, and his mind moved. That's right, since he was the one who poisoned him, he must have the antidote on him. The captain of the guard made a prompt decision and rushed to find the antidote, but he heard Rob beside him shouting anxiously, Don't touch him." Are you okay?" Kenneth turned his head and found that the boy's face had returned to normal. Only a trace of shock and shame remained in his eyes, which meant that his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. "I just reconsidered your suggestion and think it would be better for us to wait until he wakes up before asking." Rob took a deep breath and said slowly, "Well, what's the matter with you?" The captain of the guard was confused by the boy's sudden shock. "Anyway, tonight might be very long, and I don't know when he will wake up. Why don't I go downstairs to buy some midnight snacks, and we can eat while waiting?" The boy was panicking, and wanted to find an excuse to leave the room first and go outside to cool down. "Midnight snack? Okay." Kenneth nodded, But do you know where there are midnight snacks nearby at this time? The future super magician obviously didn't have enough brain capacity at this moment. So you should stay and look after him. I go buy some midnight snacks. I can also ask someone to tell my family that I won't be going home tonight. The captain of the guard patted the boy's shoulder and walked out the door. So Rob was anxious and blurted out, No, you must not leave me with him. Why? Because? The young man thought of a clever idea, because I can't beat him, and no one knows whether he is a good guy or a bad guy. What's more, you just attacked him with a door panel. What if he wakes up and wants to take revenge? If you just walk away, I will be the one who will be in trouble. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Let's tie him up. Huh? If we tie him up, there should be no danger. The captain of the guard seemed serious and did what he said. He borrowed a rope from the neighbor and tied Xiaozhang up like a dumpling. You. The boy on the side was stunned. Kenneth obviously did this set of movements not for the first time, and it was so smooth. After finishing, he handed over a small stool and apologized. If you really can't find any weapons, you can use this to make do. If he does anything dangerous, use this to hit his head. Rob took the stool dazedly and opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but the captain of the guard had already gone downstairs. Oops, why did it become like this? Before I knew it, only the boy and the boy were left in the room. No, maybe it would be more accurate to call each other girls. Recalling the soft touch from his fingertips just now, the face of the 18-year-old virgin boy couldn't help but start to burn. Although the future super magician was praised as the hope of the human race and the dream lover of all the girls in the Magic Academy, he was ranked in the human world. I want to marry him the most. And your ideal lover. Top 10 on both lists, and was fortunate to be selected into the elf tribe. If I were to fall in love with this man, it would probably be hard to refuse. Top 50 on the list, but in fact, the boy's experience with the opposite sex was pitifully small. Rob didn't fully understand the physiological differences between men and women until he was 16 years old. He relied on an alchemy book given to him by the Dean of Academic Affairs. In one chapter, a short paragraph briefly outlined the structure of the human body. Chapter 20. Perhaps at this point you could understand where the boy's nervousness comes from. As an emotional idiot who has not had any contact with the opposite sex since he was 8 years old, although Rob had been imagining finding a girl to open a bakery on the road, he actually seemed to be a little too optimistic about his skills in picking up girls. The reality is that just being locked in a room with a girl, the future super magician couldn't help but start to have a rapid heartbeat, shortness of breath, all kinds of nervousness, and couldn't even speak a complete sentence, and his mind was constantly full of random thoughts. What if she suddenly wakes up? How should I tell her? Will she be very angry? Will she think I am a bad guy? How should I explain to her? Rob scratched his head. It was not his fault at all. It was obviously she who wanted to dress up as a man first. It was inevitable that she was misunderstood. For a man who had never held a girl's hand, the current situation was undoubtedly beyond his common sense. The boy's palms were sweating. Rob had no experience in the current situation. He didn't know how to face the girl who woke up. The magic books he had read in the tower before didn't seem to mention what to do at this time. Damn, Stein's and Demand's education was really biased. The knowledge about this part was blank. It seemed that he could only fill it in himself. The future super magician never doubted his learning ability. He believed that as long as he gave himself some time to make up for the lack of knowledge, he would be able to deal with such a situation perfectly in the future. But now Rob was completely at a loss. Sure enough, he should escape quickly while everything was in time. The boy began to retreat in his heart. Well, but this seemed to be his own home. Looking at the girl who was still in a coma, the future super magician racked his brains, but couldn't find a suitable reason to explain his strange behavior just now. And generally speaking, the more quibbling in this situation, the more strange it should be. What he feared most now was that the girl would wake up suddenly. Really, why did Kenneth tie him up so tightly? Wouldn't he look like a bad guy? If he wakes up now, he can save the trouble of explaining. The boy couldn't help but complain to the captain of the guard. Kenneth was too unreliable. Why didn't he come back after being out for so long? Did it take so long to buy some food? Rob could only pray in his heart, hoping that the captain of the guard would come back soon, and at the same time, he hoped that the guy on the ground could stay unconscious during this period of time. But unfortunately, things often go against one's will. Before the boy could hear Kenneth's footsteps, he saw the girl's eyebrows tremble slightly, and then she probably felt the pain in her body. The girl moaned and her eyelashes trembled more frequently, which was a sign that her consciousness was about to recover. Not good. Rob was shocked. Oh my God, where are you, Kenneth, at this moment when I need you the most? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What to do? What to do? The girl was about to open her eyes, but the captain of the guard was still missing. The future super magician was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Ding ding ding, guess what I brought back? Kenneth pushed the door open excitedly, holding up the chicken wings and beer in his hand. Sorry, I was delayed a little. I deliberately turned to the next street. There is a barbecue stall over there that tastes very good. I want you to try it anyway. Hey, why do you look so weird? The captain of the guard found the atmosphere in the room a little strange after entering the room. The boy was squatting quietly in a small corner, looking at him with a sad face. Did anything happen while I was away? Kenneth looked around and found nothing unusual except that Rob's mood was a little abnormal. The little boy was still in a coma, but... why is there such a big swelling on the back of his head? The captain of the guard was shocked. No, I clearly remember that he didn't have this big bump on his head when he left. Rob sat on a small stool and said expressionlessly, people are bound to have bumps and bruises. That being said, this was a harsh blow. I conservatively estimate that he will be unconscious for at least 2 more magic hours. Kenneth said, this kid's luck is really bad. I was standing at the door when I broke it. He was tied up like a dumpling, but he still got a bump on his head. I bought his share of chicken wings. By the time he wakes up, they will be cold. So you should come back earlier. The young man's resentment that was about to break through the sky made the captain of the guard a little puzzled. What's wrong with you today? You have been acting strange since you searched him before. Huh? I think it's better to untie the rope. He doesn't look aggressive. If we tie him up like this, it might cause misunderstanding. Rob forced the topic to change, and his panic expression became more suspicious. But it was you who said he would bring danger before. Kenneth was a little crazy because of the boy. Oh, so that's it. Rob sat down and started to eat chicken wings and drink beer with the captain of the guard. A quarter of an hour later, he suddenly stood up again. No, I just thought about it seriously, and it's better to untie the rope. Brother, do it if you want to, don't torture me anymore. Mr. Knight was so scared that his chicken wings fell to the ground, and he waved his hands weakly. So the boy walked towards the girl with a serious face. After hesitating beside her for a moment, Rob turned his head and asked the captain of the guard, how about we vote? I vote against it. I vote for it. Then the problem is back to square one. We need to discuss it carefully. No, I changed my mind. Can I vote for it? Kenneth burst into tears. Then I will vote against it. The boy completely ignored the shocked look of the captain of the guard and said to himself, since it's a tie again, we can move on to the discussion later. So in the end, you have to discuss this with me no matter what, right? Chapter 21. After 1.5 magic hours, Kenneth untied the girl with a feeling of relief. Then he turned to the boy and said solemnly, I suggest that we don't talk for the next period of time, and quietly finish the chicken wings and beer. Okay. Rob nodded in agreement, but he didn't touch the food in front of him. The captain of the guard couldn't help but ask, why don't you eat? The boy shook his head, I'm not hungry. Brother, are you making fun of me? Why did you ask me to buy supper if I'm not hungry? Kenneth couldn't remember how many times he had vomited blood tonight. I just remembered that I forgot to do something. How about this, I go out and do it, and I leave the interrogation to you, Brother Kenneth. As time passed, Rob became more and more restless, and the boy began to think about how to escape. The captain of the guard grabbed him and said, it's already this late. Do it tomorrow. What's more important than finding your father now? He will wake up soon, and we will find out the truth together. It won't take up much of your time. Kenneth had just finished speaking when he heard a loud cry from the corner. Just now, the fake boy sat up from the ground and was shocked to find that there was no intact place on his body. He didn't know where to rub his hands. His bright eyes were immediately covered with mist. After a short period of preparation, he did not hesitate to launch his sonic attack on the 2 ruthless men. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The hero cried loudly, continuously, and with full of energy, like a raging wave hitting the shore, one wave higher than the other, which made Mr. Knight and the magician feel relieved about her physical condition. Hey, doesn't he need to breathe? Kenneth even felt sad. Rob, who was standing by, was facing this situation for the first time. The young man was at a loss and looked embarrassed. What should we do? Just let her cry like this. Otherwise, what else do you have? 10 minutes later, the fake boy suddenly stopped crying and sniffed his nose. I'm hungry. The captain of the guard shook the bag of chicken wings in his hand, We have food here, do you want some? Okay. The fake boy got up from the ground, rubbed his little hands on his clothes twice, took the chicken wings, and ate them happily. Eat slowly, there are more here, Kenneth kindly reminded. It can be seen that the fake boy is really hungry. After all, he just experienced 2 heavy blows and cried loudly, which consumed a lot of energy. However, even so, the amazing fighting power displayed by the fake Shota still deeply shocked the 2 men next to her. She ate more than 20 chicken wings by herself, and she was very relaxed. She stretched out her tongue and licked the chicken bones in her hand. I understand why you ran out to be a hero at such a young age. Your family must not be well off. Mr. Knight's eyes were full of sympathy. The fake Shota was a little embarrassed. Did I eat too much? Sorry, I haven't seen me for a long time. I couldn't control myself, hee. Speaking of which, why are you here? When she was almost done eating, the captain of the guard also asked the question in his mind. I'm waiting for someone here. The fake boy put down the bone in his hand and said seriously. Rob and Kenneth looked at each other, and Rob asked in a sad tone, Tell me, how much money does the old guy owe you? Hey, are you talking about Uncle Rick's? He borrowed 24 gold coins from me. The young man took a deep breath. Well, after not seeing him for 10 years, the man's squandering level has actually made a qualitative leap. He owed a huge debt of 24 gold coins. Even if he sold the guy, it would not be enough to pay it back. He naively thought that he could save the money. If he had known this, he should have followed the dwarves to the elf kingdom to have fun, and he would not have been blocked by the creditor at his doorstep. But we are now even. I am not waiting for him. The fake boy then added. This sudden turn of events caught the future super magician off guard. Based on his understanding of the man, it was a fantasy to expect him to pay back the money he borrowed honestly. Moreover, looking at the miserable state of the fake boy, he had not eaten meat for several weeks, and it seemed that he had starved to death and had not asked for the money back. Could it be that he had gone crazy because of the great shock? Rob felt a little guilty. Firstly, because he had accidentally touched the girl's chest not long ago, and secondly, because the girl came to this strange town alone, and did not expect that her bastard father had cheated her of all her money not long after she arrived. Such an experience would be considered unfortunate no matter who it happened to. However, judging from the fake Shota's current reaction, she probably didn't know the first thing, which made the boy feel relieved a little, but at the same time, for some reason, he felt a little disappointed after learning this result. Strange, am I a pervert, subconsciously wanting to be caught? The boy touched his nose, unable to understand his current complex emotions. Who are you waiting for? The captain of the guard asked curiously. Rob. The fake boy opened his mouth and uttered these 2 words. Huh? The future super magician was startled. Wait, tell me again who you are waiting for? Rob, Rex, it is said that he is the only son of Uncle Rex. The fake boy added. Why are you waiting for him? Kenneth was puzzled. A gleam of light flashed in the fake boy's eyes, which made the magician not far away feel inexplicably cold in his heart. The girl smiled sweetly. I have a letter left by Uncle Rex, which must be handed over to his son personally. Intuition told the boy that there must be something fishy here, so he did not reveal his identity at the first time, but asked tentatively, Can I see the letter? Sorry, I haven't even opened this letter. I promised Uncle Rex that I could only show it to his son Rob. The fake girl blinked her innocent eyes. Her answer sounded fine, but because of this, the magician felt even more suspicious. No! There must be something wrong here. Rob smelled a hint of conspiracy, but he couldn't tell what went wrong. It was just a letter, how big a mess could it cause? Besides, he also wanted to know the whereabouts of that man. He had turned his good family into what it was now, and he owed a lot of foreign debts. It would be too easy for him to run away. In the end, the desire to catch that guy outweighed his worries about what might happen. The boy was silent for a while and said, I am Rob. Chapter 22. How to prove it. After hearing the boy's self-introduction, the alert pseudo-Shota did not immediately hand him the letter in his hand, but instead asked another question. How do you want me to prove it? Rob was a little helpless. Well, let me think about it. Why don't you just tell me 1 or 2 embarrassing things that happened to you when you were a child? The pseudo-Shota suggested. The boy frowned. Why should I reveal my embarrassing things? Because the letter you want to see is in my hand. The fake boy was justified. The young magician suppressed his unhappiness and stood there motionless with a gloomy face. The fake boy thought he was angry and was feeling uneasy. Then he heard the boy suddenly speak. When I was 5 years old, I picked up a large and strange egg on the shore. My father lied to me that it was a dragon egg. After that, I brought it with me every day to keep it warm. Not only would I tell it stories before going to bed, but no matter how busy I was, I would take a magic moment to sit on it and hatch it. I even made a small piece of clothing for it myself. Then what happened? Then just when I was about to start making my dragon spear, a chocobo rushed out from the endless forest, not only saving its unhatched child, but also eating all the snacks I hid under the bed. By the way, it didn't seem to like the little clothes I made, and it dismembered it before leaving. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? You can't even tell the difference between a dragon egg and a chocobo egg. Ha ha, no, my stomach is going to burst from laughing. The fake boy laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. I'd never seen such a stupid person. Ouch, I can't laugh anymore. My stomach hurts. The fake boy rubbed his stomach. Quick, one more. The future super magician's face was livid. In these years, everyone in the academy who saw him worshipped him and called him a great god. Even the always harsh Principal Stein praised him highly. This was the first time he was called a fool in his life, and this was said by a guy who looked more like a fool than him, no matter how he looked at him. The other party even shouted at him to do another one as if he was listening to a crosstalk in the Yoon Club. Although the boy was burning with anger, he did not forget his purpose. He gritted his teeth and said, I have told you about my childhood embarrassment as you requested. This can prove that I am Rob. According to the agreement, you should give me the letter. But I don't know what embarrassment the real Rob had when he was a child. The fake boy counted on his fingers and said, although the embarrassment you told is really funny. Seeing that the boy was about to go berserk, Kenneth rushed to save the situation. He said to the fake boy, you should have been in Ryan for a while. Do you know who I am? The fake boy nodded. You are Ryan's guard captain, and no adventurer in the town doesn't know you. That's good. I can assure you as the guard captain, and the honor of a knight, that the man in front of you is indeed Uncle Rix's only son Rob. Although we haven't met for a while, we talked a lot about our childhood in the tavern before. I think this is enough to prove his identity. Kenneth smiled and said, now, do you have any other questions? No, if it's the captain, I can believe it. The fake little girl shook her head. Compared with her bad attitude towards someone, she was very polite to Kenneth. She took out a letter from under her quilt and handed it to Rob, who was silent beside her. Here, your father left it for you. The boy was about to take the envelope, but the fake little girl's hand retracted. Well, actually I have a small request. I hope that Kenneth can read this letter. This is not a good idea. The captain of the guard was a little embarrassed. After all, it is a family letter left by Uncle Rex to Rob, and it is not convenient for outsiders like us to read it. The fake boy turned his eyes to Rob, who snorted coldly, there is nothing in our family that cannot be told to outsiders. Since she insists on doing this, I have to trouble Brother Kenneth. Is that so? Mr. Knight scratched his head. If Rob agrees, then I have nothing to say. He took the letter from the fake boy, cleared his throat and read. My dear son, if you are unfortunate enough to see this letter, it means that you have returned to Ryan. Ha, how is it? Has Ryan changed a lot? But Dad still tried his best to keep our family intact. Reading this, the captain of the guard secretly glanced at Rob, and saw the murderous intent flashing in the boy's eyes. Mr. Knight couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat for old Rix. His understanding of intact seemed to be somewhat different from that of ordinary people. It was more appropriate to describe the grocery store in front of him as empty. You must have had a hard time studying outside these years. I want to stand outside the house, and give you a big hug, and see what you look like now. Kenneth continued to read, however, due to some complicated reasons. I have to go on a long trip recently, but before I left some, small problems unsolved. As you can see, the brave man named Luo in front of you once lent me 24 gold coins. I can't pay it back for the time being, so you may need to help me with this money first. Don't worry, I'm going out this time to work. I will make enough money to pay you back soon. Okay, I know what you are thinking now, but I promise you that it is not like that. Damn it, I almost won back my money with interest. I will never lose again next time. Your dear father. Kenneth finished the last word with trepidation. To be honest, it was the first time that Mr. Knight, a father, met such a son. It was obviously his gambling debt, but there was no regret between the lines. He said he was going out to make money, but it was more likely that he had to run away because he was ashamed to face his son, and he left a mess before leaving. The captain of the guard asked the boy, do you want to see the handwriting on the letter? Rob's face was dark. No need, it sounds like that guy's style, and no one else would do such a thing except him. 24 gold coins is an unimaginable amount of money for ordinary people, but it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of a 6th-level quasi-magician. Not to mention his priceless equipment before, the value of the materials used by the boy for a small experiment is far more than this number. So what really makes him angry is the attitude expressed by the man in the letter. It is this irresponsible and heartless tone that has saddened the gentle and kind mother countless times, and finally caused an irreparable tragedy to the family. After so many years, the guy has not only not reflected at all, but has become even worse. Chapter 23. The boy's clenched fists showed the violent fluctuations in his heart, but the captain of the guard beside him was more concerned about another question. He pulled the boy aside and whispered, "How much money do you have now?" "Less than 3 silver coins?" To be honest, the future super magician has never had any concept of money. Since he was kidnapped by Stannis and demanded to the magic tower, he has never worried about money. Everything is in the account of the academy. Rob asked for a dragon tooth today, and the dragon tooth will be placed at the door of his bedroom before dusk tomorrow night. As for how much money was spent, and how to get it, it has nothing to do with the boy. In the words of Stannis, you should just do research honestly, and don't worry about these mundane things and waste your talent. So from then on, Rob no longer cared about similar issues. This time, the young man had planned to escape for a long time. He was met by the third prince in front, and sponsored by the dwarf Maladona. The future super magician never suffered from being penniless. Therefore, when he faced the debt of 24 gold coins, his first reaction was to be angry at the man's unreliability. When Kenneth reminded him, he realized that 24 gold coins was also a huge number for him now. Of course, it is still easy for him to make this money with his current strength. In fact, as long as he is willing to show his name, countless people will immediately come to give him money, but in this way, the killers, who are lurking in the dark looking for his whereabouts will come one after another, and the old man demand will definitely move after hearing the news. This situation is what Rob does not want to see in any case. Alas, Lisa has always been strict with me. I only have 20 copper coins left in my pocket. I should have stopped pretending to be cool in the tavern. I really should get some tips back. The knight regretted, but I still have a secret treasury, which contains the private money I have saved over the years, about 12 silver coins. I can lend it to you first, but it is still a long way from the goal of 24 gold coins. Is there anywhere else you can get the money? Rob was at a loss. He never thought that one day he would worry about a mere 24 gold coins. This was just the money for a blueback thornfish feast, not even a fraction of the money for any of the equipment he had before. What are you whispering about over there? The fake young lady looked at the two men not far away with a suspicious look. She seemed to have guessed something and quietly blocked the door with her body. The boy was embarrassed. I don't have any money on me now. What? The fake young lady jumped up. But your father clearly said that you were very rich. You send money home every year, and you said 10 gold coins at a time. Well, I was going to use that money to open a bakery, Rob said honestly. Oh my God, why is this happening? The fake boy cried out, that's all my property. The boy felt his face burning. The future super magician was so humble for the first time in his life. He used all his strength to squeeze out these words from his teeth. Well, can you give me a few days? I will definitely return the money to you. Humph, do I look like a fool? I've been fooled by your father once, and I won't be fooled again this time. If I agree to you, I will regret it tomorrow morning. The fake boy put his hands on his hips, with an expression that said, I have seen through you, Lord Kenneth. Tell me, according to Ryan's laws, what will happen if someone owes money? The captain of the guard hesitated for a moment. On one side was his childhood friend, and on the other was the virtue of a knight. In the end, Kenneth chose to tell the truth. According to the relevant laws of Ryan, that is, the Principality of Andila, those who owe money and fail to pay it back will have all their assets confiscated to pay off the debt. If they still cannot pay it back, the debtor will be deprived of his status as a free man and become the private property of the creditor. Wait! Rob was shocked. The so-called creditor's private property meant that he would become a slave of a fake boy from now on? He was a dignified 6th-level quasi-magician, but he would become a slave of a rookie warrior in the future. No one would believe such a crazy story. Although the boy lacked common sense, he had some understanding of the living conditions of slaves in the Dawn continent. Except for the elf world, almost all races would raise slaves. Some of these people were prisoners of war, some were indigenous people captured by slave traders from small villages, prisoners who violated the law, and bankrupts like him who could not pay back their debts, as well as a small number of people who voluntarily became slaves for various reasons. Slaves are the private property of slave owners, and are not protected by law. In other words, the life that slaves can lead depends entirely on the attitude of their slave owners. Many magicians also own slaves. After all, magicians are not omnipotent. They also need someone to serve them, and handle daily chores, and manage a large magic tower. You can of course hire professional talents to complete these tasks, but that will be a considerable expense. Buying slaves can save a lot of money, and slaves can do many things that other people cannot do, such as participating in some dangerous magic experiments and sleeping with others. Yes, magicians are not saints, nor are they ascetics. Although most magicians will get married and have children like ordinary people, there are also a small number of academic geeks who think that love is a waste of time. They usually buy 1 or 2 young and beautiful female slaves to satisfy their physical needs. Many magicians carve magic circles on the roof during the day and have sex downstairs at night. Compared with the emotional investment and careful care required for love, there is no need to be so particular when facing slaves. When they meet every day, they just take off their pants, and after the matter is done, they can pat their buttocks and lift their legs to leave, and they don't have to bear any responsibilities, which is the most worry-free and labor-saving. In fact, many female slaves also hope to meet such a bachelor magician. Compared with the cold-blooded, romantic nobles who like to play with women and then discard them, magicians are a relatively good destination. First of all, the work in the magic tower is not heavy, and there are not many perverted magicians who like to use slaves for dangerous experiments. Secondly, magicians generally have little systematic research on contraception, like the children of nobles, so female slaves often win the bid accidentally. Magicians have a more open attitude towards bloodlines. For those illegitimate children with magic qualifications, they usually bring them around to cultivate and educate them personally. Even if they are not talented, magicians will find a good destination for them, send them to the night school, or let them serve as followers of a great lord to ensure that they will have no worries about food and clothing in the second half of their lives. And those slave women who gave birth to children for him are usually well taken care of, and their slave status is lifted. Although they still have no status, they can live in the magic tower without worries. This is almost the best destination for slaves. Chapter 24. The atmosphere in the room was a little weird. The fake boy blocked the door, staring at the future super magician, as if he was afraid that his only remaining property would suddenly run away, and asked cautiously, "What do you want to say?" Rob wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "I understand how you feel now. Although I don't have any money on me now, you don't have to worry. I heard from Brother Kenneth that many people are interested in our house. As long as we sell it, it should be enough to pay back the money we owe you, right, Brother Kenneth?" The boy's last sentence was to ask the captain of the guard. Although this small building carried all his childhood and was of great significance to him, he could not care so much at this time. He had to pay off the debt first. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely get the money and buy the small building back. Well, the money should be enough. Kenneth said that since the underground city in the endless sea of trees was discovered, the land price in Ryan has been rising rapidly. In the past, such a small building only cost 4 to 5 gold coins at most, but now someone offered a sky-high price of 36 gold coins. The average land price in the town has surpassed that of Eton, the capital of the Principality of Adela, and has skyrocketed 7 or 8 times. Rob breathed a sigh of relief. The boy's top priority now was to solve his debt problem. What he was most worried about was that the grocery store could not sell at the price that the fake boy wanted. He didn't know where he could get such a large sum of money in a short period of time. However, Kenneth's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water, pouring cold water all over him from head to toe. "But this small building is currently under your father's name. If there is no written document to prove that he really left this house to you, then you have no right to dispose of it before he dies." What a joke. Isn't it just right to use his house to pay off the big mess that old guy has caused? The future super magician was a little anxious. That's true, but according to this letter, his debt with this brave friend has now been transferred to you, and this house still belongs to him, so... The captain of the guard was also helpless. In fact, not only in Ryan or Andela Principality, but almost the entire human world has similar legal provisions. Parents can unilaterally decide to transfer debts to their sons and daughters, and children cannot directly distribute the property belonging to their parents without permission. Old Rex didn't do it specifically to trick his son. He judged from the gold coins sent by the boy every year that Rob was still able to repay the debt he owed. Besides, magicians are rich people. Even the cheapest one in their hands is worth more than 50 gold coins. It is impossible for them to pay off the debt with their bodies. Old Rex knew that Rob had become extremely disgusted with his gambling habit because of his mother's accidental death, so he packed up his belongings and ran away in a hurry. He just didn't expect that Rob also ran away from the academy secretly. In order to avoid the pursuit of vice principal demand, let alone money, the boy didn't even dare to bring the staff known as the second life of a magician. Moreover, Rob didn't dare to show his skills in front of outsiders, for fear of attracting the attention of demand or other killers. A dignified 6th level quasi-magician was forced into a desperate situation by 24 gold coins, and could only pay with his body. This is also a tragedy that can be ranked among the top in the history of magic. Do you have any other assets? The fake boy looked at someone with expectant eyes. As long as? Just give me a month. Oh no, half a month. I can definitely pay you back. Rob almost swore on his ancestors' graves. Oh, how do you plan to get such a large sum of money in such a short time? The fake boy asked expressionlessly. Well, I'm sorry I can't tell you the details. If the 6th level quasi-magician is really pushed to the edge, he may just find a piece of black cloth to cover his face and rob the guard post. With Rob's strength, if he really wants to do this, 100 guard captains can't stop him. You're just bragging. The fake boy obviously didn't believe what someone said. After all, you just want to run away secretly like your father. Seeing Rob speechless, the fake boy was very proud of his cleverness. The boy found himself in an awkward dilemma. It was impossible to let the quasi-magician, who was praised as the hope of the human race, become a slave who had completely lost his dignity and personality, but he would not be willing to give up his freedom and go back to the Royal Magic Academy of Tees to go to jail. They had already escaped from the 5 Fingers Mountain of the Old Fox to Man, but because of a small accident, all their efforts were wasted. The young man could hear the hearty laughter of the great magician from thousands of miles away. Fortunately, the captain of the guard spoke again at this time. Everyone calm down first. He looked at the brave man beside him. I haven't asked your name yet? Lolo. Hey, your name is very special. The knight sighed casually, and then said seriously, Sir Lolo, I basically know the matter between you and Rob, and I have a suggestion now. What do you think? The fake boy opened his eyes wide. Indeed, according to Ryan's law, you can force him to be your slave now, but I don't think that's your intention, and in this way, you will never get back the gold coins that Uncle Rix owes you. 24 gold coins are not a small amount of money. Even if you use them to buy slaves, you can at least pick out 30 or 40 strong men. In this way, your loss will undoubtedly be huge. There's no other way. He can't pay now. Well, I didn't lie to you about the money. Rob is not completely insolvent. As long as this small building is sold, not only can the debt owed to you be repaid, but there is more than enough. But the biggest problem now is that Uncle Rix is not here, so I suggest you be patient and wait for a while. Luo shook his head. I won't stay in Ryan for too long. I will leave for Gudrie's University City in 2 months at the latest. Where are you going, and what are you doing? I want to be a magician. The fake boy said proudly with his chest puffed out, and the expression on his little face was unprecedentedly firm. But then her expression quickly drooped again, and she said bitterly, But I don't have tuition. You want to go to St. Laurent School of Magic? Rob raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. St. Laurent School of Magic, located in the University City of Gudries, is the oldest magic school in the human world. It is said that it was built by Roland. The first batch of magic heroes of the human race came from here. They shined in the First Magic War, and many of their names have become legends. However, compared with several other magic schools, St. Laurent's admission standards are too strict. It has begun to decline in the past few hundred years. Now it has been surpassed by the Royal School of Magic of Teest, and has been forced to give up the sign of the first school. Of course, the sudden appearance of Rob, this evildoer, also played a very important role in this. However, even so, St. Laurent School of Magic is still one of the top magic schools in the human world, known as a gathering place for geniuses, and the average level of students in the school is even higher than that of the Royal School of Magic of Teest. The current principal, Albus, is a 9th-level super magician who is as famous as Tynes. In short, those who can go to St. Laurent School of Magic are not ordinary people. Rob did not expect to meet such a high-end talent in the distant Ryan. The girl's dress is no different from that of a rookie warrior who came from other places to seek gold. Is it true that you can't judge a person by his appearance? No, I'm going to the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic. Huh? What the hell is that? Rob is considered a big shot among magicians. He has heard of any magic school with a little reputation, but he has never heard of this St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic. You wouldn't know even if I told you that the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic has a close relationship with the famous St. Laurent School of Magic. They are their sister schools. Well, if you understand it literally, it does mean that, but I have never heard of any sister schools of St. Laurent School of Magic. The guys in St. Laurent School are all arrogant, and I don't think they would have such a marriage with an unknown magic school," Rob kindly reminded. As a result, Lolo waved his hand impatiently and said, "You, an ordinary person, should not interfere in the affairs of us magicians." The future super magician was almost choked to death by this sentence. The boy said unhappily, "Anyway, you have no money left, and you can't go anywhere." Rob regretted the words as soon as he said them. He saw that Lolo's expression dimmed, and he stood there with his head down without saying a word, like a homeless little animal. Chapter 25. "Sorry." The boy apologized for his harsh words just now. "No, you are right. I don't have enough money. I heard that a new underground city appeared near Ryan, so I came here to try my luck and earn enough tuition and travel expenses before the new semester of St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy begins," Lolo said disappointedly. "I see." Kenneth suddenly realized, "But if this money is so important to you, why did you lend it to old Rix?" "Well, because that uncle said he has a way to help me double the money." "That's true. It's possible to double the money tenfold or 100-fold in a casino, but most people will lose everything." The captain of the guard scratched his head. "This is a bit difficult to deal with. Old Rix will not return to Ryan in the near future." "Then I won't wait here any longer." Lolo made a prompt decision. She turned her head and looked at Rob on the side. "I know it may be unfair to you to say this. If it were normal, I would not make such an excessive request, but I just contacted an expedition team not long ago. The captain stipulated that each adventurer must bring 1 or 2 followers. Their main responsibility is to carry supplies and provide logistical support for the expedition. I originally wanted to buy a slave in the free market before leaving, but as you can see, I can no longer afford the money now, so if you are willing to be my temporary follower and help me complete this expedition, no matter what the result is, our debt can be written off." The young men fell silent after hearing this. Comparatively speaking, the status of followers is undoubtedly much higher than that of slaves. Followers only need to swear allegiance to someone, without having to give up their personal and financial freedom, and will not be bought and sold like slaves. At the same time, they can also get the protection of the person they are loyal to. Therefore, for ordinary civilian families, even many small and medium-sized nobles hope that their children can become followers of a lord. In addition to ensuring that they have no worries about food and clothing, they may also be able to go further in the future, and it is not impossible for them to become nobles and get fiefs. For example, many great lords in the Lionheart Empire had ancestors who were once followers of Leyheart I. They followed the emperor in his conquests and expansion of territory. When the empire was established, Leyheart I gave them a lot of rewards, making them powerful nobles in the empire. The old emperor's move naturally also meant to support his own confidence and weaken several great nobles. It is impossible for an emperor to rely solely on martial arts, and basic political means are also necessary. Recently, there have been rumors that the current emperor, because he was dissatisfied with the continuous expansion of the families of several founding fathers, began to turn around and support several famous families with a long history. However, now is a peaceful era, and it is much more difficult for ordinary people to get ahead in this way. With Rob's current status and position, not to mention ordinary nobles, even King Leyheart VII would not dare to let him be his follower, let alone Lolo, a hero who has no money, no status, and no breasts. However, after a brief silence, the future super magician actually agreed to the girl's proposal that sounded particularly absurd. "Okay, when do we set off?" Lolo was overjoyed. She had just lost a large sum of money not long ago. She had pinned all her hopes of earning tuition on this expedition. If she wanted to successfully enter the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School, she had to plunder enough loot in the dungeon, and all this was based on her having a follower. "Great, don't worry, I will release you from your debt after this expedition." Rob nodded, without commenting. The boy finally made this unexpected choice, not because of a whim or pure nonsense, but after careful consideration. He agreed to Luo for 2 reasons. First, this accident made the future super magician realize the importance of money. He couldn't really rob the guard post. If he wanted to make money as quickly as possible without exposing his identity, he could only turn his attention to the underground city in the endless forest. Although the current development of this dungeon is not good enough, with Rob's strength and vision, usually he will not find anything that he may be interested in until the 7th floor of a dungeon is conquered. He is now so poor that he is about to be captured as a slave. It is obviously not suitable to put on airs at this time. Rob has made up his mind to go to the dungeon to sweep up some valuable things. By then, no matter whether Luo will keep his promise or not, he will be able to pay off the debt. The future super magician still prefers to take his fate into his own hands. Since the girl also has this plan, he can just use the identity of a follower to blend into the team legitimately and minimize the attention of others to him. After all, hiding his identity is the most important thing for him at this stage. In a dangerous place like the dungeon, being a lone traveler is certainly a synonym for strength, but it is also a bit eye-catching. In addition, whether he is willing to admit it or not, Rob still feels a little guilty about Luo. The girl's school money was cheated away by her father. Although it was not his fault, the boy felt that he should help her out of both emotion and reason. This time he went to the dungeon with her and secretly protected her a little, so that she could successfully collect enough tuition. After that, the two of them went their separate ways, which could be regarded as making up for the loss caused to her before. Anyway, if a stranger uncle swindled all his money out of him, he must be an idiot in every aspect. Although Rob had no common sense, he knew that going to the dungeon to pan for gold was just a way to get killed. In a dungeon, it's not just monsters and traps that can bring danger, but also other adventurers. Yes, people are always the most dangerous existence in this world. In the dark and deep underground far away from the civilized world, laws and morals are beginning to become shaky, and even friendship is no longer reliable. If you die here, no one will come to check on your cause of death. At most, adventurers from the same hometown will report your death back to your hometown. So if you really explore something valuable, the first thing you should be wary of is your companions behind you. In addition, there are some bandit gangs wandering around in the dungeon, who are dedicated to killing people and stealing treasures. They are a group of corrupt adventurers, and they are terrible troubles that all exploration teams do not want to encounter. In short, this is a place full of opportunities and extremely crazy. To make a fortune here now, you not only need good skills, but also need to be vigilant at all times. As for the former, Rob does not know how good the girl is, but she obviously does not have the latter. Looking at her confident look, if she is left alone, it is probably that she will be a meat bun hitting a dog and never come back. Well, although I don't care about her life or death, it doesn't seem good to watch her die. Rob felt a little guilty for some reason. He was not a very organized person. Unlike those guys who always analyze the pros and cons of everything and always look rational, the boy relies more on his intuition in daily life and battle. He doesn't know why he has to work so hard to find so many reasons this time. Although each one seems to make sense, it seems to be just to convince himself. Chapter 26. Although Rob, as the person involved, has agreed to Lola's request, Kenneth on the side is a little worried. The captain of the guard knows what kind of place the underground city is. He has gone down twice, when the underground city of the endless sea of trees was first discovered. Of course, it was not for exploration. One time was to rescue a young noble who had strayed into it, and the other time was to follow Baron Oliver to investigate. Mr. Knight still remembers the harsh environment there. In such a place, any small mistake may cost you your life. Even if you are superb in martial arts and outstanding in skills, you may still lose your life in some low-probability events. At the beginning, there were 26 well-trained guards in the search and rescue team. Everyone took care of each other, and only 17 people were able to return to the ground in the end. There were also 9 people who were buried there forever, and there were many good ones among them. Of course, the dungeon had not been developed much at that time, and everyone knew nothing about the number of monsters and the distribution of traps. With the arrival of the first batch of heroes, the corresponding information gradually increased. This was precious information that countless adventurer teams exchanged their lives for, which effectively reduced subsequent casualties. However, even so, the dungeon is still a very dangerous place, especially for a historian like the boy who is powerless. Don't worry, I will protect you. Luo drew out the long sword from his waist and said confidently. The long sword that looked inconspicuous when hidden in the scabbard was unexpectedly sharp. The silver blade shone brightly under the starlight, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Kenneth noticed a line of faint small words on it, and was shocked. Elf sword? This is different from the inferior goods on the street with the name of Elf forged. It is a peerless famous sword made by a master. Once it is unsheathed, it gives people a chilling feeling. It can even affect the opponent's emotions during the battle, making people feel afraid. Generally speaking, dwarves are recognized as the best race in the Dawn continent for making weapons. They are natural casting experts, and they seem to be able to swing hammers and pull bellows as soon as they are born. As long as you can provide high quality, or they will not let you down. Many of the famous weapons in history were made by dwarves. The second place is the human race. The forging skills of the human race are somewhat different from those of the dwarves. Before the Second Magic War, the long swords in the hands of human warriors were often broken by the dwarf scimitars and hammers. It was not until the emergence of weapon enchantment technology that this defect was made up to a certain extent. Since Roland's time, humans have been looking for ways to combine magic and weapons, hoping to allow ordinary people to enjoy the benefits of magic. Unfortunately, most of the known metals on the Dawn continent are not very sensitive to magic elements. This is why there has been no so-called heavy armor wizard until now. Even the most ordinary long swords and daggers are rarely worn by wizards, because it will greatly affect their spellcasting. So later magicians decided to change their thinking, and no longer hope to transform metal weapons into magic devices. Instead, they used methods similar to magic arrays to enhance the performance of weapons as much as possible. The enchantment technology was born in the Second Magic War. Enchanted weapons are lighter and sharper, and will not age over time, saving maintenance costs. However, due to cost issues, it has always been difficult to popularize on a large scale. Compared with dwarves and humans, elves' weapons are more based on longbows. Almost all elves are sharpshooters. Because of the poor mineral resources in their living areas, there are also claims that the mineral reserves in the elves' living areas are actually very rich, but in order to protect the ecological environment, they are not willing to conduct large-scale mining. Metal weapons rely more on imports. Elves, who are born with mysophobia, seem to be particularly unable to tolerate getting themselves dirty during forging, but this does not mean that there are no weapon-casting masters among the elves. The elves use a peculiar method to forge weapons. A rare material called moonlight is added during the forging process. This material comes from a kind of silver beetle in the forest near Uridil. It is a gelatinous substance made by grinding the shells of these little guys. It can greatly improve the flexibility and other performance of the weapon, and the forged weapons will emit a faint glow under the moonlight. In addition, the elves will use the fountain of life to temper the weapons, which greatly improves the weapon's ability to resist extreme environments and can still exert their power in cold or hot places. The real elven sword has extremely high requirements for smelting level, and the output is very rare. Each sword has its own unique name, which is the top-grade equipment that countless people dream of. At this moment, such a precious weapon is held in the hands of a rookie warrior. No wonder the captain of the guard couldn't help but exclaim. On the other hand, Rob's expression on the side was much calmer. No matter how powerful the elven sword is, it is not as powerful as the staff he has been carrying with him. The staff named Lord of Eternal Night is more powerful than the famous Eye of Star Luo in Demand's hand. It is a genuine legendary equipment, a super god equipment that even 9th level professionals will be jealous of. The future super mage sighed secretly in his heart. If the Lord of Eternal Night was still there, he could break through at least 6 layers of the dungeon by himself. At that depth, any scraps he picked up on the road could be sold for hundreds or thousands of gold coins, and he wouldn't have to worry about money like he does now. Luo put the long sword back into the scabbard. After dawn, I will go to purchase the supplies needed for the expedition. We will meet at the mercenary guild in the afternoon, and set off at dusk. It's less than 3 days away from here to the dungeon. If we are lucky, we can get there on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Okay. Rob nodded. From this moment on, the quasi-magician officially became the follower of the rookie hero. If this kind of thing were to spread, no one would believe it. A low-level hero that can be seen everywhere has a high-level magician follower. Even the most boastful bard can't make up such an outrageous configuration. Not to mention Rob's series of prefix titles that are enough to scare people to death. But this also shows from a certain aspect that Luo is indeed a girl with a big heart. From beginning to end, she didn't even ask what the boy did. Well, even if she asked Rob, he wouldn't tell the truth. Of course, this doesn't mean that Luo has never privately discussed someone's body shape. Rob has a standard magician's physique, in other words, he is average and thin. Although the boy doesn't have much fat on his body, don't expect him to have many muscles. The girl doubted how much luggage he could carry as an attendant. Chapter 27. It turns out that Luo's worries were not unfounded. When they gathered at the entrance of the mercenary guild the next afternoon, Rob was stunned when he saw the half-person high travel bag at the girl's feet. According to someone's preliminary visual estimation, the bag weighed at least 50 to 60 kilograms. The future super magician's face turned green. If he could still walk with this thing on his back, it would be a miracle. Would he have to crawl all the way to the dungeon? I want to confirm one last time, do we really need to bring so many things? Rob tactfully questioned the girl's previous preparations. Before she even set out, someone had already begun to regret her decision. If she had known this, she might as well go solo. At most, she could return more money. Stop talking nonsense and put these on. Lolo threw over a dirty chain mail, a helmet that looked like it was old and very retro, 2 leggings made of unknown material, and a rusty sickle. What kind of mess is this? Rob had no intention of reaching out to take it. He turned sideways and let the rags fall to the ground with a clang. The future super magician felt that he was really smart. These suspicious things looked like they had changed owners so many times. There were also many unhygienic guys in them. The mixed smell was really wonderful. You could smell it from a long distance. The boy didn't want to touch it with a finger. Luoluo's face was slightly red. This was the equipment she had just bought in the morning. Due to financial constraints, the girl didn't have much room to choose from. She could only try to pick up cheap ones. They were all second-hand equipment used by others. The quality was poor. As for weapons, she could only equip someone with a farm tool. I know these things are shabby, but you need equipment to enter the dungeon. The girl tried to explain, although you don't need to fight, danger often happens suddenly, and others may not have time to react. Even the worst equipment can significantly improve your survival rate in the dungeon. Rob sneered at this. Magicians have magic shields, and high-level magicians have 2 defensive spells, elemental armor and absolute domain, not to mention instant teleportation, the signature escape skill of the 9th-level super magician. Which one is not more useful than the pile of garbage in front of him? The boy shrugged. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need these things. You seem to have misunderstood me. Rob was shocked. It was the first time he saw Lolo angry. The girl said word by word, I'm not negotiating with you. Anyway, I won't wear it even if you kill me. The future super magician was playing tricks, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. As a result, Rob never expected that he would be beaten as soon as he finished saying this. Luoluo kneed him handsomely, and the next moment someone fell to the ground with his hands on his stomach, looking painful, his eyes full of disbelief. The girl clapped her hands, looking refreshed. Well, I wanted to do this a long time ago. Do you think I really don't remember you hitting my head with a small stool? The big bump on Luoluo's forehead has not gone down yet. Every time she accidentally hits it, she grimaces. The poor girl finally survived the attack of the door panel, but before she could fully open her eyes, she was inexplicably hit in the face by someone with a stool. The boy obviously didn't expect that Luoluo could recognize him just by the blurry figure he caught a glimpse of before he fainted for the second time. You're taking revenge on me? Rob was sweating coldly from the pain and lying on the ground, completely unable to move. Whatever you think. Luoluo bent down and picked up the equipment scattered on the ground. Ignoring the quasi-magician's solemn protest, he put on the protective gear that had not been cleaned for tens of thousands of years one by one on him, and then looked at his masterpiece and said with satisfaction, You see, this is not as difficult as you think. However, the boy who had been threatening and struggling not long ago now lay on the ground motionless, without any reaction. Luoluo took great pains to open the old-fashioned helmet, and found that the future super magician had been fainted by the smoke. Finally, after some bargaining, Rob was allowed to take off the helmet with poisonous gas attack and the sickle that he suspected was so rusty that it couldn't even cut noodles. However, Luoluo refused to let him take off the remaining equipment no matter what. Rob wore this cheap, patchwork outfit and felt like he was not going to explore a dungeon, but to participate in a cosplay in Akihabara. There was no need to mention the smell. Rob was a handsome guy back then. Now, no matter where he stood, there was absolutely no female creature within a 10-meter radius except Luoluo. What was even more terrible was that the equipment itself was very heavy, at least 10 pounds in total, and considering that he had to carry a travel bag of more than 50 pounds. The future super magician felt that his future was really dark. However, when he saw Luoluo take out an older and more worn plate armor, and put it on himself, Rob chose to shut up automatically. In terms of weight, Luoluo's plate armor was obviously heavier than the chain mail on him, and it was more inconvenient to move, but she gave the lighter chain mail to him. Her temporary follower in this expedition, a stranger who owed money, and didn't pay it back. He is really a fool, Rob sighed. Maybe the boy didn't want to admit that he was actually a little touched in his heart. Luoluo's expedition team has a total of 5 adventurers, including 2 swordsmen including Luoluo, a thief, an elf archer and a priest. As expected, there is no magician. The importance of magicians in the team is self-evident. Even if there is only a first-level magic apprentice, it will greatly increase the team's combat effectiveness and the ability of the expedition team to deal with various emergencies. However, the number of magicians has always been scarce. According to an authoritative survey, the number of magicians in the human world is only 1/10 of the priests, 1/30 of the thieves, and 1/100 of the swordsmen. This is the result of calculating low-level magicians. Magicians are recognized as the most difficult to upgrade among all professions. With the 6th level as the watershed, high-level magicians are rarer than 70-year-old virgins. It is difficult for a low-level wild team like Luo to recruit a magician unless they are extremely lucky. Rob was not surprised by this, but it would be difficult for him to get a magic staff. Without a magic staff, he would have a lot of magic power, but would not be able to use it when in danger, which is undoubtedly very bad. However, the strength of Luo's team seems to be pretty good. Although there is no magician, there is another magic priest in charge, which improves the safety to a certain extent. The thief is responsible for exploring the way and removing traps. The 2 swordsmen are responsible for attacking the front, and there is an archer on the side to contain them. In general, it is already a high-level expedition team, and Rob does not need to worry about his personal safety for the time being. Chapter 28. Team members arrived at the mercenary guild before dusk. In addition to Rob and Lolo, the first to arrive was a thief, a skinny old man named Edward, who claimed to have the strength of the 2nd level and was very good at detecting and removing traps. He wore a black cloak, which looked a bit eye-catching during the day, but in the dark dungeon, this cloak came in handy to help him hide his figure better in the dark. Unlike his colleagues, the old man looked very enthusiastic and greeted the two from a distance. The second person to arrive was the elf archer, a handsome guy who looked a little cold, with his face covered and very mysterious, but this did not prevent someone from making the above judgment. Anyway, the elves were not bad looking. His name was Baker. He stopped talking after a simple self-introduction. From his eyes, Rob could see that this guy didn't seem to like humans very much, but that's how it is when forming a wild team. It's hard to find teammates that are completely satisfactory. Following closely behind the elf was Hansen, a 2nd-level swordsman with a sturdy physique and a scar on his face. He was also the captain of this expedition team. His weapon was a 2-handed sword. Rob knew at first glance that this was a very experienced adventurer. Sure enough, from his conversation with other team members later, the young man also heard that he had opened up 3 underground layers. Of course, these 3 dungeons were limited to the 1st and 2nd floors, but even so, it was a remarkable achievement among ordinary adventurers. No wonder he was elected as the captain. Where's Hilton? Why hasn't he come yet? Captain Hansen couldn't help but frown as the agreed time was getting closer and closer, but the priest was still nowhere to be seen. Lolo said, I seem to have seen him outside the door of Fire Dragon's Breath this morning. Ryan today is completely different from what Rob remembered. Because of the influx of a large number of adventurers, various entertainment venues have sprung up in the town, like mushrooms after rain. The most famous of them is Fire Dragon's Breath. It is the largest entertainment venue in Ryan. In addition to playing cards and gambling, there are also various exciting performances, including underground fighting that makes people's adrenaline rush. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can even do some embarrassing things with the beautiful dancers or dealers inside. In short, it is like every man's dream paradise. Hansen's face was a little ugly. He didn't object to relaxing before the expedition. In fact, this was the right of every adventurer. However, the premise was that your behavior could not harm the team. Hilton's laxity had obviously affected the team's travel plan. Although they hadn't entered the dungeon yet, no one could guarantee whether Hilton's attitude would improve by then. After all, they are young people. It's normal to like to play. When I was his age, I was even more reckless than him. The old thief Edward came out to smooth things over. But everyone knew that Hilton dared to do this not because he was young, but because he relied on his identity as a magician. Although priests were not as rare as magicians, they were still in short supply compared to other physical professions. Even if they were only first-level priests, they would not worry about not being able to form a team. This was why Hilton was so unscrupulous. Although Hansen was dissatisfied with his behavior, he was actually helpless. It was good enough for the team to recruit a priest, and he had no ability to be picky. Everyone obviously understood this, so they fell into silence. The atmosphere became awkward. The elf archer snorted and sat down somewhere away from everyone. So another half-magic hour passed, until the sun was about to set, and everyone saw the priest's figure swaying on the street corner. Oh, you all arrived quite early. Although he was late for so long, Hilton didn't apologize at all. He yawned and said, Really? Who set the time? Why do we have to set off at dusk? Hansen said coldly, The endless forest is not a good place. Wild beasts are rampant during the day. Taking action at night can avoid many unnecessary troubles. This is the most basic information that every adventurer knows. I don't need to tell you again. Hilton laughed, Captain Hansen, I just want to make a joke with you. There is no need to take it seriously. Since everyone is here, let's go now. After saying that, he smiled at Luo, showing a mouthful of white teeth. With his blonde hair and high nose bridge, he is indeed a handsome man. However, for some reason, Rob always felt that Hilton's last look at Lolo had some special meaning. Although he was a little annoyed by the pastor's blatant lateness, Hansen didn't say anything more. It was getting late now, and he didn't want to delay any longer. The adventure team finally set off before dark. The future super magician was quite conscious. Seeing that the large group was about to set off, the other followers silently carried their luggage, so Rob also ran to the big travel bag that Lolo prepared for him in his trendy mixed outfit. The boy squatted on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, fixed the straps on his shoulders, bent his calves slightly, leaned forward, took a deep breath, and stood up with all his strength. Ha! The future super magician shouted loudly, but the travel bag remained motionless, and the boy stumbled and almost fell to his knees. However, his powerful shout was not completely ineffective. At least it successfully attracted everyone's attention. People who had just walked out a short distance stopped and turned around to see what was happening. Luo was closest to him, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you want me to help?" The boy was a little embarrassed. He had never thought that the job of a follower was difficult before. In this field, the Squire Knight Xiaomi should be considered an expert. Rob felt that he was just a little more diligent with his hands and feet. The boy compared himself with him before, and felt that he should have no problem if he changed positions. However, when he really did it, he found that it was not the case at all. The future super magician was a little overwhelmed by the simple physical work of carrying things. He now really felt that studying forbidden spells was easier than carrying this bag of things, not to mention carrying it all the way to the dungeon. Oh my god, just thinking about this kind of thing makes people feel desperate. But the boy's dignity, as a man, made it impossible for him to ask for help. No, it's okay, it was just an accident. Rob was still trying to hold on. It's really hard to tell until you compare. Standing with several other strong followers, the magician looked even thinner, like a little cat that strayed into a group of tigers. Hilton himself was not punctual, but he was not vague when scolding others. He said impatiently, "Don't dawdle. Do you want to wait until daytime to enter the endless forest? Who will be responsible if there is danger? He is my follower, so of course I am responsible." Lolo responded without any politeness. Hansen winked at Edward, wanting the old thief to ease the atmosphere. He was a little worried that Lolo's attitude would irritate Hilton, and then he would have nowhere to find a priest. The result was beyond everyone's expectation. Hilton, who was always arrogant, just laughed when Lolo retorted, and didn't seem to be very angry. Rob, on the other side, was facing the biggest challenge of his life, and had no time to pay attention to what others were saying. The quasi-magician did 20 stretches, and a set of 4x100 shell runs, plus half a set of sit-ups, and then returned to the big travel bag in front of everyone's shocked eyes. After confirming that his limbs were fully active this time and his body was in the best condition after warming up, the boy clenched his fists, sank into his dantian, took a horse stance, and fixed the straps again. Is it finally about to start? Everyone seemed to be infected by the tense atmosphere on the scene, and became serious involuntarily. The boy gritted his teeth, and used all his strength again. This time, the travel bag trembled and finally left the ground as expected. At this moment, everyone was excited that the Chinese national football team had finally entered the World Cup again after 200 years. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Just when Rob was about to stand up completely, the boy clearly heard a crisp sound from his lower back. Damn, my lumbar disc. Chapter 29. Seeing Lolo silently carrying the big travel bag that was almost as tall as her, the future super magician held her waist with a burning face. Hilton on the side was amazed. This is the first time in my life that I have seen an attendant carrying luggage with nothing in his hands. Shut up. At least we didn't delay the team's journey like someone did. Lolo retorted. Hilton smiled. How about I help you share some of the burden? My attendant is very strong. The priest didn't brag about this. His followers seemed to be a mix of human and dwarf. He was not tall, but he inherited the dwarf's strong ability to carry heavy loads. Hilton's luggage was at least twice as much as Lolo's, but he was still walking briskly. However, when he heard Hilton asked him to help, he immediately said with a bitter face, "Master, this doesn't make sense. Why should capable people do more than others? Look at the master, how much he knows how to sympathize with his subordinates." "Hey, you lazy fellow, do you want me to carry your luggage for you?" Hilton scolded with a smile. "No, I'm just afraid that you can't appreciate the kindness of others," the half-dwarf follower said loudly. Rob silently watched the master and servant singing the same tune. The half-dwarf just hinted that Hilton seemed to know something. No need. Luo shook his head and strode forward with his luggage on his back. Captain Hansen moved his lips and opened his mouth to say something, but finally sighed and swallowed the words back into his stomach. It was not without reason that he stipulated that each person must bring 1 or 2 followers. An exploration in a dungeon can take at least 10 days, or as long as a month, and requires a large amount of food and supplies. These things should not be carried by adventurers, because they must always be prepared to deal with sudden dangers. Too much weight will affect their flexibility. Monsters don't care about chivalry, and they give you time to put down your things and draw your weapons before each attack. Now Luo has a follower, but it is of no use at all. The boy looks more like a rich boy on a picnic in the wild. His thin figure, skin that was 3 points whiter than the noble's, and his unbearable strength and stamina successfully established the first impression of is this guy here to act cute? In everyone's mind soon after they met. Hansen couldn't help but maliciously speculate that Lolo might have brought Rob with him to use him as bait in a critical moment. It's no wonder that the captain thought so. It seems that the boy is really useless except for feeding the monsters. Before it got completely dark, the expedition team finally approached the endless forest. This is a forbidden land, full of towering ancient trees, most of which are older than human history. In addition to the ancient trees, there are also some other strange plants, all of which grow very luxuriantly. However, no intelligent race will settle in the endless sea of trees, and even the elves who love nature the most avoid it. In the words of the former high priest Viola, the nature here is distorted by a mysterious force, and such unreasonable vitality makes me feel uneasy. But humans don't have so many scruples. Once upon a time, a small lord coveted the fertility of the endless sea of trees, so he led people to cut down the ancient trees here, cleared a small area outside, and planted crops. They sowed seeds in the spring, and were surprised to find that even without deliberate cultivation, the crops grew well. In the fall, there was an unprecedented bumper harvest. The wheat in the field grew to more than 2 people tall, and the heavy wheat ears bent the wheat stalks. The farmers couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. The young lord was ecstatic, thinking that he was so damn smart, he actually found a golden road to get rich quickly. He couldn't help but praise the gods, and officially named the place the God-given land. That night, he also held a grand dinner in his castle, using freshly ground flour to bake fragrant bread, and served ham, chicken and beer to entertain the distinguished guests. As a result, the next morning, people passing by there were stunned by the bloody scene in front of them. The whole castle was completely turned into a slaughterhouse, with bloody corpses and body parts everywhere. Even the most brutal murderer would squat down and vomit when seeing such a scene. Before he died, the young lord was still stabbing his beloved little daughter frantically with a dinner knife, and half of his head was chopped off by his wife. According to the only survivor of the banquet, a young maid who hid in the closet, everyone behaved normally at the beginning, and the young lord's family was polite as usual. Everyone was laughing at the table, and exchanging various gossips about the royal family. When they talked about the lonely queen's secret meeting with a handsome earl not long ago, everyone smiled at each other, and their faces couldn't help revealing the kind of smile that only men understand. The atmosphere was harmonious. During the dinner, the maid was ordered to go to the wine cellar to get another barrel of ale, but when she returned to the door, everything changed. The host and the guests, who were originally chatting and laughing, suddenly drew their swords at a certain moment, just like the screenwriter of Full House was suddenly replaced by the screenwriter of A Song of Ice and Fire halfway through the show, and the style of the show changed 180 degrees. Suddenly, everyone at the table fell into hysterical madness. They started to attack every normal person around them with red eyes. The first to suffer were the maids. They were thrown to the ground before they realized what was happening. The guests who lost their minds grabbed the sharp weapons around them, and soon the crying of the maids subsided. However, their screams before death still managed to alert the castle guards. However, the real tragedy also began at this time. The castle of the small lord was not big, and the people in the territory were simple and honest. Usually, there was only a small team of less than 20 soldiers responsible for security. What's more terrible was that their captain, a third-level knight, was also invited to attend today's dinner, and at this time he also turned into a perverted murderer. Facing the lord they once swore allegiance to, the guards were somewhat restrained. Although they saved the young maid, they also suffered crazy attacks. In particular, the third-level knight, who was in a rampage, was like a god or demon in the world. He took advantage of the time, when everyone was still stunned, to sneak attack and break the neck of a guard. The remaining guards, led by the deputy captain, hurriedly formed a battle formation. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that no one who came to the banquet carried weapons or armor. The guards relied on the advantage of equipment to barely stabilize the situation, but everyone knew that this was only temporary. Those who had lost their minds seemed to feel no pain or fatigue at all. The second young master, whose arm was cut off, still pounced on any living thing in front of him like a mad dog. Gods, what exactly happened here? The deputy captain looked extremely solemn. He originally wanted to ask the young maid to go to the nearby town to get help, but she was nowhere to hide. In fact, the deputy captain knew in his heart that it was meaningless to do so. The militiamen in the town were basically farmers, who had undergone a few months of simple training. Years of peace had made them lose their combat capabilities. Even if they came, they would probably only be cheerleaders. The deputy captain did this more from the perspective of boosting the morale of the team. There were only a few experienced veterans in the guards, most of whom were young people, and some were even children. Faced with such a terrifying scene, many people were frightened, their legs were trembling, and they could not hold the long sword steadily. In a short while, they lost 2 more people. The deputy captain kicked over the long table in the hall and ordered everyone to retreat to the gate, using the narrow terrain to deal with the opponent and delay time as much as possible. In addition, he sent 2 people to collect heavy objects, trying to block these aggressive lunatics in the banquet hall. God knows how many people will suffer if these guys run outside. Looking at the miserable situation in the hall, the deputy captain can't imagine what kind of disaster they will cause if they run to the town. And as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. After finally blocking a wave of attacks, everyone heard another scream from downstairs. It sounded like a young guard who had just been sent out not long ago. After a while, there was another sound of fighting somewhere on the first floor. Everyone was tense, and their hearts were in their throats. They wanted to help, but they couldn't get away. Finally, the sound of fighting gradually subsided until it was quiet again. After a while, a familiar footstep sounded at the stairs. Ivan Reese, the chef of the castle, slowly appeared at the end of the corridor, with a butcher knife in one hand and 2 steaming heads in the other. Chapter 30. Why did you suddenly tell a horror story? Lolo shuddered. Because the current atmosphere is suitable for telling horror stories? The quasi-magician didn't know why he remembered this story. Because Ryan was at the edge of the endless sea, there were many legends about this mysterious forest. But the one that impressed Rob the most was the horror story called Bloody Night in the Castle. He heard this story from Kenneth when he was a child. Although Mr. Knight always looks righteous, he is an absolute lover of strange stories, and likes to collect all kinds of weird legends. However, it is said that the Bloody Night in the castle actually happened in history. The castle where the incident happened is not too far from the town, and has been abandoned for hundreds of years. The priest in the town used this story to scare the naughty children, saying that there are evil spirits wandering there, and forbidding them to approach. But in fact, it was just because there were often wild couples having affairs there. Rob and his friends had sneaked there, but they only saw some ruins. In short, after this incident, no one dared to open up the endless sea of trees. Later, the Magician Association also sent people to check the area and collected plant specimens along the way to take back for careful study. But the strange thing was that Rob had searched through the classics and found nothing. However, no one dared to grow crops near the endless sea of trees since then. Everyone was worried that the endless sea of trees would continue to expand over time and occupy the surrounding arable land. However, hundreds of years later, the endless sea of trees still maintained its original size, neither growing nor shrinking, which was amazing. It seems that there is a mysterious force controlling the entire forest. Although the endless sea of trees and the surrounding residents have been living in peace for a long time, Ryan's children have been taught by their parents to stay away from those tall trees since they were young. The strange plants in the endless sea of trees seem to have the ability to make people lose their sense of direction, and the further you go in, the more serious the interference becomes. All the equipment used to identify directions will fail here one after another, which is why no one has ever reached the center of the forest. Fortunately, the location of the dungeon is not too deep, and it is still only the outer area of the endless forest, otherwise the adventurers can only stare blankly. In addition to those strange plants, there are some other creatures living in the endless forest, such as the ground bird that once snatched the dragon egg from the boy, a group of ravens flying overhead, human-faced spiders hiding in deep caves, and some giant cats, etc. Among them, the most dangerous is an insect called tree insect. These little bugs are not big, only the thickness of a finger, and are almost everywhere in the forest. They usually lie quietly on the tree trunks without moving, and the color is very close to the bark. If you don't look carefully, you will hardly find it, and even if you notice them, you will be easily deceived by their slender and weak appearance. However, they are actually the most ferocious predators in the endless sea of trees. When hunting, thousands of tree-breathing insects will go out together, and they can chew a buffalo clean in half a minute. Please note that the clean here refers to the kind of clean that leaves no bones. Their mouth parts are extremely hard and can even bite through fine iron. All creatures living in the endless sea of trees are afraid of these ferocious little guys. Fortunately, this kind of insect has a very obvious weakness. They don't like the smell of sandalwood. Therefore, as long as the adventurers who enter the endless sea of trees carry a small piece of sandalwood with them, they can generally successfully remove themselves from the diet of tree-breathing insects. Fortunately, the frequency of tree-breathing insects' predation is very low. After each predation, they will pretend to be dead on the tree trunk for 2 to 3 months, which is probably the origin of their name. In addition to the things mentioned above, there are other dangers hidden in the endless sea of trees. In short, once you enter here, you need to be vigilant. Therefore, Captain Hansen announced that the expedition team needed to rest on the spot and solve the dinner before entering the endless sea of trees. After receiving the instructions, the followers began to get busy, making fire and cooking, and preparing dinner in an orderly manner. The future super magician and his brave master stared at each other. "Oh my god, you can't even make a simple fire, right?" Luo held his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but sigh. "Well, that's not quite accurate. I just don't know how to use flint." Rob thought to himself, "If you give me my staff, maybe I can light half of the endless forest to show you fireworks." Luo rolled his eyes. "What else can I use to light a fire without flint? Or are you actually a hero who has the survival skills in the wild and can make fire by drilling wood?" "I'm not," the boy admitted honestly. "Brother, you're such a loser that it's hard for me to do anything," Luo said sadly, and the girl couldn't help but start to doubt whether her decision to let this guy be her follower was a complete mistake. "Why don't you tell me what you are useful for? I can protect your safety at the critical moment." The boy thought for a while and said, "Yes, this proves that you can at least brag." Luo didn't believe someone's nonsense at all, and got up to cook by himself. The dinner for the two was simple, just black bread with cheese and a bowl of rice porridge. The only advantage of the whole meal was that it was cheap. Rob tried to bite the black bread that was harder than the armor on his body, and almost broke his teeth. The prospective magician burst into tears. Has he finally found a weapon? This thing can definitely split a person's head if it hits the head. Rob has been the cool existence, who has occupied the canteen of the Royal Magic Academy of Tis for 10 years. How could he feel the suffering of the people so deeply? Obviously, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. The future super magician stretched out his trembling hands and fumbled around on the bread, but couldn't find a place to bite. "Hey, are you stupid? Can't you soak in the soup?" Lolo, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it. She felt that she was stupid enough sometimes, but the guy in front of her was even 10,000 times more stupid than her. How did such a guy grow up to this size? Did he have more than 100 young and beautiful maids around him to take care of his daily life from the moment he was born? Lolo shuddered at the thought of such a scene, but she had just met someone's father not long ago. The boy's family background seemed ordinary. Although he had disappeared for 10 years, it was hard to guarantee that he would not have a big event that changed his fate during this period. However, judging from the fact that he could not even repay a debt of more than 20 gold coins after returning home, his financial situation outside should be very ordinary. Chapter 31. Rob certainly doesn't have more than 100 maids serving him tea and water, but he is a magician. Everyone who has mastered magic can deeply feel the convenience brought by magic, but even among magicians, few can play magic as well as Rob. For example, for a simple first-level fireball spell, most low-level magicians can only barely control the direction of the fireball while ensuring the success of the spell. Only a small number of people can accurately control the landing point of the fireball. Such people are usually called geniuses. The future super mage belongs to the third type. Rob once used fireball to roast sweet potatoes in his second year at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. Yes, you heard it right. Right next to the cafeteria, the boy set up a small table to earn pocket money. He roasted and sold the potatoes on the spot. He roasted 2 at a time. Later, he became more skilled and could roast 4 at a time. Moreover, he controlled the temperature of the roasted sweet potatoes very well. The potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They were more delicious than those roasted by ordinary people in the oven. As a result, the whole school was shocked that day. Everyone had no interest in class, and ran out to watch the roasted sweet potato god at the entrance of the cafeteria. In fact, Not only the students, but also some professors were confused. They didn't understand why the fireball spell, which was obviously an attack spell, could be played like this, and they didn't understand how the red fireball could hover above the staff for so long, and they didn't understand why the magic elements around the fireball were so stable. You may be jealous of someone who is more handsome than you, someone who is richer than you, and someone whose kid is smarter, but for Rob, who is beyond imagination, you will only have endless admiration in your heart, and you are willing to sincerely offer your knees. However, at this moment, the cool Rob was being scolded by the rookie warrior. You are so old, but you can't even use a flint. Even if you don't have common sense, you should have a bottom line. Hey, you are not a nobleman. If you can't take care of yourself, how can you start a family in the future? Rob was also a little annoyed. How good can you be? You just came to Ryan, and all your money was cheated away by a stranger you didn't know. Don't you know to be a little wary of people? If you keep going like this, sooner or later you will be sold and still help others count money. Pastor Hilton came over at some point, glanced at the food of the two people, and showed an exaggerated expression. Hey, are you going to eat this kind of food all the way? Get lost. What do you have to do here? The brave man and the magician turned back and yelled at the blonde handsome man. Hilton's face suddenly changed. Because of his profession, no matter where he went, everyone was polite to him on weekdays, fearing that he would leave if he was unhappy. The magic profession has always been popular, and others have always spoiled him. Even if he sometimes did something too much, the team members dared not say anything. However, Hilton couldn't believe his ears this time. It was fine if Luo yelled at him, but this little follower who came out of nowhere actually dared to tell him to get out. The priest laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? A trainee priest who was expelled from the temple is so great. Rob said indifferently, you have lost the favor of the gods, and your level has dropped from the original second level to the first level. As a profession that relies on faith to upgrade, there is no hope of getting further in this life. If I were you, I should sign up for etiquette classes now, otherwise I will definitely suffer in the future. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. When they met Hilton, he had always claimed to be a young priest who was traveling outside the temple, and everyone believed it. Priests are the most special of all professions. Although priests can also accumulate divine power step by step through prayer on weekdays, the most important thing is piety to the gods. Because for clergy, the favor of the gods is the source of all power. You often hear that a certain nun jumped from an ordinary person who knew nothing to a high-level priest overnight because of her piety. Moreover, the election of saints every 20 years in the temple does not focus on qualifications or talents, but on the purity of the candidate's soul. In other words, in the eyes of the temple, the purity of the soul is the greatest asset of the clergy. The power that priests get is all given by the gods. In other words, if your faith is shaken one day, the gods can easily take back what they have given you. This is very difficult for magicians, like Rob, to accept. The divine power they have accumulated with great effort is just to help others save money. If someone turns against you one day, you will lose everything. This is too pitfall. Hilton is in this situation. He was originally a second-level priest. After being abandoned by the gods, he fell directly to a first-level professional. This is because there is no more room for him to fall. If you are at a higher level, you can experience the thrill of riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. There was once an 8th-level bishop who betrayed his faith and fell 4 levels in a row, directly from the high level to the middle level, and many of his previous divine arts could no longer be used. Hansen and the others were still somewhat skeptical of the little follower's words, but after seeing the expression on Hilton's face, everyone knew that this was most likely true. The priest was no longer as arrogant as before, and looked like he had seen a ghost. You, how did you know? Could it be that you are someone sent by the temple to monitor me? Well, you worry too much. I'm just a handsome little follower. Rob said truthfully, by the way, I said before that your biggest problem is that you feel too good about yourself. Although we don't know why you were expelled from the temple, you don't think that the temple has enough time to arrange someone to watch over you, do you, a low-level priest? The reason why the boy knew Hilton's little secret was not because he suddenly opened a cheat or unlocked a legendary skill like mind reading. Speaking of this, he had to thank Kenneth. When the captain of the guard learned that Rob planned to go to the dungeon with Lolo, he specially helped him do his homework in advance. The other 4 people in the adventure team, except for the mysterious elf handsome guy, Kenneth more or less collected some information, among which the part about Hilton was the most detailed. Don't forget that Mr. Knight's father-in-law was the only priest in the town, and every priest who was expelled from the temple would be announced inside the temple. Therefore, before setting off, the captain of the guard repeatedly told the boy to pay attention to this blonde handsome guy. The knight even hinted to someone that he could use this as leverage to threaten Hilton when necessary. However, Rob had no interest in this kind of thing. A 6th level quasi-magician would go to great lengths to threaten a 1st level apprentice priest. This was a bit too much of a compliment to the blonde handsome man. He wasn't playing Pokemon, and Rob didn't know what it would be like to subdue a low-level priest. Therefore, when Hilton came to provoke him, he directly revealed the blonde handsome man's little secret. Chapter 32. After their identities were exposed by someone, Hilton and his servant immediately became obedient. Being expelled from the temple not only means losing the hope of advancement, but also means no longer being protected by the gods. In other words, even if the blonde handsome man was killed at the door of the temple would at most notify the guards to handle it as an ordinary public security case. In this case, Hilton had to be careful. The blonde handsome man found that the way Hansen and others looked at him had changed, but the subsequent expedition still needed a priest to take charge, so the other members of the team did not behave too much, but there was no respect in their eyes as before. Hansen saw that everyone had almost finished eating, so he said, "Let's get ready to go. Everyone check if you have any sandalwood on you. Be careful around you and stay alert. We have already delayed a little time before, so we have to speed up and try to reach the supply point before the morning." He didn't look at Hilton when he said this, but the blonde handsome boy still heard the middle-aged swordsman's dissatisfaction with him. If it were normal, he could just walk away and change teams. However, once the expedition team spread his true identity, it would not be so easy for him to join a team again. Moreover, Hilton just lost a lot of money playing cards in the Fire Dragon's Breath, and he urgently needed to make a fortune from this expedition. Therefore, even though he knew Hansen was expressing his dissatisfaction with him, Hilton could only pretend not to hear. However, no one knew whether the blonde handsome man was as obedient as he appeared. The old thief Edward led the way in front, and everyone followed him, one after another, into the dark forest under the night. Speaking of which, this was Rob's first time to truly step into the endless forest. Although he had lived in Ryan when he was a child, and had heard many legends about this place, his understanding of this place was limited to those bizarre stories passed down by word of mouth, and most of them were made up by adults to scare children away from this strange forest. How much of the truth is still to be discussed. But everyone has curiosity, especially Rob, who once lived next to the endless forest for quite a while. Later, the young boy looked for documents related to this forest in the library of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, but found that there were very few related studies, which was almost incredible for a magician who was always known for his strong desire for knowledge. You should know that the motto of Roland, the founder of the magic system, and the first magician, was to stay curious. These 4 simple words are also the most accurate interpretation of magicians. The future super magician did not believe that there would be no magicians interested in such a strange place as the endless sea of trees, so there was only one possibility left, that someone deliberately erased all the research about this place, and this kind of thing could not be done by 1 or 2 people, and it required the power of the entire Magicians Association. So the boy found the first vice president of the Magicians Association, the current principal of the Royal Magic Academy of DIST, the 9th level super magician, Mr. Steins, and asked, "Old man, are you hiding something from me? Why are there so few documents about the endless sea of trees?" I smell a conspiracy." Steins was reading a book in the room. It was not a profound and obscure magic study, but a collection of poems that was very popular among young people recently. The old man read with great interest, without even raising his eyelids. "You have all heard of Roland's famous saying, 'Stay curious,' but do you know that there is actually another half sentence behind it? But your curiosity should match your ability, young man. There are some things you should not care about now, but don't worry, when that day really comes, you will have no choice but to know." "No, I'm not interested in your dirty little secrets." The boy said this and ran away before the super mage got angry. If Rob hadn't returned to his hometown again after many years and entered this strange forest in person, he would have almost forgotten this short conversation with Stein. From the answer of the 9th level super mage, the boy can draw the following 3 conclusions. First, the real bosses of the Magician Association definitely know something about the endless sea of trees. They have conducted many studies, and these studies may have lasted for a long time, and may not have stopped until now. Second, the results of the research must be so explosive that even a powerful organization like the Magicians Association has to conduct it in secret. But to be honest, Rob couldn't think of any force on this continent that would make the Magicians Association afraid. Steins didn't even take the royal family seriously. Third, the super magician was very unkind, and even kept it a secret from his own disciple. In summary, Mr. Quasi-Mage found that he seemed to be a little interested in the endless sea of trees, But he didn't know whether the appearance of the underground city inside was related to Stein's secret. The expedition team became obviously nervous after entering this strange forest. Even the blonde handsome man, who was always carefree, took out his divine book. Like the magician's staff, this is a common weapon for priests. However, Hilton has been expelled from the temple, and his divine book now looks particularly bleak. The expedition team moved forward cautiously, and the boots made a creaking sound on the rotten leaves, as if someone was whispering in your ear. Combined with various strange-looking plants, and the dim starlight above your head, it has a bit of the flavor of a horror movie. So what happened later? Lolo suddenly asked. What later? The story you told me before. What happened to the guards later? Oh, they all died. I think I said that only the young maid survived in the end, otherwise how could it be called the bloody night of the castle? What about the deputy captain? Did he die too? Lolo asked again. I think so. Rob didn't know why the girl was suddenly so interested in this legend from hundreds of years ago. The boy even suspected that it was his illusion. After he finished speaking, the figure of the girl in front of him seemed to pause for a moment. But he is very brave, right? He knew that he couldn't win, but he chose to stay and fight those crazy guys to the death in order to protect the people in the town. So he is a hero, right? The quasi-magician actually felt that it was not worthwhile to give up his life to save a stranger, and there should be a better way to deal with this matter. However, the Squire Knight Xiaomi once showed him that a qualified follower should always be in harmony with his master, so the boy was a little hesitant now. However, Luoluo didn't seem to want to get anyone's answer at all. Her last sentence was more like asking herself. After asking, she stopped talking and strode forward with her travel bag on her back. Chapter 33. The first night in the endless forest passed without any danger, and the expedition team arrived at the supply camp smoothly. The supply camp was set up by the Mercenary Union. The purpose is to provide a place for each brave man who goes to the dungeon to explore and rest in the dangerous forest. Each person needs to pay a silver coin per day to enter the camp. Captain Hansen paid for Lolo and Rob first, and the money will be deducted from the spoils after the expedition. After arriving at the camp, Hansen announced that the expedition team would be disbanded on the spot. After a night of hard trekking, all the team members were very tired. After eating, everyone rushed to bed and replenished their energy. Rob was no exception. Although he didn't carry the heavy travel bag, as a dead otaku who squatted in the magic tower all day, this night's rampage was enough for the future super magician to drink a pot. Rob was so tired that he almost didn't even eat breakfast. He had never thought that the simple hammock in front of him could be so cute. He took off his rags, lay on it, shook his sore legs, and stretched comfortably. He was really satisfied. He turned his head and looked at the half-dwarf follower next to him. The latter was snoring as soon as he touched the pillow. This is probably the S-level life skill that every traveler dreams of. The future super magician decided to learn from him, and quickly closed his eyes. The gently swaying hammock, and the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves all indicate that this will be an extremely sweet sleep. However, the magician seemed to hear someone calling his name in a half-awake state. Rob's heart moved. Could it be that he accidentally glimpsed the secret of the endless sea of trees? It has nothing to do with the literature research. The boy had read a few novels before. In them, the male protagonist often passed through a mysterious place and accidentally communicated with the local spirits through dreams when he slept at night. Thinking of this, the future super magician couldn't help but feel a little excited. Could it be that the consciousness of the endless sea of trees was calling him? Ha ha, it seems that I am also a person with the aura of the protagonist. Old man Steins is smart all his life, and he must not have thought that someone could know the truth of the matter through such a legendary method. At this critical moment, opening your eyes is of course the stupidest choice. The correct approach should be to continue to relax your consciousness, try to calm your body and mind, let go of your soul, and bravely accept the other party. Well, to put it more simply, sleep more soundly. Sure enough, as Rob fell asleep, the voice seemed to become clearer and clearer. There is a way. The future super magician was delighted, feeling that he should have found the right direction. Let me think about it. Well, next I should try to communicate with the other party's soul. The boy was ambitiously planning to continue his third-type contact plan, but suddenly felt dizzy. The next moment, the magician's forehead came into close contact with the muddy ground. It seems that I will use this method to wake you up in the future. Lolo stood in front of someone's hammock at some point. No wonder Rob thought the previous voice sounded familiar. The boy was thrown to the ground and was furious, but as the saying goes, a man has to bow his head under the eaves. When Rob saw that it was his big boss who did it, he could only suppress his anger and asked, "How long have I slept? Are we going to leave?" It's still early. You slept for about 5 minutes. Lolo said lightly. Are you fucking sick? Although he repeatedly told himself to restrain himself, the magician couldn't help but get angry. 5 minutes. Why did you call me for 5 minutes? Followers are not human beings? Don't you know not to disturb others when they are sleeping? This is basic etiquette. Okay, please, I just want to have a good sleep. The girl could feel the boy's resentment from several steps away, but she remained calm and nodded. Well, come out and talk. Don't disturb others' sleep. You knew you would disturb others. Rob angrily followed the rookie warrior to a small open space on the west side of the camp. It was relatively remote, and not many people came and went. Originally, the boy was thinking that if Luo called him to wash dishes or light a fire, he would turn around and leave, leaving the girl with a cool and handsome back. But now, after looking around the terrain, the future super magician couldn't help but feel guilty. If he was beaten in this ghost place, there would be no one to ask for help. Looking at Luo opposite, she still had no expression on her face, and it was hard to guess what she was thinking. The girl threw a long sword over. This is what I just borrowed from someone. Wait, Rob began to sweat coldly. What the hell was going on? Was he going to duel with me? No, it was obvious that he thought I was holding him back, so he planned to kill me halfway in the name of a duel. Looking at the iron sword magician at his feet, he felt that he had seen through someone's evil plan and hesitated whether he should just surrender. Lolo said impatiently, What are you dawdling about? Do you still want to sleep later? Pick it up quickly. I teach you how to block and chop vertically today. Huh? The boy suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. You are too weak and have no ability to protect yourself in the dungeon, so I plan to teach you swordsmanship from today. Luo explained. Didn't you say you would protect me before? The future super magician said weakly. But what if something happens to me? Luo said, No one in this world can always protect anyone. The boy keenly caught the hint of loss hidden in the last half of the girl's sentence. Well, is it because of the story I told you before? The magician asked cautiously. If the vice captain could be stronger, maybe so many people wouldn't have died. Luo suddenly said. You have a typical misconception. Whether strong or weak, everyone has their own troubles. Even the most powerful masters have times when they are powerless. When you are a little hero, you will think that if I could be stronger, maybe your companions would not die at the hands of small monsters. But when you become really powerful one day, your opponents will also change from small monsters to big monsters, and then behind you may be a small town, a city, or even the entire human race, and every step you take back may kill thousands of people. The future super magician paused and said with emotion, I think it's good to be a little hero. You sound like you know what it feels like to be a master. Luo was speechless. Even if you are a little hero, you are still far from it now. Pick up the sword. We are going to start training. Chapter 34. Training is painful, especially when others are sleeping while you are training. The pain will be doubled. Rob didn't know that as a high-level mage, learning the swordsman slashing and blocking was useless. Even if he eventually became a sword god, he couldn't carry the sword with him when casting spells. He couldn't find a place to throw the sword every time the battle started, and then pick it up after casting the spell. Not to mention that the two armies were fighting, and the killing was so intense that he couldn't find the sword he had lost before. People who didn't know him would think he was walking his dog on the battlefield. However, after more than a day of getting along, the boy has almost understood Luo's temper. He knows that the girl usually looks easy to talk to, but in fact she is stubborn. When she insists on something, no matter what others say, it's useless. For example, the question of whether to wear protective gear before, Rob estimated that if he dared to refuse her training plan, the final outcome would probably be to be beaten again, and then roll back to practice swordsmanship. Since the final result is to practice swordsmanship anyway, the future super magician decided not to ask for a beating. Although he was extremely sleepy, Rob still managed to hold on, and be trained by Lolo for 2 full hours of magic. However, as the saying goes, there is gain and loss. When God opens a door for you, he will also close another window for you. Rob's talent in magic is shocking, which makes countless magicians envious and want to vomit blood, but his talent in learning swordsmanship also makes Lolo want to vomit blood, but this time it is not envy but anger. Lolo felt that she had never seen such a scumbag in her life. From the boy's movements, he really had no foundation at all, and he couldn't even hold the sword steadily. This also made the rookie warrior feel incredible. Generally speaking, unless they are children of nobles, ordinary men will basically receive local militia training after the age of 12 and learn some basic swordsmanship. If it weren't for the fact that he practiced seriously, She really suspected that this guy was doing it on purpose to retaliate against her for not letting him sleep. However, the reality is so cruel. Mr. Quasi-Mage swordsmanship is not good enough. The physical fitness of magicians is generally not comparable to that of melee professions that rely on strength. In addition, he had just walked all night and was exhausted. In addition, the injury to his lumbar disc was not fully healed. Now he was shaking all over when he raised the sword. Rob was relying entirely on willpower to hold on. His hands were numb from parrying Lolo's slashes again and again. Later, his brain was basically frozen. Mr. Magician had dull eyes, and only knew to mechanically repeat the training movements, like a small boat in a storm. Rob felt that every minute seemed to be as long as 10,000 years. Finally, Luo put away his sword and said, "Okay, let's stop here for today." For the young man at this moment, this sentence was like the sound of nature. Rob could no longer hold the long sword in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The future super magician also fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Your talent is not very good, but it doesn't matter. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. As long as you are willing to practice hard, you may achieve something in the future. The rookie warrior encouraged him, and later added, "We continue tomorrow." Rob was at a loss when he heard this. The phrase diligence can make up for one shortcoming seemed particularly unfamiliar to the future super magician. In the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, he was a living legend, the eldest brother that everyone worshipped. Although he sometimes did not do well, the two old guys, Steins and DeMann, usually yelled at him like this: "Rob, if you keep being lazy, don't even think about entering the 9th level before you are 60. Sometimes the future super magician couldn't help but wonder if his existence was too uninspiring for those who practiced hard but made slow progress. However, if they saw the miserable state of his sword practice just now, they might feel a little more balanced. The boy lay on the ground for a while, and finally gathered some strength. He dragged his tired body, and struggled to crawl back to his small hammock. He fell on it without taking off his boots. It was unknown how long it took Rob to be woken up by the person next to him. The prospective magician opened his eyes in a daze, and saw the other party making a gesture to him to get ready to go. "Hey, are we leaving now?" The young man yawned, his eyes half closed. He felt that he had not slept enough, and his head was still groggy. What was worse was that after the previous death training, he woke up and found that there was no part of his body that was not sore. Now even raising his arm was painful. If possible, Mr. Magician really wanted to ignore everything and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. "Everyone has finished dinner, and we are waiting for you." The speaker was the follower of the old thief Edward, a young man who was always smiling. At the end, he added, "You look very tired. Is it okay?" Rob waved his hand. He was so tired that he didn't even want to talk. When he walked out of the house, he saw Luo packing up. The girl pointed to the food on the side and said, "Eat your portion quickly. We will set off after you finish eating." The boy originally thought that it was black bread and rice porridge again, but he didn't expect that there was a small piece of ham in the bowl. Where did this come from? Rob was refreshed when he smelled the meat. Although the taste of this ham was incomparable to the special meal prepared for him by the Academy, the magician had not eaten meat for a whole day and had just undergone high-intensity training. Every pore in his body was calling for protein. This small piece of ham came at the right time. However, the boy clearly remembered that there should be no ham in Luo's big travel bag before departure. "Just eat yours, don't worry about it." The girl lowered her head to pack her luggage, and the sharp-eyed magician found that the bracelet on Luo's right hand was gone. "Wait, this is what you exchanged for the bracelet, right?" Rob suddenly felt that the ham in his mouth didn't seem so delicious, and at that moment the boy's heart seemed to be hit by something. Don't guess blindly." Lolo took out the bracelet from his pocket, and shook it in front of someone. The magician blushed. Luo said, "The person in charge of the camp is my father's former. Well, a friend, and he gave us the ham." After that, she pointed to the long sword on the ground. "I heard that you are training hard, so he also gave you this sword." Rob bent down to pick up the long sword, his face full of sorrow, and now he was 5 pounds heavier. And judging from this, he will have to endure for quite some time on this road of no return as a swordsman. Chapter 35. After a sufficient rest, the expedition team set out again before dusk, planning to reach the destination tomorrow afternoon. This time, there is no camp for rest along the way. In other words, everyone needs to walk for a whole day and night, which is a test of everyone's willpower and physical strength. Rob is very tired now, not only physically, but also mentally. Luo's swordsman training plan cannot be said to be ineffective. At least it has successfully established a conditioned reflex in the magician's mind. Now Rob wants to draw his sword to protect his face at the slightest sign of trouble. The boy doubted if he could survive until tomorrow. The best way to solve this problem was to have a good sleep, but there was no such condition after leaving the camp in the endless forest full of dangers, so Rob could only think of a solution himself. The future super magician first found a strange giant tree, selected a branch about 2 fingers thick from it, and successfully cut it off with the help of Luo, and then used the long sword at his waist to cut off the small branches and leaves around it, so that a simple walking stick was freshly made. With this thing, Rob's journey will be a little easier. However, Luo was a little puzzled. It had been a full magic hour since the expedition team left the camp. They had seen many trees they knew and didn't know before, including some suitable for making walking sticks, such as gyro wood. This oriental wood is both strong and light, and walking sticks made of it are very popular among travelers. However, Rob didn't even look at it. Luo didn't know the name of the tree he finally chose. It looked eerie. The walking stick made of it was cool in the hand, which was quite comfortable. However, it felt much heavier than gyro wood. From the perspective of saving effort, it was only acceptable. Therefore, before helping him make a walking stick, Lolo couldn't help asking again, "Do you really want to choose this tree? Or let's go a little further, there should be more good Luo trees ahead." Rob shook his head. No, this one is good enough. Hilton is a typical person who forgets the pain after the wound has healed. He was silent for a whole day because his identity was exposed. Now, after hearing the conversation between the two, the blonde handsome man suddenly became energetic again. With a sneer on his face, "Lolo, don't waste your energy. A country bumpkin like this probably doesn't even know what Luo is." Luo said coldly, "You seem to be very idle. Why do you always hang around us?" "Of course it's to protect you." The priest puffed out his chest, which matched his handsome face and made him look quite handsome. It was a pity that he was holding a divine book instead of a knight's sword, otherwise it would have been more convincing. Rob was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, but from his appearance, it seemed that he had seen through Luo's disguise from the beginning and knew that she was a girl. Well, this was not surprising. For a love veteran like the blonde handsome man, he obviously had his own unique secrets in identifying gender, unlike a slow-reacting guy who had to touch the girl's chest before reacting. Thinking of this, the future super magician couldn't help but blush again, and couldn't help but recall the strange touch from his fingertips that night. Just ignore him. Lolo saw the strange expression on someone's face, but mistakenly thought that he was angry because of Hilton's humiliation. "Yeah," the boy said vaguely, and hurriedly grabbed his cane to calm himself down. The magician's somewhat embarrassed look made Hilton feel that he had the upper hand in momentum, and slightly recovered a little of his previous loss of image, so he left with his head held high like a victorious rooster. The members of the expedition team didn't take this incident seriously. With the new equipment, Rob could finally walk a little easier, but the mental fatigue could not be eliminated by the cane. Rob took a deep breath and tried to enter a state of meditation. Meditation is not unfamiliar to magicians. It has become an instinct like eating and drinking. Whether you are a rookie magic apprentice or a super magician who has reached the top, meditation is a homework that must be completed every day. Meditation can not only accumulate mana and enhance communication with magic elements, but also adjust your mental state to the best. It is rumored that some diligent magicians even use meditation instead of sleeping. Of course, whether they will die suddenly is another question. However, it is undeniable that meditation is indeed effective in relieving fatigue. Since there is no hope of sleeping now, the boy can only hope for the basic lessons of magicians. However, at present, there is still a small problem to be solved in order to achieve this. Since Roland founded the magic system, most magicians have meditated in a quiet room. Of course, for a genius like Rob, a slightly less strict environment is not a big problem for him. He usually meditates on his bed in his bedroom. But Rob has never heard of any magician who can meditate while walking. It's like you only have one right hand. At the same time, you either use it to control the mouse or use it to shoot a plane. In short, these two things are incompatible. Even a genius like Rob, who is 1 in a million, can't do it at all. It's impossible. Meditation requires forgetting oneself, forgetting the surroundings, and feeling the magic elements between heaven and earth with all one's heart and soul. However, forgetting oneself and the surroundings while walking often leads to a miserable outcome. If it were somewhere else, Rob would not have wasted his effort. But if it were the endless sea of trees, maybe he could give it a try. As soon as he entered here, the quasi-magician was keenly aware that the magic elements in this strange forest seemed to be more active than those in the outside world, But this deviation was very subtle, and low and middle-level magicians would not notice such a subtle difference. As the expedition team continued to go deeper, this feeling became more and more obvious. At the location where Rob and his team were now, the middle-level magicians should have noticed it. This is why Rob dared to try. The activity of magic elements has increased, and accordingly, the requirements for meditation have been reduced. Of course, this is not enough. Rob needs to rely on some external forces. This has to mention the cane he just got. Yes, the cane in the magician's hand is not chosen casually. Oak, known for its excellent affinity with magic elements, ranks at the top among all trees, and because of its low price, it is the most common magic material. However, the oak tree before grew very strangely. There were strange protrusions everywhere on the trunk, densely packed, as if something had laid eggs inside, which is why Luoluo and the others couldn't recognize it at first glance. Rob knew that those tree tumors that looked very scary were actually not harmful. In fact, the formation of those things was inextricably linked to the activity of magic elements in this place. Chapter 36. It is precisely because of the abnormal elements of the endless sea of trees that the strange ecological environment here has been created. Some plants that were originally very common outside have grown wildly here, and have undergone different degrees of mutation according to the affinity with the magic elements. The oak tree before is the most obvious example. But Rob didn't quite understand. This mutation should not affect the basic characteristics of the plants. In the story of Bloody Night in the castle, the little lord and his guests suddenly went crazy at the banquet, which was obviously related to the food they ate that night. Among them, the wheat used for baking bread was undoubtedly the most suspicious, produced in the endless sea of trees. But ordinary wheat itself is non-toxic. To be more precise, the mutation caused by abnormal elements will only amplify certain characteristics of the plant itself, and will not create something out of nothing. It will twist a non-toxic crop into a toxic one. The quasi-magician has never heard of such a thing. In addition, mutations often do not happen overnight, but are a long process that requires hundreds or thousands of years of continuous catalysis. For wheat that has grown for less than a year, it is almost impossible for such a subversive mutation to occur in such a short period of time. Moreover, Rob did not think that any of the currently known toxins could drive people crazy enough to kill their own sons and daughters. The state of the guests and the young lord's family in the story was more like that of accidentally ingesting some kind of hallucinogen. This forest really hides a lot of secrets, Rob sighed, but the most urgent thing is to solve the problem of mental fatigue first. With the oak cane, it becomes easier to communicate with the magic elements, and because the oak tree itself has been growing in the endless sea of trees, it is also very compatible with the elemental environment in this forest, which also increases the success rate of meditation to a certain extent. But even so, this kind of thing is still like a fantasy for most people. Rob's initial attempt was to divide his brain into two parts, one for walking and paying attention to the foot, and the other for meditation, but it turned out to be useless. This is much more difficult than drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. The most basic point to enter the state of meditation is to have no distractions, which seems to be an impossible task now. For example, when Rob saw a small stone 2 steps ahead, he would subconsciously think, "Oh, I should lift my foot after 2 more steps." But it was such a simple thought that made his meditation this time go to waste. The future super magician knew that if he didn't solve this fatal problem, he might not be able to complete a meditation. But for now, this is almost an unsolvable paradox. If an ordinary person found that he had entered a dead end at this time, he might give up, but Rob is a lazier person, but he has nothing to do at the moment anyway. After a while, Luoluo suddenly turned around. "Why are you always imitating me?" The rookie hero's tone was a little unfriendly. After all, anyone who is inexplicably imitated by others will feel very uncomfortable. However, when she turned her head, what she saw was an extremely dull face, and the boy's eyes were straight and empty. The two looked at each other for about 2 seconds, and then the quasi-magician did something that almost made the girl explode with anger. Rob turned his head and opened and closed his mouth, clearly imitating Luoluo's previous actions. What's more annoying is that he didn't make any sound, just like a pantomime, which was very funny. Childish. Luoluo threw down 2 words, turned his head angrily and ignored someone. The girl thought that the matter was over here. In her opinion, it was just a little prank by the boy. However, everything that happened afterwards completely refreshed Luoluo's understanding of the word idiot. According to the incomplete statistics of the rookie warrior, in the short quarter of an hour, Rob was tripped as many as 10 times. Sometimes, the magician would inexplicably bump into a tree while walking. As for clothes being caught by small branches or stepping on something suspicious, it was even more common. In the most recent time, Rob tried to jump onto a big rock, but he almost broke his front teeth. Luo couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, are you going to devote yourself to your acting career? You don't have to be so dedicated to pranks." The boy himself was also scared and broke into a cold sweat. The method he used to solve the problem might sound a bit unbelievable to ordinary people. The key to meditation is to not have distracting thoughts, but the process of observing the surroundings, transmitting the environmental information around to the mind and generating action instructions based on it is distracting thoughts. So the future super magician thought, is there any way to replace this process? In the end, it was the back of the rookie hero that gave him inspiration. Imitation is more like an instinct for humans. Simple imitation does not require too much energy. Just follow and do it. It is a pure physical behavior, and does not require the thinking process of analysis and judgment. In this state, Rob can completely empty his brain. In other words, he can meditate while rushing on the road. Thinking of this, Rob can't help but look happy. He feels that he has found the answer. However, it turns out that some things are not as simple as imagined. Since the magician began to try to imitate Luo, he has suffered a lot in a short time. At first, it was because he was not used to it. Many times, the boy would forget what to do next when he was imitating. He would stand there stupidly as if he had suddenly lost the connection, or he would trip over his left foot and fall to the ground. However, as time went by, Rob kept gritting his teeth and persisting. His proficiency was finally improved little by little, and such problems occurred less and less frequently. But then, the future super magician discovered a new situation. Due to the difference in their basic attributes, sometimes Rob could not complete the actions that Luo could easily complete. For example, the rookie warrior is half a head shorter than someone. When he met a crooked tree growing diagonally on the road, Luo walked directly past it with his head held high, but the boy walked forward with confidence and was almost split by the old tree. And just now, Luo, as a swordsman, had excellent jumping ability. Even with the big travel bag on his back, he could step on the big rock with a light jump. On the contrary, Mr. Magician almost lost 2 front teeth when he did the same action. However, after discovering the reason, Rob thought about it and found a solution. Since he was too different from the girl, and it was difficult to imitate her, why not find someone who was close to him? For example, the young follower of the old thief Edward is about the same size as someone, and after carrying the luggage, the two have similar mobility. There is also a blonde handsome man. They are both magic professions, and have similar physical fitness. However, the prospective magician quickly ruled out this option. There was no other special reason. The boy simply felt that imitating Hilton was a bit low. Chapter 37. Lolo breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had always warned herself not to take someone's prank seriously, to be honest, there was always someone imitating your every move behind you, which still made you feel indescribably weird. Fortunately, the psychopath played for a while, and then ran to torture others. The rookie warrior was also reflecting on whether his previous training of the boy was a bit too harsh, causing him to suffer irreversible severe mental stimulation, which was why he was behaving so abnormally now. Luo even thought of the horror story the boy had told her before, wondering if he had secretly eaten something unclean behind her back, and now he had the symptoms of illness. Thinking of this, the girl shuddered involuntarily, and at the same time made up her mind that if the magician did anything strange later, she would be the first to rush up and chop him up. If the boy knew about it, he would probably thank her for getting rid of harm for the people. It was late at night, and the woods were quiet, with only the rustling footsteps of the expedition team, and the atmosphere was very silent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, no one lit torches, but used magic lamps for lighting. This is the most common magic device, which emits a faint blue light, a bit like phosphorescent fire. The advantage is that it makes little noise, and is not likely to disturb the sleeping beasts in the forest. The disadvantage is that it is relatively expensive. In fact, all the things produced by magicians are expensive. Even this ordinary magic lamp, that even magic apprentices can make costs as high as 1 gold coin. In addition, there is a special customized version for the nobles. In terms of function, it is almost the same as the ordinary version. It is just that after it is made, special craftsmen are asked to carve some mysterious but useless patterns on it. The price is more than 10 times more expensive, and the profit is comparable to robbery. However, even so, magic lamps are still in short supply. Especially for those who are active in the wild and underground all year round, magic lamps are standard equipment for everyone. The magic lamp that the old thief Edward used for more than 20 years was unfortunately scrapped during the last expedition. The one he has now was bought again on the black market at twice the price. Due to the special natural environment of the endless forest, the starlight above is difficult to penetrate the lush branches and leaves. When the sun goes down, the forest becomes pitch black, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Therefore, most animals will stop moving at night, which is why the expedition team chooses to travel at night. However, Luo had a feeling that something seemed to be watching them from the depths of darkness, and she could not help but tighten her sword in her hand. "Don't be nervous, it's a ghost monkey." Hansen seemed to see what the girl was thinking, so he patiently explained, "Ghost monkeys are one of the few animals in the endless sea of trees that are active at night. They are very curious and like to observe unknown things, but they generally don't attack casually." After a pause, he added, "Be careful not to show too much aggression, we may enter their territory. Ghost monkeys are social animals, even the smallest group has hundreds of them, and the consequences of provoking them are very serious." But as the second-level swordsman said, as long as they don't show any aggression, the ghost-faced monkey will just silently watch the expedition team in the darkness in the distance. As they continued to go deeper, everyone's nerves were undoubtedly more tense than the night before. Everyone tried to move as quietly as possible, and no one chatted anymore, for fear of alarming those real beasts. Fortunately, until dawn, the expedition team did not encounter too much trouble, but everyone did not feel relieved because the real test had just begun. The most dangerous part is actually the journey from now until the afternoon when we reach the underground city. After the sun rises, the members of the expedition team find that the group of ghost-faced monkeys that have been hanging behind them have disappeared at some point, replaced by a group of cold-eyed ravens. They stand in a row on the tree branches, looking down at the expedition team below. This is not a good sign. Ravens are scavengers, and are often regarded as synonymous with disasters. Wherever they appear, there will be trouble. A new day, creatures in the endless forests wake up from their sleep, start to go out to look for food, wander around to fill their stomachs, and there are some ferocious predators among them. For example, the two-headed wolves that Rob and his team are facing now are as powerful as first-level professionals, and the key is that there are still 16 of them. Without Hansen's call, everyone has drawn their weapons, and even the followers have thrown away their weights and hurriedly picked up the handy things around them. Hansen's face is solemn. This is the first time that the expedition team has faced a crisis. 16 two-headed wolves. This number is not too much, not too little. As a second-level swordsman, he can deal with 4 of them at a time. As for Edward, due to the limitations of his profession, his ability to attack directly is slightly weaker. He can probably deal with 3 of them, and the remaining 9 people just get 1 each. It doesn't sound too difficult, but don't forget that 6 of the 9 are followers, and their strength is far from that of professionals. In addition, Hilton, the priest, is not a combatant. Not to mention that two-headed wolves are the most cunning beasts. They are well versed in cooperation and hunting. The wolves act in unison and attack and defend in moderation, and can often defeat opponents who are much stronger than themselves. On the other hand, the expedition team has just met each other, and is still in the running-in stage. They didn't expect to encounter such a difficult situation in the first battle. Hansen was also very troubled. The rookie warrior quietly moved 2 steps, and protected the quasi-magician behind him, while the blonde handsome man, who had said he would protect her before now ran to the 2 second-level professionals. Luo's right hand holding the sword was shaking slightly. This was the first time she participated in actual combat after becoming a swordsman. In the past, she had only practiced with others to a certain extent. This was the first time she encountered a life-and-death moment like this. However, since she had made up her mind to go to the dungeon, there would definitely be many similar battles in the future, so the girl did not intend to escape. She stared at the silver female wolf closest to her, raised the elf sword in her hand, and was cautious. However, the wolf pack just surrounded the adventure team, and from time to time, they let out a few low roars from their throats, intimidating the prey, but they didn't seem to be in a hurry to launch an attack. One of the wolf heads looked back from time to time. What are they doing? The wolf pack's abnormal behavior made Luo feel uneasy instinctively. It seems that they are probably waiting for their leader. The rookie warrior originally asked this question to the Captain Hansen, because among all people, the second-level swordsman had experienced the most battles, and had the richest experience. He should have the most say in similar emergencies, but Luo didn't expect that the boy who had been silent before would finally answer her. The magician said leisurely, "I don't know if you have ever attended a banquet, where friends from all over the world sit together happily, chatting while waiting for the meal to start. At this time, Although facing a table of fine wine and delicious food, have you ever seen anyone pick up a knife and fork first before the host shows up? Chapter 38. Rob's words made everyone present change their faces. The two-headed wolves in front of them were already difficult enough to deal with. If a leader appeared, the situation would undoubtedly become more dangerous. You must know that wolves are not a group that emphasizes winning people over with virtue or respecting elders. If you want to become a leader here, you must have absolute strength. Once you show your weakness, a new strongman will soon replace you. However, being a leader means that you can enjoy the right to distribute prey after each hunt, and you can also command the wolf pack, choose your mate first, etc. In short, a wolf pack cannot be without a leader, and you can often recognize the leader of a wolf pack at a glance. The magician even gave a thoughtful summary at the end. You, the leader you are talking about is not that kind of thing. Amy, the follower of the old thief, the young man who used to love to laugh, now has a smile on his face that is uglier than crying, his eyes are full of fear, and he stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly behind the prospective magician. Huh? Rob turned around and caught a glimpse of his silhouette. Before he could take a closer look, Lolo blocked his way again. Two-headed demon wolf? Hansen took a deep breath and saw a snow-white two-headed demon wolf slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. Its body was extremely strong, twice that of an ordinary two-headed wolf. Its eyes were smart and majestic, revealing a hint of cunning. It slowly glanced at everyone. The blonde handsome man looked at it and couldn't help shuddering. Hilton suspected that it was his illusion. He actually read the disdain that only humans have in those eyes. As soon as this wolf king appeared, the wolf pack became quiet and prostrated on the ground to show respect. Everyone's faces were really ugly. The two-headed demon wolf and the two-headed wolf only differ by one letter, but their combat power is very different. The two-headed demon wolf is an outlier among two-headed wolves. According to a survey conducted by the Magician Association, there is a chance that one two-headed demon wolf will be born in every 1,000 two-headed wolves. The people in the expedition team didn't expect that they would be so unlucky. They ran into such a small probability. As the name suggests, if the two-headed wolf is compared to the physical profession among wolves, then the two-headed demon wolf is the magic profession among wolves. The magic mark on their forehead is the best proof of identity. An adult two-headed demon wolf can usually release 1 or 2/3 level spells. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for is that compared to magicians, two-headed magic wolves do not know systematic magic knowledge. Their use of spells is very crude and still remains in the primitive stage. It is more of an instinct. The 1 or 2 spells they can cast are innate, and they cannot master more spells through acquired learning like magicians. However, even so, a two-headed magic wolf poses a greater threat to the expedition team than the rest of the two-headed wolves combined. Damn it, we actually encountered this kind of beast on the outskirts of the endless forest. Aren't these guys said to live in the depths of the forest? Captain Hansen finally changed color. This second-level swordsman, who had explored 3 dungeons and experienced countless dangerous battles, once again felt the long-lost despair at this moment. The strength of the expedition team was not enough to deal with the wolf pack without the wolf king, let alone the current dangerous situation. No race knows the power of magic better than humans. Second-level magic can easily penetrate ordinary standard armor. The nickname of the magician battlefield harvester is well-deserved. At this time, the elf archer who had been silent all the way suddenly spoke. Look at its right hind leg, I think this is why it appeared here. As soon as the two-headed demon wolf appeared, everyone was frightened by the powerful momentum it exuded. It was not until Baker reminded everyone that they noticed that the two-headed demon wolf's slow appearance was not to deliberately make everyone nervous, but because it could not walk fast at all. The Wolf King had a serious injury on his hind legs and could not run. Even when he walked, he limped. No wonder it left the depths of the forest and returned to the periphery to lead a small and inconspicuous tribe. The blonde handsome man seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and his face showed joy. Let's all run quickly, it can't catch up with us. As a result, the priest saw that everyone plus the wolf were looking at him, as if he were an idiot. In the end, it was the Captain Hansen who was more kind. He sighed and explained to him, we are already surrounded and can't escape. You don't think it will watch us break through, right? And even if we can successfully break through, what do you think is the chance of us escaping from the other two-headed wolves in this forest? The old thief Edward nodded in agreement. Wolves are masters of hunting, especially in chasing prey. Once you encounter a wolf pack in the wild, your only hope is to repel them. Running away will only accelerate your death. Moreover, this forest is their home. Playing hide-and-seek in someone else's home is not a wise choice. Hilton's face turned pale when he heard this. What should we do? Just stand here and wait for them to bite off our heads one by one. Maybe we can climb up the tree, Lolo suggested. At present, this is the only way. Hansen's eyes were full of worry. Adventurers who knew this forest knew that in the endless sea of trees, it was best not to climb high unless it was absolutely necessary, because the real top predators often did not live under the trees, but on the trees, such as tree insects, such as black-ringed snakes, and there were various other unknown dangers among the lush branches and leaves. However, the second-level swordsmen also knew that at this point, they had no other choice. Climbing up the tree might give them a glimmer of hope, but staying on the ground would only make them a delicious meal for the wolves. After understanding this, Hansen felt relieved. The only thing he was not sure about was whether the two-headed demon wolf in front of him would give them a chance to climb the tree. So far, he didn't know how many third-level spells the other party had mastered, and what were these spells. If it was a group-enhancing auxiliary spell, they still had a chance, but if it was a single-target attack spell like the Wind Blade, they would probably face the risk of attrition. The worst-case scenario might be that the other party mastered a range attack spell like Acid Mist, and they would almost be committing suicide if they climbed up the tree. The Wolf King was not in a hurry. He let everyone gather together to discuss countermeasures. He didn't seem to be worried at all. Instead, he casually looked at the prey in front of him, starting from the blonde priest to the old thief. His eyes were like looking around the dishes on the table, which made Hansen's heart sink involuntarily. The two-headed demon wolf in front of him obviously had considerable wisdom. It was impossible for him to guess what the expedition team was thinking. There was only one possibility for him to be so indifferent. The next moment, everyone felt their feet sink, as if a pair of invisible big hands suddenly pressed on their shoulders. Not to mention climbing a tree, even raising their hands became extremely difficult. Chapter 39. Gravity Spell? Hansen felt a surge of despair in his heart. What he feared would come true. Strictly speaking, Gravity Spell is not a purely offensive spell, but sometimes it is more annoying than offensive spells. It restricts the opponent's actions by changing the gravity in a certain area. When a gravity spell is applied, the strength of the second-level swordsman is reduced by more than half, and first-level professionals, like Luo and Baker, are affected even more. As for ordinary people like the dwarf followers, they can't even move their little fingers, becoming lambs to be slaughtered. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, even Captain Hansen, who had the best psychological quality, looked miserable. He had explored many dangerous places and experienced countless dangerous battles, but he didn't expect that he would die here in this way today, and he would die in the wolf's mouth before even touching the door of the dungeon. If it weren't for the injury on its hind legs, such a powerful existence as the two-headed demon wolf should not have appeared on the periphery of the endless forest, and the second-level swordsman was sure that this guy had only appeared nearby recently. Otherwise, if the mercenary guild got the news, it would definitely warn the exploration team heading to the dungeon and issue a reward to find a master to solve this danger as soon as possible. In other words, the expedition team had bad luck this time. If they had set off a few days earlier or later, this might not have happened. But this is adventure, or life. You can be prepared for everything, but not everything will go according to plan. There will always be accidents. Sometimes these accidents bring you surprises, and save you from desperate situations, and sometimes they will take your life. However, adventurers are a group of people who walk on the edge of life and death in pursuit of wealth and glory. Even if they know they are going to die, they don't intend to surrender. Hansen and the old thief Edward looked at each other. They are the highest level here, and they are determined to kill a few four-legged beasts to be buried with them. The wolves approached from all directions, so close that everyone could see the fierce light in their eyes, and the sharp fangs in their mouths. They only needed their leader to give the order, and these natural hunters would pounce and tear the prey in front of them into pieces. The Wolf King had almost counted the harvest of this hunt. He knew which one looked more delicious, which one looked less meaty, which one was more chewy, and which one was easy to bite. The two-headed demon wolf's eyes finally fell in the direction of the rookie hero. The result was that this simple glance almost made it pop its eyes out. Hansen and others had never thought that a wolf's face could show such a rich expression. At this moment, the two-headed demon wolf was like a primary school student who was caught by the Dean of Academic Affairs in an internet cafe for skipping classes. It no longer had the kingly style of winning 6 consecutive games in the daily ladder. It opened its mouth wide and looked like I was really screwed. After being stunned for a long time, the Wolf King made a move that no one expected. It roared at the wolf pack several times, and the wolf pack suddenly became agitated. Several strong male wolves seemed very dissatisfied with the leader's decision and turned back to howl at the Wolf King. The two-headed demon wolf's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the next moment, one of the guys who dared to disobey his order was pierced through the head by 3 ice arrows that appeared out of thin air. The wolf pack suddenly became quiet, looking back at the prey behind them reluctantly, and quietly retreated into the trees beside them with their tails between their legs. 2 magic positions. This two-headed demon wolf really mastered 2 third-level magics. They were gravity magic and 3 consecutive shots of ice arrows, a group-restricting range spell, and a powerful single-target attack spell. These 2 spells are very practical in third-level magic, and their power is greatly increased when combined. Even among two-headed demon wolves, such excellent magic configuration is extremely rare. Hansen's heart trembled. If these 3 ice arrows were shot at him, he was not sure whether his fate would be the same as that of the two-headed wolf. The lame wolf king in front of him was even more powerful than everyone imagined. Even though there was no threat from the wolf pack, everyone's nerves did not relax. In fact, everyone's vigilance was even higher. No one knew what the two-headed demon wolf was thinking. Its abnormal behavior made everyone uneasy. Maybe it felt that it alone was enough to deal with the expedition team, maybe it wanted to exercise before dinner, maybe it wanted to show its strength in front of the wolf pack, maybe it liked to torture its prey, give them hope, and then let them feel despair, and enjoy the cries of their prey when they fell from heaven to hell. In short, when the snow-white death god walked towards the expedition team with elegant steps, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and heard the sound of their hearts beating wildly in their chests. The blonde handsome man was the most unbearable, and he fell to the ground and screamed in fear, Don't come over, I'm not tasty at all, please, eat the others first." The Wolf King seemed to understand his plea, and actually didn't even look in his direction, and walked straight towards the rookie warrior. The others, including Captain Hansen, were more or less relieved at this moment, but then they felt ashamed again. At this time, they should have rushed to Luo and fought with her, but after seeing the power of the Wolf King, almost everyone had lost confidence. People are such creatures, who always have a lucky streak. Although they know it is impossible, they can't help but wonder, if the Wolf King is full now, will he lose interest in hunting and let the remaining people go, or let them be dealt with by his wolf pack? In this way, everyone may still have a chance of survival. Therefore, when the two-headed demon wolf walked towards Luo, the other members of the expedition team stood still without moving. The girl tightly grasped the elf sword in her hand, but the cold sword could not bring her a trace of warmth. Seeing death approaching step by step, Luo felt fear and helplessness, but more of a loss. She didn't expect that this day would come so suddenly. She still had many things to do, vows to fulfill, and missions to complete. What happened that afternoon 3 years ago is still clearly engraved in her mind today, as if it was a nightmare of her life, which completely changed the trajectory of her life. Whenever she recalled that moment, she would be shrouded in great fear. The enemy's strength was far beyond her imagination. If she wanted to find the answer, she had to become stronger. No, she can't fall here. The female swordsman's pupils were burning with flames. If she couldn't even deal with a two-headed demon wolf, how could she deal with a stronger guy in the future? However, the next moment, Luo's body suddenly trembled, and a somewhat unfamiliar hand gently grasped her sword-holding hands, and the other hand of the guy had been wrapped around her slender waist without knowing when. The rookie warrior was oppressed by the terrifying aura of the Wolf King, and he didn't realize all this until just now. Now, the guy who was getting more and more aggressive even leaned over to her ear and whispered softly, "Don't be nervous, you are a guest at someone else's house, and a well-educated host will always come over to say hello." Chapter 40. Lolo wanted to turn around and yell at the scoundrel who took advantage of her. What a joke. Do you think I'm an idiot? This two-headed demon wolf, with fierce eyes, fangs in its mouth, and extremely sharp claws has nothing to do with the description of a cultivated master. Why don't you say that you can't go to the host's house without bringing a gift? Why don't you just let me offer my head as a gift? It would be better to add a sentence. It's just a small gesture, not a sign of respect. I believe the Wolf King on the opposite side will be even happier. However, the magician behind him insisted, "Believe me, now we just need to show a little sincerity. Throw away the weapon in your hand, it won't hurt you." The rookie warrior fell into silence. Reason told her that putting down the elf sword in her hand and waiting to be killed was an extremely stupid thing to do. Anyone who was not completely crazy would not make such a choice when facing a beast like the two-headed demon wolf. Not to mention that the Wolf King in front of him obviously had a certain degree of wisdom. Maybe it ordered the wolves to retreat just to paralyze everyone, and wait for everyone's will to relax, then it will suddenly attack at some point, and then it can enjoy the panic and surprise expression of the prey before death. Yes, it must be like this. But even Luo herself didn't know why there was always a voice in her subconscious that told her to believe the madman behind her. Maybe it was because the temperature from his palm made her feel a long-lost warmth again, or maybe it was because at such a close distance, she could clearly feel his every breath. Compared with the panic of others from head to toe, the magician's breathing was long and deep, and incredibly calm, which made the rookie warrior feel a sense of peace of mind inexplicably. Luo felt that she must be hallucinating. The guy behind her couldn't even hold the sword steadily yesterday. He couldn't catch even 1 out of every 10 attacks. He was so embarrassed during training, but now, he stood beside her and dared to half-hug her in his arms in a rather ambiguous manner, just like a devil, whispering in her ear, telling those irrelevant lies. Knowing that there was an endless abyss under her feet, she was like a ghost, and she really loosened her hands and let the weapon in her hand fall straight to the ground. The elf sword seemed to sigh at the choice of its owner, and the light on the sword gradually dimmed. The rest of the expedition team in the distance could not hear what Rob said to Lolo, but only saw the girl drop her weapon and stand there motionless as if she was completely frightened. Hansen and others thought that this was the rookie warrior who finally collapsed in the face of death and stopped struggling, choosing to use this method to get a clean break from the two-headed demon wolf. Some people sighed, and some closed their eyes, not wanting to see the bloody scene that followed. Amy, the follower of the old thief, suddenly spoke up. "No, we can't just watch him die like this. Can't you see that this is the trick of the beast? It wants to use this method to defeat us one by one." He still had some of the passion of a young man, but none of the adventurers responded to his call. Facing his enthusiastic gaze, most of them turned their heads away. Pastor Hilton was even more sarcastic and said directly, "Don't be silly, we can't beat it at all, and rushing up will only lead to our death." While they were talking, the Wolf King finally walked in front of Luo. Now the distance between the man and the wolf was less than half a meter. Even if the rookie warrior regretted it now, it would be impossible to pick up the sword again. The girl could even smell the fishy smell in the mouth of the two-headed demon wolf, but everything that happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. The fierce light in the two-headed demon wolf's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by admiration and respect, and even a little flattery. It slowly lowered one of its heads in front of the girl. Luo was a little dumbfounded, and stood there, not knowing what to do next. "I think it wants you to touch it." Fortunately, at this time, the magician behind him began to come up with bad ideas again. No matter how the rookie hero thought, it was a very mysterious thing for the brutal beast in the endless sea of trees to stick its head out like a neighbor's puppy to be touched. If someone said this to Luo, she would definitely roll on the ground with laughter. But at this moment, she found that she seemed to have no choice. The girl could only pray in her heart while carefully stretching out a small hand and gently pressing on the forehead of the two-headed demon wolf. The next moment, a fierce light suddenly flashed in the scarlet eyes of the two-headed demon wolf. Just when Luo thought that he would be torn to pieces, the ferocious Wolf King in front of him seemed to be frightened by something and suddenly withered. He no longer had the ruthlessness that dominated the world before. He whimpered twice, tucked his tail between his legs and huddled in Luo's arms like a chihuahua. All the people who witnessed this scene were stunned. At this moment, they could not find a word in the dictionary to describe the strange feeling in everyone's hearts. Even the most imaginative bard could not make up the scene in front of him. Hansen even reached out and pinched his thigh to make sure he was not dreaming. "Who can help me? Is there something wrong with my memory? The two-headed demon wolf is actually an animal that likes to get close to humans?" The elf archer looked incredulous. The old thief Edward shook his head. "According to incomplete statistics, more than 700 people die in wolves every year. They also attack livestock. Cavalry from various countries have been helping local villagers to eliminate these beasts, but what? This creature is very smart. Adult two-headed magic wolves are quite intelligent and can use magic naturally, so some wizards choose them as their magic pets," Edward added. I remember that Luo seemed to have said that she could feel the magic elements between heaven and earth. After this expedition, she will go to a magic academy. Could it be that this two-headed magic wolf has a unique vision and saw the huge potential in her at a glance, so it came to join her? The old thief finally came up with a conjecture that he himself did not quite believe, but before finding a better explanation, everyone seemed to have to reluctantly accept this statement. In any case, the first crisis encountered by the expedition team passed without any danger. Everyone was able to escape death thanks to Luo's magical transformation of enemies into friends, which actually made a ferocious two-headed demon wolf instantly become a good baby, shaking its head and tail at her. At the same time, Hansen and others also reviewed themselves and apologized for not rushing to support them in the first time. Luo was very generous, and didn't take this matter to heart. The members of the expedition team were recruited temporarily. They just met not long ago, and got together to go to the dungeon to make money. It is impossible to have strict discipline like the army, and they can fight for their comrades without hesitation or even sacrifice themselves. In fact, it was not easy for Hansen and others not to escape when the Wolf King was attracted by her. Therefore, the rookie warrior would not blame his teammates for this, but Luo was not polite to a guy who dared to take advantage of her and use his hands in a critical moment. The rookie warrior performed a clean and neat shoulder throw and directly knocked the quasi-magician to the ground. The boy screamed and was stunned. "What are you doing?" Chapter 41. Aye. Lolo was embarrassed and angry. She was about to give this rascal a good beating, but suddenly she remembered that she was a man in the eyes of others. It seemed that being hugged by the same sex was not a big deal. Could it be that this guy didn't mean it before? It was just a subconscious action in a hurry. In this case, did she blame him wrongly? Lolo thought about it and felt that her disguise, which she had practiced many times, should have no flaws. Looking at the innocent expression on someone's face, it didn't seem like a fake. She had to blush and reach out to the boy. "I'm sorry. Thank you for your reminder before." "So this is how you treat your savior?" The future super magician was busy showing off his acting skills, portraying a kind-hearted rescuer who was framed. Especially the expression of shock and heartache on his face made people feel that he was greatly wronged. Lolo was speechless. She should be the one who was wronged the most. Not only was she taken advantage of, but she had to apologize with a smile after the incident. The girl felt that her heart was bleeding. It took a lot of effort to squeeze out a half-smile from her face. She said stiffly, "Benefactor, can you get up?" Rob thought that if he lay down any longer, the girl would chop him in two, so he jumped up from the ground. In fact, the magician felt guilty, and he didn't know why he was so obsessed with holding Luo in his arms. Maybe the helpless figure of the little swordsman, when facing the Wolf King, hurt the boy's heart. Maybe it was Luo's previous words, "No one in this world can always protect anyone," which made the magician feel inexplicably distressed. When they first met, Rob realized that the girl's life might not be as simple as it seemed. The elven sword she carried with her was definitely not an unknown object. Only those ancient and large families would have such a precious collection. However, for some reason, she has now become a small mercenary who eats black bread and sleeps on the floor. If it were just like this, it would not be a bad idea to change her lifestyle and live happily like an ordinary person. However, the boy could feel the huge pressure behind the girl. It seemed that something was urging her and forcing her to keep moving forward. She did not dare to stop for a moment, as if once she stopped, she would be swallowed by endless sadness. In the face of death, Rob keenly captured the huge fear buried in Luo's heart. This fear did not come from death itself, but something else more terrible than death, so the boy at that moment reached out and embraced the girl without hesitation. And the result afterwards? Rob was knocked to the ground by Luo as expected. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, the quasi-magician had to turn into an actor in a hurry and save his life with innocent eyes and superb acting skills. With the departure of the two-headed demon wolf, the whole team breathed a sigh of relief. Until the last moment, they still didn't believe that this crisis was so easily resolved, and Luo became mysterious in everyone's eyes. What kind of personality charm does the rookie hero have that he can even influence the two-headed demon wolf? The scene where the Wolf King acted cute in front of her was seen by many people, and everyone almost popped their eyes out. Could it be that this is the legendary kingly aura, the protagonist template? Otherwise, why do others end up turning into dinner when they encounter the two-headed demon wolf, but Luo can shake the tiger body and make the Wolf King bow down? Everyone is naturally very curious about this, including the fact that the rookie hero resolutely chose to throw away the weapon in his hand when facing the two-headed demon wolf. This action, which everyone thought was a complete loss of fighting spirit at the time, was eventually proved to be a stroke of genius. But what exactly caused her to make this choice? According to the person involved, at the critical moment she listened to the advice given by the little follower behind her, but everyone thought it was just a humble word from a rookie warrior. In the eyes of others, Rob was simply scared to death the whole time, hiding behind the girl all the time, and finally he was so scared that he held onto Luo tightly and almost killed his master. Such a guy is simply a terrifying existence, like a group annihilation engine. Apart from dragging his own people down, he can't see any use at all. It can be said that everyone has despaired of the boy along the way. Hansen has made up his mind to persuade Luo to change a follower before officially entering the dungeon to start the adventure. Others had similar thoughts. The old thief Edward didn't want to be hung on someone's back like a koala when he was sneaking around. Only the blonde handsome man had a gloomy look on his face. Hilton didn't know if it was an illusion. When the girl put her hand on the Wolf King's forehead, the Wolf King was clearly on the verge of going berserk and was about to attack and hurt people, but in the blink of an eye, he curled up obediently. The huge contrast between the two made everyone puzzled. At that time, everyone was nervously watching the man and the wolf, and only the blonde handsome man accidentally glanced behind the girl. But just this one glance made Hilton's hands and feet cold, as if he was in an ice cellar. The blonde handsome man swore that he had never seen such a terrifying aura from anyone in his life. Although he was just a low-level priest, he had the honor of meeting many big figures in the temple before, including some long-established masters. However, Hilton was sure that even the 17 famous archbishops of the temple would never have such a terrifying oppressive force. In that short moment, the boy exuded a suffocating and terrifying pressure, as if he was a god who reigned over the world, looking down at his own country indifferently from the clouds. He just glanced at the two-headed demon wolf in front of him casually, and the latter was frightened and trembled, no longer daring to show any ferocity, and desperately tried to get into the girl's arms with his tail between his legs. If you don't see this kind of thing with your own eyes, no one will believe it. Someone actually scared the terrifying beast in the depths of the endless forest into a teddy bear with just a glance. Hilton was just swept by the side eyes from a distance, and his legs became weak and his knees trembled. He just wanted to kneel down and worship. If there were more glances, the blonde handsome boy felt that he would lose control on the spot. How could this be possible? The blonde handsome man's back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, the momentum came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the boy turned back into an ordinary little follower, as if the figure that looked like a god descending from heaven had nothing to do with him. The blonde handsome man rubbed his eyes, and couldn't help but doubt whether everything that happened before really existed. Maybe the scene just now was just his imagination? Because the two-headed demon wolf was too scary, it made his nerves a little disordered. With such absurd and bizarre scenes in front of him, the priest comforted himself in his heart. However, this cannot explain why the Wolf King finally left the delicious meal in front of him, and was willing to leave. Recalling the surprised look of the two-headed demon wolf when the two sides first met, everyone thought that the shock was because it saw the rookie hero, but everyone ignored that there was actually another person in that direction. Is it possible that this matter has nothing to do with the female swordsman from beginning to end, and the Wolf King was looking at that person from the beginning, and it was also afraid of that person? The blonde handsome man was shocked by his crazy guess. Even Hilton himself thought it was too absurd. How could a small follower have such a terrifying aura? The suffocating sense of oppression was too terrible. Even now, the first-level priest couldn't help but tremble when thinking of that scene. That was the instinctive reaction of the rabbit when seeing the lion. The guy with that terrifying aura should at least be at the same level as the cardinal in the temple. He was a big man second only to His Majesty the Pope. It was impossible for him to appear in the endless forest at this time. Chapter 42. In fact, the blonde handsome man was not the only one who had doubts about the magician. As the protagonist of this attack, Luo could immediately list a lot of doubts about someone after a little thought. For example, how did he know that the two-headed wolf had no hostility and swore to instigate her to throw away the long sword in her hand in exchange for the goodwill of the Wolf King? For example, why was he the only one who was calm from beginning to end in that situation? In addition, the rookie warrior only noticed now that after a night of trekking, even Captain Hansen, who had the best physical fitness among the group, showed a trace of fatigue on his face, but the boy looked energetic and rosy at this moment, just like he had just finished making a big sword. Strange, what's the principle? Why do you feel more energetic the more you walk? Well, everyone says that life lies in movement. Rob found that his talent for nonsense has been increasing day by day since he escaped from the Magic Academy. Now, facing the questioning of the rookie hero, the quasi-magician can talk nonsense without changing his face or heart. Lolo rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, I don't think I have asked you about your origins? The magician shrugged. As you can see, I was born here. Ryan is where I grew up. Our family of 3 made a living by running the only grocery store in town. Later, my mother died in an accident. When I was 8 years old, I went out to study to stay away from my father, who was addicted to gambling. I didn't come back until recently. If you pull a native of Ryan on the street, they will tell you these things. Study abroad? Where? What to study? The rookie warrior felt as if he had grasped the key point. I am studying the history of the continent at the Peter Royal Academy of Literature in the Lionheart Empire, under the tutelage of Mr. Tobias, if you want to know. Rob's words were basically the same as those he had said to Kenneth, but they were slightly improved. Most of the content was true, only the most important experience of studying at the TIS Royal School of Magic was replaced by studying at the Peter Royal Academy of Literature, which indirectly explained his rich knowledge reserves. Yes, the boy thought about it, and felt that if he wanted to stay in the team, it would not be good to be too low-key. After all, a person who is good for nothing and only wants to take advantage of others will be despised wherever he goes. On the contrary, people with special skills will understand even if your skills are a little unpopular. This time it was Luo's turn to be stunned. Scholar? You are a scholar? The status of scholars in the Dawn continent may not be as high as that of magicians, but it is also a very respected profession. In terms of combat effectiveness, most of them are not even as good as ordinary people, but they are known for their profound knowledge and keen insight, and a large number of them regard improving the miserable situation of the lower class as their lifelong goal, and enjoy a high reputation among civilians. At the same time, scholars are also very popular among the ruling class. The nobles hope to use the scholars' rich knowledge and outstanding minds to help them solve many problems in their territories, making their rule more prosperous and stable, so as to have more population and wealth. The rise of every empire is not accidental. The strength of a country is not just based on military strength, but on the full range of economic, cultural, and political systems. The importance of scholars in this is self-evident. Scholars are extremely valuable resources for any power, and Mr. Tobias mentioned by the young man is a master among masters, and a great sage, who truly works hard for the rise of the human race. From the emperor and duke to the peddlers, everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts when he is mentioned. If you dare to say bad things about Mr. Tobias in a tea-house or bath-house, be prepared to be beaten up by the guests around you. Tobias is the wealth of nations, and a brief account of the rise and fall of empires are praised as must-reads for rulers, and are classics that every person in power must read. Even elves and dwarves have hired people to translate these two books. Luo didn't expect that the boy was actually a student of this master, so he could be called a master's apprentice. No wonder his skills were so poor. He hadn't even taken the basic militia training class. Scholars were not good at using force. They were better at using their brains to solve various problems. Thinking of how he had treated a scholar as an attendant and used force to suppress him at every turn, the rookie warrior blushed. Rob himself acted indifferent. Who made me owe you money? It's only natural to pay back debts. As long as I can pay off the debt, it's no big deal to be your follower for a while. However, Luo's doubts were not completely eliminated. She didn't question Mr. Tobias's greatness. In addition to his amazing talents in continental history, philosophy, politics, economics, sociology, and ancient languages, did the old man also study the two-headed demon wolf? But shouldn't this cunning creature that is born with the ability to use magic be the most interesting research object for magicians? Well, you asked a very good question. If I have time to go back to Peter Royal Academy of Arts in the future, I will definitely ask my teacher for you. The young man's understated answer made the girl feel like she was punching cotton. Rob found that Mr. Tobias was a very useful shield. The old man had a strong reputation and many students. In the minds of the people, he was almost a myth and became a synonym for knowing everything. If there was anything that could not be explained by common sense, he could basically solve it by pushing it on the old man. Sure enough, after learning that he was Mr. Tobias's disciple, the other members of the team looked at him in a completely different way. Although the magician was still a scumbag in everyone's eyes, no one regarded him as a loser anymore. Strictly speaking, the future super magician was not completely lying. Tobias was indeed half of his teacher. Steins and Demand locked him up in the magic tower for several years. During this period, the super magician was afraid that the boy would be locked up stupid or his worldview would be affected. Not only would he not become the hope of the human race in the future, but he would run away and endanger society. So the two of them went to Peter Royal Academy of Literature to invite the respected scholar Tobias, hoping that he could give Rob some psychological counseling and ideological and political lessons. However, the old man was worthy of being a master of his generation. After meeting, he did not say a word of truth. Instead, he took the boy out to play wildly in the mountains and fields for 2 days under the pretext of class. Until the last afternoon, the old and the young were fishing by the lake. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Rob was still not satisfied. Tobias then slowly stepped into the topic. The most famous great sage in the human world asked the future super magician in a casual tone, "Child, have you ever thought about what kind of person you want to be in the future?" Chapter 43. Rob had just caught a plump catfish, and was thinking whether to steam or grill it. He was a little caught off guard by this question, But the boy was very smart and immediately said seriously without thinking, I want to be a person who benefits the people in the future, strive for the good of all mankind. The great sage was amused by the magician's textbook answer. Indeed, this is what Mr. Steins and Mr. Demand have always expected. You should also know that they asked me to give you a lecture because they are afraid that you will go astray in the future. The old man paused for a moment, then continued, compared to others, your potential is too amazing, which means that if nothing unexpected happens, the power you will get in the future will be unprecedentedly strong, and the choices you will face with this strong power will be extremely difficult. So, teacher, are you worried that one day I will do something that harms the interests of mankind? The 12-year-old Rob did not quite understand the meaning of the scholar's words. No, quite the opposite. Tobias shook his head. I'm more worried that one day you will be kidnapped by so-called responsibility and make decisions that are not in line with your heart. Huh? What do you mean by that? Tobias put down the fishing rod in his hand and stood up from the ground with the help of the boy. Whether it is Steins or me, we are actually only doing one thing in this life, that is, to make our race stronger, because only when a race is strong can the vast majority of people in this group have enough food, not be bullied, and control their own destiny. All the decisions we make are actually based on this most fundamental starting point. The old man said, I don't know if you have read my book The Wealth of Nations. I said that the country is actually a tool used by a small number of people to manage the majority of people. You and I have seen the corruption and depravity of the upper class, the greedy and arrogant faces of the nobles. They are like aphids in the fields, doing nothing but enjoying the fruits of others' labor. When I was young, I asked myself more than once whether our world would be better and our ethnic group would be stronger without these fat guys. However, the final answer disappointed me. Whether we are willing to admit it or not, history is driven by a minority of people. The vast majority of ordinary people have narrow vision. Due to the limitations of their own positions, they often show varying degrees of short-sightedness when faced with major historical choices. This is undoubtedly fatal to the continuation and development of an ethnic group. Perhaps this situation will improve in a few hundred or thousand years. Ordinary people can also receive education from the nobility. Their horizons will become broader, and everyone can think about the future. By that time, everyone will be the master of the country. I am willing to believe from the bottom of my heart that that day will eventually come. At this point, Tobias suddenly changed the subject. But not now, not our time. Now if our tribe wants to become strong, it needs wise monarchs, nobles with a sense of honor and mission, and real heroes. We need a small number of people who stand higher and see farther to make choices for the fate of the entire tribe, to guide us and lead us to a better future. In the past, it was old people like Steins and me who did this job, but the old people will eventually be eliminated by history. One day you will take over the scepter from us, and we all believe that in the end you will surpass us old bones, surpass other people of the same generation, and even those famous sages in history. You will stand higher than anyone and see farther than anyone. I am really curious about what magnificent scenery will appear in your eyes at that time. By then, the world we see will inevitably diverge. There will definitely be people who will question your decision, the scene you see, and even your position, so I have only one request: no matter what choice you make in the end, you must not go against your heart. The scholar finished the last word and stared at Rob with a bright eye. The boy was silent for a long time, and said with a sad face, well, I just want to ask, is it too late to jump off the car halfway? I don't know if it was a blessing in disguise, but after the wolf pack's attack, the expedition team went surprisingly smoothly. They didn't encounter any powerful beasts along the way. Only 2 mountain cats were sneaking around the team, trying to pick on the unlucky guy who was alone when no one was paying attention. As a result, the old thief sneaked over and slashed his neck directly. After that, the world was quiet. During the period, everyone also explored an abandoned spider cave, in which there was a corpse of an adventurer. It looked like it was a few years old. This poor guy was unlucky, and became the dinner of the human-faced spider. Now there is only a pile of dry bones left. However, Hansen adhered to the mercenaries' spirit of exploration. Still, I found something valuable from the pile of bones. 3 silver coins, and a pair of fine iron wristbands. The silver coins were divided equally among the expedition team, and the remaining fine iron wristbands were directly given to Luo by Hansen. No one had any objection to this. Fine iron wristbands were the most suitable equipment for swordsmen. There were only 2 swordsmen in the team. Since Hansen didn't want them, it was normal to give them to the rookie warrior. But this thing was discovered by everyone after all. According to the previous agreement of the team, if it ended up in Luo's hands, she would have to give some compensation to others. However, This time everyone unanimously rejected the girl's compensation. After all, if there was no rookie warrior, everyone would have been buried in the wolf's belly. The expedition team was wiped out, so how could there be a chance to share the spoils? In particular, except for a shameless guy like Hilton, the other adventurers always felt guilty for not rushing to rescue Luo in the first place when the Wolf King might launch an attack, so everyone made concessions on the wristband. The final result was equivalent to Luo picking up a piece of equipment for free. This fine iron wristband was well made. Although it was not enchanted, it was already a fine product among ordinary equipment. It was worth at least 14 or 15 silver coins, which was far more than a pile of scrap copper and iron on the rookie warrior and magician. Luo got the wristband, which was equivalent to a small profit. The business was opened before entering the dungeon. The female swordsman thought it was a good sign, which meant that this adventure would definitely be fruitful. Rob wanted to remind her that she almost made snacks for the Wolf King not long ago. The so-called good omen, the prospective magician, really didn't know where it came from, but the rookie warrior had obviously turned into a little money grubber at this moment, and his mind was full of how to make a lot of money in the dungeon. Chapter 44. The expedition team arrived at the final destination before dusk, the ruins of the underground city in the endless forest. Rob saw the logo of the mercenary guild from afar. The scale of the camp in front of him was undoubtedly several times larger than the supply camp, where everyone had stopped halfway. According to a receptionist of the mercenary guild at the door, this place is currently capable of accommodating at least 60 expedition teams at the same time. The entire camp can be divided into 4 major areas according to different functions, namely the rest area, dining area, communication area, and trading area. It is said that the entertainment area will be opened later. Once most mercenaries start working, after wandering in the dark dungeon for 10 days or half a month, their desire for wine, women, and gambling will definitely increase exponentially. If you expect them to hold back until Ryan solves it, it is a bit too much to respect their self-control. In fact, even if you throw a sow to them now, they can't wait to take off their pants. Seeing that the corners of the rest area were full of people playing poker and dice, Luo couldn't help but express his contempt, and by the way, he also educated the little follower beside him. Look at these guys who are drunk and dreaming. They have no plan for their lives, no idea about the future, and their minds are full of instant enjoyment. The money they earn from life and death has been spent before it has warmed up. They can only be a pauper forever. You must not learn from them in the future. However, the quasi-magician holds a different view on this. A high-risk profession like mercenary should live in the present. The casualty rate of exploring the dungeon is so high that 3 out of 10 people will not come back. Normal people will not save money. Otherwise, you will save money for so long, and then die one day. Wouldn't the money in your pocket be cheapened by others? Well, you are worthy of being Mr. Tobias's student. What you said seems to make sense. But don't forget that we are only temporary mercenaries. After this job, I will go to the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School to study and become a magician, and you can continue to be a scholar. Ryan is now in a period of rapid expansion. Baron Oliver is eager for talents. If you go to him, he will definitely provide you with a good job opportunity. Well, we talk about it later. The quasi-magician mumbled a few words, and temporarily let the matter go. Luo was right. The town is indeed different now. The development speed is just like riding a rocket. Moreover, with the valuable resources such as the underground city, the future development space is even more amazing. If someone is really like the identity he fabricated, in order to realize his ambitions and ideals, Ryan can be regarded as a good choice. But for Rob, who only wants to keep a low profile and live a stable life, this place is not very safe. The prosperity of his hometown certainly makes him happy, but it will undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble to him to hide his identity. Considering the increasingly complicated situation in the town in the future super magician has already had the intention to leave, but he has not decided where to go yet. It is not too late to make a decision after finishing this job. After dinner, Rob wanted to run away while washing the dishes to avoid the training class that followed, but unfortunately he was pinned to the ground by the rookie hero after playing hide-and-seek for half an hour of magic. Today we will learn how to counterattack after dodging and blocking. Ignoring the pleading expression on the magician's face, after a whole day of long journey, Lolo didn't even give someone a moment to breathe. "Brother, please let me go, please." Rob really couldn't bear it anymore, and the future super magician almost cried when he was caught. Although he had relieved some of his mental fatigue by his own original walking meditation method, he had walked for such a long time without sleep. Not to mention his small body, even professionals like Hansen and Edward were exhausted. He could see that Luo was actually holding on. Compared with other expedition members, the female swordsman was carrying a lot of supplies behind her. This job should have been done by her followers, but unfortunately someone was a player who had the will but not the strength, so in the end the female swordsman had to do it herself. In addition, the two-headed demon wolf incident happened in the middle, and as the protagonist, she was undoubtedly under greater pressure. Luo should be the most tired among all the people. The boy had no idea what was wrong with him. He didn't take a good rest but insisted on continuing the swordsman training plan. They hurt each other, and the final result would only be a lose-lose situation. Why bother? The most important thing in training is perseverance. Once you slack off once, you will have more excuses in the future. This is what my teacher told me. The girl said seriously. I think your teacher is probably a masochist. The boy, who had always relied on his talent to make a living, sneered at this ascetic style. He was not against hard work, but hard work also requires methods. For example, in his current state, even if he forced himself to train, the effect would not be very good. It would be better to give himself a holiday, rest for a night, and continue early the next morning. Don't say bad things about the teacher. The rookie warrior paused and said, "You don't understand." The teacher said that the more tired you are, the more effective you can be in training. In a tired state, you can better exercise your muscle memory. Many times, danger happens in an instant, and you don't have time to think about how to deal with it. Your brain hasn't even realized what happened. At this time, you can only rely on your instincts, in other words, your muscle memory. Critical training method? Rob's face showed surprise. From Luo's description, her teacher should be an advocate of critical training method. This is a very old training method. Of course, it doesn't mean that the older the thing is, the more powerful it is. In fact, the training method that can withstand the test of time and is truly passed down is suitable for most people. But it is undeniable that critical training method still has its advantages compared with ordinary training methods. It is said that warriors trained with this method have the fighting instinct of beasts and are more likely to perform beyond their level in critical moments. In fact, there are similar training schools among magicians. The graduation thesis of the Dean of Academic Affairs is related to this, and the title is Several Conjectures on the Training of Magicians in a Long-Term Overdraft State of Magic Power. Rob read the article carefully, and even personally verified some of its contents, and used the conclusions to further improve his fighting style. Okay, I've gone a bit off topic. Back to the critical training method. In the current Dawn continent, there are very few people who know this retro training method, and all of them are masters. It seems that Luo's teacher is not an unknown person, but then again, didn't your teacher tell you that the critical training method requires special breathing and force techniques? Chapter 45. What is that? The doubtful look on the rookie hero's face was genuine, which meant that she was not deliberately hiding the most core content from someone, but because she herself did not know about it. Well, the most critical part of the critical training method is breathing and force. Otherwise, anyone who trains himself to death every day can claim that he has mastered this ancient training method, but in fact there is an essential difference between the two. Although the latter can also train reaction ability, it is completely incomparable to the former in terms of effect. Luo was skeptical. You made all this up to avoid training, right? Rob sighed. We're about to enter the dungeon. Can we trust each other more? I believed you were going to wash the dishes, but it turned out that you just wanted to escape. But maybe what you said makes sense. My teacher only taught me for a month, mainly some basic swordsman courses. He left in a hurry. Before he left, he told me to practice well, and teach me new things when he came back. Luo said. But he didn't come back in the end? Rob asked tentatively. The more familiar they were, the more the quasi-magician could feel that the girl seemed to be carrying some secrets. Under her cheerful and open-minded appearance, there was actually an unknown side hidden. Only at the last moment of life and death would this side be revealed. Rob had seen the tip of the iceberg when facing the two-headed demon wolf before. The magician was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but he had to admit that he was becoming more and more interested in the myths behind the girl. Yeah. Lolo nodded, obviously not intending to continue to dwell on this topic, and drew his sword from his waist. Did you say before that this so-called critical training method, without breathing and force techniques, the effect will be much worse? Yes, what's wrong? The future super magician had an ominous premonition in his heart. Much worse means that it still has an effect. Wait, can't you find the point of this sentence? Rob was speechless. It's a thankless task to continue training like this. So I suggest that you put down your sword, and we go find a place to have a good sleep first. Of course we sleep separately, and then wait until we have breakfast the next day, and our bodies have recovered enough before we start training. What do you think of this idea? We will leave the camp early tomorrow morning and officially enter the dungeon. Captain Hansen specifically reminded us that we must ensure that everyone is in the best physical condition before leaving, so we can't train in the morning. You actually know this in your heart. Luo shook his head and mercilessly exposed someone's lie. Instead of racking your brains all day long to figure out how to avoid training, you might as well think about how to make good use of this training time and make every minute as valuable as possible. Rob was helpless. His little calculations were seen clearly by others. He couldn't escape successfully anyway. He had to draw his sword and said with a wry smile, "Sometimes I think you are as stubborn as a cow." However, the magician also has his advantages. Seeing that resistance was useless, he quickly accepted the reality in front of him, flexed his wrist, and shouted to the female swordsman, "Come on, I won't be knocked down easily by you this time." Although he said so, the future super magician was still knocked down by the rookie hero countless times. However, this time Rob's mental state was obviously much better than the first training. Although his body was still tired, his brain was always in a clear state. When the prospective magician got serious, his combat instinct was quite terrible. Of course, under normal circumstances, he held a legendary staff in his hand, not an ordinary iron sword worth only 1 silver coin. If the Lord of Eternal Night was still in his hands, Rob would have at least 20 ways to easily subdue the rookie warrior when she swung her sword, but now, he could only watch the sword hit his shoulder. Although the girl used the spine of the sword and only used 2 points of strength, the place where she was hit still felt hot and painful. Focus. Luo reminded, "You were attacked by me because you blocked half a second slower." The magician burst into tears. This was not a question of concentration. As a high-level magician, although he changed his profession halfway, his top-level combat awareness was still there. He originally thought that once he was a little more careful, he could surprise the rookie warrior on the opposite side. As a result, Rob sadly found that in the end, it was actually himself who was really surprised. The magician's movements could not keep up with his brain at all. In fact, after a period of fighting, the future super mage has already figured out the attack routines of the rookie hero, including her attack habits, attack choices in different situations, and some subconscious small movements before attacking, some of which she may not even notice. However, this is useless. Rob found that even if he could predict all of Luo's moves, when all this really happened, due to the huge gap in physical quality between the two sides, he would still be knocked to the ground by a sword. "Come again!" Rob's pride was finally aroused. He got up from the ground and wiped the sweat and dirt off his face. The magician didn't believe in this today, and vowed to make the young swordsman look at him with new eyes. This was the first time that the boy took training so seriously, but what he got in return was a burst of laughter from the audience behind him. "I bet this kid won't survive 7 days in the dungeon." 7 days? You must be kidding me. I think this guy can't even survive 3 days with his level. This is probably the worst swordplay I've ever seen. Even my grandma can beat him. Ha ha ha, didn't your grandma become paralyzed last year and couldn't get out of bed? A group of mercenaries leaned against the wooden fence of the camp, making fun of the future super magician. They just lost money playing cards and were in a bad mood. But when they went out and saw a fool to entertain them, they immediately became energetic. Don't pay attention to them. They are just a group of idiots with muscles in their heads. Lolo comforted the magician. Rob shrugged, saying nothing. Shall we continue? No, let's stop here. Today's practice is enough. If it's just self-defense, these things should be enough. The rest can only rely on your continuous hard practice. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to guide you after entering the dungeon. Although the girl could feel that the boy had always been resistant to these sword training for some reason, he was still quite serious once the class started. Especially today, Lolo could feel Rob's obvious progress, but she was afraid that this guy would be proud of himself once he was praised, so she secretly added 20% more strength to let Mr. Magician feel what despair is. Let's go back and take the time to rest and recover your strength. We will enter the dungeon tomorrow. But Rob shook his head. You go back first. I still have some things to deal with. Chapter 46. Lolo looked at the group of mercenaries beside him who were pointing and laughing at them, and couldn't help but doubt, you don't want to cause trouble for them, do you? You know they are all professionals, and some of them are second level, right? In fact, the female swordsman still tried to be more tactful. Lolo actually wanted to say, can't you see that their arms are thicker than your thighs? Can they blow you 2 miles away with just one breath? Compared with those burly guys, the magician looks like a harmless little white rabbit. Well, so what? Isn't there a clear rule in the camp that adventurers cannot fight each other? Rob looked indifferent. Before entering the camp, each of them was asked to carefully read the convention posted on the door. The first article of the convention was that fighting was strictly prohibited. Once discovered, both parties would be expelled from the camp. After finally getting here, Lolo didn't want to go back to Ryan in disgrace before seeing the dungeon. What's more, her current financial situation was already very bad. If she delayed any further, she wouldn't even be able to afford the money to buy supplies. Huh? If you can't do it, why are you looking for them? The rookie hero was a little confused, but she was relieved to confirm that there would be no conflict between the two sides. The future super magician pointed to his head, looking confident. This is enough to deal with idiots. Don't worry, I will make them call me Daddy in unison tomorrow. TSK, why didn't I realize you were so good at bragging before? Lolo rolled her eyes. She was exhausted that day. Not only did she have to carry the luggage, but she also had to make a fire and cook, and she also had to take care of a troublesome guy. I don't know if she was the follower. Even though she was determined, she could not bear it any longer. As soon as the training was over, the female swordsman yawned and said, I don't care about you. If you get beaten, remember to shout for help and run to where there are union workers. After that, Luo went back to the room to sleep. That night, the rookie warrior had an extremely terrifying nightmare. It was reasonable to have a nightmare after having encountered such a terrible thing not long ago. In fact, it was not only Luo, but also the other people in the adventure team who recalled the terrifying scene in the morning and could not help but think of the Wolf King's cold and cunning eyes. Many people also had nightmares when they slept. However, Luo had a completely different nightmare. She dreamed that she was hugged by a familiar yet strange person. The rookie warrior was extremely nervous and struggled desperately, but the person hugged her tighter and tighter. She could feel the burning breath behind her neck, and the guy's hands began to become dishonest. Luo was a little scared. She opened her mouth to scream, but found that she couldn't make a sound at all. She wanted to push the gangster behind her away, but her whole body was weak and she had no strength. The rookie warrior was getting more and more frightened, and she tried her best to escape from the terrible dream. She had a feeling that if she didn't wake up quickly, something even more terrifying might happen next. Luo sat up suddenly from the bed, but what she saw was the face in the dream. The magician was sitting beside her bed, holding half an apple and a thick book that came from nowhere, reading with great interest. Rogue! The rookie warrior screamed, and subconsciously punched him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone's training during this period finally paid off, and Rob rolled and crawled to avoid the fatal punch. You have to know that this was a furious blow from the female swordsman. Unlike the usual training, this punch was not reserved at all. If it hit the magician's small body, the latter would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood, and might even break 1 or 2 ribs. What are you doing? The quasi-magician, who escaped death, was shocked and angry. I'm sorry. In fact, Luo regretted it after throwing the punch. The only thing to blame was that the dream was too scary, which made the girl feel scared. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the bad guy in the dream. Anyone would not be able to resist punching this guy. Forget it. Rob closed the book in his hand, and his expression turned from gloomy to bright. It can be seen that the magician was in a good mood this morning. He didn't care about the fact that the rookie warrior almost killed him just now. After swallowing the apple in his mouth, he said, I think you should wake up soon, so I came to wait for you to have breakfast together. Breakfast? You made it? Lolo was surprised. Do you know how to make a fire? No, Rob said honestly, but I can order takeout. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and a ferocious-looking guy came in from outside pushing a food cart. The girl couldn't take her eyes off the food on the food cart. Lolo could clearly hear the sound of her swallowing saliva. Oh my god! She actually saw a plate of pork fried with bamboo shoots, a plate of braised beef, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, 2 steaming buns, a pot of golden fried rice, and 2 glasses of appetizer red wine. Well, although it's a little crude, it's not good to ask for too much in a place like this, so I can only make do with it. The girl suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. Could it be that she hasn't woken up yet? These foods may be common in the breakfast stalls on the street in Ryan, but you have to know that this is an endless sea of trees. Considering the danger of delivering goods, the prices here are more than 5 times higher than outside, especially seasonal vegetables like green vegetables. Due to the difficulty of storage, they are even more expensive than meat. Because everyone knows that this land cannot grow crops, the supply of the camp can only rely on transportation from outside, which is why adventurers like Lolo will purchase all the supplies in the town. The breakfast in front of him was not simple at all, it was luxurious. However, if Luo remembered correctly, the magician's previous savings, which were better than nothing, had been confiscated by her before he set off. In other words, someone should be so poor that he doesn't even have the qualifications to make a jingle. How could he have the courage to order such a large table of food? Are you crazy? We don't have the money to pay the bill. Don't get angry, drink this glass of water to moisten your throat first. The quasi-magician handed over a glass of warm water very considerately, and then he crossed his legs and said slowly, "Don't worry about the money. In fact, this meal was insisted on by a group of kind gentlemen, right? Foo. Sorry, what is your name? I forgot it again." Rob turned around and asked the villain with the tray. "Yes, we all insisted on inviting you too." The villain replied with a stern face, "Also, my name is Flint. Do you want the soup and dessert now?" "Yes, go ahead. Just put the food on the table." Rob waved his hand, "You can go down." "Okay, Dad." Poof, the rookie warrior sprayed a mouthful of boiled water on the magician's face. Only then did she notice that the guy in front of her, who looked familiar, seemed to be one of the people who laughed at them last night. Thinking of Rob's bold words that night, Lolo couldn't help but widen her eyes. "No way. How did you do all this?" Chapter 47. Actually, the process is quite simple. After you left last night, I walked up to them and sincerely offered them a very tempting suggestion. "What suggestion?" Lolo asked curiously. "Acknowledge me as your father," the magician said lightly. Although he had been mentally prepared this time, the rookie warrior almost fell to the ground after hearing this bizarre answer. "You just walked up to them and asked them to recognize you as their father? Don't tell me they agreed to it." "I don't think there is any other way for you to do this except to anger them." "Well, you are right. After I made this suggestion, most of them were furious. Mr. Flint, whom you just saw, rushed out of the crowd, waving his fists, and wanted to beat me up. Fortunately, there were some more rational guys among his companions. Everyone worked together to hold him down, otherwise you wouldn't have seen him in the camp this morning." Rob shrugged. "Oh my God, you should be thankful that he didn't beat you, otherwise I might have seen your body in the camp this morning." In short, they were all very angry because of the existence of the convention, but they couldn't really do anything to me. They had nowhere to vent their anger. However, the cruel fact proved that as long as I didn't leave the camp, they couldn't do anything to me, so I made another suggestion to them. "Huh? What's your other suggestion?" "Fight me at the poker table." "Did you go to gamble with them last night?" Lolo was shocked. "Are you crazy? This kind of thing that relies purely on luck will only make you bankrupt in the end. Isn't it because your father is addicted to gambling that he lost everything that you hate him?" "No, you misunderstood. I never said that I hate gambling. Strictly speaking, I just hate those guys who have no chance of winning but lack self-control and allow themselves to be hopelessly addicted to it." The magician shook his head and took out a deck of cards from his pocket, facing up, and placed them on the table. "Poker is not just a game that can be won by luck. Memory, mathematics, and observation skills are the real key to victory or defeat. Pick one from the deck." The girl was skeptical and pulled out a card from the deck at random. "King of Hearts, right?" How did you know?" Luo felt incredible. "Wait, you are cheating. This deck is actually all King of Hearts, right?" the girl said as she turned over the remaining cards. However, unlike what she imagined, this was just an ordinary deck of playing cards, with 54 cards, each different and arranged in a disorderly manner. "Oh my God, how did you do it?" "It's very simple. I just remembered the position of each card in the deck." Rob's expression was really asking for a beating when he said this, as if he was saying that he went out to buy a bottle of soy sauce. "So as long as I shuffle the cards, I know exactly what cards they have in each round." But they are not stupid at all. After losing 4 games, they should have realized something, so they found a guy who everyone trusts to be responsible for shuffling the cards. "Then what will you do?" "Just keep playing. Those guys are basically the lowest level gamblers. Winning or losing depends entirely on luck. They will be happy when they get good cards, and will be sad when they get bad cards. This is equivalent to exposing all their cards. Moreover, as the game progresses, more and more cards are placed on the table. Although the remaining cards are still unknown, I can already deduce the probability of them getting each card. With their rich expressions, it is easy to find a suitable strategy. Wait, I've seen them gamble. I don't think they are like what you said, except for a few novices. Most people can control their facial expressions very well, and some people even pretend to be fake to confuse others." Luo raised his doubts. "No, not the expression, to be more precise. Some small movements that they themselves may not notice." Let's take my dear godson Flint as an example. If his cards are good, he will rub his nose frequently, and some guys will snort more heavily when bluffing. These movements are actually out of their control. Is this true? This is too exaggerated. Luo was skeptical. How much money did you make last night? I used the sword you gave me as collateral and finally earned 1.5 gold coins, plus a breakfast. Oh, by the way, I also recognized more than 20 godsons. According to the bet, they have to call me dad every time they see me in the future. Luo took a breath of cold air. The only thing worth money on someone's body was the sword, which was worth about 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin was equal to 42 silver coins. In other words, the magician multiplied his assets by 68 times overnight. This speed of making money was too terrifying. In fact, Rob's real gains that night were even more terrifying than this number. He emptied the pockets of 36 adventurers, except for the group of guys who laughed at him before. Later, some guys who were confident of their good card-playing skills came to challenge him. As a result, they were defeated without exception by the quasi-magician's crazy observation, mental arithmetic, and memory, and lost everything. Rob was unstoppable at the card table that night. He earned a total of 6 gold coins, but he spent most of them. He used the money to buy a small gadget in the trading area. Of course, this deal was done without the knowledge of the rookie warrior, before she woke up. Lolo criticized and educated the boy for his unauthorized actions last night, but expressed satisfaction with the results of his unauthorized actions. At the same time, the girl asked the magician to hand over his results of this battle. Rob knew that resistance was useless, so he handed over his purse honestly. After counting it twice, and confirming that there were indeed 68 silver coins in it, not one less, the rookie warrior put it in his arms with satisfaction. At this moment, the smile on his face could not be hidden at all, and he looked at the magician more favorably, patting someone on the shoulder. Your performance this time is very good, don't worry, I will also give you a share of the gains from this expedition as a reward. However, as soon as he said this, Luo regretted it a little, and began to feel sorry for the part of the money that he had not yet put into his pocket. He quickly added, I mean the part after deducting the debt. Oh! Rob responded indifferently. He was skeptical about what valuables the exploration team could find on the first floor. It's not that there was only rubbish on the first floor, but it has been half a year since this underground city in the endless sea of trees was discovered. The easier places to explore on the first floor have long been explored by people. If you want to find something good there, you can only rely on luck. The remaining more dangerous places often require several teams to join forces to explore. The promise of the rookie hero sounds more like a blank check. Chapter 48. After eating the loving breakfast carefully prepared by the magician's godsons, and holding the heavy silver coins in his arms, Luo felt that he was particularly fulfilled in this energetic morning. Is this the legendary dream start? Is there bound to be good luck in the next adventure? However, the arrival of Captain Hansen quickly broke the beautiful fantasy in the rookie warrior's heart. What? You said that I must change a follower before the next adventure begins, but why? As for the reason, I'm sure you know it very well. I have always respected scholars, but dungeons are not suitable for them. They should be in the king's or lord's meeting room. I don't know how you convinced him to be your follower, but his performance along the way has shown that he is not qualified for this role at all. Damn it, what we need is labor that can serve this expedition, not a burden. Well, I have been training him recently, and he has made great progress. I think he has a certain ability to protect himself. Luo was trying to defend the magician. I don't think he can learn everything in such a short time. Gods, he can't even make a fire. I really don't know why you must keep him. Other things are fine, but you must be ready for battle after entering the dungeon. It's impossible to help him carry those heavy loads. Captain Hansen's tone was particularly firm this time. Everyone is grateful to you for the two-headed wolf, but for the safety of the team, I have to suggest that you reconsider the selection of followers. You don't have to worry about the money. I can help you first. In addition, I believe this decision is also for his own good. Back in Ryan, he can easily find a job without any danger as a scholar, and he may earn more than us. Lolo was also a little shaken at this time. Before, she had asked the boy to be a follower as a last resort. At that time, she was very poor and could barely afford to eat, let alone hire other people. The girl was afraid of being kicked out of the adventure team because of this. As long as it had 2 legs and could talk, she would catch anything for emergency. But now the situation is different. Facing the two-headed demon wolf, her actions indirectly saved others. After this incident, her status in the hearts of other members of the team rose a lot. Everyone would no longer kick her out of the team for the issue of followers. Including Hansen, they now only give her advice on the safety of the team. As long as she agrees to change the follower, everyone is even willing to share the cost for her. And Frollo, who had asked someone for help, now had a lot more money in his pocket and was fully capable of hiring a qualified follower. Hansen's words were very pertinent. Perhaps changing a follower would be a good thing for both of them, but for some reason, somewhere deep in Frollo's heart, he was somewhat resistant to this idea. The rookie warrior turned his gaze to the person involved, wanting to hear his opinion. I have no objection to hiring a follower, but there is no need to replace me, right? Can't one person hire 2 followers? The quasi-magician, who had been silent on the side, finally spoke. Hansen was upset when he heard this. Your work has been done by others. Why do we bring you along? Do you think we are a sightseeing group? And one more person means one more set of supplies. Not only are you not carrying anything, but you are also adding to the burden for others? The magician's attitude surprised Lolo. She thought the boy was eager to turn around and go back to Ryan. After all, for an ordinary person like him, the dungeon is an extremely dangerous place. After all, he was dragged here by her to make up the numbers. Although he did not show any dissatisfaction along the way, the girl felt that if it were her, she would be happy to accept the opportunity to go back. But the would-be mage has already made up his mind to find a low-level dungeon to get some money and equipment to help himself. Now that he has reached the dungeon entrance, there is no reason to turn back. Rob said to the second-level swordsman, Uncle, haven't you heard that knowledge is power? Captain Hansen was speechless. That's true, but your knowledge is useless in the dungeon. If a monster attacks you, do you have to solve a geometry problem for it, or ask it for your views on democracy and freedom? The magician said slowly, What do you think of the clues about the secret treasure? Hansen was stunned. Secret treasure? You have information about the secret treasure. Yes, now I have clues to 3 secret treasures, and they are all exclusive. Rob held up 3 fingers, but I doubt the authenticity of one of the clues, and the guardian of another secret treasure is too powerful for your team, so I personally don't recommend it. As for the remaining one, you can consider it. These clues are naturally the byproduct of the magician's gambling last night. An information dealer gritted his teeth and finally escaped the ethical tragedy of father and son recognizing each other after paying the price of 3 clues. Secret treasure is a treasure unique to the dungeon. Like the dungeon, the origin of the secret treasure is unknown. Everyone only knows that this thing seems to be able to collect magic elements between heaven and earth and make itself have incredible functions. For example, some secret treasures can improve the soil quality of a place, turning the yellow sand of the Gobi Desert into land suitable for crop growth. Some secret treasures can summon powerful beasts to serve the holder, and some secret treasures can make your face stay forever, and some powerful secret treasures can even destroy a town and evaporate a lake. The Magician Association has always been very interested in these things. Many high-level magicians are engaged in related research. A considerable number of them firmly believe that as long as the secret of the secret treasure is solved, human understanding and knowledge of magic will inevitably take a big leap, thus getting closer to the essence of magic. The value of a secret treasure is usually determined by its function, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of gold coins. Of course, the latter is extremely rare, and it is often possible to find this level of secret treasure after going deep into the 6th or 7th floor. However, even the most useless secret treasure can easily sell for more than 100 gold coins, which is an unimaginable fortune for most low-level adventurers. For a standard 5-person team like Luo and his team, if the final expedition income is divided into 10 parts, the captain and the magic profession will take 2 parts, the ordinary team members will take 1.5, and the remaining 1.5 will be distributed as rewards to those who have made outstanding contributions in the expedition. In other words, if a secret treasure is found, then each person can earn at least nearly 20 gold coins. This is a fortune that no one can refuse. Sure enough, as soon as Rob said this, Hansen became excited. Where is your source of information? Is it reliable? Chapter 49. A week ago, an exploration team encountered a group of zombies while exploring the first floor. There were heavy casualties, and only one person survived. While escaping, he accidentally discovered a secret tunnel, which led to a lake. According to the survivor, there were flowers that never faded on the lakeshore. Oh, a natural treasure? Lolo also became interested. Abnormalities in the surrounding environment are often reasonable evidence of the existence of secret treasures. Maybe he didn't stay there for too long. It is said that he saw 2 shadows under the lake, which made him feel uneasy. After the ghouls chasing him left the entrance of the tunnel, he hurried out of that place. After escaping back to the camp alone, he sold the news to an intelligence dealer for 30 silver coins. He also marked the approximate location of the tunnel entrance on the map. Now this map is in my hand. What do you think? Are you interested in reconsidering my proposal? The magician crossed his fingers, shook his calves, and sat in his original position, looking very leisurely. He knew that a second-level swordsman could not resist the temptation of the secret treasure. In fact, no expedition team could really be cruel enough to say no to the secret treasure. Sure enough, Hansen only stood there and resisted for less than half a second before surrendering. The second-level swordsman was very pragmatic. What do you want to get from us by providing these clues? Money? Or something else? The quasi-magician was about to say that I don't really want anything, just a ride. But when he saw the rookie warrior next to him winking at him, he had to change his words temporarily. How about this? How about giving me 3 shares of the final profit? 3 shares? You dare to ask. Hansen snorted coldly. You just want to take 3 shares of the profit with your mouth. Then how about those of us who really risk our lives? 1.5, no more. Even if we buy this information from an information dealer, it is not so expensive. Uncle, you should think like this. If you don't have this map in my hand, the possibility of you finding the secret treasure is infinitely close to 0. In other words, your final exploration income will be greatly reduced. With this map, even if you have to give me 3 shares, you still have 7 shares to share. No matter how you look at it, you are the ones who make the profit in the end. Hansen gritted his teeth too, no more. In addition to the reward, the remaining half will be deducted from my income. If you are still not satisfied, then we have never discussed it. Deal. The magician jumped up from his seat and shook hands with the second-level warrior quickly. In addition, I have a small additional request. What else do you want? Hansen's face was tense, and the second-level swordsman kept reminding himself to stay calm in his heart. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would not be able to resist punching the greedy guy in front of him in the face. Don't be angry. This is actually to solve your worries, Captain Hansen. The magician smiled and said, As you can see, my physique is average, and I can't carry too much weight. Of course, I will bring as much luggage as possible, but the rest will need help from others. However, 3 days have passed since the departure, and I believe everyone has consumed some of the supplies. In other words, there should be some extra storage space. Captain Hansen, do you think it's better to share some of my weight with others? In this way, we don't have to hire new followers. After all, we have to carry an extra ration. Hansen was amused by the boy. Can you be more shameless? I just made a suggestion that is beneficial to everyone. Captain Hansen, you also know that if you bring one more person who can't fight, the chance of casualties in the team will increase further. If a temporary follower dies in the dungeon, a large amount of pension will be paid, and according to regulations, this money should be deducted from the expedition income first, which means that the interests of all team members will be damaged at that time. I will talk to the other team members about the weight bearing. If there is no problem, we will meet at the camp gate in half an hour and prepare to set off. Hansen suppressed his anger and squeezed out these words almost word by word. Actually I have another question. The quasi-mage had just finished saying half of this sentence, when he saw the second-level swordsman suddenly turn around. His eyes seemed to be ready to bite someone. Hansen had already made up his mind that if this ungrateful boy dared to make any unreasonable demands again, he would refuse him even at the risk of breaking up. As a result, he heard the young man politely say, Captain, please remember to close the door when you leave. I haven't finished my dessert yet. Then the whole camp heard the deafening sound of the second-level swordsman closing the door. Oh my God, are we going to get rich? As soon as Captain Hansen left, Luo couldn't help but cheer. At this moment, the eyes of the rookie warrior were full of shining gold coins. Wow, you are so amazing. You actually got 2 more shares with just 1 sentence. Add to my original 1.5, don't we have already received more than 1/3 of the expedition income? Haha, we're going to get rich now. Don't be too happy too soon. It's still unclear whether we can get the secret treasure by then. Rob had to pour some cold water on the sword woman to cool her down. Lolo finally cooled down the excitement in his mind, and then asked the doubts in his heart, but why do you have to follow us to take risks? With the 3 clues in your hands, even if you don't go down in person, as long as we find the secret treasure in the end, you can get a share. And why did you keep angering Captain Hansen just now? Well, my teacher always said that reading thousands of books is as good as traveling thousands of miles. Since this opportunity is rare, I would like to see the legendary dungeon. The prospective magician said so. The boy sat down again and picked up the half-eaten pudding. As for your second question, I kept irritating him just to see whose idea it was through his reaction. Huh? Whose idea? I advise you to change your followers, and not take me on the journey. The magician said calmly. As the captain, Hansen always takes the interests of the team into consideration. It's normal that he doesn't want to take me with him, but he generally won't interfere with the decisions of the team members unless it's necessary, so someone must have talked to him about me. Lolo was stunned. Oh, do you know who is targeting you now? I don't know. From what he said, it seems that everyone is quite satisfied with kicking me out of the team. The quasi-magician said honestly. Chapter 50. After breakfast, the two arrived at the camp gate at the agreed time and found that it was already crowded with people. It seemed that more than half of the adventurers in the camp had come here, and it was as lively as the morning market in Ryan. What do you mean? So many people are coming to give us a farewell party. The magician was sharp-eyed and caught a glimpse of his godson in the crowd. This guy seemed to have seen Rob. His face changed drastically, and he wanted to sneak away, but unfortunately he failed and was finally stopped by the quasi-magician. Dad. When the little thief shouted this word, his face looked like he was constipated. What's going on here? The Mercenary Guild issued a C-level commission this morning. The reward is very good, and the risk of finding lost items should not be great, so everyone came to watch the fun. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have something urgent this morning, so I leave first, Dad. The little thief's acting skills were terrible, and the transition was abrupt, but fortunately Luo also found the other members of the expedition team at this time, and Rob let this unlucky guy go. Hansen saw the two people coming over, looked around, and confirmed that no one was paying attention to this side, then lowered his voice and said, I have already told everyone about the secret treasure, including the division of the profits. No one has any objection. When you get to the dungeon, you can take out the map. In addition, have you seen the new commission issued by the guild this time? Huh? The one about finding lost items? Yes, it is said that the client is the youngest son of Viscount Majorson. Wait, are you talking about Viscount Majorson of the Matthews family? Rob raised his eyebrows. He was familiar with the name. Matthews was an old noble. His family had a long history, which was longer than the Lionheart Empire. When the empire was first established, after Lionheart I dealt with external enemies, and waited for the country to stabilize, he immediately began to deal with internal problems. At that time, many wealthy nobles looked down on the emperor's surname, and felt that the Lionheart family had no foundation. Even if they succeeded in establishing the country by chance, they would be doomed without support from the upper class. So these guys formed an alliance privately, using their influence to stir up trouble in the dark, and occasionally causing trouble for Lionheart. Naturally, the old and powerful family like the Matthews family was also their target of wooing. However, the leader of the Matthews family at that time had always maintained considerable restraint in this matter. Not only did he not intervene, but he also sold a favor to the old emperor when the empire needed help the most. As a result, a series of events later proved that the leader of the Matthews family at that time had a very keen political vision. When the empire was completely stabilized, those nobles who were stirring up trouble everywhere became fish on the chopping board, and were suppressed everywhere by Lionheart's cronies. They had no temper at all when they were bullied, but the low-key Matthews family escaped. For hundreds of years, the Matthews family continued to maintain its previous forbearance style, until recently, when Reinhard VII came to power. The political situation of the empire changed again. The new emperor hoped to use some old aristocratic forces to check and balance the growing new forces, so this ancient family once again returned to the public's attention. Now the Matthews family is very popular in the ruling class of the empire. Even the future super magician has heard of some names in this family, including Viscount Majorson. Although he is only from a side branch, he is a rare practical talent. In just 30 years, he has risen from a knight to a viscount step by step, almost relying on his own efforts. The family did not begin to pay attention to him until he became a viscount. In recent years, he has provided him with some resources, and his development has become more stable. The aristocracy generally believed that if nothing unexpected happened, Majorson would definitely become the Earl in 20 years. His struggle history could be written into a spiritual chicken soup, which could be used to brainwash all the young people who were working hard in big cities. Why would such a big shot be interested in an underground city that was still in its early stages of development? There shouldn't be anything he wanted on the first and second floors. Lolo was obviously not unfamiliar with the name Majorson, so the girl had such doubts. Well, do you know how this underground city was discovered? It is said that a nobleman who likes adventure was looking for the legendary 1,000-year-old tree heart in the endless sea of trees, and accidentally found the entrance to the underground city. At this point, The rookie hero seemed to have thought of something and widened his eyes. Wait, could it be that the noble in the story is from the Matthews family? Well, there are rumors that this young noble is actually the illegitimate son of Viscount Major's son. After discovering the underground city, he immediately sent an attendant to report the matter to the family, and he himself insisted on going down to take a look despite the captain of the guard team's obstruction. In the end, none of the 13 people in their team came back. After hearing what the second-level swordsman said, Rob seemed to have some impression. A few days ago, he and Kenneth were drinking in the adventurer's heart, and the captain of the guard seemed to have mentioned this. Later, the Matthews family organized a rescue team, consisting of a team of regular guards, all professionals, to enter the underground city for search and rescue. Kenneth also participated. It is said that the operation lost a lot of manpower, but the target was never found. In the end, the supplies were exhausted, and they had to retreat to the ground. Now, after half a year, that reckless guy could not be alive anyway. Viscount Major's son now hopes that someone can find the remains and relics of the team and bring them back intact. The bodies of ordinary guards are worth 10 gold coins each, the body of the captain of the guards is worth 20 gold coins, and the body of the guy who is suspected to be the Viscount's illegitimate son is worth 50 gold coins. In addition, Viscount Major's son is willing to buy back the items they carried with them at a price more than 3 times the market price. This C-level commission has no restrictions at present, and anyone can accept it. Wow, this condition sounds very tempting. Lolo sighed. As expected of a wealthy family, they are really generous. The commission added up to more than an ordinary secret treasure. It seems that Viscount Major's son values this illegitimate child very much. Huh? Why? Do you have any different opinions? The rookie warrior looked at the magician next to him, and the latter's lonely interjection clearly expressed his different opinions. Believe me, if you really care about someone, you will never remember to collect his body half a year later. Rob said lazily, although the Matthews family has been trying their best to cover it up, and this commission has spent most of the space discussing the price of each corpse, but in fact, this is just to cover up their true purpose. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. That unlucky guy who is not loved by his grandmother and uncle should be carrying something that Viscount Major's son cares about. The Matthews family claims to collect the corpse, but in fact they want to get that thing back. Lolo's heart pounded when he heard this. How much do you think that thing is worth? The quasi-magician smiled, and did not answer the rookie hero's question, but looked at the captain of the team beside him. Hansen's face also showed a trace of greed, but after struggling for a while, he shook his head. No matter how much the thing is worth, it is not something we can take. If we really find that thing, I suggest that we pretend to know nothing and return it to the Matthews family. When the time comes, we will take as much money as they give us. Bingo, this is the right answer. Rob was originally a person who liked to watch the fun, but he was busy hiding his identity, and was not in the mood to wade into this muddy water for the time being. Chapter 51. The entrance to the dungeon is in a towering tree, less than half a mile away from the Adventurers Guild's base camp. Every adventurer who comes here will be shocked at the first sight of this ancient tree. The huge treetops are so big that you can't see the top. The thick trunk requires at least 10 people to hug. The densely packed branches stand silently between heaven and earth, just like the world tree in the legend of the elves. In the legends passed down by the elves from generation to generation, there is a giant tree named Orgard somewhere in the Dawn continent. It is rooted in the netherworld, grows in the human world, but can connect to the heavens. In some ancient stories, warriors can climb along the trunk of Orgard all the way to the kingdom of God, where they can bathe in the grace of God and gain eternal life. It is said that a certain branch of the elves is still tirelessly searching for this legendary giant tree. I know what you are thinking. This tree is not Allgard. The one who spoke was Baker, who had not said much along the way. The elf archer was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him, and only came to his senses now. There are many versions of the records of the world tree in my race. There are inevitably differences between different versions, but no matter which version, one thing is certain, the real world tree should be half withered, because Allgard is rooted in the netherworld and grows in the human world. It not only breathes magnificent vitality, but also symbolizes eternal death. After a pause, Baker added, besides, you better not expect that tree to be found. Why? Because the elves have a prophecy that when Allgard appears in the world, it means that the world is not far from destruction. A strange voice came from behind everyone, out of some inexplicable sense of superiority. Those long-eared guys think they are the most beloved children of the gods. So before the end of the world comes, the gods will guide them to find Allgard, climb up the tree to the heaven, and escape the final extinction. Watch your words, human. Baker turned around and warned with his longbow tightly in his hand. This was another expedition team, led by a tall and thin man with a sinister face. He was the one who was talking just now. Judging from his attire, he was a magician, and the 3 teammates following him were all second-level professionals. Hansen smelled a dangerous aura from them. None of the team members in front of him were easy to deal with, and with an extremely difficult magician, it was definitely a difficult combination that no one wanted to encounter. Didn't the elders of your tribe tell you that when walking in the human world, you should never point your longbow at a magician? The tall and thin man said lightly, without looking in the direction of the elf archer, but looking at the others with interest. Who is your captain? Hansen walked out with his head held high. What advice do you have? I heard from a guy in the camp that you have 3 clues to the secret treasure? Hansen's heart sank when he heard this. What he feared was what would happen. He had been worried about the problem of information leaking before. The temptation of the secret treasure was irresistible to any team. No one in the dungeon would play first come first serve with you. If people knew that they had such precious clues, it would be hard to guarantee that something unpleasant would not happen. However, Rob had assured him that the information was exclusive, which made the second-level swordsman feel a little relieved. Unexpectedly, the team was targeted as soon as they left the camp. Hansen couldn't help but look back at a certain unreliable guy, who shrugged at him. Don't worry, David didn't break his promise. He didn't sell the information he sold to you to another company, but the agreement between you and him didn't say that he couldn't sell the information you had about the 3 clues to others. The tall and thin man smiled. So can we talk now? What to talk about? Hansen asked cautiously. The tall and thin man put his hand into his arms, and his action made everyone in the team nervous, and everyone drew their weapons. Relax, relax, I have no ill intentions. The tall and thin man took out a purse from his arms, and threw it to Hansen. I heard that among the 3 clues you got, one of the secret treasures may be difficult to get with your strength. If I am not mistaken, your target should be one of the other 2 secret treasures. In this way, I think there will be no contradiction between us. You want to buy a clue from us? Hansen opened his purse and poured out the money inside, about 40 silver coins. The second-level swordsman's face suddenly became a little ugly. You want to sell a clue to the secret treasure for such a small amount of money? Why not? Anyway, the clue is useless to you. In this case, why not use it to exchange for some extra money? Everyone is happy. The tall and thin man said lightly. Everyone is happy. The old thief Edward couldn't help but say, such a clue is worth at least 3 gold coins in the camp. You want to buy it now for less than 1/3 of the price? And you told us that everyone is happy? The price inside and outside the camp is a little different. Isn't that normal? The thin tall man's simple words made everyone present look stern, and everyone heard a hint of threat from it. If the previous sentence was just a reminder, then the thin tall man's next sentence was a naked threat. Don't lose your life for something that is of no use to you. That would be too stupid. Elf Archer Baker sneered. So the magicians in the human world all have the same logic as bandits? No wonder everyone takes a detour when they see you. Hey, big brother, you can quarrel if you want, but there's no need to fire at random. The future super magician did nothing, and was inexplicably caught in the crossfire, looking very painful. At the critical moment, it was Captain Hansen who stood up and said in a deep voice, Stop quarreling, we take the money. Rob, tell them the clue. Then he said to the tall and thin man, I hope you can fulfill your promise. After getting the clue, we will all go our separate ways. The tall and thin man nodded, and his face turned from gloomy to bright. As you can see, I have always been a very reasonable person. Seeing that both sides had finalized the deal, Rob took out a map from his arms, and threw it to the tall and thin man. Here, follow this map to find it yourself. In addition, according to the information I received from David, the guard there should be a juvenile-held giant lizard, probably with the strength of the 3rd level. I wish you good luck. Chapter 52. The tall and thin man took the map and checked it carefully. He put it away after confirming that it was correct. From the expression on his face, the quasi-magician judged that this guy should have known the information about the Guardian a long time ago. Since the other party dared to stop them here and asked for clues by name, it was obvious that he had a way to deal with the giant lizard. However, after the transaction was completed, the team of experts did not leave in a hurry. The tall and thin man looked at the boy and raised his eyebrows. Are you the guy who won more than 60 bets in the camp last night? What do you want to talk to me about? Don't you know that everyone in the camp was talking about what happened to you last night this morning? The rumors were getting more and more outrageous. They described you as a sea monster in ancient legends, with 3 heads, 6 arms and 9 eyes. To be honest, this made me curious. So I came here specially. In addition to trading information, I also wanted to see what the legendary guy looks like. Sure enough, the guys in the camp always like to exaggerate. The famous gambling god turned out to be just a little follower, following a master who was dressed like a rag picker. Haha, forgive me for saying this, it's mainly because your equipment is too dazzling. Wait. Lolo turned around and asked the quasi-magician, did he just insult the two of us with one sentence? It seems so. But we can't beat him right now. The rookie hero said regretfully. It doesn't matter, I can help you write it down first. The dungeon is so big, maybe we will meet again one day. The quasi-magician said lightly. That makes sense. Lolo nodded. As expected of Mr. Tobias's student, what he says always makes sense. Are you threatening me? The tall and thin man seemed to have heard something funny. Enough. Captain Hansen finally couldn't help but said, Your Excellency has already got what you want. Why are you still being aggressive? If you really push us to the limit, at worst we will all die together. You may be able to kill all of us, but I can guarantee that at least half of your people will be lying down. At this time, a black-clad woman dressed as an assassin in the team of the tall and thin man also said, Raoul, stop making trouble, it's important to do business. The wizard named Raoul shrugged, it's boring, forget it, let's go. But before leaving, he leaned in front of the rookie hero and her little follower and whispered, Come on, I'm looking forward to our second meeting. Oh! Coincidentally, me too. The boy said lazily. If Raoul's eyes are like a venomous snake, and those who look at him will feel like they are being stared at by prey, then Rob's eyes are capitalized in difference, and you can't see yourself in his eyes at all. This is really a very irritating thing, because the unprecedented super-talented quasi-magician has entered the ranks of the real strong men of the Dawn continent at a young age, which also makes him really uninterested in the intrigues and schemes among these junior adventurers. In his eyes, it doesn't matter that it is truly 100% natural, and does not contain a trace of preservatives. Whether it is Hilton or Raoul, their provocations are actually no different in the eyes of the future super magician. In Rob's eyes, these guys are just a bunch of mosaics with passers-by IDs in the cut scenes, and the quasi-magician didn't take their threats to heart at all. But of course, the verbal attacks that should be returned must be returned. After Raoul and his 4 companions left, Lolo immediately grabbed the little follower's collar and said in a bad tone, Why did you steal my lines? Huh? I'm your boss, and I should be the one who made the final threats. Don't act on your own in the future. Although the girl's words were fierce, she was actually worried about the boy, afraid that he would be targeted by a master like Raoul. That guy didn't look like a good person. Lolo herself didn't care. After completing this order, she ran to the Magic Academy to study, but she thought Rob would live in Ryan in the future. If that guy came out and went to the town to make trouble for him, the young scholar would be powerless and might suffer. Yeah, Rob agreed, but he obviously didn't take it seriously. After this happened, the team stayed for another half an hour to create a time difference with Raoul's group. Each floor of the dungeon is very vast, and the destinations of both parties are not in the same direction. Logically, the chances of the two teams meeting again are very small, but Hansen is worried that the other party will not keep their promise. After all, no one would complain about having too many secret treasures. Although Raoul vowed that everyone only took what they needed in this transaction, there was no guarantee that he would not change his mind halfway and wait to ambush them near the entrance, wanting to swallow the other 2 clues in one gulp. In fact, if this kind of thing really happened, Hansen would not be too surprised. The dungeon has never been a good place to respect the elderly and love the young. Here, the constraints of morality and law are unprecedentedly weak. Strength is the key to everything. In such an environment, the evil originally hidden in human nature will be infinitely magnified. Captain Hansen and Edward have had adventures in the dungeon before, and they have a deep understanding of this. Luo and others are absolute rookies. As for Rob, the quasi-magician has had similar experiences before, but that was when he played games with Steins, Demand, and others in an internet cafe. The situation was too advanced, and has no reference value compared to today. At the level of super magician, few people would turn against each other for a few pieces of equipment. The great magicians themselves were rich enough to rival a country. When their wealth reached a certain level, it was just a number in their eyes. Money or equipment had no practical meaning to them. Unlike the mercenaries, who took risks to support their families or get ahead, they came to explore the dungeon purely because of the typical curiosity of magicians. They wanted to solve the mystery here, or get a few secret treasures, and go back to their magic tower to do scientific research behind closed doors. In short, the old men in the team looked at the young man as if he were their grandson. They chatted and laughed all the way. It was more like a social gathering than a game. The scene was like sitting in the garden and drinking afternoon tea. Some people cast forbidden spells while thinking about how to introduce their great-granddaughters to Rob. As for the other teams, they hid aside when they saw Rob and his group from a distance. They just regretted that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. Even the most vicious thug would not go after a group of high-level mages unless his brain was completely broken by the door. Well, in short, who doesn't have a glorious time when they are young? Now the quasi-magician and the rookie warrior are standing at the door of the dungeon again. This time he is no longer surrounded by the group of great teammates, and he has also thrown away all the preparations. But the boy has no doubt that these things will return to him in the near future, and today is the starting point of all this. Well, it seems not bad to play solo from scratch occasionally. Chapter 53. Everyone waited outside the giant tree until another expedition team appeared, and the 2 teams set off again. We walked down the dark and silent passage in the tree hole for about another mile. There were only hard rocks and eternal darkness along the way. The old thief Edward and another warrior led the way with 2 magic lamps. We thought that the more we walked down, the more humid it would be. However, the air in the passage was unexpectedly fresh, and the humidity and temperature were almost the same as on the ground. Luo was surprised. How could this happen? The designers of the dungeons are all very capable guys. Each dungeon has an independent air circulation system. Although I don't know how they did it, I initially guessed that it should be related to the secret treasure. Wow, it's really advanced technology. It's rare to encounter something that the future super magician can praise. No matter from which angle, this lost civilization is amazing. However, the orc warriors and the other team obviously have different opinions. They are very disdainful of someone's statement and shouted in a loud voice, like a broken gong, "What's so strange about this? You humans have so many tricks. What system technology?" Our chief said that this is a relic left by the gods in the world. Well, this little trick is really a simple thing for the high gods. Luo was originally worried that the young scholar would argue with the orc warrior about this matter, but the former gave the minotaur a thumbs up and praised, "Well, not bad, well-reasoned and convincing." If the rookie warrior spent more time with the boy, he would know that the future super magician basically used this standard response mode to those mentally retarded creatures that he had determined to be unreasonable or difficult to communicate with. In short, the prospective magician was too lazy to even explain to the guy with a congenital defect in IQ. The towering warrior smiled with satisfaction, saying, "You are still too young." They walked for another quarter of an hour. Although the corridor had no forks, it kept turning. At the end, they were all dizzy and gradually lost their sense of direction. They only knew that they were going down. However, the smell in the air began to change. Luo actually smelled the scent of green grass. Finally, after going around a rock wall, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Behind the rock wall was a primeval forest, and there was the long-lost light and breeze. Are we back on the ground? Everyone couldn't help but have similar questions in their hearts. No, on the contrary, we have officially entered the dungeon. The elf archer shook his head and said, "Pay attention to these trees. Although they are very old, they are different from the mutant vegetation outside. These are normal trees. The grass and trees here don't seem to be affected by the endless sea of trees." "Oh my god, what do you see?" The orc warrior pointed to a place in the distance covered by green and exclaimed, "There seemed to be a huge shadow there." The position where everyone was now was not very clear, but they knew that the thing seemed to be extremely huge, taller than those trees that had grown for tens of thousands of years, and it was amazingly long, with no end in sight. "It's a city wall," Hansen explained. As the name suggests, a dungeon is a city buried underground. Unlike the town we live in, the structure of the city here is spiral. From top to bottom, we divide the scale of the dungeon according to the final number of layers. Small dungeons generally have 9 layers, medium-sized ones have 11 layers, and the number of layers of large dungeons is a mystery. So far, no one has reached the bottom. After a pause, the second-level swordsman continued, "All signs indicate that someone lived here many years ago. No one knows where they went later, leaving behind only such magnificent buildings. Everything we see now is their remains, but now there is a new owner here. From now on, you must pay attention to your surroundings at every moment. There are a lot of monsters here." Then he turned to the captain of another adventure team and said, "Okay, let's stop here. We will also go our separate ways later." Generally speaking, there are very few teams that go to dungeons together. The reason is simple. The scope of such exploration is too small, and the spoils found in the end are pitifully small, not enough for so many people to share. The captain of the other party is obviously also an old hand. He understands this principle. He nodded, and the two sides parted ways here amicably. When the sturdy figure of the towering warrior completely disappeared from everyone's sight, Hansen said to Rob, "Take out the map and briefly introduce the situation. Let's all study together what to do next." "Yeah." Rob found a relatively flat stone and spread out the map. Everyone gathered around. The boy pointed to a mark on it and said, "I told the captain about the approximate location of the tunnel before. It is in the southwest of the city, not too far from the city center, but it is relatively hidden behind a building. The guy who first discovered it can't remember which building it is. He only said that it is a dome building, a bit like a church. Anyway, we need to search patiently. In addition, there is one thing we need to pay attention to. There is no water in that area on the map. I asked some adventurers. The nearest lake is outside the city. It takes about 3 days to get there. So the saying of the person who discovered this place at the beginning that he saw the lake after getting out of the tunnel is very interesting. Isn't this a false clue?" Hilton questioned, could it be that all the members of that team died, and the last guy who was lucky enough to escape wanted to earn some money to go home, so he deliberately made up such a bizarre story in order to deceive some innocent people? Well, even if you don't believe me, please don't insult the professionalism of an intelligence dealer, okay? This underground city has been open for more than half a year, and the general situation of the first floor has been almost figured out by people. Please, how stupid a person must be to make up such a lie with such obvious loopholes. Rob shook his head. Since David dared to spend money to buy this information, it means that he is at least 60% sure that the secret treasure is real. It is precisely the irrationality in that description that makes me think this clue is more credible. On the contrary, the news about the other secret treasure is too reasonable in every point, as if it is deliberately proving something, which makes me doubt its authenticity. The magician shrugged. That's all I want to say. Of course, I am just providing clues. It is up to you to decide how to choose in the end. Chapter 54. Hansen and Edward looked at each other, and the latter nodded and said, "Our supplies are limited, and the two treasures are far apart. We can only choose one of them. In this case, I prefer the one by the lake. In addition, everyone has seen the Sea Level Commission this morning. I suggest that we pay attention to clues in this regard along the way." Everyone nodded, and seeing that the team members all agreed, Hilton had to sneak back to the team in shame. Rob thought that this guy would make some more sarcastic remarks to him later, but he didn't expect that the blonde handsome boy kept silent this time, almost making the quasi-magician think that this guy was possessed by someone. In fact, Hilton wanted to speak, maybe because he was jealous of the intimacy between the little follower and the rookie hero. Hilton is a veteran in the flower world, relying on his handsome face to charm countless women, and the sacred profession of priest has also greatly reduced the vigilance of the opposite sex against him. Relying on his excellent skills in picking up girls, the blonde handsome boy can hardly remember how many women he has had a fleeting relationship with over the years. Among them, there are unrestrained dancers, fierce ladies, arrogant young ladies, innocent civilian girls, pitiful cat girls, barmaids, grocery store proprietresses. These women have their own styles, but for Hilton, no matter which type he plays with too much, he will get bored. Later, he will hardly spend more than 3 days on a woman. Until he saw Luo, the blonde man knew that the prey he had been longing for in his heart finally appeared. Hilton had never seen a girl like the rookie hero. He had dated female mercenaries before, although there were not many of them, and even fewer of them were pretty. After all, this job was hard and risky, and the team was full of men. In a place like a dungeon where there was no law, if you were too pretty, and a group of hot-blooded male animals couldn't control themselves at night, wouldn't the ending be unspeakable? So this was why Lolo disguised herself as a man. Hilton was deeply attracted to the girl at first sight. The rookie warrior was different from other female mercenaries. She had a unique temperament. The blonde handsome man had only seen similar things in young women of noble birth and good education, but Lolo was different from them. She had another thing. Hilton couldn't tell what it was. He only felt that it was a precious quality that he had never seen in his life. This discovery made Hilton ecstatic. There was nothing more exciting than conquering a girl like this. The blonde handsome man couldn't wait to see Lolo's gentle and pleasant appearance under his crotch. This strong contrast was enough to make every man's heart beat faster and his blood boil. However, Hilton was rejected the first time he approached her. The blonde handsome man approached the rookie hero under the pretext of discussing theology. This was his usual method of picking up girls in the past, and it was always successful. Most women were devout believers of the gods, and Hilton was a serious clergyman before his identity was exposed. So usually the next development would be like this. The two of them got more and more excited as they talked. Hilton did his homework in advance, in order to portray himself as a master with great attainments in theology, and at this time it was getting dark, so the target invited Hilton to his home for a while. Usually the target would invite the pastor to his home for dinner, and the blonde would suggest that since they were having such a good time chatting, why not have a drink together? When both of them were a little drunk, the topic was no longer limited to theology, and began to become more and more ambiguous. If the target invited Hilton to his boudoir at this time, it basically implied that the pastor could have sex. If the target did not have such intention, the blonde would find an excuse to change the chat location to the target's boudoir, and then things would become very simple. The target would find that the two of them talked about bed, and at this time the pastor's hands began to be dishonest, and the target would eventually be pushed down by Hilton after half-heartedly giving in. The above is the standard procedure for the blonde handsome man to hunt. Practice has proved that this set of things is quite effective. However, this trick was used on the rookie warrior, and the first step was a bit difficult to carry out. Luo had no interest in the so-called theology. No, perhaps the statement of not interested was not accurate enough. The blonde handsome man could even faintly feel the girl's disgust for theology. This made Hilton a little dumbfounded, but he had taken down targets who had no interest in theology before. It was nothing more than spending more effort. Since the blonde handsome man had already set his sights on the target, he was not afraid that the prey would escape from his palm. But he didn't expect that it was the second time he saw the rookie hero, and there was a little follower who came from nowhere beside her. At first, the young Hilton didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, the two were not on the same level. He was a priest, and the other was just a coolie working for the adventurers. There was no comparison between them. He couldn't help but feel happy secretly. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Isn't the so-called excellence a foil? How can he show his omnipotence without a useless reference? So when he saw someone couldn't even carry his luggage, he almost laughed his belly off, and almost slapped his thigh and shouted, "Brother, you are sent by God to help me." He thought Luo was also angry about the uselessness of the little follower, so he followed her meaning and mocked the quasi-mage, but he didn't expect to be retorted by the rookie hero. Maybe even Hilton himself didn't notice that it was at that time that he actually felt a little jealous of the boy. So he went to trouble Rob again during dinner, but the quasi-mage would not tolerate anyone, and directly revealed his past, making the blonde handsome man shut up honestly. But what really frightened Hilton was the glimpse he accidentally caught when facing the two-headed demon wolf. In that brief moment, the terrifying aura exuded by the young man was something he had never seen before, like something from another world. Although the pastor often comforted himself afterwards that it was just an illusion that appeared in his mind when he was highly nervous, because no one else saw the abnormality on Rob except him, he still couldn't help but recall that scene. Over and over again, each time without exception, he would be dominated by great fear. After that, he also secretly observed the little follower, and he didn't see anything suspicious about the boy. He also heard about Lolo teaching Rob to practice sword. The boy's mediocre performance didn't seem to be fake, which made the blonde man more confused. But in addition to this, Hilton did find something else. The relationship between Lolo and Rob seemed to be closer than he thought. Maybe the two young birds in the love field didn't realize it themselves, but the blonde man, a seasoned man, could see at a glance that the weight of the two in each other's hearts was increasing little by little, which was undoubtedly a very dangerous signal for Hilton. The blonde handsome man saw it, and was anxious. Before leaving the tunnel, he saw the rookie hero, and the little follower whispering something at the end of the team. This made his jealousy surge up again. He could no longer suppress it, and couldn't help but sing a rivalry with the prospective magician. However, just after a small start, he couldn't help but think of the terrifying momentum of the boy that was like a god descending from heaven. Hilton's courage, which he had accumulated with great difficulty, was immediately drained away. Chapter 55. Entering the primeval forest, without Hansen's reminder, the adventurers of the expedition team were all on edge. Even Hilton temporarily forgot about the jealousy with the magician, and took out the divine book to stay alert. After all, nothing was more important than his own life. The future super magician drew out the long sword from his waist, and pretended to swipe around. After all, Rob was a 6th level quasi-magician. Although he lost his staff, the high-level magician's perception of elements would not disappear. If there were magical beasts such as the two-headed magic wolf approaching nearby, Rob could sense it one step ahead by relying on the fluctuations of the magic elements in the air. Of course, high-level mages have more than just these means of searching for enemies, but other means require corresponding spells to support them, such as the True Eye and Hearing Enhancement. These are the two most commonly used spells by magicians when on alert. They consume little mana and have good effects, and are very popular among mages. In addition, the quasi-magician has some small secrets that he has figured out, but unfortunately, he can only stare blankly without a staff. Relying on his extraordinary perception, Rob vaguely sensed that there was a group of little things to the north of the team, and they had been circling around them since the moment they entered the forest. Judging from the fluctuations of magic elements, they should be a group of little tree demons, which are small monsters living in tree holes. Their own attack power is relatively weak, probably only equivalent to that of a human child of 12 or 13 years old, but the little tree demons master a magic called Whisper of the Dark Forest. Although this magic does not cause substantial harm to adventurers, it is really annoying. Last year, this first level magic even defeated petrification and gravity magic, and was successfully selected as the top 10 most disgusting magic of the year. This kind of magic will make you hallucinate, as if all the trees around you suddenly start talking, and they are performing a special crosstalk show in your ears. People with poor psychological quality will be directly broken down by the chatter. Even people with strong wills will feel uncomfortable when a group of lively trees are making such a fuss in their heads. The little tree demons rely on this little trick to scare the workers who go up the mountain to cut wood and protect their nests. Maybe environmentalists think it's not bad to have these little creatures in the forest. If you think so, you will be deceived by their thin bodies and innocent looks. In addition to teasing and scaring woodcutters and anyone who threatens their homes, the little tree demons have many bad habits. Sometimes they will sneak attack unlucky people who are alone. The little tree demons will first harass you with a whisper of the dark forest. If you are scared and run around the mountain, the little tree demons will happily follow you, screaming and throwing stones, consuming your physical strength and continuing to torture your nerves. Until your strength is exhausted, they will rush over, relying on the advantage of numbers to knock you unconscious, and then take out the sharp stones they have sharpened, and carefully cut off pieces of your flesh, and give them to each of them who participate in the hunt. They take the meat home, string it with straw ropes, hang it on the treetops to dry, and then put it in the cellar as their winter reserve food. Some artistic little tree elves will carve your bones into some works of art, and place them on the bedside to cultivate their sentiments in their spare time. The elves have no good feelings for these bad neighbors with despicable qualities. Every forest where the elves live will have a forest patrol team responsible for clearing the nearby little tree elves. They will dispatch many people every winter to search all the tree holes within a radius of 100 miles. Once they find a little tree elf, they will basically hang it directly on the nearby trees and never leave it alive. Therefore, the number of tree elves near the elf settlements once dropped sharply, but later these cunning little creatures learned to fight guerrilla warfare. After the patrol team cleared an area, they would secretly move in, and when the patrol team came back, they would move to another area that had just been cleared to avoid being hunted down. They would observe the same kind of people hanging on the trees, and judge when the area was last swept, and how long it would take to sweep again based on the freshness of the corpses. In addition, they have strong reproductive ability, which brings great trouble to the surrounding elf heads. However, the little tree demons are bullies, who only care about the weak and fear the strong. They have been cleared out by the elves for so many years, and have never launched any real resistance. At most, they would sneak attack one or two lonely elf civilians. When they encounter a patrol team, even if they have more companions, they will just run away. Not to mention a head-on confrontation with an adventure team, the prospective magician did not intend to alert others after discovering these little things. In fact, as long as there is no fatal danger, the future super magician will be at ease playing soy sauce along the way. When Luo and his group are working hard to kill monsters, the little followers will act as cheerleaders on the side to cheer them up. Adventurers call the area between the tunnel and the city wall, which is mainly composed of primeval forests, the outer city, and the other side of the city wall is called the inner city. The route chosen by the team now is the safest route from the outer city to the inner city after many adventurers have explored it. Of course, the so-called safety is only relative, which does not mean that you will not encounter wild monsters along the way. In a place like a dungeon, unless you have a strong perception like Rob or some other special means, it is impossible to avoid encountering any monsters. In fact, even the future super magician almost capsized in the afternoon. The team had just encountered an attack by a ground-drilling beetle not long ago. The shell of this thing is comparable to metal, and it is very difficult to cut it. It will run underground when besieged. The elf archer and the old thief struggled for a long time before luring it to a slightly harder piece of land, intending to solve this trouble here in one go. The quasi-magician was paddling as usual, climbing onto a nearby rock to give instructions. At this moment, an accident happened. On a banyan tree about 10 steps away from Rob, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the lush branches and leaves, like an arrow flying towards the back of the magician's neck, where the chainmail could not protect. All this happened so fast that everyone's attention was still focused on the trap beetle. No one would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, danger would fall on the boy not far away. Luo did not forget her promise and kept some attention on the little follower, but when she realized something was wrong, it was too late, and she didn't even have time to warn the boy. At the critical moment, it was Rob's extraordinary fighting sense that saved his life. Although he didn't look back, the magician suddenly felt a sense of alarm. The first rule of the survival manual, never doubt your instincts, suddenly attacked. Even though he didn't even see the attacker clearly, the boy subconsciously used the movements he had trained, and the long sword completed a back block in an extremely ugly posture. With a clang, something hit the sword. The thing was not big, but the impact was strong enough to hurt the magician's wrist and almost let him lose his weapon. The thing failed to hit the target and fell to the ground, coiling up. Only then did everyone see its appearance clearly. It was a small emerald green snake, less than 5 inches long, with gray patterns on its abdomen, and it was difficult to be found among the leaves. It's a Zapata flying snake. The elf archer recognized the attacker at a glance, and then nailed it to the ground with an arrow. It can only be said that the quasi-magician's luck is really a bit bad. The small snake that almost killed Rob is not a magical beast. Although it moves very fast, and is quite poisonous, it cannot use any magic. In other words, the boy cannot sense its existence through the surrounding elemental fluctuations. Chapter 56. The most gifted magician in human history was almost attacked by an ordinary reptile. It was quite embarrassing to talk about it. The prospective magician himself was also shocked by this sudden incident. Looking at the little snake still struggling on the ground, the future super magician was still in shock. After getting rid of the burrowing beetle, Luo came over and patted the boy on the shoulder, comforting him. In the dungeon, danger may come from any unexpected place, from the sky, on the ground, in the grass, between the treetops. If you are not careful, you will lose your life, but your performance just now is very good. It seems that our previous training has worked. The quasi-magician had a dull expression and said nothing, just staring blankly at the little snake nailed to the ground by the arrow. The girl thought that this guy must have been scared silly, but she couldn't blame him. Scholars usually stayed at home in places, like libraries and meeting halls. Few people would go out to explore, let alone come to a dangerous place like a dungeon. It was normal for the boy to behave like this when he encountered a fatal attack for the first time. At least he knew not to fight back just now. Thinking of this, the rookie warrior softened his tone and said, "Temporary difficulties should not be a reason to hinder our progress. Don't be afraid of the difficulties ahead, because every setback will make a person stronger." Huh? What the hell? Why are you suddenly giving me chicken soup for the soul in broad daylight? This time the magician finally responded, but the words that came out of his mouth almost pissed Luo off to death. The rookie warrior was about to explode, but it seemed that he suddenly remembered something, and he forced himself to suppress his dissatisfaction, and continued to play the role of a close sister, apologizing to someone. "I'm sorry, maybe what I said before was a little inappropriate, but I think fear is not a shameful thing, and admitting the fear in your heart does not mean that a person is a coward. In fact, it is just the opposite. Only those who dare to face the fear in their hearts are true warriors." After a pause, the girl added, "My master once told me this." "Well, I don't know why you said that, but I always feel like you seem to have misunderstood something." Rob finally moved his eyes away from the little snake and asked the little swordsman next to him, "How much do you know about the Zapata flying snake?" Are you talking about this little guy?" The rookie warrior looked confused. I haven't heard of this creature before." The elf archer baker's heart moved. The Zapata flying snake is a venomous snake unique to the Burn Plain. The toxicity contained in its venom can be ranked in the top 30 among snakes, but its personality is relatively docile. It usually feeds on squirrels, hares, and birds. There are very few cases of Zapata flying snakes attacking people and animals. Speaking of which, I am also very surprised. Why would it take the initiative to attack you for no reason? Because this Zapata flying snake is captive. The magician said calmly, "The patterns on its belly are the best proof. The patterns on wild Zapata flying snakes are generally shallow. According to legend, a certain snake training school feeds a special metal to the domesticated Zapata flying snakes. This metal makes the body of the Zapata flying snake harder, and the pattern color darker. Hey, the collision just now was really strong. My sword almost slipped out of my hand." Someone's words immediately made the nerves of the expedition team members tense again. Hansen's face was solemn. You said that the reason why the snake attacked you was because it received an order from its master? Doesn't this mean that a team has already set their sights on them? However, the second-level swordsman didn't understand. He had just entered the dungeon not long ago and hadn't gained anything yet. What benefit could he get from attacking them at this time? Would he rob them of some supplies? If the team went deeper, it wouldn't be impossible, but now they were less than a day's journey from the entrance of the dungeon. They could go back to the camp directly after a few more steps. There was no need to fight for a few cold meals with strangers. Don't be nervous. I don't think anyone will target us at this time. Rob pointed at the little snake struggling on the ground and said, It attacked me not because anyone ordered it to do so. In fact, it was the opposite. It showed such strong aggression because its owner died. Ah? How did you know? It's very simple, because it attacked me. The quasi-mage said confidently, Anyone who is not blind can see that I am just an insignificant role in the team. Suppose you are the owner of this Zapata flying snake. If you had the opportunity to kill one of us before the battle, you may choose Captain Hansen from the perspective of capturing the leader first. From the perspective of defending against long-range professions, you could also choose the archer. From the perspective of killing the healer first, you can even choose the blonde idiot over there. Anyway, no matter which angle you start from, there is no reason to choose me, a marginal person. Well, although your analysis makes sense, is it really okay to admit that you are a loser like this? The old thief Edward's eyes lit up. You said its owner is gone. Could the dead guy be the young master of the Matthews family? Or someone in his guards? Does anyone know if any of them have raised snakes? Well, this possibility cannot be ruled out. The quasi-magician said, Since this little thing is here, the body should not be too far away. How about searching around? The boy asked the captain of the team the last question. The second-level swordsman thought of the extremely generous reward, and his heart was also burning. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, everyone, hurry up. Remember that our focus is still the secret treasure, at most 1 magic hour. No matter whether we find it in the end, we must continue on our way. In addition, when searching, at least 2 people are in a group. Pay attention to the dangers around you. You have seen what happened just now, and you can't relax your vigilance for a moment in a place like this. The quasi-magician had to admit that he was a little careless just now. After all, without a staff by his side, it was obviously not safe to rely solely on sensing elemental fluctuations. The search soon made progress. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, Amy, the young follower of the old thief, made a discovery and pointed to a bush and said excitedly, Look, there is blood here. However, the others were not happy at all after hearing this news. It had been more than half a year since the expedition team of the Matthews family disappeared. It was hard to say how many bones of those guys were left, let alone blood. The pool of blood under the bush was still fresh, and it was obviously impossible for them to be the guys they were looking for. Chapter 57. Following the blood trail, the crowd easily found the bodies. There were 14 bodies in total in the open space behind the bushes. All of them were burnt black, and their appearance and age could not be distinguished. However, it could be seen that they had experienced a struggle before death. Some of them stretched out their arms straight as if they were trying to grab something. Some rolled on the ground desperately, and there was another body kneeling on the ground, as if trying to beg for mercy, but all this was in vain, and they could not escape death in the end. The tragic disaster in front of him, which was like a Shura field, almost made the blonde handsome man vomit his lunch. Hansen's expression was very serious. These people must have died not long ago. Everyone could even feel the residual heat from the bones. It was obvious that they had just been incinerated. Most of them were roasted alive. The cruelty of the murderer made everyone feel cold. The quasi-magician squatted down and picked up a branch to poke at the pile of charcoal-like things. The elf archer couldn't bear it anymore and frowned. They have died tragically enough. Don't desecrate their bodies anymore. That's right. It was rare for someone to attack the boy first, so Hilton quickly expressed his support. Although the mercenaries did not have too much psychological burden about turning over corpses, the scene in front of them was really too cruel. Even experienced veterans like Edward and Hansen felt a little scared and did not want to take a second look. The second-level swordsman really didn't know how the boy could do it, rummaging through the corpses. Don't you want to know how they died? Rob threw away the stick in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up from the ground. It seemed that he had completed the preliminary investigation. Oh, what did you find? Hansen certainly wanted to know what happened to these people. After all, it was not long since they died. No matter what they had experienced, the people or things that caused them to become what they are now must not have gone far. Maybe they are lurking nearby, waiting to attack the next prey. Thinking of this, the second-level swordsman was a little nervous. 14 people, for swordsmen, 2 thieves, no magic profession, no ranged profession, all first-level professionals, the remaining 8 people are their followers. Well, this is a relatively weak exploration team, but they are lucky in this exploration. They should have found something valuable. After getting this thing, they were ecstatic, dared not delay at all, and hurried to the camp. Just as they were about to leave this primeval forest, their good luck ran out, and they met another team nearby. Rob pointed to the scattered footprints on the ground not far away and said, "But the good news is that their thieves accidentally discovered the other party first and hurriedly reported to their captain." The captain was also anxious at this time, fearing that the things on his body would be targeted by the other party. In a hurry, he made an extremely bad choice, and asked the team to hide behind this bush. Speaking of this, the magician also sighed. It would have been better if they didn't hide. This hiding was equivalent to telling the other party that they were carrying valuables. As expected, their whereabouts were discovered by the opposite team, and the other party issued a warning. The team leader had to bite the bullet and come out to explain. Rob then pointed to one of the charred bodies and said, "Here, this is their captain. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but this guy died the earliest. He was stabbed to death long before the others were made into barbecue. In a sense, he suffered less." The group of people they met were all murderers. It took only a short time from deciding to kill to starting to rob. No one hesitated at all. "Is it true? You can see this?" The old thief Edward was really shocked by the performance of the little follower this time. "Half and half. I mainly speculated the most likely situation at that time from the wounds on the bodies combined with the surrounding environment, but there is no other more reasonable explanation besides this speculation. You can't believe that they accidentally set themselves on fire while having a barbecue in the wild? Oh, by the way, they were not burned to death by ordinary flames. The person who did it was a magician. Someone drove them together like livestock, and then the magician threw 4 or 5 fireballs into the crowd." Hansen and Edward looked at each other. The first name that popped up in their minds was the same. Raoul. The 4-man team we met this morning didn't look like good people. If they were really them, then they were more dangerous than we thought. "Hey, how do you know it was done by a magician?" Lolo asked curiously. "Well, from the degree and range of burning. You can tell. This kind of fire can't be ignited by ordinary methods. Besides, the people inside are not fools. When you light the fire, they would have been scared and ran around. Well, they wouldn't be burned so thoroughly in the end." "Great. With this observation ability, you can already become an adventurer." The second-level swordsman was convinced, and couldn't help but give the boy a thumbs up. Rob secretly wiped his cold sweat. This guy had never made a fire before, so how could he know the difference between normal ignition and fireball? Moreover, different mages have different magic powers, and the lethality and power of fireball are also different. It is hard to say what the scene will be like. He just felt the strong fire element nearby, so he concluded that someone had used magic here. Fortunately, his explanation at the end didn't sound too out of the ordinary. Others were stunned, but this was obviously not enough to dispel the doubts in the rookie warrior's heart. After all, the two of them had been together for the longest time, and Luo knew more about the boy than others. As the two spent more time together, Luo felt that he was increasingly unable to see through Rob. "Don't you know too much?" the girl asked suspiciously. Adventurers and scholars are like creatures from 2 different worlds. Generally, there is no intersection between the two. Therefore, no matter how powerful the boy is, other people can only marvel at his strength without a reference. However, when Luo was a child, he had seen many scholars, including some well-known masters. Most of them were already very good if they could achieve something in 1 or 2 fields in their lifetime. The rookie hero had never seen a guy as knowledgeable as the little follower. Especially considering someone's current age, isn't this guy's knowledge reserve a bit too scary? By the way, what did you say your major was? I remember it seemed to be, history or something like that. Lolo tried to recall the previous conversation with the little follower. At this time, it was the blonde handsome man who helped the prospective magician out of the predicament. Hilton said impatiently, "Now is not the time to talk about this kind of thing. Here, the body has been found. Since it is not the young master of the Matthews family, then we should continue on our way." Chapter 58. What the young priest least wants to see is someone taking the limelight, especially in front of Lolo, which makes him feel very unhappy. In fact, Hilton has been distressed recently. The tricks he used to deal with other women have repeatedly failed here with the rookie hero. The blonde handsome man has even been thinking about whether to use some special means outside the rules. Since he can't get the girl's heart, it seems that getting her body first is not a bad idea. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. It is said that a woman's impression of the first man in her life is the most profound. Hilton is not a pervert who only thinks with his lower body. He also looks down on those guys who only know how to force themselves. The process of chasing prey is a kind of enjoyment. Even if he encounters setbacks, the blonde handsome man usually chooses to take it slowly. But the situation this time was different. The presence of the little follower made him feel an unprecedented strong threat. Hilton had a bad feeling that things were developing in the direction he least wanted to see. He had to be prepared for this. The corpse made the team's atmosphere a little depressed. Everyone didn't talk much along the way, especially for rookies like Lolo. The cruelty of the dungeon was far beyond her imagination. As if he could see what she was thinking, Captain Hansen explained, robbery always happens here, and generally no one is left alive. After all, it's not a glorious thing. Back on the ground, you may face legal sanctions. If it gets out, other teams will definitely be on guard, which increases the difficulty of success in the future. But if you are clean and tight-lipped, no one will know where you got the stuff in your hand. Most looters hide themselves very well, and it is difficult to identify them before they attack you. The old thief Edward sighed, rolled up his sleeves, pointed to a very hideous scar on his arm and said, "This wound was left on me by a guy when our team was ambushed. At that time, the enemy was in the dark, and I was in the light. They did their homework before they attacked and knew our team configuration very well, but we knew nothing about them, so we suffered a great loss as soon as we met. My opponent was an orc warrior. Hey, that bastard's axe almost cut off my arm, but fortunately another team passed by and rescued us later. But then again, even if you need to kill someone during a robbery, you will usually kill them. Being gathered together and slaughtered like an animal is like not leaving them with the last bit of dignity. This is a bit too much." The second-level swordsman's eyes revealed a rare hint of anger. Everyone is an adventurer, taking huge risks to explore the unknown treasure in the dungeon. During this period, they not only have to face endless monsters, but also beware of the evil hands of their own kind. The tragic state of the 6 corpses was seen by everyone, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of grief, wondering if they would end up like this one day. Edward found a relatively dry cave before dark, and set up some defensive traps at the entrance of the cave. Everyone drew lots to arrange the order of night watch, and then started to make a fire and cook. At night, the future super magician performed well for once. He did not wander around. After dinner, he sat down honestly, and picked up a stone to write and draw on the ground. To be honest, during the day, Luo was really worried about the boy. He was like a curious baby. He looked very interested in any strange things he saw. He touched here and there. The rookie warrior reminded him many times, fearing that he would accidentally touch some trap and be shot through the head by an arrow, or alarm some poisonous snakes and beasts, and he would be swallowed by some monster if he was not careful. As a result, this guy ignored her words as usual. Even when he was attacked by the Zapata flying snake, it was obvious that he was also frightened at that time. He finally calmed down for a while, but not long after that, the little follower became solid again and continued to touch around like a hyperactive patient. Luo felt that she had never been so tired. This guy was really worrying. Fortunately, someone's luck was always good. Except for the previous accident, he was safe all the way. When it was night, he finally calmed down, which made the girl relieved. Luo was lucky, and was assigned to the first shift to watch the night, along with 2 followers of the elf archer, a team of twin brothers, while Rob was assigned to the last shift, accompanying the blonde handsome man. In order to prevent some adventurers from being lazy, and only letting the followers watch the night while they hid aside to sleep, Hansen specifically stipulated that adventurers could not be arranged together with their followers when arranging the shifts. The blonde handsome man thought this was good news for him. After all, Luo was always with the boy, which made him feel sick, especially in the dead of night. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and who knows what would happen between the two after everyone fell asleep. Now this arrangement does not have this problem. But the bad news is that he found that he and Rob were arranged together. Although the priest was unwilling to admit it, he still had a little fear of this guy whom he could not see through. Considering the identity of the other party's follower, this fear made him feel ashamed and angry. He was a professional, but he was afraid of a commoner. If it got out, it would be a shame. On the other hand, after learning that Rob was a scholar, the blonde handsome man began to become suspicious. He thought that this guy did not stay in the library properly, or ran to the Lord to offer advice, but had to be a follower for a rookie. Is there some conspiracy? Could it be that this guy has been pretending to be stupid, and actually has some plans for Lola behind the scenes? Otherwise, there is no way to explain his current behavior. Hilton judged others by himself, so he naturally thought that someone was very dark. For this reason, the blonde handsome man couldn't help tossing and turning, and didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. On the other hand, the quasi-magician on the other side went to bed early after finishing his work. Lola wanted to talk to him about the day, but found that this guy had fallen asleep. The rookie warrior didn't disturb him, added some dry branches to the fire, and started to keep watch. 2 magic hours passed quickly, and nothing happened until Hansen and her changed shifts. Lola found an empty space not far from the little follower, and lay down, and fell asleep with her clothes on. In the second half of the night, she woke up from her dream, looked at the place where the boy slept in a daze, and found that there was no one there. Chapter 59. Lolo shuddered. This glance was like pouring half a pound of ice into her collar, making her sleepy instantly. How come someone was lying there a few magic hours ago, and now he suddenly disappeared? Could it be that it was the last shift change, and this guy ran away to keep watch? However, the blonde handsome man in the same class as the little follower was still sleeping soundly. The girl's heart sank. Could it be that the guy had an accident again? Luo jumped up from the ground, grabbed the elven sword beside him, and walked to the fire quietly. The elf Kugobek and the priest's half-dwarf follower were on guard at the moment. The former was maintaining his longbow. When he saw the rookie warrior, he nodded slightly to her, as a greeting. "Have you seen Rob?" Luo got straight to the point. "Yes." The half-dwarf follower smiled and said, "Didn't he keep drawing like a fool after dinner? We all saw it. TSK, to be honest, I really don't know what's so good about him. He can't lift anything with his shoulders or hands. His body is as weak as a girl. He's also a young boy who doesn't understand romance. If I were a woman, I would definitely like a mature, steady and handsome man like the young master who can bring a sense of security to the opposite sex. There's no comparison between the two. By the way, I tell you a secret. Our young master is actually from an aristocratic family. Well, although his family is a bit down now, at least his bloodline is still there. As long as you marry our young master, it's like you've stepped half a foot into the upper class. The half-dwarf is indeed a model of loyal servants, and he will assist his master whenever he has the chance." The female swordsman rolled her eyes when she heard this. Stop. I know you have a crush on your master. I will tell him when I have time. Now let's get back to the point. Did you see my followers when you were on guard?" The elven archer put down the longbow in his hand. He went out by himself not long ago. Go out? Where to? How long is not long? He said he was almost asleep and wanted to go for a walk around. He was out for about a quarter of an hour. The elf cool guy thought for a moment and said, "Aw, didn't you stop him? Look at what you said. We were just keeping watch to guard against the danger outside, not imprisoning anyone. His feet are on his own body, and there is nothing we can do if he insists on going out, right?" The half-dwarf looked gloating. As a follower, he must be in the same mind as his master. Hilton hated Rob. Since the two met, the blonde handsome man has never gotten any advantage from the prospective magician. Naturally, the half-dwarf couldn't stand seeing someone doing well. He hoped that he would never come back, and it would be even better if he was taken away by some wild beast, which would be even more satisfying. Baker was a little unhappy to be questioned like this. He frowned and said lightly, "I told him that it was dangerous outside, but whether he listened or not is his own business. Sorry, I don't mean to blame you. Do you know which direction he went?" The little scholar was still wandering outside alone so late at night, which made Luo very crazy. Doesn't this guy know what fear is? He is obviously the weakest among all people, but he is so brave. "I don't know." The elf archer shook his head, but after a moment's hesitation he said, "If you want to find him, you can go to the water pond first." He seemed very interested in it when he was fetching water at night. After thanking Baker, Luo took a torch and ran out of the cave in a hurry. The girl's worry was not unreasonable. The primitive forest in the underground city was different from the outside. Many wild animals would move around after dark. The danger at night was greater than that during the day. Considering the little scholar's poor fighting ability, it was obviously not a good idea to wander around outside at this time. In fact, the longer he stayed outside, the more likely he would be in danger. Luo knew that he didn't have much time left. The pool of water mentioned by the elf archer was about a mile south of the cave, where they stayed overnight, behind a small hill. The rookie warrior had been there during the day, but didn't pay much attention at the time. He just felt that it didn't take long to go back and forth. But now it was late at night, and she was walking alone on the quiet and dark path. From time to time, there were rustling sounds coming from the bushes around her, and some unknown animal was grinding its teeth. It seemed that there were eyes staring at her in the dark. This terrifying atmosphere was completely different. After walking out of the cave, for 2 steps, Luo wanted to turn back, but thinking of the little follower who had been out for so long and whose life and death were uncertain, she had to grit her teeth and persevere. The girl swore that when she found the guy, if he was fine, she would break one of his legs to prevent this bastard from running around again. Doesn't this guy realize how much trouble his self-will behavior will bring to others? The girl held a torch in one hand and drew out the elven sword at her waist with the other. The faint glow of the sword made her feel a little relieved. Only then did she have time to take a good look at the surrounding environment. To be fair, if we ignore the potential dangers in the dark, this primeval forest is still very beautiful at night. Unlike the deformed and twisted trees in the endless sea of trees, the trees here are full of vitality, with straight trunks and green vines winding around them, and beautiful treetops bathed in silver starlight. I don't know how the civilization that built this underground city did it. In this deep underground, there is actually an alternation of day and night, and the stars change. Such means are simply incredible. No wonder many people always believe that everything here is the work of the gods, and is the relics left by the gods in the world. The breeze that occasionally brushed past her face, the dew on the leaves of the bushes, and the temperature difference between day and night, all of these were exactly the same as on the ground. If it weren't for the slightly dim full moon in the sky, Luo would have doubted whether she was in another time and space. However, this peace was soon broken. When she walked to the bottom of the earth slope in front of the pool, the scene above shocked the rookie warrior and made her scalp numb. There were all kinds of monsters crowded there, and they were all powerful characters. The worst was at the level of a second-level professional. Some of them were even natural enemies of each other. They would definitely fight to the death when they met on weekdays, but now they were all lying quietly on the ground, not interfering with each other. It seemed that they were waiting for something. One of the swift cheetahs had the most sensitive hearing. It heard the footsteps of the rookie warrior from a distance. It looked back at the female swordsman. Lolo was startled and almost screamed. The swift cheetah was known as the ace hunter in Warcraft. Its movement speed was extremely terrifying, especially in the forest. Almost no creature could escape from it. At the same time, it also mastered 2 wind magics. If the swift cheetah pounced on the rookie warrior at this time, Lolo would have no chance to escape. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out from the darkness and covered the girl's mouth. Chapter 60. Lolo's heart sank when someone covered her mouth. This was a standard move for assassins. To prevent the target's dying wail and struggle from alarming others, the guys walking in the dark would cover the target's mouth and nose with one hand before attacking, and the dagger in their other hand would take the opportunity to cut the target's throat. The girl did not dare to neglect it. She bent her right arm slightly and pushed back suddenly, hitting the attacker's ribs hard. The guy felt pain, but still gritted his teeth and did not let go. However, he could not take care of finishing him off for the time being. Luo admired this guy's endurance. Should we say he is worthy of being an assassin? Even at this time, he didn't want to give up, but unfortunately, since the first attack failed, he didn't have another chance. The rookie warrior didn't give the opponent any breathing space. Then he elbowed him more fiercely. This time, Luo heard a cracking sound. The female swordsman looked a little dazed and unbelievable. Could it be? Did he break the guy's bones with just 2 hits? This is too easy. Is he that strong? Wait, that's not right. The girl carefully recalled the touch from her elbow just now, and was immediately furious. What she broke was not a bone, but a piece of wood. The guy was too cunning, and seemed to have guessed where she would attack him, and stuffed a piece of wood there in advance. But his luck should end here. The wood has been broken, and it will be his ribs next. The rookie warrior was ready to fight, and was about to make a move to let the guy see the consequences of a sneak attack on him, but suddenly his body trembled. The assassin behind him probably realized that he was at a critical moment of life and death, and he desperately pressed his body against her, like an octopus, desperately entangled with her, not giving her room to swing her elbow. Luo gritted her teeth in anger. The bastard pressed his other hand tightly against her chest in a hurry. Wait, why does this feel familiar? The rookie warrior couldn't help but recall the horrible nightmare last night, in which a bastard seemed to bully her like this. Well, speaking of it, the hand covering her now also looks familiar. Someone's palm is still very distinctive, the type that you will never forget after seeing it once. Although she was unwilling, the girl had to admit that the guy's hands were really beautiful. The boy's fingers were long and slender, and it was obvious that he was not a guy who often did heavy work. However, Unlike the sickly paleness of the nobles, his skin color looked healthy, and the muscles on his hands were well proportioned. He was much more flexible than ordinary people, and was full of coordination and stability. There seemed to be a strange rhythm when his knuckles moved. The rookie warrior even hesitated before. Since the young scholar had no interest in learning swordsmanship, why not let him learn archery from the elf archer? His hands would definitely be more effective in archery. But later she gave up the idea. Archers are a profession that focuses on output, and their defense is relatively poor, which cannot be compared with swordsmen. The rookie hero first considers the survival of small followers in the dungeon, and it is not his turn to worry about the output of the team. In addition, no matter what the environment, this guy always keeps his nails very clean, as if he has mysophobia, which is also impressive. You are? Wobo? The girl hesitated, and the third attack did not fall after all, because her mouth was blocked and her pronunciation was a little unclear. It's me. The guy behind him, who was suspected to be an assassin, was also not feeling well at the moment. The 2 elbows from Luo before made Rob gasp in pain, and his tongue was bent. In addition, he deliberately lowered his voice, and his tone sounded strange. This is not a place to talk, follow me. This time, the rookie warrior finally stopped resisting, and let the boy drag her to hide behind a big tree not far away. The swift cheetah on the top of the slope lay there, and watched them quietly until the 2 of them left her sight. The guy never moved. When they got to a safe place, the first thing the quasi-magician did was to take out the wooden board hidden in his clothes. This thing saved Rob's life tonight, but he also died gloriously. He was broken into 2 pieces by Luo's elbow. The broken wood chips were scattered all over his body, which made him feel uncomfortable when he walked. In addition, the bruise under the wooden board was particularly glaring. Luo felt a little embarrassed. She now knew that the quasi-magician covered her mouth in the first place to save her, but she mistook him for an assassin and hit him hard twice, which made her feel a little guilty. However, this guilt did not last long, and she heard someone speak. Why are you here so late at night? When it comes to this rookie warrior, he gets so angry. If this bastard hadn't disappeared in the middle of the night and had to come out to relax, why would he have gone to this damn place alone and almost failed to make snacks for the swift cheetah? To be honest, all this is the fault of this guy in front of him. If he hadn't been worried about his safety, he wouldn't have been in danger. Well, if you think about it this way, it doesn't count as being saved by him again. The little scholar at most made up for some of his mistakes, and because of his good performance, I just put his leg that should have been broken on the account. I should be the one asking you this question. You're still wandering around so late. Don't you know how dangerous it is outside? Lolo's tone was unfriendly, as if she was going to ask someone for an explanation. As a result, someone's answer almost made her vomit blood. I didn't encounter any danger before you showed up. The rookie warrior was very upset by the little follower's nonchalant and unrepentant attitude, but he couldn't refute it. After all, this guy was still alive, and well before he showed up, and considering what the elf archer had said before, the boys seemed to have known what would happen here tonight. This was not the first time this had happened to someone. To be honest, the sword woman was already a little numb. If someone could explain the abnormalities of the monsters on the top of the slope, Luo knew that she would definitely vote for the scholar. After spending these days together, the girl felt more and more that this guy was simply a walking encyclopedia. We don't have much time left. Ask anything you want to ask. Rob looked up at the moon and said, What do you mean there's not much time left? Lolo's curiosity had been completely aroused by someone, and she even forgot her previous plan to teach her little follower a lesson. The main reason was that the scene on the slope just now was too shocking for her. So many different kinds of monsters gathered together, but they lived in peace with each other. Such a thing was simply unheard of. If she couldn't find the answer, she might not be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 61. Don't you want to know why I came here? You know when you see it with your own eyes. See it with your own eyes? However, isn't it surrounded by beasts? Rob pointed to the top of his head. It's okay, we can climb up. Ha, good idea. Lolo looked up. The tree chosen by the prospective magician was the tallest and thickest one nearby. Although it was not as big as the giant tree at the entrance that was suspected to be ordered, it was also the best among the others. What's more rare was that there was a main branch that stretched to the south. The 2 of them could undoubtedly get closer to the direction of the pool by lying on it. At the same time, with the branches and leaves covering them, they would not be easily discovered by the monsters on the ground. Oh, I didn't realize you're so good at choosing a place. The rookie warrior followed the little follower and quietly climbed up. The view here was very good. Through the gaps between the leaves, He could see the other side of the pond clearly. However, there were also disadvantages. The place was too narrow, and the two of them couldn't stand one in front of the other, because then the person in front would definitely block the view of the person behind. Therefore, they could only squeeze together and stick very close to each other. The girl almost lay on the boy's back. When she turned her head, the ends of her hair would brush the magician's ears, making the latter itchy and almost sneezing. However, Luo's chest should have been treated and wrapped with thick cloth. It looked like a flat door panel on weekdays. Even if the two of them were in physical contact, the quasi-mage could not feel it. Of course, it was another matter if someone directly reached in and took it out like the first time they met. The girl was curious. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. The quasi-mage obviously did not want to continue this topic. He looked up at the moon in the sky again. The rookie warrior noticed that this was the second time the boy had done the same thing tonight. Is there something wrong with the moon? There is nothing wrong with the moon. I am just calculating the time. Well, it is about time for the protagonist to appear. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the group of monsters by the pond suddenly raised their heads and howled at the moon. The girl was startled by this sudden scene. So many monsters howled together in the silent night. This scene was so shocking that it startled countless birds in the forest. Even a few people who were sleeping in the cave were awakened by the howling. Most people showed panic on their faces. The fear of the unknown is always particularly frightening, not to mention that the noise in the forest tonight was too loud. In fact, not only Rob's team, but also several other teams within 100 miles heard the terrifying roar, and this was just the beginning. The roar of the beasts near the pond was more like a signal. After their roars, the monsters scattered in other parts of the primeval forest also began to roar along. The roar spread farther and farther, and soon the entire outer city could hear the roars of the monsters one after another. Hey, what are they doing? The rookie warrior had never seen anything like this before, and couldn't help asking the young scholar beside him. The latter's eyes also flashed with a strange color. TSK. It turns out that the legend is true. When that thing appears, all beasts surrender, and even the most powerful monsters will bow their noble heads for it. That thing? In some very old books, there was a record of such a bird. People called it Bevenadette, which can also be translated as the fruit of destiny. The fruit of destiny? This name. It's too weird. Who said it wasn't? The quasi-magician blinked his eyes. We are lucky tonight. Everyone thought that this bird had been extinct more than 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect that there is still one in this underground city without sunlight. This may be the last Bevenadette left in the world. Remember to keep your eyes open. It's not without reason that the ancient poet Byron called this bird the most beautiful and proud creature in the world. Is this true? Luo was skeptical. Is it that exaggerated? Is that bird called Deet so powerful? It can make all the monsters on the first floor surrender to it. Its strength must be at least level 5 or 6, right? Well, according to legend, this bird has magic power close to that of a level 9 super magician when it is born. The rookie warrior took a breath of cold air when he heard it. So terrifying. Is there anything wrong? This thing is the illegitimate child left by the gods in the world, and it is born with level 9 strength. Even the legendary dragons can't do this. If there were more of these birds, there would be no humans or other races in the Dawn continent. You wouldn't think so if you knew the truth. This bird doesn't have a single spell slot. Rob added, besides, the number of Bevenadettes is quite rare. Even when its population was at its peak, there were less than 10 adult Bevenadettes in the world. They would hardly meet other species, except during mating season throughout their lives. Huh? You mean it has terrifying magic power, but can't use any magic just like a magician without a staff. Someone burst into tears. Well, I was going to say that it's like giving a person countless wealth, but not letting him spend a penny. But the meaning is similar. This is a bit too cruel. The gods gave it super talents that all creatures envy, but didn't tell it how to use these talents. No, this is not the cruelest part. Do you know why this bird is called the fruit of destiny? Said the quasi-magician. Luo thought of some horrible possibility, and shuddered involuntarily. Wait, you mean that these monsters below are not waiting to welcome it, but waiting to eat it? To be precise, it should be both. Bevenadette is very special. All its magic power is hidden in its blood, and with its death, these magic powers will soon dissipate. This beautiful bird has no means to protect itself, and its powerful magic power will be coveted by many people, so almost every Bevenadette will sign a contract with some powerful monsters near their residence, and sacrifice itself before dying in exchange for the other party's protection. In fact, The relationship between these monsters and Bevenadette is more complicated than what I described before. They respect this bird, admire its beauty and nobility, and feel sad for its fate. In their long lives, they have even become friends with each other. But when this day really comes, and the fruit on the tree of destiny finally matures, they will not forget the ancient oath either. Chapter 62. Although Lolo had heard the little scholar describe the beauty of Bevenadette before, she was still deeply moved by its beauty when she actually saw the bird. Before she saw the bird, the girl would never believe that there was such a perfect creature in the world. Even if the bard used more gorgeous words, he could not describe even 1/10,000th of its charm. It was like a treasure left by the gods in the world. Every move was full of unparalleled elegance and holiness. It had a pair of pure white wings on its side. When it spread its wings, each feather would glow with silver. Its long tail feathers seemed like the softest silk in the world. Its cry was like a baby's cry, and its gem-like eyes flowed with a faint sadness. Yes, it will die tonight. Realizing this, the girl's heart was shocked, as if deeply stabbed by something, and was instantly overwhelmed by the surging sadness. Why can such a beautiful creature not exist in the world? Why are the gods so cruel, giving it the most beautiful appearance, but also giving it an eternal curse? Are those hypocritical and ugly things on the throne also jealous of its holiness and purity? The girl's right hand silently moved to her waist, and she couldn't help but tighten the long sword in the scabbard. A strong impulse suddenly emerged in her heart. No, she wanted to stop all this, and she would protect it with all her honor, even if she sacrificed her life. At this critical moment, it was the quasi-magician who saved her again. Rob gently held the girl's other hand, and the indescribable sadness and anger in Lolo's heart immediately receded like a tide. The sword woman, who came to her senses, was full of surprise. She didn't understand why she had such a strong desire, just now, that she almost jumped off the tree. TSK, legends can't be believed completely. Who said that Bevenadette didn't have magic? This guy just cast the enchanting eyes on you. What? You said I was controlled by it just now. Lolo looked confused. The name of this spell was unfamiliar to her. Don't think about it, the charming eye is a 6th level spell, and it requires a very high level of mental strength. Many 8th level great magicians cannot use this spell, but once it is cast, the effect is quite good. The target can't feel that he has been hit at all. When he thinks back on it later, he will only think that he was impulsive. By the way, this spell has a very bad influence. A high-level magician once used it to control many ladies and young ladies, stirring up trouble in the upper-class society and causing many scandals. Later, this spell was also listed as a taboo by the Magician Association. Because Rob spoke in a very light tone, the girl had no idea how dangerous the real situation was. If the future super magician was not right beside her and noticed something was wrong, and used his mental power to forcibly separate her from Bevenadette, the consequences would be disastrous. If Rob was replaced by anyone else, even if the other party was also a 6th level quasi-magician, the rookie warrior would have been torn to pieces by the beasts. Only the quasi-magician knew the danger of that short moment. You saved me? The rookie hero found that his little hand was still held by someone, and recalled that he had just woken up after the boy's action. Is there any connection between the two, or is it just a coincidence? How is it possible? Do you think I am a super expert who has nothing to do and hides among ordinary people? Aren't those stories that only happen in night novels used to deceive children? Who would be so boring if they are really powerful? The future super magician shrugged. I didn't do anything just now. You got rid of its control by your own willpower. The boy's words were not completely nonsense. The girl's willpower was indeed very good, far beyond the level of ordinary people. This was probably related to her previous experience, but it was far from being able to resist a 6th level mental magic. In addition, the tone of someone's voice when he said this seemed particularly slapping, and the expression on his face seemed to be mocking the female swordsman as a 3-year-old child. It must be said that the boy played this trick beautifully, successfully diverting Luo's attention. The rookie hero was so angry that his teeth itched, thinking of this guy just touching her little hand while her mind was controlled, and her almost thought that he was a hero saving a beautiful girl. The girl felt that she must have been blind before. She now wished that she could draw her sword and fight this wretched guy and poke a few holes in his body. The prospective magician also realized that he seemed to have gone a little too far, and quickly moved his sight back to the pond, pretending to admire the bird opposite. Although he was very unhappy, Luo also knew that this was not the place to fight. There were so many beasts below. If they made a little noise, they would not be able to leave here tonight. However, because of the previous experience, the rookie warrior did not dare to look in the direction of Bevenadette. Taking this opportunity, the girl secretly looked at the monsters by the pond and found that, as someone said, they had very complicated feelings for the beautiful bird in front of them. The relationship between the two parties was not that of hunter and prey, but more like a farewell between old friends. The monsters in the entire outer city were sad for the dying bird. Luo was puzzled, but it looks fine. How did it know that its end was coming? Well, as I said before, Bevenadette is a very special kind of magical beast, born with vast mana comparable to that of a 9th level magician. These mana are stored in its body, like a treasure, but it can't use these treasures. Well, although the Eye of Charm is a 6th level spell, it relies more on mental power to activate, and consumes very little mana. As time accumulates, the wealth in this treasure is still growing, until one day, these wealth reaches the limit of what the treasure house can accommodate, and then, bang! The magician made an explosion gesture. Ah, you mean its body will eventually collapse, because it can't contain the terrifying magic power? Yes, this is the cruel fate of this beautiful bird. The last thing each Bevenadette can do before dying is to give the powerful magic power contained in its blood to their friends. This is why so many monsters gathered here tonight. They want to say goodbye to it, and take away what belongs to them in the oath from it. Chapter 63. Not every fairy tale has a happy ending. Lolo understood this truth when she was very young, but the story of Bevenadette was far more cruel than the girl could imagine. Looking at the beautiful bird closing its eyes by the pond, quietly waiting for its destined death, Lolo felt extremely sorry. She even forgot that she had been hit by the enchanting eye not long ago, and was almost controlled by it. The little scholar once said that this poor and proud bird was suffering all the time, so its previous actions were probably not intentional, but just to relieve the pain in its body in this way. Privately, Lolo had already decided to forgive it. Seeing a wound on its chest torn by the claws of the swift cheetah, and blood spilling on its pure white wings, the girl felt very distressed. Bevenadette's blood is a strange light golden color, just like the color of honey, and because of the infinite magic contained in it, its blood is undoubtedly more attractive to the monsters than honey. Just a sniff, the rich fragrance makes the monsters by the pool look intoxicated. When the first drop of blood flowed out of Bevenadette's body, the beasts even had a commotion, and every monster's eyes revealed a strong desire without exception. It was like a musician encountering the most perfect performance, a painter encountering a masterpiece, or a drunkard finding a bottle of fine wine from a cellar that was more than 100 years old. It was a kind of admiration and joy from the bottom of his heart. The commotion soon subsided, and the monsters lined up in accordance with their strength and walked to Bevenadette, licking the golden blood flowing from her wounds with their tongues, with greedy and restrained expressions on their faces. Each monster swallowed only 1 or 2 drops of Bevenadette's blood, and then reluctantly gave way to the next companion. They were not doing it for humility, but in fact, nothing could make them crazier than the golden blood drops in front of them. With just 1 or 2 drops, the powerful magic contained in it could increase their strength by 1 level after being completely absorbed. A few lucky ones could even awaken another spell slot, and if they could absorb all the magic in the blood, they might become a terrifying existence beyond the dragon. Unfortunately, the amount of magic power that their bodies can absorb at one time is limited. If they are given a place where they are not disturbed in a long enough time, their strength may really evolve to that terrifying level. But this is obviously impossible. Regardless of whether the other magical beasts around agree or not, Bevenadette herself is already dying. Even if she doesn't sacrifice herself tonight, she won't be able to survive for a few days. Once this beautiful bird dies, the powerful magic power flowing in its blood will also disappear. Of course, there are always greedy people in this world. An iron-backed rhino swallowed 3 drops of golden blood at once, relying on its thick skin and flesh. The magic mark on its back suddenly became brighter, brighter than the stars in the night sky. The iron-backed rhino showed a painful expression on its face, its eyes were bloodshot, it let out a low roar, and its 2 strong front hooves dug the soil frantically. The surrounding monsters couldn't help but step back a little, looking at this companion, who was on the verge of losing control, with vigilance. What happened to it? Lolo was also shocked by the appearance of the ironback rhino. Mana overload. The magician explained simply, it was too greedy and swallowed more than it could bear. The magic contained in Bevenadette's blood is unimaginable to ordinary people. The level of magic beasts on the first floor is generally average. A strength close to the 3rd level like the wind cheetah may only be considered a small monster on the 2nd floor, but here it is already a small boss that no one dares to mess with. 2 drops of blood is the limit of what they can absorb. Any more would be too much of a stretch. Just barely? It means it will die 80% of the time. As soon as the boy finished speaking, The iron-backed rhinoceros could no longer support its huge body. It bent its knees and fell to its knees. Blood began to seep out of its eyes and nose. It struggled several times, but failed to stand up again. It was obvious that it could not survive. Lolo's emotions were a bit complicated. On the one hand, she felt a little sorry for the iron-backed rhinoceros. On the other hand, she saw these monsters sharing Bevernadette's blood and felt a little disgusted with them. What about the remaining 20%? If it survives this stage and spends a month or two to absorb the magic power in the blood, it will probably become the most powerful monster on this level. But unfortunately, it underestimated the risk of this move and overestimated itself. The quasi-magician's face was serious for once. Magic is a powerful and dangerous thing. Even though the magic system of the human world has been constantly improving since Roland, the part we know is still just a drop in the ocean compared to the part we don't know. The future super magician has a deep understanding of this. Every year, the number of magicians who die in various strange experiments is never a small number. If not handled in time, some of them may even evolve into regional disasters, causing more serious casualties. For example, at the beginning of this year, Demand handled an incident caused by a mid-level magician who wanted to capture two dark creatures for research. As a result, this guy remembered the spell incorrectly and opened the gate of hell by mistake. After realizing that something was wrong, he was a little panicked. He remembered a batch of magic bombs that had just been bought in the basement not long ago, so he had a wild idea and planned to use magic bombs to blow up the gate of hell. It must be admitted that his idea is still quite novel. Anyway, no one has ever done something similar before, but unfortunately the final result is not always satisfactory. These magic bombs did not blow up the gate of hell, and what's worse is that the huge noise caused by the explosion attracted an Abyss Lord, a terrifying monster with a strength close to the 9th level. The mid-level magician only lasted less than 2 rounds in its hands before being burned to ashes. Fortunately, Demand and another great magician arrived in time. The two of them forced the terrible monster back together, and then spent a lot of effort to seal the door of hell, thus avoiding a disaster. You should know that there is a town with a population of 60,000 less than 50 miles away from here. If Demand and his team arrived a step later, the consequences would be disastrous. There are many similar things. The Magician Association spends a lot of time solving such troubles caused by its own people. Since Luo plans to go to magic school in the future, Rob feels that he needs to help her popularize knowledge in this area first. Chapter 64. The monsters came up one by one, licking the blood flowing from Bevernadette's wound. With the ironback rhino's experience, the other monsters were very honest, and would not swallow more than their own body's limit. This process lasted for a long time, until the last monster retreated contentedly, and Bevernadette's blood had almost all flowed out. This beautiful bird lay on the ground, extremely weak, and its body twitched unconsciously. It could hear the footsteps of the god of death in its ears, and its consciousness became increasingly blurred. The beast's eyes were filled with sorrow. The swift cheetah came up again, and stretched out its claws to help it make the final decision, but Bevernadette shook her head. The swift cheetah respected its choice, and leaned over to say goodbye to it. The beasts left the pool one by one and rushed back to their respective territories. In the next half-month, they will digest the magic power contained in their blood. When they leave the nest again, their strength should have changed dramatically. Wait, doesn't that mean that the strength of the magic beasts on the first floor will be greatly enhanced in half a month? It seems so. The magician shrugged, but does this have anything to do with us? If nothing unexpected happens, we will be back on the ground in half a month. Strictly speaking, this is good news for us. At least in this half month, the chances of us encountering powerful monsters will be greatly reduced. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Luo looked around and found that most of the monsters around him had left, so he patted the boy's shoulder. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. Wait a minute. I still have some work to do here. Work? But didn't you come out in the middle of the night just to see this bird? Well, that's one of the purposes, but there's another more important thing besides that. Before that, could you please get off my back first? The girl blushed. She was deeply attracted by the beautiful bird by the pond. She didn't feel anything at all about the physical contact between the two of them. She didn't realize that she had been using the future super magician as a meat cushion. Poor Rob had a rare chance to get close to a girl, but because of the evil existence of the chest wrap, it was actually difficult to get any pleasure. The bruise on his ribs would be hit by the girl's sword handle from time to time, which was so painful. After confirming that there were no monsters within a few miles, the two climbed down from the tree. Luo walked to the edge of the pond, and unexpectedly found that Bernadette was not completely dead. If the blood of a monster was drained out, it should have died long ago, but Bernadette was born at the peak of the 9th level. Although her magic power could not be used freely, her vitality was still far superior to other monsters, even comparable to that of a dragon. But even if the dragon was drained of blood, it would not be able to survive. The beautiful bird in front of him was obviously dead. Its face was full of pain, but in the last moments of its life, it still tried to maintain its innate pride and nobility, quietly watching the two people walking towards it, neither begging for mercy nor frightened. Luo was a little reluctant. Why did it choose such a painful way to end its life? Who knows, maybe it had a brain seizure. Don't worry about it. If my previous calculations were correct, there should be something hidden under this pool. Hey, is it valuable? The magician successfully aroused the interest of the rookie hero, with just one sentence, and temporarily put Bernadette's matter behind his mind. Luo came to the dungeon to explore just to make money to pay for tuition. When he heard that there was extra money to be made here, his eyes were full of stars. Well, it's not clear yet. Rob pointed to the dying bird next to him, but it should know something. There is a reason why Bernadette chose this place as her divine home. Ah, then do you think it will throw all the treasures in its nest into this pond to be buried with it after it knows its own death date? Lolo slapped his thigh and suddenly had an idea. Well, although I haven't heard that Bernadette has the habit of looting treasures, like a dragon, who knows? People know too little about this kind of bird, so your guess may not be impossible. Really? Lolo was overjoyed when he heard this. Then won't we get rich? It's possible. The boy said this, but he didn't move a step. Then what are you waiting for? As a result, the rookie hero heard his little followers slowly say, for things like fishing for treasures, one person should be enough. So you want to volunteer to go down? But I can't swim. The prospective magician spread his hands, with an expression that I can't help it. No! Luo jumped up and down. You don't know I will follow you tonight. How can you fish for treasures if you can't swim alone? Well, I was planning to tie a rope around my waist, close my eyes, hold a stone and jump down to explore. Lolo held his forehead with one hand. Oh my god, how could I be so obsessed that I accepted a useless guy like you as my follower? You used the debt to force me at the beginning. Someone kindly reminded. Forget it, I go down, you help me watch the shore. If the monster comes back, well, you don't have to inform me, just run away. The rookie warrior sadly discovered that he had thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what the point of leaving the young scholar on the shore was. Okay. The prospective magician readily agreed. Luo would not let go of the wealth that was about to be in his hands. Although he was very unhappy with such an arrangement, he still threw the elf sword to the little follower beside him, and warned him fiercely. Keep it safe before I come up. If you dare to lose it, I will kill you. After saying that, the girl took a deep breath and jumped into the pool like a mermaid. The water surface was rippling, breaking the shadow of the moon in the pool. It was not until a moment later that it regained its tranquility. At this time, only Rob and the dying Bernadette were left by the pool, and they seemed to be deliberately ignoring each other's existence. The beautiful bird seemed indifferent to what was happening around it. From beginning to end, it only glanced at the two people when they appeared, and then moved its gaze to the stars in the sky, as if it wanted to find its final destination there. Rob's side was even more amazing. He collected some dry branches and piled them together, then ran back down the slope to get the torch that the rookie warrior had carried with him. He made a small bonfire by himself, and then used the elven sword in his hand to cut a piece of beef tendon from the iron-backed rhinoceros that had just died. He sat there and grilled steak with a calm face. Chapter 65. Lolo came out of the water to breathe, and was startled by the strong aroma of meat. Did you roast the poor bird? No, look, it's still lying there. The quasi-magician pointed at Bernadette not far away, but if you want to eat it, I can make it for you. It will be roasted in less than 20 minutes, and it is guaranteed to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. No. Don't do that. The person's fate is already miserable enough, don't add fuel to the fire. Luo stepped on the water, shuddering at someone's hard-heartedness. Rob shrugged, seeming to feel sorry for the girl's decision. How is it? Did you gain anything? The rookie warrior shook off the water drops on his face. Well, it's too dark down there. I can't see clearly. I can only grope a little bit. It's okay, take your time. The quasi-magician comforted. Luo nodded, took a breath and dived into the water again, while Rob tried to taste the beef tendon he had grilled himself. As expected, the taste of the barbecue was ordinary because there was no seasoning. The quasi-magician took 2 bites and threw it aside. He took out a deck of cards from his arms. This guy had endless ways to kill time. Bernadette finally understood that she would never be able to outlast him if she continued to waste time like this. After all, he could sit there and play poker with himself all night, but she didn't have much time left. In fact, Bernadette knew very well that if she couldn't get help from the human opposite, she might not even last half a magic hour. But it is precisely because of this that Bernadette has to act as if she doesn't care. This bird is not only beautiful but also very smart, and can even be called cunning. It knows that before a negotiation begins, the more indifferent one party is to the final result of the negotiation, the more bargaining chips it can get at the negotiating table. Yes, Bernadette came to die tonight, but she doesn't really want to die in her heart. Any creature will have a great fear when facing death, no matter how calm they appear on the surface. The Bernadettes are the closest creatures to death because of their innate talents or curses. From the moment they were born, these birds clearly felt their fate, the shadow that loomed over their heads. They struggled and resisted. But in the end, they still couldn't escape death. If they couldn't escape this destined death, they could at least maintain their final grace in front of it. The Bernadette in front of them thought that they would be like their previous tribesmen, saying goodbye to their former friends one by one on a moonlit night, looking up at the eternal starry sky, using the magic in their blood as the last gift to the world, and then quietly closing their eyes, ready to face the endless darkness behind them alone. However, tonight, the trajectory of fate miraculously shifted. Bernadette's eyes finally fell on the quasi-magician beside the campfire, and at this moment, a strong desire to survive burst out of her eyes. Rob, who was standing by, seemed to have expected this result. He put down the poker in his hand, stretched and said, "What, have you finally figured it out?" Bernadette lowered her head, and her face no longer had the previous pride. She even looked a little dejected. She knew that she was completely at a disadvantage in this game, and no longer had any bargaining chips. TSK, it's rare to be alive. You should be happy. In fact, think about it from another angle. If you hadn't met me, you would have died tonight. Rob collected the cards on the ground one by one, and put them back into his pocket. Even if everything went well, the expedition team would need at least half a month to leave this underground city. In the days to come, the prospective magician would still rely on this deck of cards to kill time. Bernadette didn't say anything, as if she agreed with someone's statement. Of course, it was more likely that it couldn't speak. However, the quasi-magician could tell from the expression on its face that the bird should understand what he said. Rob was not too surprised. In fact, based on Bernadette's previous reactions, the boy could easily infer that this was not the first time it had come into contact with humans, or more accurately, with magicians. Interesting, it seems that someone had been here long before this dungeon was made public, but for some reason, that guy did not share this discovery with others, perhaps because he wanted to make a fortune before other adventurers arrived, or perhaps because he did not leave the dungeon alive in the end. The quasi-magician thought the latter was more likely, because the dungeon was too big, and it was difficult to explore it alone. In short, Bernadette should have had contact with the human magician at that time. When Bernadette discovered Rob's true identity, she was so sure that the other party could save her from death, just like a drowning person seeing a boat rowing from a distance. This was the first time that a creature could see through the true strength of a quasi-magician from an elemental level. In order to escape from the hands of the two old monsters, Deman and Steins, the boy had worked hard to conceal his breath. Magicians have a natural affinity for the magic elements between heaven and earth. This feeling may not be obvious for beginners, but after becoming intermediate magicians, they will be more sensitive to the flow of surrounding elements. In other words, if two intermediate magicians meet on the road, they can basically recognize each other's identity. However, this conclusion is obviously not applicable to Rob. The future super magician has a special method that can make him look like an ordinary person at ordinary times, and there is almost no element flow on his body. Deman is also amazed by this. Bernadette obviously misjudged the boy at first, but Rob rescued Lolo and let her see some clues. It was at that time that the beautiful bird realized that her chance had come. However, Bernadette also knew that opportunities often come with a price. Since you can understand me, the next thing will be much easier. The quasi-magician snapped his fingers. If saving you is just a piece of cake, I don't mind spreading my love, and occasionally playing the role of a little angel, but you should know how bad your current condition is. Saving you is not an easy thing. Even I have less than half the chance, and I will pay a certain price in the end whether I succeed or not, so I will directly state the conditions. Make a soul contract with me, and become my magic pet. Chapter 66. The first magic war successfully made the entire Dawn continent realize the power of human mages. These guys wearing pointed hats and holding magic wands, who looked gentle and harmless, could call the shots on the battlefield and turn the tide of a battle. However, just as no matter how wise a monarch is, he cannot be absolutely fair and selfless, there is no truly invincible profession in this world. Even a powerful magician has his weaknesses, especially a low-level magician. Once he is bullied by a profession of the same level, he basically becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. The small body of a magician is almost the same as that of an ordinary person, and he cannot compete with other professions in terms of strength and speed. Normally, the army would equip magicians with a squad of melee professionals to protect their safety on the battlefield. However, even so, many magicians were still killed by assassins from hostile forces. Later, this assassination gradually evolved into a terrifying method regardless of time and place. Although there were not many successful attacks, the problem was that this harassment was really disgusting. There was a time when magicians had to stay alert all the time and could not relax for a moment. Even if they came down from the battlefield and returned to their residence, they still had to guard against sneak attacks that might appear at any time. They didn't even have time to meditate. The rapid deterioration of the living environment prompted magicians to shift their research focus from pursuing lethality and destructive power to self-protection. Defense and warning magic showed a blowout trend. For example, the later famous magic shield and true vision were created in that era. In addition, there are magicians who have taken a different approach and cast their eyes on some monsters. In terms of toughness, monsters are not targeting anyone, especially many monsters have excellent physical fitness that is better than the same level of professionals. In addition to the magic they master, under the same conditions, monsters often have the upper hand when fighting each other. In addition, they can do things that guards can't do. They are inseparable from magicians, and can also take over the guards' daily security and patrol. In short, if you can tame a powerful magic beast, it will definitely improve the safety of magicians to a great extent and prevent those annoying attacks. There are many people who have such thoughts. However, it turns out that wild beasts are wild beasts, and it is difficult for humans to completely control them. Even the dogs that seem very docile today have been trained for thousands of years to almost eliminate their beastly nature. If you dare to put a two-headed magic wolf in your backyard, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. This is indeed the case. Almost all the first batch of magicians who conducted research in this area faced a common dilemma. After all, the purpose of magicians raising pets is different from that of ordinary people. It is not to watch the pets act cute, but to protect themselves. The stronger the magic beast is, the better. It is also better to have certain combat experience and sharp five senses so that they can detect danger in time. Magic beasts that meet the above characteristics are basically carnivorous. These magic beasts are all extremely wild and have a certain degree of wisdom. They are ferocious and cunning. They will even play some tricks on you. On the surface, they seem to have been tamed, but in fact, as long as they have a chance, they will try to slip away. What's more, they will even fight back on the battlefield and join forces with the enemy to kill their masters. Although raising such a pet solves the problem of assassins to a certain extent, you will find that you still live in fear every day because you don't know when your pet will betray you. This situation continued until the emergence of the soul contract and was completely improved. Strictly speaking, the soul contract is not magic. At first, it was just a means for necromancers to control the undead. Later, other mages discovered that the soul contract seemed to work for intelligent creatures other than the undead. Through the soul contract, the magician can establish a solid mental bond with the monster, and no longer have to worry about the monster betraying himself. Since then, the pet has really become popular among magicians. The strength and rarity of a pet can reflect the owner's identity and strength. Powerful pets are often accompanied by powerful magicians. The coolest pet is of course the dragon, but it is extremely difficult to get a dragon. The dragons are famous for their arrogance. Sometimes they don't even listen to the gods, let alone the humble mortals. Although these winged behemoths like to live alone, they are also famous for their love of huddling together. In the history of dragon slaying, it often happens that the younger one gets chased by the older one. In addition, for some unknown reason, the number of giant dragons appearing in the Dawn continent has become less and less in the past few hundred years. It is not easy to find one, let alone to make a magical pet. And if we only look at the rarity, Bernadette can surpass the existence of giant dragons. After all, there are people who have seen giant dragons, and this beautiful bird has already become extinct in the Dawn continent before Roland. Although there is no absolute evidence, it is very likely that the dying bird in front of the boy is the last Bernadette left in the world. From the perspective of saving species, Rob feels that he should still do something. But the quasi-magician didn't fool the other party. In a sense, saving it is equivalent to helping it change its fate. It is definitely impossible not to pay something. The soul contract cannot be regarded as taking advantage of the fire. Well, at most it is a risky investment. You may find it strange at this point. No matter how rare Bevenadette is, the combat power of this bird is there. It can be said to be terrible. Not to mention a dragon, even an ordinary lizard can't compare. Why is the quasi-magician so interested in it? The answer is simple. Because of the curse that the Bevenadette family was born with. The relationship between magic pets and magicians is actually a mutually beneficial one. Usually, magicians choose magic beasts because they are strong and can protect themselves and explore dangerous places on their behalf. Magic pets can significantly increase their growth rate by sharing magic power with magicians. Bevenadette, a bird, is a wonder among magic beasts. Its role is exactly the opposite of other magic beasts. It can be said that it has no combat power. Except for a 6th level mental spell for self-protection, it has no attack and defense means. However, once a soul contract is signed with a magician, both parties share magic power, and the beneficiary this time is the magician instead of the magic beast. In terms of mana reserves alone, even a dragon cannot compare to this beautiful bird. Anyone who takes Bevenadette as a pet will have an extra mana slot out of thin air, and this mana slot is bottomless. This is like turning on a cheat. No magician can resist such temptation. Chapter 67. Bevenadette did not hesitate for too long. Although she was still unwilling to become someone's magic pet, which meant that she would lose her freedom from now on, her strong desire to survive eventually overcame her pride. In the face of impending death, this beautiful bird had to lower its noble head to the magician. Time was running out for it. Without any ceremony, the two parties signed a contract directly. Rob left his mark deep in Bevenadette's soul. From then on, this bird could never betray him. In this way, the future super magician will receive the first magical pet in his life. Rob himself did not expect that this expedition would bring such an unexpected gain. The value of Bevenadette is far beyond the reach of a few shabby secret treasures. Let alone the first floor, the future super magician suspects that even if there are a few things in the entire dungeon that are worth more than this bird, there may not be many. In fact, until now Rob still can't figure out why this legendary bird appeared on the first floor. According to rumors, Bevenadette is always accompanied by some powerful monsters of level 7 or 8, and they are inseparable. According to this description, it should stay at least above the 8th floor. And the monsters living in the dungeon cannot move freely between different floors. But now is not the time to worry about such things. The priority for the prospective magician is to fulfill his promise, and find a way to save this beautiful bird. Rob walked to Bevenadette, and picked up the weak bird, and then heard a scream from behind. Is it dead? Luo poked his head out of the pond, and happened to see the scene. Not yet, but it will be soon. The boy's face showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I changed my mind now. I can't roast it for you to eat. The girl vomited blood. I never said I wanted to eat it. Wasn't this your idea from the beginning to the end? Also, why do you always want to bully others? Can't you just let this poor bird stay in peace for a while? It's too boring waiting to die alone, so it wants to find someone to accompany it. If you don't believe me, ask it. The little follower looked innocent. Luo felt that she must have hallucinated, because she saw the bird in the boy's arms nodded, as if to agree with someone's statement. After that, the man and the bird just looked at her straight, and the expressions on their faces almost said, don't you have things to do? Goodbye, I won't see you off. Luo looked at the two guys suspiciously, and she didn't understand what happened between the little follower and Bevenadette during her absence. But since the man and the bird were now in peace, she was a little relieved, and her attention quickly shifted to the treasure under the water, and said excitedly, I think I just found something. Oh! Really? Rob didn't look surprised. He didn't lie about the things hidden underwater. When he came to fetch water in the afternoon, he noticed that the magic elements nearby were a bit abnormal. But there are a lot of water plants and mud below. We need to spend more time. Yeah, come on. The quasi-magician expressed his spiritual support. Besides sitting aside and watching the fun like a cheerleader, do you have any other functions? The female swordsman rolled her eyes. Of course, why else do you think I would make a bonfire? Isn't it for barbecue? How is that possible? The purpose of making a fire is of course to give you a place to warm up after you get out of the water, and avoid catching a cold. Lolo nodded with satisfaction. Although I know you are lying, I am still very happy after listening to you. Well, you finally did something that a follower should do. The girl waved her hand. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. The sooner you get that thing out, the sooner I can feel at ease." After saying that, she turned over and got back into the water. Rob didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly found a relatively flat stone, and cut a small square groove on it with his long sword. While cutting, the quasi-magician sighed, "It really deserves to be the highest craftsmanship of elves smelting. The texture of the rock beside the pool is quite hard. If it is an ordinary weapon, it is estimated that only a few small marks will be left on it. But using the sword of the rookie hero feels like cutting tofu, and it can be completed in 2 or 3 strokes." Afterwards, Rob carefully placed Bernadette, who was only breathing her last breath, into the small stone trough. This beautiful bird was already on its last legs, and had almost exhausted its last strength after being interrupted by Lolo. Now it was completely unconscious, lying motionless in the stone trough. It had lost too much blood before, and the first step to save it was to give it a blood transfusion. If there was another Bernadette in the world, things would undoubtedly be much easier. But unfortunately, as an extinct species in the Dawn continent, this Bernadette was almost impossible to meet its own kind again. Even if there were still its companions in some deep mountains and old forests, they would not be able to rush over at this moment. Therefore, the quasi-magician had no choice but to use his own blood as a substitute. However, Bernadette's body would definitely reject it. If Rob had a staff in his hand, he could have come up with a few ways to help it survive. But now, it all depends on the bird's own luck. However, it is far from enough to just replenish the lost blood to save its life. When people mention Bernadette, they always think that the life of this bird is full of tragedy, and that its strong magic power is like a death warrant, which is of little use to it, but in fact, this statement is a bit extreme. This powerful magic power not only brought Bernadette the threat of death, but also a vigorous vitality. Although Bernadette's lifespan could not be compared with that of a dragon, it was far longer than that of an ordinary magical beast. Once she lost these magic powers, she would lose the vitality in her body. After signing a soul contract, the prospective magician could share the magic power in his body with his magical pet, but Bernadette's current situation was even worse. It lost too much magic power that night. For this, Rob had to use a part of his precious magic source to barely pull it back to life, but there was a price to pay for doing so. The quasi-magician did not hesitate, and his left hand swept across the blade, cutting a wound. Blood gushed out and flowed down his palm, filling the stone trough in a short while. Rob tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and quickly wrapped up the wound on his hand. Now, except for her head, Bernadette's whole body was immersed in blood. Then the quasi-magician stretched out 2 fingers and pressed on the top of the bird's head. If there were high-level magicians nearby, they would definitely be able to feel the powerful magic fluctuations nearby. In just a few breaths, Rob's elemental aura weakened a lot. On the contrary, Bernadette began to have weak magic fluctuations again. The boy felt dizzy and quickly retracted his fingers. He checked his body at the first time, and he almost swore. Although he had already realized the corresponding situation, when Rob found that he had fallen from a 6th-level quasi-magician to a 5th-level great magician, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he failed to save this unlucky bird, he would lose a lot this time. Chapter 68. Look what I got! Lolo came out of the lake holding a shiny object, and said proudly. As a result, she saw the little follower sitting by the pond alone, sighing and sighing, with a lonely look on his face. What the hell? The girl was stunned. Are you in puberty? Alas. The great magician sighed, looked up at the shiny treasure held in the hands of the rookie hero, and said listlessly, "This thing is worthless." What? Lolo was most afraid of hearing this sentence. Hearing this, he immediately became anxious. I fished it out with great difficulty. How could it not be valuable? Look at its size and color. It should be a piece of top-quality jadeite. If it is brought to the market, there must be many noble ladies vying for it. No, it's a magic crystal, Rob said lazily. Magic crystal? The girl was stunned. Shouldn't magic crystal be more valuable than jadeite? Well, to be more precise, this is a scrapped magic crystal. Magic crystal is the core component of making magic devices. Natural magic crystals in nature have not been processed in any way and have irregular shapes. A regular octahedron, like this, is basically certain to come from a magic device. In addition to this magic crystal, have you found anything else nearby? Well, now that you mention it, I think I did touch something else, like a stick, but it was entangled in the water plants and couldn't be removed, so I found this little thing next to it. That's right, the thing entangled in the water plants should be a staff, which has been soaked in the water for too long, and the magic circle and card slot on the top have been corroded, so this magic crystal fell off from it and was picked up by you. Rob shook his head, The quality of this magic crystal looks good, but unfortunately the magic power inside has been lost, but at least it can be used as a decoration, and it should be able to exchange for a few silver coins if sold. Only a few silver coins? The rookie warrior was a little disappointed, but she still carefully collected the scrapped magic crystal. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. It is better to make some money than nothing. Anyway, she worked hard for a long time, and got some results. Rob looked at the magic crystal and remembered something. The staff at the bottom of the pool confirmed his previous guess from a certain aspect. The young master of the Matthews family was not the first person to discover this underground city. A magician had been here a long time ago. Judging from this scrapped magic crystal, the opponent's strength should be quite good, perhaps even stronger than the quasi-magician in his prime, well, probably about the same level as man. He explored all the way down and met Bernadette at a certain level deep down, and then somehow, the man and the bird got together. Bernadette should have been brought back to the first level by him, but in the end, due to some unknown reasons, this powerful high-level mage was unable to leave this underground level. He should have died in front of this pool, and threw his staff into the pool before he died. This explains many of Rob's previous questions, such as why he felt a strong magical element near the pool, why Bernadette appeared on the first floor, and how she could understand the common language of the continent. Every high-level wizard who can explore the dungeon alone will never be an unknown person. It's a pity that the future super magician and the other party are not in the same era, otherwise he should be able to guess the guy's origin from clues. Lolo climbed out of the pool, and a gust of wind blew. The girl couldn't help shivering. Fortunately, there was a small campfire prepared by the little follower not far away. The rookie warrior quickly approached it. When he was warmed by the warm campfire, the little swordsman couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction, and said with emotion, "There is nothing more comfortable than warming up by the fire after landing. I almost froze to death just now. Who told you to jump in with your clothes on? Of course you'd be cold when you get ashore if your clothes are soaked. I like to go in the water with my clothes on. It's none of your business," Lolo said fiercely. Perhaps because she felt guilty, the girl added after thinking for a while, "It's safer to wear clothes underwater. If you get entangled in water plants or something, you can take off your clothes and run away." "Yes, that's it." "Oh." Lolo racked his brains, and finally came up with an excuse that he thought was reliable. In the end, he got such a bland reaction from the little scholar. The girl felt powerless like a punch on cotton, and the explanation she had prepared later was useless. After a while, the young man spoke again. "Now that you're out of the water, do you want to dry your clothes? Don't worry, I can cover my eyes." Why do you want to cover your eyes?" Luo was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, and he stammered with his neck stiff. Big, we are all grown men, are we still afraid of being seen?" "Really? Then come directly." "No, I like to warm myself by the fire with my clothes on," Luo said stiffly, but probably felt that her attitude was a bit bad. After all, the little follower asked her to dry her clothes quickly for her own good, fearing that she would catch a cold. So she changed the subject and quickly praised someone. "You did a good job tonight, but remember to tell me as soon as you find any treasures in the future." "Oh, okay." The boy nodded. The two of them sat quietly by the campfire, each with their own thoughts. Rob was still distressed by the loss of the magic source, while Lolo was carefully thinking about his previous fight with the little follower, trying to see if there was anything that would reveal his true intentions, and whether someone would become suspicious. The girl also secretly observed the expression on the boy's face, and found that the magician's face looked much paler than usual. "Hey, what's wrong with your hand?" The rookie warrior noticed the cloth wrapped around the little follower's hand. "Nothing, I was accidentally burned by the fire when I was grilling meat." You are too stupid, you can burn yourself while grilling meat." Lolo was speechless, but the girl was still concerned about someone's injury. "Is it serious? You better go find Hilton when you go back and let him treat you." "Yeah. By the way, why didn't I see the bird? Is it dead? Where did you bury it?" After caring about the little follower, Lolo began to care about Bernadette. "It's not dead yet. Look, it's on that stone." The great magician pointed to a rock not far away. Really, its last breath was really long. The rookie warrior was amazed and stood up and walked to the rock to see the beautiful bird again. As a result, the scene in front of her surprised her. "Oh, what's going on? Why is it changing color?" The blood that filled the stone trough before has now disappeared completely, and Bernadette in the stone trough has also changed. Although she is still unconscious, her originally pure white wings have now completely turned dark red, like two burning flames. Chapter 69. How come it has become like this after just a short while? What did you do to it? Lolo looked incredulous. I don't know. Rob said honestly that Bevenadette had undergone an unknown mutation after absorbing his blood, which was beyond his expectation. God knows how the bird became like this. The boy only hopes that this mutation will not make Bevenadette lose her original elemental affinity. As for other problems, the magician is not too concerned. Well, although it has changed its color, it seems to be in better shape than before. The girl reached out her hand to touch the beautiful bird, but was afraid of disturbing it, so she retracted her hand in the end. Is it asleep? Will it wake up? That is hard to say. The change in appearance did not reduce Bevenadette's innate beauty, but added a bit of weirdness to its aloof temperament. Now it looks less holy and more seductive, like an angel fallen into the world. The boy didn't know how long Bevenadette would sleep, or when she would wake up. Maybe she would never wake up again. Anyway, the great magician had done almost everything he could, and what happened next was up to her. Rob initially estimated that it would take at least half a year to make up for the lost magic source. Of course, if Bevenadette was successfully rescued by him in the end, this small price would not be a big deal. When the rookie warrior almost dried himself, the little follower took off his clothes and wrapped up the sleeping Bevenadette. Can I ask you for a favor? What is it? If people know about this bird, it might cause some unnecessary trouble, so can you keep it a secret for me? Of course. Lolo patted his chest and promised. After packing up, the two returned along the same route. As soon as they arrived at the cave entrance, they saw Hilton's gloomy face. Where did you go just now? Why did you take so long to come back? As soon as the two appeared, the blonde handsome man asked them a barrage of questions. When Hilton saw the two people clearly, he couldn't help but get angry. The rookie hero and her little follower were both in a disheveled state. Lolo was wrinkled and damp, while Rob didn't even wear a shirt. There were traces of moss and dirt on their clothes. This discovery made the blonde man's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. As an old hand in the flower field, the blonde man felt that even if the two people opposite him didn't speak, he could already make up a lot of things in his mind. Hilton felt dizzy and pointed at the two people angrily, shameless, vulgar. Thinking about how he had tried so hard before, but Lolo had always ignored him, and instead had a hot relationship with the little follower who showed up halfway, the blonde handsome man felt a chill in his heart. He had already made up his mind to use unconventional means, but he didn't expect that someone would take the lead at this critical moment. Hilton felt so frustrated. At this moment, the young pastor was clearly a model husband who loved his job and family. One day, he got off work an hour early and went home to give his wife a surprise. He also bought his wife's favorite spicy duck neck at the delicatessen downstairs. As a result, when he opened the door, he found that his beloved woman was lying in the arms of Lao Wang next door. The scene in front of him made Hilton so angry that his eyes were about to split, and his heart was broken. Are you sick? The rookie warrior felt confused. How could he go out to look for treasure at night, and be associated with shamelessness and vulgarity? The handsome face of the blonde man was now completely distorted by jealousy. He sneered, well, you still don't admit it now. What should I admit? Lolo had no idea why Hilton was so crazy tonight. But Hilton ignored her and turned to the little follower and said, yes, I have to admit that I underestimated you before. Now it seems that you are also very good. Rob frowned. Do you want to wake everyone up? The blonde handsome man made such a noise, and many people in the expedition team who were sleeping soundly woke up, including the Captain Hansen, who had just laid down. Hansen really had less and less good feelings towards Hilton along the way. This guy was not very good, but he was ridiculously arrogant, and he was afraid of death, acted casually, and didn't know how to take other people's feelings into consideration. Although he was a magic profession, the second-level swordsman actually regretted recruiting him into the team. If the blonde handsome man was still a priest recognized by the temple, Hansen would have to swallow his anger no matter how unhappy he was. But now Hilton's true colors have been exposed by the young scholar, and Hansen no longer has to worry about offending the church and not being able to recruit other priests after angering the blonde handsome man. Anyway, everyone will go their separate ways after this expedition, and the second-level swordsman doesn't plan to be as polite to Hilton as before. Shut your mouth. If you disturb everyone's sleep again, you will be the one keeping watch every night from now on, Hansen said coldly. Hilton's eyes flashed with a venomous light. Wait, I have something else to say. The blonde handsome man pointed at the magician and said he was half an hour late. It was supposed to be our turn to keep watch half an hour ago, but he was not here when Mr. Edward and I changed shifts. I should apologize for my actions just now, But it was also because I couldn't stand his behavior of disregarding team discipline that I couldn't help but criticize him. Hansen looked at the young scholar and felt a headache. This guy was just like Hilton. Neither of them was easy to deal with. In a sense, the former was more difficult for the second-level swordsman than the latter, but the magician was not as anti-human as the blonde handsome man, and he was popular in the team. In addition, he provided clues about the secret treasure. If it was just because of being late once, Hansen didn't intend to blame him too much, and waved his hand. I know, as a punishment, I will let him work an extra shift next time when he is on night watch. After saying that, the second-level swordsman looked at Hilton. Are you satisfied now? Hilton wanted to say that he was not satisfied. Why did you ask me not to sleep in the future just because I was a little louder? And you let this guy stay up for 2 more hours because he was so late. But he took a look at the expressions on everyone's faces, and found that no one complained for him. Others seemed to have accepted Hansen's solution, and did not show any dissatisfaction, so Hilton had to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chapter 70. You must be tired after tossing and turning all night. Go to bed early. The little follower said to the rookie warrior. Lolo was a little worried about the boy. She glanced at the gloomy blonde handsome man next to her, and asked the little follower, Is it okay for you to be alone? It's almost dawn now. Why don't I accompany you? Rob shook his head. No, it's okay. With meditation, he only needs to take a short nap a day to ensure sufficient energy. The girl is not a magician yet. If she doesn't get enough sleep, she will easily be in a trance the next day. If she doesn't react in time, it will increase the possibility of her encountering danger. Therefore, the boy rejected the rookie warrior's proposal to accompany him to keep watch. Luo still believed in the elementary scholar. The girl found that the biggest advantage of this guy was that he never showed off. He never did more when he could be lazy, and never did things when he could speak. So she found a place to sleep peacefully, leaving the magician and Hilton to sit at the entrance of the cave to keep watch. Rob first stuffed the clothes wrapped in Bernadette into the travel bag. In order to prevent others from accidentally discovering his little secret, the future super magician deliberately poked it twice, so the poor bird was immediately drowned by a pile of black bread. It was not until Bernadette's head was sandwiched between 2 pieces of cheese that Rob thought of a serious problem. Being buried so tightly, would the bird be unable to breathe? But on second thought, after all, it was once a magical beast beyond the 9th level, so this little problem should not be a big deal. The great magician comforted himself in this way, and wanted to dig it out of the food, but felt it was too troublesome. In the end, he just took out a clean piece of clothing from the travel bag and put it on, and then he took a piece of black bread. Although he had already had dinner, the great magician had generously bled himself to save the bird not long ago, so he still felt a little dizzy. In addition, he felt hungry again. He regretted not bringing back the grilled steak. It would be better than the hard black bread with some seasoning. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Rob didn't have the strength to get back to the pond. After finishing all this, the future super magician finally took a breath and sat down by the fire, waiting for the water to boil and soak the bread. At this time, almost everyone else had fallen asleep. Hilton came over again and said in a low voice, How is it? It tastes good, right? Well, haven't you eaten black bread? Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about. TSK, I thought she was so chaste, but I didn't expect you to get her so quickly. It seems that she is just like this. The blonde handsome man said sourly. The boy sighed. Sorry, I'm not interested in chatting with you now. If you can't control your chatter, I suggest you find a tree hole outside and lie on it. I believe you will be able to have a good chat. Hilton seemed to have not heard him, and continued to talk to himself. You must feel very good now, feeling that you have defeated me in this matter, and stepped on me hard. Do you have a special sense of accomplishment? Admit it. Showing your strength by conquering the opposite sex is what all male animals like to do, especially when it is a beauty like that. Conquering such a woman is more exciting than conquering 100 mediocre women. Rob closed his eyes to rest. Not only did he feel uncomfortable in his head and stomach, because he had lost part of his magic source before, the magic elements around him were also a little agitated. He knew that this was the sequelae of his body not adapting to the downgrade. After all, such things never happened to the future super magician in the past. The boy was too lazy to care about Hilton now. He just wanted to fill his stomach quickly, and then find a quiet place to meditate for a while. The elemental agitation was not a big problem, but it might take several days to calm down if left alone. As a result, the blonde handsome man showed no sign of shutting up. Instead, he became more and more aggressive. Yes, you don't have to care about my feelings at all. You can humiliate me wantonly, and enjoy the fruits of victory. Anyway, I can't do anything to you here. But don't forget, one day we will return to the world on the ground, and there, I have many friends in high positions. Oh, sorry, did I forget to tell you about my origins? At this point, Hilton's face showed a hint of pride. Do you think that I am exactly the same as you because I wear the same clothes as you, eat the same food as you, and hang out with you poor ghosts? Hee hee. Today, let me tell you that some people in this world are superior from birth, and nobles like me have things that you commoners can't imagine. Boy, you have no idea what the consequences will be if you offend people like us. The blonde handsome man had a face full of resentment. No one has ever been able to take away what I want. I know Baron Oliver of Ryan Town and Duncan, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Regiment of the Principality of Andila. Unless you stay here for the rest of your life, you will be arrested if you dare to walk out of the endless forest. TSK, what crime should I put you on? Smuggling contraband? Collaborating with aliens? Or murder and robbery? Haha, you're not talking. Are you scared? It doesn't matter. We've known each other for a while. To be honest, I don't want to end up in this situation. Let me show you a way out. The blonde man took out a small bottle from his pocket. Drop a drop in her bowl when she eats tomorrow, then call her to a place where no one is around. I take care of the rest. The grudge between us will be considered a transaction. What do you think? Remember, my patience is limited. If you reject me again... Have you ever seen a dragon? The great magician, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Hilton was stunned when he heard this. He felt that the pressure he had given should be enough to make a young follower who had never seen the world collapse. As long as he put in a little more effort, he could make the other party obediently give his beloved woman to him. Unexpectedly, the boy seemed to have not heard his previous threats at all, and actually talked about irrelevant things on his own. This made the blonde handsome man feel despised. Hilton's anger suddenly rose again. Legend has it that dragons are animals that love bustle. Compared to the quiet dragon nest, they envy the prosperity of the human world more. Therefore, dragons often secretly transform into human appearance after adulthood and sneak into nearby countries to enjoy the happiness of the world. Some guys play for hundreds of years, and even marry and have children like humans, establish their own families, enter the upper class, and pretend to swear allegiance to a king. If they are in a good mood, they may even lead troops to the battlefield to earn some military merits. Don't talk about other things. Hilton said impatiently, I'm not a nerd like you. I don't have time to listen to your stories about dragons. Instead of those illusory things, you should care about how to make up for the mistakes you made. Well, I can give you some time to think about my previous proposal, but I want to hear your answer before dawn. The future super magician ignored the little priest's urging and continued to preach slowly. But most dragons are lazy. It's too troublesome for them to run a family, and it's boring to deal with nobles. So more dragons will choose to become a wanderer or mercenary. With this identity, they can run around the world, eat delicious food, chat with girls, and see all kinds of interesting things until they get tired of playing and then quietly slip back to the dragon's nest. What do you want to say? What I want to say is, I wonder if you have ever had similar curiosity like me. The great magician opened his eyes and looked at the blonde handsome man opposite him quietly. When these dragons play in the human world, they will inevitably encounter some blind guys. Usually, these idiots rely on the little power and strength in their hands to oppress ordinary people. After a long time, they will begin to have illusions, thinking that they are really great people, but they have no idea what the giants at the top of the food chain look like. Guess, what will be their final fate? Chapter 71. A bone-chilling chill surged in Hilton's heart. From beginning to end, the scholar's tone was full of calmness, as if he was just explaining a very simple truth, without any deliberate threat, but the blonde handsome man couldn't help but feel a tremor from the soul, and every hair on his body stood up. He couldn't help but recall the terrifying momentum that seemed like a god when he faced the two-headed demon wolf before. Until this moment, he finally confirmed that it was not his illusion. Hilton said in a trembling voice, Who are you? If you can be honest, I am just an ordinary follower. The great magician's eyes met with the little priest, and at this moment Hilton felt like a deer being stared at by a lion. The blonde handsome man's throat was bitter, and his palms were sweating. Just when he felt that his spirit was about to collapse, the boy finally turned his eyes away from him. Oh, the water is boiling, I'm going to soak the bread. If you have nothing to do, just keep watch and don't disturb me again. When she woke up the next day, Lolo was surprised to find that Hilton, who was still so aggressive last night, was as well behaved as a kitten that had just been born. He no longer had the arrogant look before, and even looked at her with timid eyes. During the meal, the girl couldn't help asking her little follower, "What did you do to him? Did you beat him up secretly?" "No, we just chatted casually." Compared to last night, Rob's complexion was much better. At his age, losing some blood and chi is not a big deal. In addition, after meditation, the problem of elemental agitation has been basically solved. The boy is in a good mental state now. On the contrary, the rookie warrior didn't get enough sleep because of what happened in the middle of the night, and yawned. "I don't believe you. Aren't you afraid that he will complain to Captain Hansen?" As the girl was talking, she saw the blonde handsome man seem to have made up his mind, walked up to the second-level swordsman, and whispered something in his ear. Hansen's face looked a little ugly, and he glanced at Rob and the others. Hilton seemed to be worried that he didn't believe her words, and even swore to the sky. Then the second-level swordsman's face became even uglier, and finally stood up and walked over here. "It's over. It looks like you're in trouble." Lolo's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said to the boy, "Don't speak for a while, let me speak." Hansen walked to the two of them, nodded to the rookie warrior, pointed to the little follower behind her and said, "I want to talk to him." Lolo's expression tightened, thinking that what was coming was still coming. Although the female swordsman usually complained about someone, she would of course support her little pony at this time. The female swordsman said, "Captain Hansen, is it unfair to just listen to one person's words?" Hansen nodded. "That's why I wanted to ask him. Was he late for the night watch last night?" "Huh?" The second-level swordsman looked at the future super magician. "Hilton just found me, and said that he was a little confused last night, so he might have said something nonsense. He said that he remembered later that you were not late, and he remembered it wrong at the beginning, but I asked the people in the previous shift, and Edward said that he only saw Hilton when he was changing shifts, but Hilton said that you happened to be outside to use the toilet at that time, and then rushed back quickly, and he swore that he was telling the truth, so he asked me to revoke your punishment." The boy shrugged. "That sounds reasonable." Hansen looked unhappy, "But when I was woken up last night, I clearly saw you two standing outside the cave. Obviously you just came back from outside." "That's because I couldn't sleep at the time, so I went to chat with him outside the cave." The rookie warrior covered for the little follower. "Of course you can say that, but don't treat everyone else as fools. He had already left the cave when Baker was on guard, and you chased him out later, so do you want me to believe that you came back, and then went out again?" Hansen snorted coldly, and looked into Rob's eyes. "Since Hilton has overturned his previous statement, let's forget about this matter. I don't know what tricks you and him are playing, and I'm not interested in knowing, but it's best not to affect the team, otherwise I won't show mercy to anyone." After saying that, the second-level swordsman turned and left. As soon as he walked away, Luo couldn't help but screamed, "Oh my god, are you Hilton's long-lost brother? Otherwise, why would he be so nice to you now? He even lied for you, just to let you work one less shift tonight. He was willing to swear on his own character, well, although his character is not worth much." Just as someone predicted, the expedition team's journey in the next few days was very smooth, and they hardly encountered any decent monsters along the way. They even took the time to explore a few places that seemed to have treasures, but unfortunately most of the places were empty. Either they had been taken by others first, or there was nothing valuable at all. However, the old thief Edward accidentally caught a few hares in the small traps he set up around one night, which helped the expedition team improve their food. Along the way, Rob and his team also met two other expedition teams. Everyone tacitly kept their heads down and kept their distance from each other, and no one bothered anyone else. On the morning of the fourth day, the expedition team finally arrived at the huge shadow at the edge of the forest. The magnificent wall in front of them was shocking just from a distance. And when you really stand at its foot, this shock will be further upgraded. The wall that Ryan spent a huge amount of money to build also looks very impressive. Business travelers will praise it when they first see it, but compared with the wall in front of you, the former is like a building block in the hands of a child. You can't find a second such magnificent building in the long history of civilizations built by every race on the Dawn continent. This towering wall is like a cliff between thousands of feet of cliffs, dividing this world into two in an unreasonable manner. The top of the wall has even reached the sky, and even the sunlight is blocked on the other side of the world. If you are an enemy of the guys on the other side of the wall, you will definitely feel extremely desperate when you see this high wall. Luo tilted her head up. Her neck was sore before she could barely see the top. The girl stuck out her tongue. "Really? How high is this wall?" "Preliminary estimate is more than 200 meters, or 40 meters. The rookie warrior was stunned. She was just sighing, but she didn't expect the young scholar to actually give an answer, and the number was accurate to 10 meters. This made her a little unconvinced. This guy didn't measure it with a ruler, So how could he know the exact height of this wall? He was just talking nonsense. As if he could see what she was thinking, the boy then added, "This number is not something I made up casually." Chapter 72. Oh, did you read it in a book? Wasn't this underground city discovered only half a year ago? Edward, who was not far away, heard the conversation between the two and seemed to be interested. "Boy, you must be bragging. I heard many people mention this wall in the camp. Everyone who has seen it is impressed by it, but no one knows how high this wall is. There are even special betting sites on the height of this wall. Unfortunately, until now, everyone still has their own opinions, and no one can come up with any conclusive evidence. Well, it's not that complicated. We all know that the position of the sun in the sky is constantly changing, but if the time is not long, this change can actually be ignored. The light from the sun, well, can basically be regarded as a straight line. When light falls on a non-transparent object, it will leave a shadow on the ground. If you measure these objects in shadows, you will come to a very interesting conclusion. At the same time, any object, no matter how big or small, has a fixed ratio with its shadow. I finally used this conclusion to calculate the height of the wall." "Wait, tell me again how you did it." Edward was confused. Light, shadow, proportion. These things were too new for the old thief. To be specific, I know my height, and can also measure the length of my shadow on the ground, so I can get a ratio value. Then I used my footsteps to measure the length of the shadow cast by the wall on the ground, and finally I could calculate the approximate height of the city. Is it just that simple? The old thief's eyes widened. Although he still didn't quite understand what he said, he felt a sense of power in his heart. Should he say that he was indeed a scholar? His head was full of these strange things. The rookie warrior on the side roughly understood the little follower's idea, but because of this, the girl couldn't help but show an even more surprised expression on her face. "You even know geometry?" It seems so. Isn't that a little unfair?" "No, I don't understand how to make a fire." "Well, I have more and more reasons to suspect that you are just avoiding the responsibility of cooking." Fortunately, Luoluo didn't dwell on this issue, and soon had a new question. With such a high wall, are there giants living inside? The girl's guess was not unreasonable. Not only was the wall ridiculously high, but the bricks used to build the wall were also incredibly large. The width of a single brick was about 2 meters, and the length was an astonishing 6 meters. No brick kiln could produce such huge bricks. "Not the giants," Edward interrupted. "Those giants don't have such high construction skills. They can't even build a pigsty, let alone this majestic city wall. It is said that the houses in the inner city are close to the size of the buildings on the ground, so the race that built this place should be about the same size as us humans." Rob stretched out a palm and pressed it on a stone brick. Although it has been baptized by the years, the surface of the wall is still flat and smooth. The gaps between bricks are very small, and no plants can take root here. When the boy's fingers touched the stone bricks, the great magician found that he suddenly lost contact with the surrounding magic elements. TSK, just as the book says, the walls of the underground city can actually block magic. This is because a certain amount of mithril is mixed into each brick used to build the city. Currently, mithril is the best material for isolating elements among all known materials, but its reserves have always been very scarce, and mithril veins are usually buried very deep. Except for the dwarves, no other race has effective exploration methods. In fact, even in the dwarf world, mithril is very rare, and dwarf craftsmen treasure mithril very much. They are only willing to use a little when making top-quality equipment. This type of equipment is also called magic-breaking equipment. In the Second Magic War, magic-breaking equipment was considered a trump card against human magicians. Unfortunately, due to the low production of mithril, this type of equipment is destined to be unable to be mass-produced. If those irritable dwarf craftsmen saw this wall, they would probably be furious. Mixing mithril into every brick would be a waste of money. To build such a wall, the consumption of mithril would be an astronomical figure. Of course, the defensive effect obtained is also extremely terrifying. Basically, spells below the forbidden spell have no effect on this wall, and even the 9th level forbidden spell has less than half the power when it falls on this forbidden magic wall. In a sense, the existence of this wall is just like it is specially used to restrain the profession of magicians. But it is strange that humans have mastered magic for less than 1,000 years, and this underground city has been sleeping here for tens of thousands of years. Why should a civilized guy be wary of threats from tens of thousands of years later? This doesn't make sense logically. The future super mage quickly overturned this conjecture. No, this wall is not used to deal with magicians. The reason is simple. It is too high. If it is really used to deal with human mages, instead of building such a high wall, it is better to use the extra mithril to build more magic-breaking equipment, just like what the dwarves did in the Second Magic War. Hearth Castle is known as the Iron Fortress, and is one of the most powerful cities in the Dawn continent. In order to take it down, the human race paid a heavy price. But even the walls of Hearth Castle were less than 30 meters high, which was far higher than many siege weapons. The magician's favorite levitation spell could only lift people 20 meters above the ground. Add in 500 sets of magic-breaking equipment, and the battle was extremely difficult. Even if the floating turrets, known as the ultimate weapon of mankind, were included, the current maximum height of this heavy weapon was only 100 meters. So if it was just to guard against magicians, there was no need to build a 240-meter high behemoth. Seeing this magnificent high wall, the future super magician couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of enemy did the guys on the other side of the wall face? Hansen, as the captain of the team, was thinking about another thing. The second-level swordsman looked up at the wall and said with regret, "It's a pity that we can't climb up, otherwise there must be a lot of good things on it." Huh? There are usually some heavy long-range weapons prepared on the top of the city. If you can get one, you can make a lot of money by selling it to any force. Unfortunately, it is said that the stairs to the wall in the city have also been destroyed. The wall is too high, and no one can climb it now. Chapter 73. It is said that when the underground city was first discovered, how to enter the inner city was the biggest problem facing the first batch of adventurers. Faced with a wall over 200 meters high and a wall with almost no gaps, most people felt deep despair. One team circled the wall, and was surprised to find that there was no place like a city gate on it. How is this possible? Didn't the guys who built this place think about how to get out? However, the truth is so bizarre that the entire city wall is seamlessly integrated, and there is not even a place that can be considered an exit. This discovery made everyone crazy. However, later, a guy among the adventurers, who had a little engineering knowledge, pointed out that generally such a large city would have a corresponding sewage treatment system underground. Since there is no way to enter the ground part, can everyone try to change their thinking? His proposal was supported by many people at the time, and finally, with everyone's concerted efforts, they actually found a sewage outlet. Through this sewage outlet, the first batch of adventurers successfully entered the inner city. Of course, the process in the middle was not easy. Although it was a sewage outlet, it was not completely defenseless. There were still many mechanisms and traps inside. Obviously, the guy who designed this underground city had not completely given up on the vigilance here. But anyway, this option was more reliable than climbing the cliff directly. In the end, with the joint efforts of multiple exploration teams, a route into the inner city was successfully cleared. Rob and his group were now standing in front of a sewage outlet. There are 4 main pipelines like this. In addition to the first one discovered, 3 more were discovered later, basically leading to 4 different directions. Hansen explained, the mechanisms inside have been almost destroyed by the previous adventurers. The remaining ones that cannot be dismantled are not dangerous as long as you pay a little attention. The only thing you need to be careful of is some monsters. Monsters? Are there monsters living in the sewage pipes? Well, there weren't any before, but then all the creatures in the city disappeared, and these sewage pipes were naturally abandoned. You know, the sewage system of a large city is a very complicated network. In addition to the 4 main pipes, there are many branch pipes connecting each household. In short, this place is like an underground maze. Many monsters that like dark environments, such as human-faced spiders, vampire bats, and ghouls, have made their homes here, so everyone must follow the people in front of them later. Hansen raised the torch in his hand, and walked into the dark cave with the old thief Edward. The others followed closely behind. Although it was a sewage pipe, it had been tens of thousands of years, so there was no pungent smell. Of course, it was definitely not as good as the birdsong and flowers outside, but it was still within an acceptable range. There were always rats rustling around. These furry and dirty little creatures were the main residents here, and they were also the main food on the menu of monsters such as human-faced spiders and vampire bats. Hansen was not exaggerating. The sewage treatment system of this underground city was very complicated. In addition to the main pipeline they had just entered, there were many sub-pipelines. Almost every 3 or 4 steps, one could see 1 or 2 forks. Fortunately, Edward had a fragmentary sewage pipeline map in his hand. This was bought by the old thief at the camp for 10 silver coins. It was drawn by the previous adventurer. Although most of it was blank, there were detailed markings for several routes into the inner city. The money was well spent. Without this map, you would be like a headless fly in the dense network of pipes, hoping to find an exit, which is undoubtedly not an easy task. The expedition team walked in the dark and cold sewage pipes for about half an hour, and the leader Hansen suddenly made a gesture to silence. He just stepped on a pool of thin and sticky things, like the vomit of a ghoul. Judging from the viscosity, it should be relatively fresh. In other words, there are probably ghouls wandering around here. Ghouls are a kind of monster that is more troublesome. In terms of strength, a single ghoul is weaker than a human-faced spider, but they are social creatures, like the two-headed wolves that the team encountered in the endless forest. If you are unlucky, you will encounter a large group of more than dozens of ghouls gathered together, which is enough to become a nightmare for any expedition team. And this time, someone suffered. Help! Is there anyone? Help me! A figure stumbled over in the distance. It was a thin young man who looked like a thief. Not far behind him, two ghouls followed closely. It was the first time for Luo to see this legendary scavenger. They were about the same size as hounds, but much uglier. There was no hair on their bodies. Their skin was tightly attached to their skeletons, and there seemed to be no flesh underneath. Their dark red eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. The most peculiar part was their cheeks. There was no skin covering them, and their teeth were directly exposed to the air. It was as scary as it could be. The guy who escaped saw Rob and the others, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face, just like a drowning man who suddenly saw a small boat and ran over. However, the two ghouls were obviously not easy to deal with. They had already caught up to the man's side. One of them jumped up and bit the young thief's calf. Fortunately, the latter dodged it flexibly. But during this moment of delay, another ghoul also jumped up. This time, the young thief had exhausted all his strength and had no way to avoid it. Facing the sharp teeth of the ghoul, his face was filled with deep despair. At this critical moment of life and death, an arrow pierced the eye socket of the ghoul. The elf archer Baker finally couldn't help but shoot. Although this arrow didn't kill the ghoul, it sent it flying for a distance, which also bought the young thief precious time to escape. The lucky guy hurried over. Following that, Hansen and Edward also shot. It was really easy for a second-level professional to kill a ghoul one-on-one. Hansen only used 3 swords to split the ghoul whose eyeball was shot into 2 halves. After that, he and Edward teamed up to kill another ghoul. Chapter 74. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Green, a first-level thief. The young man introduced himself while panting. Although he was still frightened and had just run a long distance, he was still very polite to his savior. Without waiting for Hansen to ask, he told him everything about himself. Where is your team? The old thief threw his water bag over. Green pulled out the cork, drank 2 mouthfuls, and then returned the water bag to the old thief. Thank you. I got separated from the rest of the team during the expedition, and ended up encountering a group of ghouls. If I hadn't met you, I might have become a corpse now. Wait, a group of ghouls? Hansen keenly grasped the key point of the other party's words. You mean there are more than just these 2 ghouls? Yes, right in front, there are about 30 of them. The young thief gestured. Someone fought with the human-faced spiders there not long ago, killing about 6 of them, and the corpses left behind attracted the evil creatures. Hansen seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly became a little ugly, and he took up the map in his arms. Can you find that place on it? Green took the map, looked at it carefully for a while, pointed to one of the roads, and said in a very sure tone, Here. Hansen looked at the place he pointed, and couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Lolo asked. That group of ghouls is right on our route, blocking our way. Can we go around it? It's difficult. The old thief Edward's face was also full of helplessness. Theoretically, it may be possible, but in reality, it is almost impossible. The map I bought only marks one route in each direction. The person holding the map can enter the inner city, as long as he follows this route. Once he deviates from the route above, no one knows what will happen. The entire underground sewage system is too complicated and too huge. There are too many branch pipes that don't know where they lead. Without the guidance of the map, it is easy to get lost. If you take a wrong step, you may be trapped here and may not be able to get out until our food runs out. Should we retreat now and enter the city from another direction? Said the elf archer Baker. No, that would take another 4 days, and supplies would probably become stretched. Hansen rejected it. Well, what if we wait here for the ghouls to finish eating? They won't stay there forever, will they? Hilton also joined the discussion. Indeed, they can't stay there forever, so what if they finish eating and suddenly move towards us? The words of the old thief Edward made many people nervous. It would be a disaster for any expedition team to confront more than 30 zombies head-on. In other words, they are actually in danger now, because no one knows when those zombies will run here. While everyone was arguing, Green, who had just been rescued, suddenly spoke again. Well, if you want to bypass the group of zombies in front, maybe I can help. Our team has been exploring near the sewage pipe, so I am very familiar with this area. I can lead you, and make sure you don't get lost. The second-level swordsman was a little surprised to hear this. You know the way? Green nodded, touched his head, and said sincerely, you saved me. I am weak, and may not be able to help in other places, but it is no problem to lead the way. If there is anything I can help with, please be sure to ask. Hansen was more cautious. As the old thief Edward said before, the entire sewage treatment system was extremely complicated. If they deviated from the route on the map rashly, it was very likely that the entire team would be completely lost here. Although Green said that he knew the way, for this young thief, the two sides had known each other for less than 5 minutes, and the second-level swordsman had reservations about the degree of trust in him. The blonde priest was most afraid of death. When he heard that there was a large group of ghouls ahead that could kill him at any time, he immediately shouted, "What are we hesitating about? Let's change the route quickly." Seemingly seeing what the second-level swordsman was worried about, the young thief took the initiative to stretch out his hands, and said seriously, "If you suspect I have other intentions, you can tie my hands." Since the other party had said this, it did dispel everyone's concerns to a large extent. But what needs to be done must be done. In order to prevent him from playing a trick, the old thief Edward still tied his hands according to his suggestion. I'm sorry. After all, we are in the dungeon. It's not a bad thing to be careful. If I were you, I wouldn't trust a stranger easily." Green smiled and said very considerately, "After this dangerous period, we will help you untie it when you reach a safe place. In addition, we will give you 3 days of supplies. If you save some food, it will be enough for you to get out of this dungeon." Hansen said apologetically, "Thank you very much." The young thief looked around and pointed to a fork in the road this way. In order to prove that there was no ambush behind the fork, Green went in first, followed by the old thief Edward. This arrangement was to prevent the young thief from doing any tricks. After all, Edward was a senior in the same field. If Green had any tricks, he would not be able to hide them from the old thief. Then it was Baker, a long-range profession. The elf archer had good eyesight, and could help Edward keep an eye on the young thief. Hansen coordinated in the middle. As for Lolo, he was responsible for the rear this time. As a healing profession, the blonde handsome man was mixed in the team as usual. When the others followed, the rookie warrior found that the boy was still there. The great magician had a strange interest. He seemed to be very interested in the vomit of the ghoul on the ground. I didn't know you had such a strange hobby." "What?" Rob squatted on the ground, looking at it with relish, as if he wanted to see a flower from it. "Don't you feel disgusted?" "Oh, it's okay." The great magician thought to himself, "You haven't seen the materials I usually use for experiments. I've seen even more disgusting things, such as the tongue of a mummy, the chin of a banshee, and the feces of a man-eating worm. In comparison, the vomit of a ghoul is relatively harmonious. Well, let's put your personal hobbies aside for now," Luo urged, suppressing his discomfort. "We have to follow the people in front of us. It would be terrible if we get lost here." Chapter 75. Hansen had been silently memorizing the path he had taken, but he gave up after a while. The entire sewage system of the underground city was more complicated than he had imagined. The pipes were similar to each other. The main pipes were easier to identify, and the branch pipes were almost exactly the same. The expedition team had been walking here for half an hour. If no one led the way, it would be difficult to return to the original route. "Why are you so familiar with this place?" The second-level swordsman couldn't help but ask the young thief, who was walking in front. "Oh, this. Most people are more interested in the inner city, but there are also good things in the sewage pipes. It's just that many people don't notice them. For example, sewage filtration devices and purification devices are real treasures. There are also some monsters in their nests that sometimes bring good things back from the ground. Our exploration team is relatively average. We can't compete with others if we explore the inner city, so we just stay in this area. There is less competition, and we will naturally be more familiar with the environment here after a long time." "A wise move," Edward praised. Green's answer sounded reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. But for some reason, the second-level swordsman always felt uneasy. Maybe it was because they strayed too far from the original route, and the situation was gradually out of his control. Maybe it was because they had been walking for so long and the surrounding environment was almost the same, which made Hansen a little anxious. From one pipeline to another, the second-level swordsman didn't know how many turns he had made and even lost his sense of direction. Hansen asked Green more than once. Have we bypassed the group of zombies? How long will it take to get back to the original route? Every time the young thief would answer, soon, soon. At the end, seeing that Hansen was a little worried, Green explained, the group of ghouls are not fixed in one place, they will wander around after eating, and the farther we are from them, the safer we will be, so I took a little more detour. Don't worry, we will be back to the original route soon. It must be admitted that there is nothing wrong with the young thief's words, so although there are some doubts in his heart, Hansen still kept silent. After walking a distance, Green spoke first, speaking of which, it seems that I haven't had time to introduce the other members of our team to you? Our team is different from other exploration teams. Because we have been operating near the sewage pipes, we don't pay attention to the combination of professions. You must have discovered that the complex environment here is not suitable for frontal combat. Instead, it is a paradise for thieves and assassins. What do you want to say? Edward looked at his young colleague in front of him with some surprise, not understanding why he suddenly said that. Green smiled slightly, showing a row of white teeth. Senior, your vigilance seems to have decreased. The young thief stretched out his hands, and the ropes on his wrists had disappeared. Sorry, everyone, I have to go first. Hansen's face changed drastically. Catch him, don't let him run away. Edward had also realized that the team might have fallen into the opponent's trap. The old thief reacted quickly, and grabbed Green directly. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Green was standing in front of a fork in the road. After saying this, he jumped and rolled directly into it. At this time, Baker had just had time to draw the bowstring. Hansen was in the middle of the team, and was far away, so he had no time to support. Edward was very upset that Green played a trick on him under his nose. In addition, it was Hansen's task to take care of the young thief. The old thief did not hesitate, and jumped into the fork with Green. After all, he was one level higher than the opponent, and now he was just one step ahead. Edward was still confident that he could catch up with the little thief. But at this time, Hansen shouted from behind, "No, don't chase." Huh? Edward was just stunned for a moment, and soon understood the key. The old thief's back couldn't help but feel cold, thinking of the teammates the other party had mentioned before. Green was obviously not alone. He chose to escape here because he had left the starting point far enough, and knew that the expedition team would hardly be able to get back without his help. In addition, it was very likely that his teammates were ambushed here. If we follow them rashly, we will probably be ambushed. The terrain here is too complicated. We are no match for them if we play hide and seek. Hansen sighed, his face a little ugly. Since they took great pains to lead us here, they certainly don't just want to trap us here. This is not good for their team. In the end, they just want to threaten us. Wait, they should find a way to get in touch with us again. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the blonde handsome man scream, "Who of you saw those? Two people behind the team? Eh?" Everyone looked around and realized that the rookie hero and her little follower had disappeared without a trace. When Green escaped from his trap not long ago, everyone's attention was drawn to him, including the female swordsman. At this moment, someone patted her shoulder, and the boy whispered in her ear, "Follow me." Why are you? The game has already started. Ask any questions later. After saying this, the great magician did not hesitate to slip into a fork beside him. Lolo was shocked. Captain Hansen had warned the rest of the team to follow their teammates closely, and not to leave without permission, but the little follower didn't seem to take it to heart. But the rookie warrior couldn't be as reckless as someone else. She was more team-minded. The girl felt that she had to say hello to others even if she was leaving. But in the blink of an eye, the shadow of the little follower disappeared at the fork. The girl was worried about his safety. The complexity of this sewage system was no joke. Even if it was just a short delay, it was possible to lose contact with the people in front. In the end, Lolo stamped her feet and had to get in. The rookie warrior didn't see the boy after entering the fork in the road, which made her a little scared, because everything around her looked almost the same. If she took a wrong step here, she would be lost forever, and eventually die in despair and loneliness, turning into a pile of unknown bones. Fortunately, she took 2 more steps, and saw the familiar figure at the corner. Chapter 76. What are you doing? Lolo was relieved when he saw the little follower. Fearing that he would run around again, he stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Come back with me quickly, don't let everyone worry. Well, everyone will really worry if we don't solve the current difficulties faced by the team. The great magician was held in the air by the girl like a chicken, and said helplessly, "Don't be ridiculous, you want to catch him with just the 2 of us? Why not? Well, let me ask you, have you been here before? No. Do you have a map of this area? Which pipe leads to where and connects to where? It seems that I don't, Rob said honestly. Lolo covered his face. Then do you know that if we run around like headless flies, we will never find him, and we may end up getting lost here forever? No. The future super magician shook his head. The arrangement and combination of the pipes in this underground sewage system is not without rules. What? This may be complicated to explain. By the way, can you let me put it down first? The great magician said cautiously. Lolo looked at someone suspiciously, tilted his head and thought for a moment, and finally let go. Maybe these pipes are very complicated in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact they are not arranged randomly. Through my observation along the way, I found that all the pipes can be divided into 24 specifications according to the size of the diameter, and the number of forks on each section of the pipe is 0 to 3. What do you think? Do these numbers remind you of something? What should I think of? The rookie warrior looked confused. If you match the 4 numbers from 0 to 3 to the 4 directions of east, west, southeast, northeast, and southwest, you will get 24 permutations and combinations, so this is not a coincidence. Huh? What does that mean? In simple terms, the number of forks on each specification of pipeline actually means the direction of the pipeline. If you can find the pattern and match them one by one, you will have the key to cracking this underground maze. You will never get lost here again, because each section of the pipeline is like a compass for you, and you can use them to identify the direction. Luo took a breath. Although I didn't quite understand what you said, but did you do it? Time is limited. I spent some time observing the surroundings before, so I couldn't summarize all the permutations and combinations, but now I can probably understand 16 of them, which is enough. The rookie hero was really scared this time. What kind of monster is this guy in front of him? Even if the brain is good, there is a limit. How long has it been since entering this underground sewage system? So many adventurers have tried their best to explore 4 routes into the inner city. This guy, on the other hand, just took a few glances and almost solved the whole maze. Is the gap between people really that big? This guy is a unique genius even among scholars. Why have I never heard of his name before? The doubts that were suppressed with great difficulty before now surfaced from the bottom of the girl's heart, and Luo's face was full of doubts. Are you really Mr. Tobias's disciple? Yes, and I am a closed disciple, so it's normal that you haven't heard of my name. To be honest, do you admire my intelligence now? The boy's acting skills are getting better and better. The smug expression on his face when he said this made the girl hate him. Humph, don't be so proud. I think you are just lucky this time. When Luo said this, she felt a little guilty. In her heart, she actually felt that the little follower was really amazing this time, but she just refused to admit it. At this time, the two heard the shouts of other members of the expedition team not far away. Hansen and Edward were shouting the names of Luo and Rob. Even if you have any plans, you should have said hello to the others. Rob shrugged. You think I don't want to, but that guy is probably not far away, hiding somewhere nearby to monitor the team. So this time we can only act alone. Let's go. If everything goes well, we can solve this matter in half a day. But didn't you just hear him say that he has many companions, if it's just the 2 of us? Lolo was a little worried. That was probably just him bluffing. The guy was afraid that he would be caught up when he ran away. Although I don't know how he untied the rope on his hands quietly, he was actually very afraid of Edward. So he deliberately said that before running away, just like he said, there were a large group of zombies ahead, just to make us accept his suggestion of taking a detour. Didn't he? Do you remember that pool of zombie vomit? Who do you think is as crazy as you? Why would you remember that kind of stuff when you have nothing to do? The girl was mad. From the freshness of it, it should be something from 10 days ago. TSK, I have to admit that the guy named Green is quite smart. Whether it's the vomit of the ghoul you saw, or the 2 ghouls jumping around behind him, the whole show is very well done. It strengthens our trust in him in various ways. Although we know that we shouldn't trust others in the dungeon, in the end even Captain Hansen was fooled and followed him away from the established route. Wait, you were studying that pool of stuff at that time. Did you find something wrong with it? Why didn't you tell Captain Hansen at that time? After all, this is just my own guess. The vomit is not of the right age. It doesn't necessarily mean someone deliberately placed it here. It can also be explained as a group of zombies that passed by before. I couldn't be sure whether the boy was lying or not. Rob smiled bitterly. Besides, the previous incident with Hilton made my reputation with Captain Hansen negative. At that time, even if I spoke, he probably wouldn't listen, so I could only trouble you to come with me. Well, you said he didn't go far now, and is secretly watching our team nearby. since you can identify the direction now, we just need to search around here as the center to catch him? Lolo thought of a possibility and said excitedly, "It's not that simple. There is one thing he didn't lie about. The environment here is actually more suitable for thieves and assassins. Even if we can find him, it is difficult to approach him quietly. When he finds us approaching him and wants to escape, can you catch him?" Well, the rookie warrior counted on his fingers and calculated how close he had to be to knock down a thief. Rob sighed, "Forget it. Even if you can catch up, I can't catch up with you with my second-class disabled physique. Without me, you will be confused by him and trapped here for the rest of your life. And to be honest, catching the guy is not my main goal." "Hey, why? If it's just to lead the way back to the original route, I can barely do it now." "Yes, you can already identify the direction, so why did you pull me out?" The boy did not answer the question, but smiled and asked, "Do you want to make some extra money?" Chapter 77. When it comes to making extra money, Luo suddenly becomes interested again. A few days ago, he made a small profit by the pond, which made the rookie warrior taste the sweetness. After that, he kept urging someone to provide more treasure information. But unfortunately, the great magician himself is not a human treasure detector. He only judged that there was something hidden under the water because he noticed the abnormal movement of nearby elements. Later, he did not encounter such good luck on the way. Luo even secretly paid attention to the little scholar when he went to bed at night, and found that the other party did not play any tricks and suddenly disappear like last time. The future super magician is such a smart person. How could he not know that the dungeon is full of dangers? A lone magician without a staff cannot always rely on his turtle spirit for safety. What if someone doesn't buy it? The reason why he dared to act alone that night was because he knew that the powerful monsters nearby were attracted by Bernadette and gathered around the pool, and other creatures did not dare to approach this area, so there was no danger along the way. Now the unfortunate bird has been stuffed into his travel bag like a sausage, and the great magician behaved very well at night. Although Luo was a little disappointed, she did not blame her little follower for this. In fact, someone has been much more well-behaved these days, which has saved her a lot of trouble. She didn't expect that Rob would bring up the old matter again at this time. Now, is this appropriate? The female swordsman's enthusiasm for making extra money will naturally never fade, but she can at least distinguish between the important and the urgent. At this moment, the expedition team is trapped in a maze-like sewage pipe, and she and her little follower are discussing how to make another fortune. This seems a bit unreasonable. Actually, these two things are not contradictory. The extra money I mentioned should of course go to that guy named Green. The great magician waved at the girl. "Let's go, we can talk while walking." "Well, what did you mean by that sentence just now?" The boy explained patiently, "The guy we want to catch now is a thief, and you are a swordsman. He should not be your opponent in a head-on battle, but it is not easy to catch him here, because there are too many routes for escape. Once he finds that he can't beat you, or simply doesn't fight with you, and runs away when he sees you, we can only watch him slip away, so if we want to catch him, there is only one way to stay there." "Ambush? Ha, are you kidding?" Lolo scoffed at the suggestion. She thought the little scholar would have a good idea. "Do you know how big this place is? How many pipelines are there? If we stay in one place and don't move, we may never run into him in our lifetime. Even if we know his approximate location now, there are too many routes to choose from nearby. The probability of us running into him is still very small. There is no obstruction in these pipelines. How can we ambush him?" Rob nodded. "You're right. If we pick a place randomly, we won't be able to catch him unless we are lucky." The girl heard another meaning from the boy's words. "Do you know any other suitable ambush places?" The great magician did not answer the question directly, but asked, "Have you ever caught a mouse?" "Huh?" Rob pointed to a mouse that just passed by their feet and said, "As you said, under normal circumstances, you can't predict the movement route of these little things. They rely on their sensitive sense of smell to go out for food. You may see them anywhere, but no matter where they run, they will eventually return to one place, their nest. But Green is not a rat. How can you be so sure that he must have a lair here?" The great magician snapped his fingers. "Because of supplies." "Supplies? When we first met him, this guy didn't bring any supplies with him in order to pretend that he had finally escaped from the siege of the ghouls. I don't need to explain the importance of supplies in the dungeon, especially since he was active near the sewage pipes. The creatures here, whether they are ghouls or human-faced spiders, have almost no meat on their bodies that can be eaten, so supplies have become even more important to him." "You mean he has a special place here to store supplies?" "Yes, and his spoils. This guy obviously isn't the first time to do this. In the dungeon, besides honestly trying your luck to explore, there are many other ways to make money. Guys like Green trick passing adventure teams into unfamiliar forks, and wait until they lose their way. In this way, they force them to provide enough money in exchange for taking them away from here. He definitely can't carry these spoils with him normally, so he needs a safe enough place to store these things. Wow, so despicable, but this place is so big, how can we find his lair? First of all, this place must be far away from the route into the inner city, so as to avoid being discovered to the greatest extent. Secondly, because he didn't bring any supplies with him, this place must not be too far away from the first time we met him, and when he successfully got rid of us the second time, he must be closer to his lair. And why? If you want to threaten someone, you must make the other party feel scared, so that the other party will pay as much as possible. If I were him, I would first leave the expedition team that was tricked here for 2 days. As the supplies are consumed, the prey will be terrified, and it will be much easier to negotiate conditions at this time. But this also has side effects. When people are in desperate situations, their reactions become increasingly uncontrollable. Someone might take a risk and do anything at this time. For Green, the worst situation is that the team scatters and flees, running around in this maze like a headless fly. In this way, he will get nothing in the end. So he must hope that everyone stays where they are and allows him to blackmail them obediently. In this way, the place where he besieges the team must be very close to his own lair, so that he can monitor the movements of his prey. Rob paused, then continued, combining the above points, we can actually draw a rough range of his lair. What do you think? Are you interested in going there to take a look? That guy should have quite a few collections. Of course. Lolo's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he was eager to try. The little follower's proposal could not only catch the kid named Green, but also raid his lair and make a fortune. The rookie warrior really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Chapter 78. Green hid aside, watching coldly the adventurers of the team not far away sitting there dejectedly. The guy who looked like a priest had an argument with the people around him. It seemed that he was blaming his 3 teammates. Seeing this scene, the young thief almost laughed his belly off. Although the guys in front of him were quite strong, they were no different from the idiots before. He easily played them in his hands, and led them into the trap he had prepared for them. The second-level swordsman, who led them, was quite alert, but unfortunately, he was just being smart. In fact, the young thief likes to deal with this kind of people the most. The more people think, the more suspicious they are. They are easily misled by what they see and hear. Green just said a simple sentence to let Hansen stop Edward, allowing the young thief to escape calmly, which made him even more proud. The only thing that surprised Green was that when he sneaked back, he found that there were 2 people missing from the team. It was the first-level swordsman and his little follower at the end of the team. I don't know when they disappeared. Did those 2 guys fall behind? Or did they run away because they were nervous? Or did they want to be a hero and catch me? If that's the case, it's a bit too far-fetched. They have been here for so long, haven't they discovered how complicated the surrounding environment is? The so-called maze is just like this. Maybe they are less than 10 meters apart, but if you don't know how to get there, you can never get close to them in your life. Making such a choice is no different from committing suicide. Green felt a little sorry. He didn't care about the lives of the 2 people, but he felt sorry for the money they had. However, when he thought of the rookie hero and his little follower dressed like beggars, even this regret faded a lot. His mind quickly turned to other people. The blonde guy in the team seemed to be quite rich. The senior named Edward also seemed to have some savings. And the captain of the team, the middle-aged man, was a second-level professional, so he shouldn't be too shabby. Green silently estimated the worth of the other people in the team, thinking about how to kill these guys, because he knew that he didn't have much time left. More than a month ago, he and 5 other guys he just met in the tavern formed a temporary exploration team to come to this dungeon to pan for gold. The team Green joined was probably the lowest level one. There was no magic profession in the team, and everyone was at the first level, and they were not very familiar with each other. There were many similar teams in the dungeon, basically like sightseeing groups. Even if such a team really finds something valuable, it is difficult to keep it. But as the saying goes, you should always have dreams, otherwise what is the difference between people and salted fish? If you want to make a fortune in the dungeon, strength is only a part of the factor, and the real decisive factor is luck, and Green's luck came just like this. The story that the young thief told Hansen before was actually half true and half false. Back then, Green's team did use the area near the sewage pipe as the main activity site, but the progress was not very smooth. After working for 10 days, the team's gains were negligible. What they'd barely found were some worthless garbage, which was not enough to cover the consumption of supplies. In the end, everyone could only return to the ground in disgrace. Just before leaving, Green accidentally discovered a corpse. When the underground city was first discovered, the first batch of adventurers brought back rich wealth, but also suffered heavy casualties. Take the sewage pipes as an example. At that time, adventurers not only had to face groups of monsters, but also countless traps. The so-called entry route into the city was actually exchanged for human lives. In order to find a route to enter the inner city, many explorers were trapped and died in this underground maze. So it shouldn't be surprising to find a corpse here, but the corpse Green found was different. The corpse didn't look like an adventurer, but more like a guard of a family. Guard? Was it some noble son who was bored and came to the dungeon to experience life? To be honest, Green didn't really care why this guy entered the dungeon. He was just a little confused, and then moved his eyes to the relics next to the corpse. A knight's sword, well, the weight is right, the workmanship is fine, obviously not the kind of low-quality goods that can be bought at the adventurer's stall, and a set of armor. It can be seen that the forger is very skilled, and it should be worth a lot of money. However, for guards from a certain family, many of the equipment on their bodies are printed with the family emblem of the family they serve. This is a bit troublesome. Generally, the weapons and armors made by nobles for their family's armed forces are not circulated on the market. If they are discovered, someone may come to question their origins, causing unnecessary trouble, so they can only go on the black market, but in this case, the price will shrink greatly, only less than 1/3 of the original. Green continued to turn over. There were still some small things on the body of the corpse, and not many of them could be exchanged for money. Those who can serve as guards for the big family are generally good in skills. Unlike adventurers, most of these people have married and had children and have stable families, but most of the money they earn is used for household expenses. Just when Green felt a little disappointed, he saw the parchment in the corpse's arms. At first, he was confused by the 24 groups of numbers on the paper, and had no idea what they meant. However, the young thief was much smarter than the average person. After all, he had been active near the sewage pipe for more than 10 days. In addition, considering the 4 directions marked on the parchment, namely southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, Green pondered for a few days, and finally successfully deciphered the 24 groups of numbers on the parchment. The young thief knew that from now on, those pipes that were dazzling to others would no longer have any secrets in his eyes. However, the sewage pipes were not a lucrative place after all, and were filled with a large number of monsters and mechanisms. With this parchment, although Green would never get lost here again, it was almost impossible to use it to explore this huge underground maze, especially since Green knew that this secret could not be told to others. Once the things on the parchment were known to others, they would soon spread in the camp, and he would lose his only support. How can I make the most of this parchment? A bold idea soon came to Green's mind. He thought of a way to make a lot of money in the shortest time. By leading the team of adventurers to an area they are not familiar with, he can blackmail them. When Green did this for the first time, he was actually full of trepidation. He wanted to give up several times halfway. When he lied, his throat was dry, his face was stiff, and his forehead was sweating. However, this behavior was seen by others as a normal reaction after just escaping from danger. In the end, the young thief's first hunt went unexpectedly smoothly. He successfully got the first sum of money from the unlucky team, which was much easier than risking his life in the dungeon. From then on, Green began to become uncontrollable. Chapter 79. The young thief's acting skills became better and better, his plans became more and more thorough, and it became easier and easier to get away. Green has become a mobile toll station in the underground pipeline, attaching to the target prey and squeezing the risk-taking income they have earned through life and death. While making a lot of money, the young thief rarely remained sober, and was not overwhelmed by the wealth that fell from the sky in front of him. He knew that this kind of business of lying down and counting money was destined to not last forever. First of all, this is actually a very outrageous thing. After all, what he is doing now is no different from those highway robbers. Perhaps the only difference is that he is not as good at hiding as those robbers, nor does he have the strong force to protect himself, so his situation is more dangerous than those robbers. As more and more teams are blackmailed by him, they will naturally tell others about their experiences when they return to the ground. In this way, others will be on guard, and it will become more and more difficult for him to strike again. At the same time, he also had to face the possibility that some of the guys he blackmailed would come back to retaliate against him. And once the news got out, it might attract more powerful guys to reap the benefits. In short, Although what he was doing now made money quickly, it was destined to be short-lived. Green set a deadline for himself in his mind. At most 1 month, he had to stop and leave this underground city completely with his gains during this period, otherwise, he might never be able to leave again. Now, the deadline is getting closer and closer. The young thief was thinking silently in his heart that after finishing this job, he was going to leave here no matter what the final profit was. In fact, he had been sorting out his spoils from the past month a few days ago. Green observed for a while, and confirmed that Hansen and his team were really helpless now. Facing the complex underground pipelines, they could only wait for him to contact them. At this time, the young thief felt that his stomach was a little hungry. The prey's condition here is basically stable. After that, it's mainly a matter of time. When they get anxious and can really feel the threat of death, it's almost time to close the net. Generally speaking, this period of time takes 1 to 2 days. Green decided to return to his nest to eat something and have a good rest. In order to better monitor the mental state of the prey, the young thief set up a base not far from here. That place turned out to be a small filtration pool. Yes, in addition to the densely packed pipes, few people know that there are also several small filtration pools distributed here, the main function of which is to filter the harmful substances in the sewage. Unfortunately, when Green found the place, he found that the treasure in the filter pool had been destroyed by the nearby ghouls. But anyway, the location of the place was good, far away from the normal route, and there were few people nearby, which was just right for a base. The young thief made some modifications there, added some daily necessities, and set up some small traps outside the door as a warning and precaution. As a result, he just walked to the door and his eyelids jumped. The young thief found that the several small traps he set before leaving were all triggered without exception. Could someone have discovered this place? Green was shocked. This place was his old nest. It contained all his belongings, including the spoils and supplies he had obtained during this period. If someone took it all away, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Green soon found a ghoul that had just died not long ago, not far away. Was it just a false alarm? The young thief breathed a sigh of relief. These evil scavengers were really everywhere. Green put away the dagger in his hand, pushed open the door, and reached for the magic lamp placed on the wall. He transformed the filtration pool into a fully enclosed environment. This undoubtedly greatly improved the safety here, but there were also disadvantages. It was impossible to light a fire in the house. After all, the airflow was much worse. Fortunately, he got a magic lamp in his first transaction. The young thief could not afford this kind of gadget made by the magician before, but now he has used it as a daily lighting device. Green lit up the magic lamp, and saw a young man wearing tattered equipment sitting on his hammock, looking at him with interest. TSK, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. The young thief has now recognized that the guy opposite is the little follower who disappeared from the previous team. Green was shocked. How could this guy appear here? The young thief had a bad feeling in his heart. Since he was here, what about the first-level swordsman who disappeared with him? Green soon got the answer, because the next moment a cold long sword was placed on his neck. Green was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. He was too careless this time. As a thief, he was actually touched by the swordsman quietly. It was simply a shame for the thief world. If he hadn't been so shocked when he saw Rob the first time, this kind of thing would never have happened. However, the panic on the young thief's face only flashed by, and he quickly calmed down and pretended to be calm. You are finished. Although I don't know how you got here, and you caught me with a despicable sneak attack, the rest of our team will be back soon, and they will not let you go. The great magician shrugged. It doesn't matter, we will wait for them here, and we don't have to make another trip. I originally wanted to ask you something, but since you still have teammates, I think they will ask the same thing when the time comes. In this way, it seems that there is no need for us to keep your life. Rob made a gesture of wiping Lolo's neck. Green's face suddenly changed. He could feel that the long sword in the hands of the first-level swordsman seemed to be a little closer to his skin. He was so scared that he shuddered and shouted, No, I was just scaring you just now. I have no teammates. I am the only one here. Don't kill me, otherwise no one can answer your questions. Alas, your fickleness makes it difficult for me to do it. The great magician adhered to the fine tradition of loving what he did. At this moment, he had completely entered the role. He reviewed the literary works he had read before in his mind and discussed with the rookie warrior beside him. How about we cut off one of his legs first? The young thief shook his head like a rattle. Green was completely deflated at this moment. He smiled bitterly and said, Friend, don't threaten me anymore. As long as you don't kill me, I promise that no matter what you want to ask, I will answer truthfully. Chapter 80. Very good, then the first question. The boy raised a finger. Where did you hide all the valuables? What valuables? Green was confused. What a truthful answer. The great magician sighed. It seems that you don't really need your thigh. Wait, I'm not lying, I'm really not lying, I put all my things here. The expression on the young thief's face was as if he was about to cry, especially the grievance in his eyes, that made Luo feel a little bit sorry, thinking that this child really didn't know anything, and whether he had misunderstood something. On the other hand, Rob was completely unmoved. The rookie warrior suspected that the little follower was addicted to cosplaying as a kidnapper. The young man said to Green with a straight face, "Do you think we two look like fools?" Lolo and Rob had already found this place a magic hour before the young thief came back. The first thing they did was to turn Green's nest upside down and looted a lot of valuable things, including some materials and equipment, which were worth about 5 or 6 gold coins in total. Oh yes, there was also the magic lamp in the corner. The rookie warrior was quite satisfied with the result. After all, he got such a huge windfall without much effort in the process of hunting Green. It was almost like a pie in the sky. You know, if an ordinary exploration team does not have any intelligence support, it would be a dream to earn 2 or 3 gold coins in the dungeon. And these 2 or 3 gold coins are the gains of the whole team. If each person gets less than 20 silver coins, he may get such a gain. Now Luo just followed the little follower to go around in the pipeline, and got such a gain. In any case, he should be satisfied. However, the boy didn't seem to think so. The money was much less than Rob expected. Judging from Green's previous performance, it was obviously not his first day doing this kind of thing. Crimes like this certainly require some talent, but no one is born to be handy. It always takes repeated training to gradually improve. With careful arrangements and superb acting skills, Rob would never believe that this thief was just in the beginning of his career. This guy spent so much effort to force the team into a desperate situation. He would never let them go just for a symbolic amount of money. That's not extortion, but charity. The guy in front of him is really cunning. The young thief seems to be worried about this day, so he divided the money he earned into 2 and secretly hid one. I have to admit that Green is really smart. Coupled with his excellent acting skills, if it were an ordinary person, he might have been deceived by him. Unfortunately, the person he met this time was Rob. As a revolutionary who has been active in the anti-German and Stein's front, what the hell is this? For many years, the future super magician has been fighting wits and courage with 2 old monsters whose combined age is more than 200 years old for his freedom in the past 10 years. Especially the old man-to-man, who is obviously an 8th level great magician, but he doesn't care about the dignity of a high-level spellcaster. He has no bottom line in all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. The despicable means he uses can successfully refresh the boy's 3 views every time. Thanks to him, although Rob is a dead otaku who never goes out of the house, he has already fully understood the dangers of the world. Although Green is cunning, he is still far behind man. The great magician sat on the hammock, crossed his legs, and looked at the young thief with the eyes of a hawk looking at a mouse. How long have you been doing this kind of thing? What? Green's back felt cold. He still didn't know where he went wrong. From the beginning of the deception to the success, it takes about 1 to 2 days for a team. If you work harder, there should be more than 10 teams in a month. The young thief was shocked. How do you know I've been doing it for almost a month? It seems I need to remind you. Rob took out 2 crumpled pieces of paper from his pocket and put them in front of Green. The coupon for the adventurer's heart has expired. I found it from your pile of miscellaneous things. Adventurers like you have to go to the bar every now and then, have a few drinks, and get some gossip or something. I happen to be in that bar. The coupon is valid for 1.5 months. Even if there is a delay later, minus the time for preparation and travel, you have been here for almost a month anyway. The young thief's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he did not give up hope. He was still making a final resistance and said, "Who said this thing is mine?" The great magician was amused by this guy. Are you stupid? If it belongs to the person you deceived, doesn't that mean you stayed here longer? Green obviously realized that he had just made a big mistake. Oh no, his heart was a little confused, and the young thief's cold sweat broke out even faster. Rob decided to make a quick decision and strike while the iron was hot, completely breaking the psychological defense of the young thief. The great magician pointed at the marks on the wall and said, "How is it? Life here is not easy. You can't see the sun and the moon in this underground maze, and you can't tell what time it is outside, so you use a knife to leave those marks on the wall. Carve a mark on the wall every day. Do you want us to count how many marks you left?" Green seemed to have suddenly lost all his strength, and his head drooped. Go out, southeast, turn right after 10 steps, the third fork on the left, I put the rest of the money there. Keep an eye on him, I'll be back soon. The little follower was diligent for once. Of course, the main reason was that the rookie warrior had to keep an eye on Green, so he couldn't spare his time at the moment, so even if Rob wanted to be lazy, he couldn't do anything. The little follower ran to the place the young thief told him to go, and sure enough, he found a packed backpack there. Rob didn't open it, but threw the bag to Lolo directly after returning. To be honest, the great magician didn't care much about how much private money the little thief had hidden. In comparison, he was obviously more interested in another thing. Your performance on the first question is not very good. Remember, your life is in our hands. To be honest, we haven't decided how to deal with you yet. So if I were you, I would definitely seize the opportunity next time. Okay, my second question, where did you get this armor and sword? Chapter 81. Is there anything wrong with the armor and sword? Lolo asked in confusion. When she first entered the room, the girl noticed that someone seemed to be particularly interested in the armor and sword placed in the corner. She later checked the two items herself. They were indeed exquisite in terms of workmanship, but their value was not much higher than other things in the room. However, they were equipment that they could use now, and at least they could replace the poor quality protective gear that they had put together. As a result, the little attendant's next words surprised her. This set of things should come from a certain family. Although you used a knife to try to smooth out the emblems on the chest of the armor and the hilt, there will still be some traces left. Green's face changed. A helpless and low-level adventurer like him was most afraid of getting into trouble with those noble forces. The young thief hurriedly explained, I didn't kill that man. When I found him, he was already a corpse. He must have been dead for a long time. In fact, the reason why I was able to crack the secret of this underground maze was because of a piece of parchment I got from him. Although I took his things, I buried him well later. Dead for a long time? The rookie warrior was slightly stunned, thinking of a possibility. Do you remember what the badge you wore off looked like? It looks like a reindeer? The young thief was actually impressed by the badge, but he was not sure about the position of the two people opposite him, so he had to be vague and leave room for himself to explain. The Matthews family? Lolo looked unbelievable. The Matthews family? Well, it seems that they are not running away. There seems to be no other family with reindeer as emblem. Rob nodded, as calm as ever. After all, the Matthews family is an old noble family. Generally, no one dares to copy their family emblem casually, unlike many small families, who copy each other and end up with the same family emblem. The girl didn't expect to get news about the missing team of the Matthews family here. The sea-level commission in front of the camp gate has a generous reward, and almost no one would not be tempted. Unfortunately, Green entered the dungeon earlier and naturally knew nothing about it. Listening to the conversation between the two, they seemed to know the Matthews family, and the young thief's heart skipped a beat. Well, have you seen other bodies with this kind of badge nearby? Lolo asked. Green shook his head. No, I searched the surroundings later, and didn't see the second body. As if afraid that the two would be dissatisfied with this answer, the young thief then added, I checked the body of this. The body of the guard brother. There were tiny teeth marks all over his neck and arms. He must have been attacked by a large group of vampire bats before he died. The rookie warrior felt a little regretful when he heard this. If he could find the bodies of the other members of the Matthews family team, especially the body of Viscount Majorson's illegitimate son, it would undoubtedly be another huge income. You said that you were able to crack the secret of this underground maze because of a piece of parchment found on the body? Rob raised his eyebrows and asked another question. Yes, there are 24 groups of numbers listed on it. Because I was afraid that other people would know about this, I burned the parchment after memorizing it. The young thief said nervously. It seems that there are experts in the Matthews family's guard team. They should have entered the inner city, the great magician said. Previously, adventurers generally believed that the Matthews family's guard team should not have entered the inner city, because as everyone knows, the method to enter the inner city was found by the first group of adventurers who explored the dungeon with great effort, and the Matthews family's exploration team entered the dungeon earlier than the first group of adventurers, so most people focused their search on the outer city. But now it seems that this speculation is not correct. The team of the Matthews family actually managed to enter the inner city before everyone else. So their bodies should also be in the inner city. It's a pity that there are no more clues. Luo felt a little regretful. Although he knew that the team of the Matthews family entered the inner city was not much smaller than the outer city. It was actually not very useful to get this little clue. But anyway, at least a corpse was found, which was equivalent to earning another 10 gold coins. The rookie warrior asked the young thief where the corpse was buried and planned to take the corpse away when he left. It was also a good thing, so that his soul could return to his hometown. That's all I know. Please show some mercy, my two heroes, Green said with a sad face. The female swordsman scratched her head, looked at the little thief trembling under her sword, and asked the boy beside her, how should we deal with him? The great magician recalled the novels he had read before and said casually, oh, in this case, according to the general story development, it is usually killed directly. Green almost lost his soul when he heard this. I have obviously cooperated with you according to your request. Forget it. What do you mean by good cooperation? It's good enough if you can tell the truth in 1 out of 3 sentences. You are always forced to speak. I am wrong. Please give me another chance. Green begged. But you are no longer of any use to me, the great magician said in embarrassment. You can take me with you and make me your follower. Anyway, I can't stay here any longer. I was planning to leave after finishing the last piece. Why do I bring you along? Will it cause trouble? I am a first-level thief after all, so I can still do a lot of things. The little thief was average in strength, but he was very good at reading people's expressions. He quickly determined that Luo should be the one who made the final decision between the two. He looked at the rookie hero with longing in his eyes. Well, I am a thief. I am good at exploring paths and dismantling mechanisms, and you may have some things in the future that are not convenient for you to deal with in person, and I can come in handy at such times. The swordswoman was a little at a loss now. To be honest, she had never thought of killing Green. Although the young thief's actions were immoral, they were not so cruel. After all, compared with those robbers who kill people without blinking an eye, Green's methods were despicable. But at least, he didn't kill anyone. But Luo didn't think of bringing him with him. The little thief was too cunning, and could not be trusted at all. It was not a wise choice to be with such a guy with unknown origins. Green seemed to see the hesitation of the rookie hero, and gritted his teeth and said, if you are worried that I will betray you, I have a way to solve this problem. Chapter 82. In order to win a chance to survive, the young thief cooperated very well this time. He not only explained his background clearly, but also told the two of them everything about his ancestors, including his parents and brothers and sisters. He even told them the color of his underwear. And mastering this basic information is like holding Green's lifeline. As the saying goes, you can escape the monk but not the temple. If the young thief really does something regrettable in the future, at least he needs to think carefully about the possible revenge on his family before taking action. To ensure that what he said was true, and not a lie made up on the spot, the great magician confirmed it several times, and finally announced that the young thief passed the test and surrendered successfully. Green, who had escaped death, burst into tears and breathed a sigh of relief. Luo pulled the great magician aside and whispered, you had this idea from the beginning, right? Huh? What idea? You didn't intend to kill him at all. The reason you said that was just to make him follow us honestly. Don't be fooled by his good attitude now. But don't forget that we have taken away all his gains in the past month. If we let him go, he will definitely find a way to plot against us when he returns to the ground. It's better to keep him with me. At least, he can't do anything under my nose. Rob said, but if you talk to him directly, he will definitely come up with some tricks. TSK, this guy is a typical masochist. He won't be honest unless he is abused. Well, speaking of the harvest, I don't think I have had time to open the bag you brought back. Because she had to look after the little thief, Lolo didn't have time to touch the bag. With the old thief Edward's experience, the girl dared not let her guard down for a moment, fearing that Green would slip away if she wasn't careful. When the matter came to an end, the first thing Lolo did was to check the bulging backpack. It seems to be quite heavy. The rookie warrior opened the backpack, and was immediately dazzled by the dazzling silver inside. The bag was full of silver coins, about 700 pieces, which was 18 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Adding the pile of materials that the two had found earlier, the total value of the combined items reached an astonishing 24 gold coins, which just made up for the debt owed by the little follower. In other words, the wealth of the rookie hero finally returned to the state before he met someone's gambling father. God, how many people have you blackmailed? That? 70 or 80 adventurers. If you count the followers, there will be more people. Green looked proud of himself instead of ashamed, but this guy did have reason to be proud. He was just one person, but he cheated hundreds of people, and there were many second-level professionals among them. Well, in a sense, this is indeed something to be proud of. But when he thought that the money he had worked so hard to swindle was now in someone else's hands, The young thief immediately lost his temper. But no matter what, at least he saved his life, and avoided the tragic fate of losing both his money and his life. As long as he is alive, there is still a chance. Moreover, he decisively surrendered to the enemy when he saw the situation was not good, and he grasped the timing very well, and also avoided some physical pain. Just as he was comforting himself, the next moment Green saw a fist that was constantly enlarging in front of his eyes. The little thief was caught off guard and was hit. He fell to the ground, covering his nose, and his face was full of confusion. He had no idea why he was hit like this. Are you kidding me? Haven't I surrendered? Haven't we shaken hands? Hasn't our faction reputation been raised to friendly? But what's with this sudden punch? Blood gushed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Compared to the pain in his nose, Green's panic was stronger. Could it be that the other party changed his mind again and decided to kill him and not let him go? But when the young thief turned his head to look at his new master, he found that the latter's expression was as surprised as his. Damn it, so he acted on his own initiative. If it was before, Green might still be afraid of Rob, but now everyone is a follower of the rookie hero, and they are completely equal in terms of identity and status. Of course, from an emotional point of view, Lolo must be closer to the boy. After all, he is just a newcomer and can't spend as much time with the two of them. But he also has advantages, right? Who said that humans are animals who love new things and hate old things? And compared with the little scholar, who is a weakling in combat, Green is a genuine adventurer, with excellent skills, a flexible mind, and superb acting skills that can hold the golden man. As long as he is given some time, the young thief is confident that he can gradually replace the boy's position in the mind of the first-level swordsman. Green suddenly had an idea in his mind. Wait, so this punch from the sky is not without reason. Could it be that the guy on the opposite side had a premonition that he might be shaken or even replace him after joining, so he kept urging his master to kill him? In the end, Luo chose to accept him, and this action made the boy feel threatened, so he was so angry that he beat him up. Yes, it must be like this. After all, he is still a young man, so impatient. The little thief felt that he seemed to have grasped the key point. If an ordinary person was hit by a punch, he would probably be furious, but Green was not an ordinary person. He quickly reacted and realized that this was a perfect opportunity to provoke the first-level swordsman and her little follower. Although in terms of force, Green was confident that he could crush the opponent, but if he fought back at this time, he would be at a disadvantage. The best way was to put on an innocent and aggrieved face, and the rest was to wait and watch the show. Sure enough, after seeing this scene, Luo seemed extremely shocked. What are you doing? Beat him. The great magician said truthfully. Lolo was speechless. Of course I know you beat him. His nose was bleeding all over the floor. Anyone with eyesight could tell that he was hit in the nose. But the point is, why did you bully him? It can be seen that the girl was a little angry this time. No matter what he did in the past, now that we have decided to accept him, we will all be, well, friends in the future. How can friends fight each other? Huh? Are you hoping that he will do it himself? Chapter 83. Hit yourself? Come on. How can there be such a stupid person in this world? Green sneered in his heart. It takes some skills to make up a lie. His nose still hurt so much. Fortunately, someone is not a professional, otherwise the nose bridge of the little thief would be broken by this punch. But this punch is worth it. If there is a so-called friendship system, then Luo's favorability towards the boy must be decreasing at a visible speed. Thinking of this, Green felt that his nose didn't hurt that much anymore. Although the nosebleed hadn't stopped yet, the young thief had already begun to imagine that he could take advantage of this opportunity to succeed and replace the boy in Luo's heart, becoming his #1 subordinate. Lackey. Thinking of this, the young thief looked at someone with a bit of pride. I don't know what you're bragging about, but you don't think you can really go back with us unscathed, do you? Rob said with a pained face. Huh? Green was stunned when he heard this. TSK, have you forgotten what you did so quickly? The great magician reminded him in a friendly way. You successfully led our expedition team to a fork in the road by despicable means, and then ran away without looking back, leaving us there to die. I don't need to tell you how bad this is. Even if we have no objection now, and accept you to join us, what do you think will be the reaction of others when they see you swaggering towards them after we go back? Yes. Luo was shocked when she heard this. How could I have forgotten this? Although she was also deceived by the little thief, she did not suffer any loss and gained a large sum of money for free. Naturally, she did not have much resentment towards Green. In addition, the little thief had great acting skills, and his pitiful appearance softened the girl's heart, so she did not intend to pursue the previous matter. But it was hard to say what Hansen and Edward were thinking. In fact, the rookie warrior could guess a little bit. Because of a temporary good deed that was inexplicably used by others, the whole team was put in danger. This kind of thing would probably not be easy for anyone. If the little thief appeared in front of them now, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even be killed on the spot. With Green's brain, he could figure this out quickly. The young thief immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, so that guy was really saving him by punching him in the nose? The reason was simple. The more embarrassed he appeared in front of others, the more he could reduce the anger in everyone's hearts. At least it was better than standing there arrogantly. If everyone felt that he had received the punishment he deserved, they would not kill him with a knife. After figuring out the reason, the rookie warrior gave someone a thumbs up and praised, "You are thoughtful. But you should at least ask the person's opinion before you do it, right?" "Oh." The great magician really followed suit and raised his eyebrows to the little thief beside him. "Do you have any objection?" "No." Even though he was punched in the face, he still had to admit that the other party hit him well. He bit his lips and squeezed out these two words from his teeth. Green really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Then he found that something worse was coming. Now that he understood the reason for the punch, the young thief realized that he seemed to have no other choice now. This small injury on the nose was obviously far from calming everyone's anger, so he had to continue working hard to make himself look more embarrassed. No matter what, being beaten was just a physical pain, and saving his life was the most important thing. So the young thief had to go to the great magician again with a shameless face. "Well, let's continue." "Continue what?" "Continue, beat me up." When Green said this with gritted teeth, he felt that he was hopelessly cheap. He would never have thought that one day he would beg someone to beat him up. But even he himself had to admit that the problem someone pointed out was crucial, and in a sense, it was not an exaggeration to say that he saved his life, although the method was a little unpleasant. However, what he didn't expect was that the guy in front of him actually rejected his humble request. "No," the great magician said very straightforwardly. The young thief was stunned when he heard this. "Why?" "Because my hand hurts." Rob told the truth. As a magician who never fights, this was the first time that the future super magician tried to beat someone with his own hands. As a result, he gave up decisively after one punch. Although he was hitting someone's face with his fist, the force was mutual. This punch certainly made the little thief's nose bleed, but his fingers were also hurt by the other party's nose. Of course, the more important thing is that the great magician and the young thief have no grudges against each other, and beating him up will not bring any extra pleasure. With this in mind, Rob naturally had no intention of continuing. Then, what should I do? Green was struck by lightning, and turned his eyes to the first-level swordsman next to him for help. Lua waved his hands quickly. "Don't look at me, I can kill monsters, but it always feels weird to do it to my own people." So there was only one way left for Green. The young thief's eyes widened, and he wailed in a trembling voice, You guys are not really going to let me do it myself, are you?" Lolo was kinder, and seemed to be unable to bear to witness the tragedy that was about to happen. He patted the young thief on the shoulder and encouraged him. "We won't watch the rest of the part. Come on, we wait for you outside." 2 magic hours later, Hansen finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the rookie warrior and her little follower return. Every minute and every second of the past 10 hours was torture for him. It was rare to get some good news. The missing Luo and Rob returned. "Where did you go?" "We went to solve a small problem," the great magician said as he pulled out a guy covered in bruises from behind him. Hansen and the others were not able to recognize who this extremely embarrassed guy was at first. After all, Green looked too miserable. Not only was he bleeding from his nose, his eyes were swollen like pandas, half of his front teeth were broken, his body was covered with bruises and whip marks. He looked like a male PR who went to an SM party. In the end, Hilton's eyes were sharper, and he pointed at the little thief and said, "Hey, it's you." "Ha! I didn't expect that you would have such a day." The blonde handsome man was still angry about the previous incident, but after seeing Green's miserable condition, he turned to gloating. "It's me." Green looked pitiful and bowed deeply to everyone. "I'm sorry that the previous incident caused a lot of trouble to everyone. I have now deeply realized my mistakes. In order to make up for the losses caused to everyone as much as possible, I asked Mr. Lolo to accept me as his follower. From now on, I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Therefore, I beg everyone to give me another chance." Chapter 84. Perhaps it was because the tragic scene when the young thief appeared was too shocking, or perhaps it was because Green's acting was good enough. In short, in the end, Except for the blonde handsome man, everyone else accepted his apology, and Hansen agreed to temporarily absorb him into the team. Of course, it was obviously impossible to enjoy the same treatment as others. In addition to carrying luggage like an attendant, the young thief also had to take on some of Edward's work, including but not limited to exploring the way, guarding, removing traps along the way, and additional tasks such as night watch. But Green himself had no complaints, and worked hard all the way. It seemed that it was really as he said. Everything he did now was to atone for his sins, and pay for the troubles he had caused. But no one knew what the young thief was thinking in private. Anyway, as long as he could keep his appearance well behaved, the future super magician would be quite satisfied, and the rest was up to him. In fact, when he first met him, Rob had already discovered that this guy's psychological activities were not ordinary. This is probably a common problem among so-called performing artists, but the great magician has no interest in continuing to explore the inner world of the little thief. Originally, it would only take half a day to enter the inner city, but because of Green, the expedition team had to walk for a whole day. Fortunately, a lot of food was found in the little thief's lair. Needless to say, it was also stolen from the past adventure teams, so there was no need to worry about the supply problem. However, everyone did not forget the purpose of this expedition. Although the secret treasure would not run away, almost all adventurers would be jealous because of its incomparable value. In order to avoid more trouble, it is better to get it as soon as possible. It was noon the next day, when we came out of the sewage pipe and returned to the ground. When the bright sunlight shone on our eyes that had almost adapted to the darkness, everyone shed tears without exception. The scene was very similar to a group of miners who had been trapped underground for a week and successfully escaped and ascended to heaven, leaving excited tears. But in fact, this was just a normal physiological reaction, and Green cried the most sadly. This guy had been down there for a month, and had almost evolved into a half-nocturnal animal. He was almost blinded by the sudden sunlight. The great magician was not in a good condition either, and had to put his palms in front of his eyebrows to barely see the surroundings. They should be standing on a street now, or more accurately, they should be standing next to the sewage well beside the curb. On both sides of the street were residential buildings, and when the boy saw the appearance of the 2 rows of buildings, his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Lolo followed behind, and she was also looking around. Compared with the towering city wall, the proportion of the buildings on this side of the wall was relatively normal, and the size of the residential houses was about the same as Ryan's. Of course, after all, they were 2 different civilizations separated by tens of thousands of years, and there were still great differences in architectural styles. However, it can be seen that this lost ancient civilization should have a considerable level of architectural skills. After so many years, these houses have not only not been weathered and dilapidated, but have remained almost the same as before. This alone is enough to show how amazing the skills of the builders tens of thousands of years ago were. Majestic high walls, a complete underground sewage system, spacious and clean streets, exquisite and solid buildings. As a city, this place has everything you can imagine, but it makes people feel as if something is missing. Yes, what is lacking here is vitality. Not to mention compared with the world on the ground, even the outer city separated by a wall looks more lively than the inner city. In fact, it is like 2 different worlds. The outer city has forests and lakes, grass and streams, and many monsters and ordinary animals live in it, while the inner city looks completely dead. Except for some zombies that come out of the underground pipes for a walk, there are almost no other creatures here. Although the future super magician saw something like a flower bed on the roadside, it was now empty. In fact, there was not even a blade of grass on the entire street. The whole city was like an empty shell, with a beautiful appearance but no inner soul. This place is so strange. Hilton frowned. Although the blonde handsome man had been expelled from the temple, he was still a genuine priest. He was most sensitive to the breath of life. Once he entered the inner city, the breath of life nearby became almost undetectable. But the strange thing was that his divine power, which had fallen back to the first level due to betrayal of faith, was thought to have become a stagnant pool of water, but now it was stirring again. The great magician sighed. "Do you remember what the guy who found the clue to the secret treasure said before?" The secret treasure is in the southwest of the city, not far from the center?" "No, it's the last sentence. The entrance to the tunnel is hidden behind a dome building." The young man also showed a rare bitter smile on his face. "I have some bad news to tell you. From my rough observation just now, at least half of the buildings here are domes." "What?" Everyone felt uneasy after hearing this. If so, wouldn't they have to search one room at a time? That would undoubtedly take more time. As for supplies, since we just got them from Green, there's no problem. But don't think that the inner city is safer than the outer city, because there are fewer monsters. In fact, rather than saying that the inner city is a place without the threat of monsters, it's better to say that it's so dangerous that even monsters don't want to come. Otherwise, why would most teams choose to operate in the outer city even though they know there are more valuable things in the inner city? In addition to the ghouls that occasionally come out for a walk, there are even more difficult things here. It is a kind of metal puppet similar to the golem created by magicians. The combat power of the first level puppet is between level 1 and level 2. It doesn't sound too strong, but the trouble is that the abilities given to these puppets, when they were created, are not the same. In other words, no one knows what the abilities of those puppets are unless they really fight. The unknown means danger. Unpredictable enemies are what every explorer least wants to encounter. Even if the magic beasts have a certain degree of intelligence, their behavior patterns can still be traced in the eyes of experienced old adventurers. However, these metal puppets are really a headache. Some puppets have very weak abilities, and can be defeated by an ordinary adventurer alone. Some puppets have very powerful abilities, and the whole team may be wiped out if you are not careful. Moreover, these metal puppets seem to have special means to contact their kind within a certain range. If the situation cannot be resolved quickly, it may become more dangerous. Chapter 85. However, risks also come with rewards. The Magician Association will offer a purchase price of up to 1 gold for a metal puppet, with a damage level of no more than 20%. Some magicians who like to study golems may even offer a higher price. In addition, even metal puppets with more serious damage can be sold to dwarf blacksmiths to be recycled to make equipment. They are also very interested in this special metal. However, Luo and his expedition team did not enter the inner city to kill monsters this time. Their goal was the potential treasure in the southwest area. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble along the way, the team tried their best to avoid the metal puppets wandering around the city. It is not easy to do this, but the team now has 2 thieves, and the alert range has been expanded compared to before. The detection range of the metal puppet is about 50 meters within itself. Beyond this distance, there is no reaction even if it is face to face. This is very similar to the golem, which will enter the combat state only after detecting a living being. If it is on a flat place, these metal puppets will hardly play any role, because the distance visible to the human eye is much greater than 50 meters, but in the city, due to the obstruction of surrounding buildings, it is not easy to completely avoid these metal puppets. Especially at crossroads or street corners, if you are unlucky, you may face to face. At this time, fighting is inevitable. Not long ago, the expedition team just finished their first battle in the inner city. In 5 minutes, 5 adventurers eliminated a metal puppet with the ability Sharpening. Sharpening is a relatively high appearance ability of metal puppets. In simple terms, it is an ability that allows one's weapon to become indestructible within a certain period of time. Without prior knowledge, this ability can easily cause some melee professions to suffer, such as Captain Hansen, whose weapon broke into 2 pieces in the first round of fighting with the enemy, and almost cut off a piece of his scalp. However, once he understood the ability of the puppet in front of him, the subsequent battle became easier. When facing the opponent's powerful attack, as long as the combat mode is switched to dodge as much as possible and avoid direct contact, the threat brought by sharpness can be minimized. Hansen threw away the broken sword in his hand, took the spare long sword thrown by the follower, and assumed the responsibility of the team's main tank. The reaction speed and flexibility of the second-level professional are stronger than the metal puppet. Even in a one-on-one battle, Hansen is confident that he can take down the iron lump in front of him, not to mention that there are other people who are crazy output under Hansen's restraint. In the end, everyone killed the enemy in one go, simply packed up the spoils, and hurriedly left before the second metal puppet arrived. In the next 2 days, similar battles occurred 3 times in total. One of them was due to bad luck and encountered a metal puppet with the ability of steel bones. Because of the opponent's almost abnormal defense, the battle lasted for half an hour and attracted another metal puppet nearby. Fortunately, the metal puppet with the ability of steel bones had a relatively average attack power. Hansen immediately resisted this puppet alone, and then directed the others to focus on another metal puppet. After quickly dealing with the metal puppet with the ability of rapid, it took more than 10 minutes to blow up the first incredibly hard metal puppet. After doing all this, everyone was exhausted. Even Hilton cast 3 recovery spells. This was almost the limit of a first-level priest. Green, who had just surrendered, was also very active in this battle. His grasp of the timing of several attacks was remarkable. As for Rob, the future super magician, he continued to be a bystander. According to calculations, we have almost reached the area you mentioned. The next step is to find the tunnel mentioned in the clue. On the third day after entering the inner city, everyone finally arrived at the end of the journey. When they thought that they would soon see the legendary secret treasure, the team members were a little excited, and even the elf cool guy Beck's mouth curved a little. Except for the future super magician, the others have never seen any secret treasure in their lives. However, as adventurers, they have all heard some stories about secret treasures, such as the magical powers of secret treasures. In a sense, those annoying metal puppets seem to have used some techniques related to secret treasures when they were made. Their strange abilities are like simplified versions of secret treasures. After all, they are products of the same civilization, so it is normal to have commonalities in technology. If this is the case, does it mean that there are also things similar to secret treasures in the bodies of those metal puppets? As we all know, even in the dungeon, secret treasures are extremely rare, but in the inner city, these metal puppets can be seen everywhere. However, when the first batch of adventurers had this idea, they spent a lot of effort to cut those iron lumps into pieces, but they didn't find anything valuable in them. Everyone was naturally very frustrated, but this also shows the value of secret treasures from a certain aspect. Even the civilization that invented it 10,000 years ago could not achieve the level of mass production. The preciousness of secret treasures is self-evident. In addition, there is common sense that almost every adventurer knows that there are usually guardians near secret treasures. As the name suggests, the so-called guardians are to protect the existence of secret treasures, usually some powerful monsters in this layer. Of course, it has been tens of thousands of years since the construction of this underground city. The first batch of monsters that served as guardians must have died long ago, but the position of guardians has been passed down from generation to generation. Rob speculated that the civilization that built the underground city at that time may have reached something similar to a soul contract with the monsters in the outer city, because only this kind of thing can survive across the long river of time and is still effective today. If there is really a lake at the end of the tunnel, then the guardian of this secret treasure is likely to be a water monster. Of course, these are all later stories. The most direct problem facing the team now is to find the secret treasure first. Hansen said, the guy who found the clue at the beginning said that the thing was behind the dome building. Didn't he also say that the building should be a church? So our next goal is to find a church? Unexpectedly, Rob shook his head. No, it's not a church. I noticed the surroundings along the way. There is no church in this city. No, to be more precise, there is not only no church here, but also no statues, temples or other things related to the gods. His words were soon confirmed by the blonde priest. After that night's chat, Hilton's attitude towards the great magician changed drastically. Perhaps frightened by the dragon story, the blonde handsome man no longer dared to show off in front of the boy. He behaved very honestly in recent days, and even agreed with the young scholar's statement. Indeed, the glory of the god seems unable to shine here. Chapter 86. Hansen had a headache. The only two clues were useless. It seemed that it was not so easy to find the secret treasure. Let's split up. 2 first-level professionals will form a group. Edward and I will form a group. We can investigate in 4 directions. Don't go too far away. If you encounter danger, try to run away and shout for help. The nearby group will come to rescue you. Okay. Everyone had no objection to this arrangement. Finally, Lolo and the elf archer Baker formed a group, and Hilton and the little thief Green formed a group. They began to conduct a carpet search of the nearby area. As the chief follower of the rookie brave, the future super magician naturally followed behind the first-level swordsman. Along the way, the great magician has almost understood the tempers of the team members. Baker is a typical cool guy, who doesn't talk much and keeps a certain distance from everyone, including his twin followers. According to the brothers, they were also hired by Ryan's Adventurer Guild, and they don't know much more about elf cool guys than others. However, as a master, Baker is still a relatively popular one. He has few requirements. As long as the twin brothers do their own work well, he will basically not say much, and he will not force his followers to engage in some dangerous activities, like some unscrupulous adventurers. From the perspective of teammates, the elf archer is also excellent. His magical archery skills can always provide support when you need help the most. In addition, the excellent eyesight of the elves can also help the old thief Edward to conduct reconnaissance and vigilance. Before Green joined the team, the reconnaissance task was usually completed by Baker and Edward together. Being with such a reliable guy can undoubtedly ensure safety to the greatest extent. Therefore, the future super magician can also focus most of his energy on searching for secret treasures. Unlike others, Rob did not think that the previous 2 clues were useless. especially the clue about the church. Although it has been confirmed that there is no building similar to the church in the dungeon, the guy who found the secret treasure would never say so for no reason. The great magician thought about it and asked, "Can we go to a higher place to have a look?" "Sure." The elf archer nodded, and his answer was as concise as ever. Although he didn't know why someone made such a request, Baker still believed him because of the little scholar's previous performance. After a pause, the elf archer pointed to a white tower not far away and said, "That should be the tallest building nearby." So the three of them came to the white tower. Pushing open the door, the view was immediately filled with dense sacks, which were stacked as high as 8 or 9 stories, and the ground was full of dried insect corpses, which turned into powder when the wind blew. Luo quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves and looked around. "Hey, is this a granary?" Well, this at least proves that the civilization tens of thousands of years ago was not destroyed by famine. The food reserves here should be enough for the whole city to eat for half a year, but for some reason no one has opened the door of this granary since then, leaving the food to be infested with insects. Rob speculated. The three of them did not linger for long, and climbed up the stairs to the top of the tower. This seemed to be the resting place for the guards, who guarded the granary. There were beds, tables, and other miscellaneous items of unknown significance. Unfortunately, after opening the window, everything in the room turned into dust. Rob stuck his head out of the window. This granary was indeed the tallest building in the southwest area. From here, you can almost see all the buildings within a few miles. Baker also stood in front of a window. Like the little follower, he was also silently looking at the buildings under his feet. As an archer, he knew very well that the higher you stand, the farther you can see. But at the same time, the higher you stand, the smaller the scenery below you will become, especially in a hidden place like the entrance of a tunnel, which is difficult to find even with the abnormal vision of the elves from 100 meters away. That's why Baker couldn't understand why the little scholar insisted on climbing this tower. In fact, the future super magician was not searching for any tunnels, but taking advantage of the current favorable terrain to carefully look at all the buildings within a radius of 2 miles. Church. There is definitely no church in the inner city. Rob has confirmed this before, but is it possible that the guy who discovered the secret treasure mistook other places for churches? The great magician's eyes moved slowly. Which building here has something in common with a church? Finally, his eyes fell on a dome building on the west side that covers a large area. It is the only place in the entire underground city that is decorated with colored glass. It looks like a bathhouse. Coincidentally, many church windows also like to inlay glass of various colors. On the one hand, it is to increase the sense of sacredness. When the sunlight shines through the colorful glass and falls on the ground, it will make people feel extremely solemn. On the other hand, craftsmen will also use those colored glass to piece together mythological stories. When you walk into the church, even illiterate believers can listen to the teachings of the gods from those paintings. Rob retracted his gaze and pointed to the bathhouse in the distance. Let's go there first. Although strictly speaking, that place is somewhat different from the direction they are responsible for searching, but now everyone is just looking around aimlessly. It's rare that the little scholar has found some clues. The elf archer and the first-level swordsman have no objection to this. On the way, they also met the old thief Edward. Everyone decided to go to the bathhouse together. If the secret treasure is really there, it goes without saying that the guardian will definitely be nearby. One more person means more safety. So far, no one except the rookie warrior has made any money in this adventure, but nearly 7 days have passed. It is impossible to say that he is not anxious. According to the original plan, this is just a short-term expedition, which will take between 15 and 20 days. If everything goes well, we should be able to set off back to the ground tomorrow, but I didn't expect that I haven't seen the shadow of the secret treasure yet. In addition, there is something that has been weighing on Edward's heart. The old thief has not told anyone. The charred bodies of the adventure team he met not long ago have been flashing through his mind recently. Edward can't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. After entering the dungeon, they had not encountered Raoul's team again. Logically, the other party should have no idea of their current location, but for some reason Edward always felt like he was being watched. Could it be because he was too tired recently? Well, no matter what, the right thing to do is to get the secret treasure as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Imagine a sunny afternoon. You are lying comfortably in a steaming hot bathhouse. With a freshly made cocktail at hand, the sun shines through the window above your head, refracted by the glass in a variety of colors, and the water vapor around you isolates you from the noisy world around you. It is so leisurely and comfortable, seeing this bathhouse. I seem to have begun to envy the guys who lived here more than 10,000 years ago. Lolo sighed. Do you want to feel the happiness of taking a bath here? Maybe there will be a chance soon. When we adventurers have almost cleaned up this floor, the Holy Alliance will send people to further develop this place and turn it into a historical site. While preserving the original style as much as possible, we will carry out corresponding repairs. I believe that the time for this bathhouse to reopen is not far away, said Edward the old thief. Amy, his follower, couldn't help but interrupt. We have been to the dungeon near Hearth Castle. It and the dungeon on the Frost Plateau are the only two dungeons that have been explored. Now it has been transformed into a tourist destination. Many people go there every year. TSK, there are carnival performances every night on the 6th floor. TSK, but the prices there are also ridiculously expensive. Those damn dwarves make a lot of money from this dungeon. Amy stuck out her tongue while talking. Although they were chatting, their hands were not idle. They quickly searched the bathhouse. Baker found a tunnel in the alley on the west side of the bathhouse. After entering, he found that the exit of the tunnel was in the dressing room of the female guests in the bathhouse. This made the elf archer very embarrassed. TSK, it seems that there are perverts in every era. The great magician soon found a tunnel around him, but it turned out to be just a shortcut to the boiler room. Although the old thief Edward failed to find the tunnel, he accidentally dug out the private money of the bathhouse owner. However, those strange silver coins could not be used directly, and needed to be melted down and recast. Of course, they could also be sold to interested collectors as antiques. It should still be worth a lot of money. In the end, it was Luo who found some useful clues. The girl pointed to the door of a lounge on the 2nd floor and said, "Look here." "Well, what is this?" The old thief Edward approached and found that there were many grooves of varying depths on the door, which looked like scratches from some animal. "It's a ghoul." Baker recognized the origin of these scratches at a glance. The elf archer looked at the little scholar beside him. "If I remember correctly, you once said that the guy who provided the clues had a team that was chased by a group of ghouls. Well, he also said that everyone else in the team died, and only he survived by chance and fled all the way here. Later, in order to avoid the ghouls, he accidentally discovered the secret tunnel. Rob saw the scratches on the door, and quickly guessed what happened here before. It seems that he has been hiding in this hut before." The great magician pushed open the door, and walked around the room, but did not find any other exits. The only window was also locked from the inside. After all, this is only the 2nd floor, not too high from the ground. Jumping out of the window is of course the most likely option, but considering that there was only one person in the room at the time, if the guy in the room chose to jump out of the window, then the window should be open, because the ghoul will not help you close the window anyway. Rob quickly scanned the surroundings, then walked to a marble table on the west side, fumbled under the table for a while, and found a raised point. After turning it, a small door on the opposite wall slowly opened. Lolo, who was standing by, was stunned. "What the hell? There is a secret door? I'm the first one to believe that there are no strange services in this bathhouse." The faces of several men in the room were a little embarrassed. Well, the first thought that came to their minds after discovering the secret door was something like, "Hee, I must come here to take a bath after this place reopens in the future," but the future super magician's face remained normal, and he was even stunned after hearing the words of the rookie hero. "Strange service? What strange service?" The girl looked suspicious. "Really? You must be pretending. You look smart, but why don't you know this? Isn't this common sense that every man should know?" "Huh? Is this common sense?" The future super magician was stunned, but since he decided to leave the Magic Academy, leave the protection of Demand and Steins, and live a good life alone, it is particularly important to make up for the lack of common sense as soon as possible. The boy decided that after this adventure, he must find a bathhouse to experience the so-called strange services. "It's over. I think I told you something amazing." Lolo shook his head. Amy said cautiously, "Shall we go in now?" "Well, since it has basically been confirmed that this is the place, let's send a signal to Captain Hansen, and go take a look when everyone is here," Edward said, finally ending a shameful topic, and the old thief was relieved. Half an hour later, not only Hansen, but Hilton and Green also rushed over. All the team members had gathered, and the great magician opened the secret door again, and everyone went in one by one. Opposite the door was a row of stairs. Judging from the footprints on the dust on the ground, the unlucky guy who was targeted by the ghoul should have run downstairs. Everyone followed the footprints, and finally came to a small storage room. The door of the storage room was locked from the outside, but a half-black hole was exposed under the lifted floor tiles. "Well, it should be here. After spending so many days, we are finally about to see the legendary secret treasure." At this moment, Everyone's heartbeat accelerated a little bit. Judging from the various signs nearby, it is obvious that no one has touched this place since then. This should be good news. In other words, the secret treasure should still be inside. Be careful, every secret treasure has a guardian. Hansen instructed, from the intelligence we got before, the guardian here is likely to be a water-based monster. When we fight later, we will try to lure it to the shore, so that its strength will be weakened. In order to boost everyone's morale, the second-level swordsman paused and said, "Don't worry, the guardians on the first floor are not too strong. Except for the Hell Lizard Giant Lizard, there are basically no third-level monsters. With the strength of our team, we can take it down." Chapter 88. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the future super magician would never have believed that there was really a big lake at the end of the tunnel. And it wasn't an underground lake, but an open-air lake. This was as unbelievable as eating a KFC family bucket in a bean bun. Even if Rob didn't have common sense, he knew how bizarre it was. The expedition team only walked for more than 10 minutes from the entrance to the exit. Everyone's eyes gradually became bright, and the sound of water splashed in their ears. The scene outside the tunnel completely overturned their cognition. What came into view was a tranquil and beautiful lake, with lush green grass and blooming flowers on the shore. The sun shone on the lake, reflecting the shimmering waves. There was even a deer drinking water by the lake, with a slender neck and vigilant eyes watching the group of uninvited guests in front of them. "Oh my God, have we traveled through time?" Luo rubbed his eyes, with an unbelievable look on his face. According to their previous location, no matter which direction they went, it would be impossible to get out of the inner city in less than 20 minutes. The nearby area had long been explored, let alone a lake. There was not even a large pond, which Rob had confirmed on the White Tower before. Unless the future super magician is blind, he would not ignore such a big lake. Not only him, but everyone who sees such a beautiful scenery like a fairyland on Earth will never forget it. But except for the buddy who provided the clue, it seems that no one else has ever been here. From the posture of the little deer by the water, it can be seen that it should not have seen many human adventurers, otherwise it would not just be on guard. It would definitely run away as soon as it saw Rob and his group, especially the bow and arrow in Baker's hand. This fairyland-like place is clearly in the inner city, but no one has ever seen it. It's like a blind spot in everyone's eyes. What the hell, did we just get teleported? Edward's eyes widened, and he proposed the only explanation that was close to the truth. Yes, if it was teleportation, then everything seemed to be clear. After all, the range of teleportation can be long or short, and it is naturally no problem to teleport from the inner city to the lake in the outer city. Theoretically, as long as the magic power is enough, you can teleport to any place in the world. It is even possible that this place is no longer in the dungeon. However, the great magician next to him knew very well that he did not feel any magic fluctuations on the road just now. Every magician knows that the teleportation array consumes a lot of magic power when it is activated. Rob just does not have a staff, which does not mean that he is mentally retarded. With his perception, he can still detect whether there is a magic array nearby. Of course, there is another possibility. This is the ability of the secret treasure itself. But the treasures involved in space conversion are extremely precious. According to the experience of opening up several underground cities in the past, this kind of treasure is impossible to appear on the first floor. In summary, the appearance of the lake in front of us is undoubtedly very suspicious. However, for Hansen and others, they don't care how the lake appeared here. Compared with this, they care more about how to fish out the things in the lake. Although the lake water is very clear, you can only see about 3 or 4 meters underwater. The deeper places are blurry. Edward took out a piece of dried fish from his backpack, tied the dried fish with a transparent thin line, and then tied the other end of the thin line to a thick tree. Are you sure you can lure out the underwater monsters with this kind of low-quality dried fish?" The rookie warrior expressed a certain degree of doubt about the old thief's actions. "This is not some low-quality dried fish. This is a tiger swallowtail fish. Strictly speaking, it is also a monster, but its strength is not even the first level. It is not worth mentioning at all, but its meat is very attractive to other monsters, and almost no monster can resist the temptation brought by the tiger swallowtail fish," Edward explained. Experienced adventurers would carry dried tiger swallowtail fish with them. Using this dried fish as bait could attract monsters from their territory, making the subsequent battle easier. The transparent thin line used by the old thief was not an ordinary fishing line, but a special equipment that had been enchanted. After being transformed by magic, its toughness and elasticity were increased by dozens of times, enough to deal with monsters below level 3. When everyone was ready, Edward threw the end of the dried tiger swallowtail fish tied to it into the lake. The result was not disappointing. After less than 5 minutes, there was movement in the lake. 2 black shadows gradually floated up from the water. This should be something to be happy about. However, when everyone saw the 2 black shadows clearly, their faces suddenly changed, and they almost swore. Even the second-level swordsman's eyes showed a rare look of fear. The blonde priest was so scared that his voice trembled. Dragon. 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 While saying this, Hilton secretly looked at the little follower, which was like saying, "We saw your fellow countrymen. Why don't you go up and say hello?" Rob's eyes were also full of surprise. The future super magician would never have thought that he would encounter a dragon, a creature at the top of the food chain, in the underground layer. Although judging from the size of the 2 shadows, they should be immature water dragons. Water dragons are the weakest among dragons. In many dragon-slaying stories, more than half of the giant dragons killed are water dragons, and immature water dragons have even weaker combat power. But no matter what, a dragon is a dragon. Even if it is just an immature water dragon, it can kill all the adventurers in the dungeon 3 times. Their strength is at least equivalent to that of a 6th-level professional. If the great magician has a staff in his hand, it is not impossible to fight with the opponent. But for now, he could only think about which posture would be faster to escape later, just like everyone else. "Run!" Captain Hansen roared, and everyone started running madly towards the tunnel. However, the speed at which the 2 water dragons emerged from the water was faster than everyone imagined. When they saw the 2 ferocious dragon heads on the water, the only hope left in everyone's hearts was completely shattered. How could this be possible? These were really 2 real dragons. All the adventurers now just want to curse their fathers. This terrifying beast, which is familiar to every race on the Dawn continent, has appeared countless times in poems, novels, and other types of literary works, but only a few people have actually seen them. What? You ask why? Isn't this nonsense? Of course, it's because most people who have seen them were swallowed by them in one gulp. Chapter 89. The probability of encountering 2 dragons on the first floor of the dungeon is probably no different from winning the lottery. No, strictly speaking, the probability of winning the lottery may be even higher. However, no matter how illogical this kind of thing is, when it happens in front of you, there seems to be no other choice but to accept it, so now everyone is running for their lives, just regretting that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. Fortunately, they are very close to the tunnel, and it will only take 2 or 3 minutes. Once they get into the tunnel, the huge body of the water dragon will definitely not be able to follow. Legend has it that dragons above the 7th level can transform into human form, but this is just a legend after all. No one knows whether this legend is true or not. And taking a step back, even if it is true, the 2 water dragons outside are only at the 6th level, 1 step short of transforming into human form. With this thought, everyone felt that their chances of surviving the dragon's mouth had increased, and they could not help but run even harder. At this time, the 2 terrifying heads had completely surfaced. The dragon's red eyes stared coldly at Rob and his group, with a playful look on its face, as if it was laughing at everyone's overestimation of their own abilities, but other than that, it did not do anything else, as if it had just seen a few annoying flies, and did not bother to get up and chase them. Although they were very annoyed, they had to admit that this was probably the best outcome. Compared to being killed by a dragon's breath, it was not unacceptable to suffer some mental damage at this time. No one thought about the secret treasure in the lake at this moment. It was a blessing in disguise to be able to survive the dragon's mouth and claws. Seeing that the tunnel was getting closer and closer, everyone's heart was in their throat. Although they could escape, dragons were always known for their bad taste. They played with their prey to let them see hope, and then gave them deep despair at the last moment. This kind of thing that sounded very tasteless was exactly what the dragon clan loved the most. Therefore, the more times like this, the more vigilance is needed. Under the threat of death, the people who were already running fast actually broke through the limit of their bodies again and increased their speed by a large margin. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Luo looked back and found that the great magician was running slower and slower, and finally stopped, standing in place, holding his knees and breathing heavily. What the hell? The rookie hero vomited blood. It was obvious that he could reach the entrance of the tunnel and save himself successfully as long as he held on a little longer, but at this time, this guy failed again. This shouldn't be the case. When we first met, this guy's physical fitness was indeed terrible, but his performance has obviously improved along the way. Now he is no longer the kind of weak nobleman who is only the last step, but has no strength at all. Speaking of which, even if he is a real nobleman, Hilton is running faster than a rabbit under the threat of death, and even rushed ahead of Hansen. It is really impressive that he, a magic profession, can run so fast. Luo had no choice but to grit his teeth and turn back. He grabbed the little follower by the collar, but heard the young man suddenly say, "Wait a minute." Wait for what? At this time, they couldn't wait at all. Well, although the two water dragons didn't attack them for the time being because they were confident of their status, it would be too provocative if they didn't even run away and just stood there. Doing so would only completely infuriate the other party. Sure enough, the two dragon heads showed anger. However, the young man's face became calmer at this moment. He looked up and looked at the two huge figures with interest. TSK, the illusion can be so realistic that it can be said to be real. Illusion? Lolo was stunned when he heard it. Are you saying that these two dragons are actually illusions? Not only these two dragons. From the moment we walked out of the tunnel, including the lake in front of you, everything you see should be an illusion. Well, I was wondering before, we were in the inner city not long ago, how come we are here the next moment? Don't you think the appearance of this lake is a bit too inconsistent? Besides, the rest of the inner city is barren and barren, only here is full of life, like a paradise on earth. Well, that's true, but I washed my hands by the lake before, and the feeling of water flowing through my fingers was real. And Mr. Edward just tied the other end of the thin line to the tree by the lake. If it was an illusion, the thin line should have slipped into the lake. You are talking about only the lowest level of illusion. A powerful illusion will not only deceive your eyes, but also your other senses. We were misled from the beginning. The secret treasure here is not of natural attributes, but of spiritual attributes. Rob paused, then continued, actually, I had some suspicions before, but it wasn't until these two water dragons appeared that the thing really showed its true colors. The rookie warrior finally stopped at this time. Luo found that the two water dragons in the lake had been threatening them, until now, but they had never really caught up with them. Hey, how did you find the flaws in them? Have you ever seen a real dragon? The girl was skeptical. I haven't seen a real dragon. The great magician shook his head, but I know what these illusions lack compared to real dragons. Dragon power, that is the terrifying pressure that every dragon is born with. I can't feel the existence of dragon power on these two water dragons. Although they can indeed bring some oppression, it is still far from the legendary dragon power. The little follower didn't say one thing. Bevernadette in the backpack is a rare existence on the same level as the dragon in the world. If the two sides meet, even if the beautiful bird is still in a coma, it will produce some signs. But now Bevernadette has no reaction at all, and is still cosplaying bird meat sandwiches in the backpack. It can be seen that the two so-called dragons in front of them are simply fakes. Finally, the two water dragons in the lake seemed to realize that the foreplay was a bit too long. They just stared at each other for a long time. These hateful humans had not escaped completely. Two of them even stopped and pointed at them. The dignity of the dragon cannot be violated. At this point, no matter how reluctant they were, they had to get out of the water. So the two water dragons began to hesitate and pretend to get out of the water to chase people. It took more than 10 minutes from the time they half floated out of the water to the time they stepped their first leg onto the shore. Even Hansen and his team realized that something was wrong. Chapter 90. They are legendary beasts at the top of the food chain, but the two water dragons look like shy little wives when they hunt. They hesitated for a long time, but still didn't come to the two of them. Although they still look ferocious, anyone with a discerning eye can see the fear in their eyes. Yes, these two terrifying dragons of level 6 are afraid of these ant-like adventurers in front of them. What's going on? Although they had already hidden in the tunnel, seeing this scene, the old thief Edward stuck his head out again. Rob didn't say anything, but suddenly took 2 steps forward. The two tall and mighty dragons retreated several steps back as if by reflex. The adventurers in the tunnel looked at each other, wondering if they were kidding. The dragons were too timid. Finally, Captain Hansen bravely came out of the tunnel again, followed by Baker and Edward, and then the little thief Green. Hilton seemed to be still hesitating, but it didn't matter whether he came out or not, because the two dragons on the opposite side were almost trembling, while fleeing quickly into the lake. However, at this moment, thick fog suddenly began to spread all around, and then the adventurers were surprised to find that the beautiful lake in front of them was shrinking rapidly, and the surrounding woods and flowers were also constantly blurring. Finally, when the white fog dissipated, Hansen and others found themselves in a cellar, surrounded by spider webs and dust everywhere, and two gecko-like things on the opposite side were hugging each other and trembling. It turned out to be Arkansas pseudo-dragon lizards. The great magician suddenly realized. No wonder these two little creatures could use the secret treasure to disguise themselves as dragons. It was rumored that the Arkansas pseudo-dragon lizards did have extremely rare dragon blood in their bodies. It was with this pitiful amount of dragon blood that these two cunning lizards could transform themselves into the appearance of dragons. However, they were also notoriously timid. They were obviously second-level monsters, but they dared not even resist when facing a group of adventurers. Once the disguise is exposed, the only remaining trick is to act cute to survive. Fortunately, no one intends to pay attention to them for the time being, because everyone's attention is focused on the inconspicuous brooch behind them. There are nearly 1,000 secret treasures that have been discovered so far. Generally speaking, they do not have a fixed appearance, or simply say that there are all kinds of secret treasures, from jewelry to coins, and even artificial eyes. All of which may be secret treasures. Therefore, it is not easy to find secret treasures. After all, these mysterious and scarce things will not be called secret treasures. The two words were written on his face. The Magician Association did spare some treasure detectors to detect the existence of secret treasures, but the accuracy was really not satisfactory. This expensive magic device was not only ineffective for many secret treasures, but also often gave false alarms. There was once a tragic story. A powerful exploration team was exploring the 6th floor when the treasure detector in their hand sounded an alarm, and the 6 team members all changed color. Because there was only a 2-ton bronze giant within a radius of dozens of meters. Carry this thing out? No, don't joke. At that time, the group of adventurers probably had such thoughts in their minds, but no one could resist the temptation of the secret treasure, so in the end, these poor guys still gritted their teeth and moved this ridiculous bronze giant from the 5th floor of the dungeon to the ground. Even if the difficulty of carrying the giant itself is ignored, the stupid eyes of other adventurers along the way are enough to kill the team members several times. After finally getting the giant to the ground, several people tragically discovered that it was not a secret treasure at all. In short, after such a toss, they even wanted to die. However, it would not be easy for Rob and his team to make a mistake this time, because there was nothing else in the cellar, and the brooch must be the secret treasure they had been looking for. Luo couldn't believe his eyes. That. Is it so easy? Hansen walked up and picked up the brooch from the ground. Is it easy? The second-level swordsman didn't think so. Just a few minutes ago, they were chased by the 2 water dragon illusions. If the little scholar hadn't seen the clues, they would have run as far as they could. The Arkansas pseudo-dragon lizard is indeed the shame of the second-level monsters. It is not worth mentioning in terms of combat power, but it is even more powerful when combined with this secret treasure. It is accurate to scare people with the big dragon flag. Although the process was a bit tortuous, they finally succeeded in obtaining the secret treasure, and this secret treasure is a spiritual attribute, which is undoubtedly more valuable than the secret treasure of natural attribute. From the Captain Hansen to the other members of the team, everyone is in a good mood, but there is no need to celebrate. It is better to wait until we are on the ground. After all, as long as we don't leave the dungeon, we are not out of danger. After a simple cleanup, everyone returned the same way. Compared to the nervousness and anxiety when they came in, the atmosphere in the team became much more relaxed this time. Even the always cool elf Archer Baker responded to a few jokes for the first time. As they were about to reach the secret door on the 2nd floor, Baker walked to Hansen. By the way, Captain, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. What is it? The second-level swordsman was a little confused, but just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Baker loosened his hand holding the dagger, and before anyone could react, he jumped out of the secret door with a light gesture. You? Hansen was furious and was about to chase him out, but was hugged by the old thief behind him. Don't be impulsive, Edward said in a deep voice. Besides the traitor Baker, there were 3 other figures outside the secret door. These 3 faces were not unfamiliar to everyone. They were all second-level professionals. They were the extremely dangerous exploration team that Hansen and others encountered before entering the dungeon. Hilton finally remembered his duty. The old thief pulled out the dagger from Hansen's waist. The blonde priest quickly cast a healing spell on the wound. However, something unexpected happened. The blood did not stop and continued to flow out. Edward put the dagger under his nose and sniffed it. His face suddenly changed. It's poisonous. If it was a normal toxin, the healing spell would not fail. However, Baker's betrayal was obviously not a sudden act. This dagger directly destroyed the strongest person in the team. Hilton checked the wound, and his face was very ugly. It's green porpoise poison. It's very troublesome to clean up. I need at least an hour to drive out the poison.